Chapter 1: The Unforeseen Turn-Off Events. January 1, 2030. Tianqin Star. In the Southern Economy Cub of Xianation, the City of Flowers. Room 701, Building 7, Lane 331, Liyuan Road. Zhang Shuo halted awake from his slumber. Wasn't it a celebration for the successful completion of a project? It seems I may have indulged a bit much in the wine. What happened in themed? Zhang Shuo's eyes suddenly cleared. Damn, did I fall into the mode? Up and regaining his senses, Zhang Shuo hurriedly checked his body. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Thesigis didn't let me down Imstalalivio. What hell? Zhang Shuo eventually realized that he was not in his own home, and the reflection in the mirror appeared considerably younger than himself. This place was a far cry from his luxurious abode after tonight years of hard work. He was on the verge of reaping towards a successful project, poised to slip into early retirement who could have anticipated. Drinking leads to trouble. It's like he've been transported through time. You've seen me how transmigrate dandended to passage a kesful young person like him. What's the big deal about being in your 20s? Doyo havian idea how I spent those tonight years after graduation? Zhang Shuo transformed into a lamenting figure, muttering to himself. In his previous life, he was a professional manager though he didn't start at the top. Zhang Shuo climbed to the position of department head within 2 years of graduation. His work ethic was formidable, and by the age of 30, he was promoted to the position of general manager. His annual salary, coupled with bonuses, meant his assets were a growing at a commendable pace, even if not as rapidly as his boss. Before his transmigration, a hot successful Rapidupa 5 billion project, eagerly awaiting the promised hefty bonus to be credited to his account. Then Hakud baskint the Azuris on golden sands. Hakud have imagined that after the celebration, instead of a windfall ofkish, have found himself transported, and a Samarban-year-old? At this age, Zhang Shuo had a clear preference for the oppositesics. I wonder what this person's identity like Zhang Shuo's musings were abruptly interrupted by a flood of information rushing into his mind. Thesson hadsit. Zhang Shuo gradually awoke in Smurry, his eerie eye staring blankly at the darkened room. Thoth had contemplated his future life, his ravenous stomach persistent, lie reminded him it was to eat. With a sense of resignation, Zhang Shuo got up, deftly turned in the light, skillful locate instant noodles, and prepared a bowl. After devouring the bowl of noodles, Zhang Shuo took a long sigh. Then, with a thought, a luminous screen appeared before his eyes. Name Zhang Shuo. Age 20 years 100 years. Cultivation none. Talent none. Special dual world space. Miracle 1 Miracle Charge Engine 07 days. Finally, something what reliable. Putin living for 100 years? Hadatha I think they're looking down in? Gazing at a luminous screen, Zhang Shuo's previous grievances regarding his transmigration dissipated. Thoth life had been worry-free in his past existence, it was all relative. In theorem of extraordinary evolution and eternal life, nothing compared. Moreover, as a seasoned bibliophile with catastrophe experience, the perspective of long-held fantasy is becoming reality ways indescribably exhilarating. Thoth the Swiss world, as per Zhang Shuo's memories, appeared to be typique l'urban setting. It was the peculiar events of the previous night, the last day of 2029, that had altered everything. At least from Zhang Shuo's current perspective, if that certainly changed. The original owner of this Badawazel Sonam Zhang Shuo, a Norfan, a charming rogue, and a freelancer. He had engaged in various significant professions, such as Savital Substance Transfer Specialist, a regional security system officer, a high-temperature air-resistant material transfer agent, and a media director for information into manifestation, among others. Living off the generous compensation from these occupations, he thrived in this southern economic metropolis. From Zhang Shuo's viewpoint, these individual could certain like continue living for lifer at least another woe. After all, one can feed themselves without worrying about others, as long as they don't delve into theorem procreation. Yet, last night, Tianqin Star experienced an unprecedented meteor shower. Mysteriously, all the meteors burned rapidly up and entering the atmosphere. After the celestial display, odd substances appeared in Tianqin Star. The original Zhang Shuo, after marveling at the meteor shower, promptly fell into adiep slumber. Well, that nap resulted in a completed change of identity. Based on years of experience, that meteor shower last night must have been a phenomenonic in the revival of spiritual energy. This ski must have been enough to fortunate Tefud Stein to awaken extraordinary abilities. But unfortunately, he couldn't withstand thighs wavy and perished, and thin to his place. So, this Korean must represent the extraordinary power she was meant to awaken? No matter, it's Salmon no. Jiang Shua gazetted the luminous screen with immense satisfaction. It's sapity for Jiang Shu Firth that luxurious apartment and the 10 soft million semi-bank account. Not to mention the commission from this project, which is also figuresome. Walk knows wow'll benefit from it and themed. Forget it, it's Salintha past no. Indeed, the Jiang Shu Firth was also an orphan, intelligent, and ambitious whether in study or work, he was always Chardon himself. Thus, a Theogeo 35, he managed to build Daphomalibusiness. Jiang Shua himself was not in it well in the past after reminiscent for a high labao, this previous life, he began to explore his screen. Is quintessemply what's the read ponder? Only the space and miracle hold potential what else can be done? How do use this miracle point? I sit throw thought hot? As soon as shooter read those words, a question echoed in his mind. Would I like to see a miracle point? Win it. I'll be full carged in 7 days. Using it to test defects wouldn't be a problem. Jiang Shua plead instinctively. In an instant, his miracle point splummeted to zero. Immediately afterward, his consciousness began to blur, with this last hot being. Damn it, how many times am I going to feel desire today? Then, his slumped down from fitable, landing in the floor. Within an hour, Jiang Shua's body trembled as if fueled by high voltage electricity. Black substance oozed from his pores, emitting a foul stench. And hurlader, Jiang Shua was awakened by the Harandu soder. Goodness, did I fall into a cesspool? Harashed into the bathroom, instinctively glancing at his reflection in the mirror. Good grief, mal black and foul smelling. I won't get out of this bathroom without washing at least 10 times today. For half an hour, Thegas water heater in the rented department didn't cease functioning. Fortunately, the stench in the bathroom gradually dissipated. Then, Jiang Shuma soared from his ordeal, resembling a boiled lobster, bright red. Hittite lysicuridis previous atov clois in a black bag. These a things should be tossed far away. At his graceful past. Jiang Shua mutered ashatide thebug, then stealthily exited do discarditen thetrish. Without looking back, he hurried back to his rented room. Throwing himself onto his bed, a satisfied expression crossed his face. It feels wonderful to be clean. A thorough comfort from the inside out. At that moment, the vitally coursing through Jiang Shu's body was sunpearled, surpassing any comfort the hate of your experience seen 12 lifetimes. The minor elements from my ears of outdoor work seem to have vanished entirely. What Tony Arth did this miracle do? With a thought, the luminous screen reappeared before Jiang Shu. Chapter 2 Ivia Space. Host Jiang Shu. Age 20 years. Cultivation and talent eternal indestructibility. Special dual world space. Miracle 0 Miracle Charge Engine 0 7 days. What is this? Immortality, undying spirit, blood rebirth, and infinitel feeling. Jiang Shuo contemplated the fixed soft heatalent, eternal indestructibility. Then, similar content code in his mind. Sachapity, it does entalo for an instant upgraded to invincibility. Jiang Shua shamelessly indulged in daydreams. Thefects granted be thetal end of eternal indestructibility were just as Jiang Shuo had surmised. Thus, Jiang Shuo was no anymore tal mortal remarkable powerful, yet if Anyona discovered these, he would belike crossing street with a mountain of gold. Utterly enticing. Of course, Jiang Shuo could to become a himing guinea pig for diseases, trying out no medications, who title depended on a thread for solve. Why will Devon consider that? Otherwise, would is still dreaming these dreams? With no extraordinary means, immeral Yamas living in the shadows. The thought of what might happen if you were rediscovered sent chills down Jiang Shua's spine. As a terminally paranoid individual, Jiang Shua scrutinized dual world space in his screen. Let's shop if this space holds some turning point. Butho do utilize it? I sit merely forsterage, or can enter with my true self? As soon as she finished peeking, Jiang Shuvin shed from his best, finding himself with dual world space. It's enormous, so desolate. Jiang Shu floated in midair, observing the vast expanse around him. The dark brown land stretched across the entire space, with the circular lake Tiskenter. Simply and adorned, everything was laid bare. How vast is this? Just as Jiang Shu's thoughts emerged, an answer instant lie appeared in his mind. 88 square kilometers. Jiang Shu received the answer, feeling a tremor at the corner of his eye. You've managed to make height quite auspicious, haven't you? Theory of Wachinji 7, 300 square kilometers, and now essentially possess an entire watching with Justern. Incredible. And the fact that I can enter signifies that height can accommodate living beings. Jiang Shu muttered himself, and then the answer naturally presented itself. The host may enter, buto the romance cannot. That means animal sand plants are permissible. Jiang Shu's instant had stumbled upon a blind spot. Subsequently, Thespe confirmed his realization. In that case, I can construct a survival base that belongs sololitome, a self-sustaining ecosystem. Namater how to outsid world fairs, relying on the outputs of this space would render me invincible. The crisis of Helibrats has found turning point. Alas, the flow of time mine this space prevents long-term storage. As Jiang Shu gazed at the space, has suddenly recalled that in addition to the environment, the fact that time flow share means many things, beheld on. No sooner had a voice at this thought, than a piece of information flooded his mind. Why can't he adjust but erect? Must he wasp before he respond? Jiang Shu complained, thought his Lewis impossible to suppress. He possessed a certain degree of authority within this space. He could alter the landscape he at will, such as creating a mountain or arranging words. He could accelerate the flow of time and argue on a revenhalty, but called no traverse time. This meant that the storage space a previous slide sard was, this disposal. Jiang Shu could design an area on permanent, lies stopped him with an eat. Wasn't this essentially already made a permanent storage space? Thus, the farmer Jiang Shu, who initially had only a single path, now found himself with an additional option hoarding. With this, can he not begin planning for a cost shopping spree? Jiang Shu's perspective expanded instantaneously. Why toy linthophileds when own could simply reach out for Watona desires? Thaw farming mere liar quired a by toff taught. iPhone canly down. Why sit? No. This Linoff thinking is soon acceptable. There is a significant difference between what is really is fresh. The harmony from gone hoarding is the true path. Jiang Shu felt quite a mature making, such choices sways a child's game. A san adult, has certainly wanted both. This black soil and thought body of water must be so methinge extraordinary. Jiang Shu suddenly inquired, gazing at the space. If this space can manipulate time, then that will when it is it contains. The soil and water are indeed remarkable. Sure enough, information owns researched into Jiang Shu's mind. This black soil can automatically adapt to a plant's growth environment, while Ethele Quater provides the finest nutrients for flora and fauna. Ah, such this space is a planting sanctuary, Jiang Shu exclaimed upon understanding the function soft his elements. Regardless, I have everything and needn't hand I can use thema ziplees, I've beno and I've grisped what I needed tono. Time to step outside and strategize in actions. However, just as Jiang Shu entertained the thought of leaving, the space surprised Hai Marie. Should he return to the original spot or select a different location? Jiang Shu was thrilled after an night of surprises, not expecting yet another twist before his departure. So, internally will allow me to control time, while he externally agree dominion over space. Goodness, I am irreversibly antipathifatif. Jiang Shu, ho hadel ready marveled countless dimestit evening, begin to experiment with the functions of the space. Then, centered around Jiang Shu's room, irradiated a space of 88 meters, allowing him to traverse between heaven and earth. Jiang Shu appeared Dan Vanishiden's secret locations throughout watching, maintaining gal distances within 888 meters. Ultimately, he manifested beneath a landmark in watching, undeniably becoming Themong capable of instantaneous line moving within an 888 meter radius without blind spots. Goodness, on Lenodo I realize how fearful they must be of. They've equipped me with skills for self-preservation. Jiangshu mused beneath that one tower soft watching landmark. Thuranjoff this spatial skillis in tenthofteria. Doest that meanis the space expands, the distance increase as well? The size incredibly lift saving. Previously, had been concerned about being gamer elaborate. Yet this space had effectively let off those dangers. If this world lacks the extraordinary, I culturally beckeldaged, Jiangshu sighed suddenly. Thematier Showersher Lai brought extraordinary ability as stummereth in just them while he excelled evasion for survival, his physical form remained thato famera mortal, severely lacking in personnel power. Such a significant flaw was unacceptable. Alas, Ishal take Hitonis depatatomy. Currently, the situation remains unclear. Let Senric the space before redressing go through matters. Though I may not perish, hunger is aderment. These soon ending Kikleo flife preserve as me but deuce not satiate my hunger. How absurd. Ish shoots to Beliza for a few days and observeth the situation, engage in gin or mall transactions for na. As Jiangshu instantaneous lie made highs way to Therental apartment, Hepender dis upcoming plans. Zero cost shopping galser quires to Ming. In thistable society, Jiangshu awe, acen exemplaricitizen, clung to his principles. Normal transaction serious significant concern regarding funds. Wait, if funds are insufficient, I can seek out certain individuals. Coincidentally, this fellow had previous work at transfer officer for essential materials, having traversed numerous scaly neighborhoods. Manyoft hisur residents soft certain government officials. Tosi count su individuals should not beater medzera cost shop in jatismaric cavalry. Chapter 3. The unexpected that night, Jiang Shua embarked on his first slumber in this world, nurturing his own plans. Yet, past midnight, the entire Tianqin star began to undergo slight contractions and expansions, triggering alarms from monitoring devices across various nations. A multitude of scientists from relevant fields were urgently summoned, but the pace of events surpassed everyone's imagination. By 6 in the morning, a group of sleepless scientists at a research institute in Longhua were still engaged in intense discussions. After a night of mere fluctuations in Tianqin star, it suddenly expanded to 10 times its original size as the clock struck 6. Strangely, cities and towns across the globe remained unscathed. It seemed as though this colossal growth purposely sidestepped human civilization. However, it instantaneously obliterated communication, water, electricity, and other facilities outside urban areas. The distances between cities had been radically stretched beyond tenfold. The connections between cities, apart from the official and military satellite phones, were rendered utterly inoperative. The ordinary citizens' mobile phones had been reduced to mere bricks. Half an hour after the incident, the highest 7-member committee of the government issued a unified order to all cities nationwide. Survive. Advance inland. For the majority of ordinary citizens, this moment was blissful. They were entirely oblivious to the chaos unfolding in the world. Only those on the outskirts of cities stood in stunned silence, gazing at the suddenly emerged land. Huaqing Port, the largest port in southern Longhua, had been a trade gateway since feudal times across various dynasties. It played a pivotal role in Longhua's foreign trade and economic development, with an annual cargo throughput exceeding 100 million tons. At this moment, a group of security personnel at the port stood in astonishment, staring towards the sea. At 6 o'clock, the seawater suddenly surged back into the ocean, exposing the nearshore seabed entirely. Dozens of freighters docked at the port ran aground in an instant, and those vessels yet to dock were even more unfortunate, stranded in deeper waters. What was happening? Oldley stared vacantly at this spectacle. After 30 years at the port, he had never witnessed such a phenomenon. Quickly report to the group. Stop dawdling. The security team leader suddenly bellowed. Oh, okay. Oldley hastily ran towards the control room, but all lines of communication were down. Just as he was rushing to report to the captain, several military fighter jets streaked across the sky, heading towards the deep sea. Simultaneously, a sharp alarm echoed throughout Huaqing. Upon hearing the alarm, the faces of all security personnel turned ashen. This was the highest alert signal announced by Longhua to its citizens. It signified that the nation was on the brink of survival. In an instant, the serene morning of Huaqing sprang to life. Those who were awake bore expressions of utter dread. while those who were forcibly awakened quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. Everyone in Huaqing began to gather their belongings. It was then that many realized their water and electricity were completely inoperative. Some astute individuals sensed something was amiss and attempted to contact certain people, only to find the mobile signals entirely absent, their faces darkening further. This state of ignorance left modern individuals, accustomed to an explosion of information, feeling profoundly disoriented. At that moment, 2 to 3 dozen armed helicopters flew over Huaqing, using massive loudspeakers to broadcast information to the city's populace. Citizens of Huaqing, please immediately gather 3 days' worth of supplies and head inland. A tsunami capable of obliterating and submerging the entire city will strike Huaqing in 12 hours. All individuals must promptly collect lightweight, portable necessities and orderly proceed to the highways. The military personnel are already guiding the optimal routes. Once again, this is not a drill. This is not a drill. The 30 armed helicopters incessantly broadcasted over the skies of Huaqing. In that moment, the people of Huaqing erupted into chaos, awakening to find their homes at risk of vanishing. I knew that meteor shower was unusual. Follow the orders, let's hurry. Stop chatting already. My life savings. Mom, where are we going? Sweetheart, stay close to mommy. I'm just an old bone. I've been here my whole life. I don't want to leave. Uncle, don't give up. We'll help you. We will survive. Nonsense. This must be a government trick. They see us getting rich and are preparing to reap the rewards. You're quite clever, brother. In an instant, the myriad human emotions of Huaqing were laid bare. Some cried out for their parents, some were resolute in their will to survive, while others displayed familial affection. There were those who contemplated taking advantage of the situation, but under the watchful eyes of the military personnel, they could only obediently head inland. Yet, Huaqing was vast. With a permanent population exceeding 20 million, the challenge of evacuating so many people in a short time was evident. When news broke of unfamiliar terrain ahead and highway blockages, order began to fray. Furthermore, conflicts arising from the massive crowd began to escalate continuously. The hundreds of thousands of soldiers in the military could only maintain the most basic semblance of order. 4 hours after the announcement, only around 5 million residents managed to truly leave the confines of Huaqing, and this was only due to the newfound accessibility of areas that had previously been unreachable. As time dwindled, the anxiety among the masses grew ever more palpable. Those on foot fared better, but those driving abandoned their vehicles after an hour of being stuck. On the military-opened roads, cars continuously transported elderly, weak, women, children, and supplies. Returning to the early morning of the evacuation announcement at just past 6, Jiang Shua was also awakened by the alarm. After listening to the military's announcement, an indescribable conflict brewed within him. Just as he had formulated his plan, the situation had shifted beneath his feet. This is only my second day in this world, and I'm already presented with such a grand surprise. While others were meticulously preparing for the end, why am I caught in such a rush? Jiang Shua vented his frustrations rapidly. This was utterly unexpected. He had originally planned to seize some ill-gotten gains and indulge in a shopping spree to recover his losses from the previous life. Yet, the opportunity was being snatched away. Oh well, perhaps this is for the best. After all, coming from a background as a food delivery rider, suddenly possessing such substantial funds would be suspicious to anyone. If the world were truly at peace, with surveillance cameras everywhere, obtaining supplies domestically would be impractical. Traveling abroad would be the least conspicuous option. But now, with the apocalypse upon us, all electronic devices have become useless. Due to the tsunami, vast quantities of supplies have been abandoned in this city. Isn't this the perfect time for me to act? As Jiang Shua spoke, his thoughts became increasingly lucid. He began to see his previous plan as unfeasible, lengthy, and fraught with risk, whereas now, he could fully unleash his potential. Just wait a little longer. Once the chaos escalates, no one will notice the finer details. Chapter 4. The time to hoard. Jiang Shua packed some essential clothing into his space. He then stepped onto the balcony to observe the scene outside. Following the military's report, the community where Jiang Shua resided erupted into fervor. In January, Huaqing's morning light was already bright. Jiang Shua could distinctly see the frantic figures bustling about in every household. Across the way, the Li family, known for their frugality, were now engaged in a desperate purge, revealing their struggles beneath a mask of anguish. Old man, do I really have to abandon all this food and treasure? What choice do we have? Our lives are at stake. Hurry and pack some food for the road. Bring all the gold and silver. Mom, lock the doors and windows before we leave. We can't let anyone take advantage of us. In my old age, must I endure this torment? Son, do you think it's possible the government has made a mistake? Mom, don't harbor such illusions. The complete failure of all living facilities in Huaqing already indicates the severity of the situation. Hurry up. I see Zhao Changming from Building 2 is already on his way. We might not be able to leave if we linger. Oh dear heavens, this is tearing at my heart. Jiang Shua watched the scene in the community with great interest. The astute had already gathered their belongings and departed swiftly. Those like the Li family, dragging their feet, were unable to let go of this and that. By the time they finished packing and set out, they could only travel on foot. Outside, the streets were teeming with pedestrians, leaving no space for vehicles to navigate. Those who had driven were the ones who had fled at the earliest opportunity. As the crowd swelled, Jiang Shua recognized it was time for him to act. The man with the ability to teleport 888 meters was on the move. With a whimsical shout, Jiang Shua teleported directly to Aunt Li's home. There was nothing to it. Why the fuss? Jiang Shua rummaged through the Li household, discovering only a few bags of rice and flour, storable food. Raiding such households was hardly worthwhile. With only 12 hours left, he needed to head to a larger marketplace. With that, Jiang Shua vanished in a flash. Within a 5-kilometer radius of his location lay a large shopping center, and that was where he was headed. At the Da Guang Plaza, Jiang Shua emerged from a corner. Once a pristine and bustling shopping center, it was now a scene of devastation. Papers, clothing, water stains, and shattered glass littered the floor. Every store with glass had been thoroughly ransacked. It appears that the military's deterrent capabilities cannot encompass everything. In the span of just 1 hour, these non-priority locations have already fallen victim to looting. Jiang Shua, observing this spectacle, remarked with a sense of lamentation. Not everyone encounters such occurrences, yet some still heed commands. There are always those who, in times like these, choose to unleash their true natures. With that, Jiang Shua's figure vanished once more, only to reappear in the supermarket on the basement level. Upon his arrival, he was greeted by the cacophony of items being overturned. It seemed that the group of looters had not yet departed. Jiang Shu pondered thoughtfully, understood, with such an abundance of essential supplies here. It is only natural that someone would have their eye on them, but how much can they actually carry away? Without further concern for the looters, Jiang Shua utilized his spatial abilities to gather various goods, snacks, beverages, rice, flour, and oils, accepting everything that came his way. He even spared no thought for children's toys. After clearing the shopping area, he proceeded to the warehouse. The more he collected, the more evident the emptiness of the supermarket became. Soon, someone exclaimed, "Brother Bao, hurry over. We have a supernatural incident on our hands. Everything here has vanished." Following this, a flurry of footsteps approached, led by a middle-aged man clad in a floral shirt and jeans. The fierce expression on his face indicated that he was not someone to be trifled with. This group of a dozen or so individuals looked at the areas recently visited by Jiang Shua with a mix of expressions. "Brother Bao, this," one of the subordinates began, but was swiftly interrupted by Brother Bao. "Which brother from our circle decided to come here without a word of greeting? Judging by this situation, his abilities must be spatial in nature. Conveniently, I too possess extraordinary powers. I hope to meet him and together carve a path in these times," Brother Bao shouted, raising his palm to reveal a fireball the size of a tennis ball. His subordinates gazed at the fireball with eager eyes. Despite its small size, it was indeed a formidable weapon when paired with gasoline. However, the only response to Brother Bao was the empty air. For Jiang Shua had completed his resource gathering in a matter of minutes and was already en route to his next destination, with no time to linger. Even if he had remained, the sight of Brother Bao's small fireball elicited a dismissive thought from Jiang Shua. "As a fellow wielder of abilities, you present me with such a trivial item. You are unworthy to stand alongside me." After waiting in vain for a response, Brother Bao, realizing the individual had already departed, sighed regretfully, "What a pity. Had we managed to recruit him, our future endeavors would have been much smoother. All present understood the rarity of a space-manipulating ability user in the early days of the apocalypse. Their chances of survival would have multiplied significantly. Subsequently, they departed, fortunate to have previously gathered a stockpile of supplies, ensuring their efforts were not entirely in vain. Meanwhile, as Jiang Shuo exited the supermarket, he continued searching for large supermarkets scattered across the city. He did not encounter any further individuals like Brother Bao, as his trajectory took him away from the city limits. The further he ventured, the sparser the populace became. After successfully clearing another supermarket, Jiang Shuo materialized atop a high-rise building, gazing out at the economic hub of Huaqing Port. Upon seeing the port, he suddenly slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "What was I thinking? With such a vast port available, why have I been scurrying around the city?" At that moment, Huaqing Port was filled with stacked containers and equipment, yet devoid of any human presence. The once dry seabed had now been reclaimed by the tide. With the submerged docks disappearing from view, however, the distant sea remained eerily calm, suggesting that Huaqing was destined to be inundated. Jiang Shuo observed the rising waters and muttered, "No matter, time is of the essence. I must gather what I can here before making my way to the food logistics park. I must strive to collect as much as possible before disaster strikes." With that, Jiang Shu instantly appeared atop a container, swiftly gathering items into his spatial realm. As soon as an item entered his space, Jiang Shuo was aware of its contents. This box contains shoes. Oh no, this is not a promising start. Clothing. Surely, not all of this can be garments and footwear. After collecting a dozen boxes of clothing and shoes, Jiang Shuo halted. This won't do. I should first utilize my spatial abilities to assess the situation of the containers. Continuously opening boxes at random was a waste of time. He then entered his space to examine the cargo in the vicinity. To his astonishment, he found an abundance of clothing, shoes, and small appliances. After relocating several times, he finally stumbled upon containers filled with grains, fruits, vegetables, and meats. With the situation clarified, Jiang Shuo began a frenzied collection, visibly diminishing the stock at the port. During this time, he also gathered considerable quantities of paper products, daily necessities, educational supplies, and imported motorcycles and cars. For hours later, as midday approached, having elapsed over 6 hours since the military announcement, Jiang Shu rested atop a gantry crane, savoring a piece of bread while gazing contently at the ocean. If it weren't for this chaos, such a life would be utterly carefree. Jiang Shu mused. Suddenly, a thin line appeared on the horizon. Chapter 5. The tsunami approaches. Jiang Shu sprang to his feet, his expression darkening. The tsunami is finally upon us, he murmured to himself. At that moment, the morning's alarm rang out once more. In the distance, fighter jets that had taken off earlier were returning. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Shu instantly retreated into his space. After the jets roared past, Jiang Shu re-emerged, declaring, "I must head to the logistics park. There is little left of value here." He surveyed Huaqing Port, now nearly stripped bare. The remaining containers were either empty or filled with toys, nothing worth Jiang Shu's time. He promptly made his way to the logistics park, pausing briefly at the Fanbei Gold and Jewelry Market. In times of chaos, gold flourishes. In times of prosperity, antiques reign. A saying from our ancestors, he declared. For this was Huaqing's largest gold wholesale market. With the situation so sudden, there must still be a substantial stockpile of gold. Just an hour's collection should suffice, Jiang Shu thought, reciting the ancestral wisdom while secretly hoping for a zero-cost acquisition of gold. While gold in chaotic times may not be as valuable as in prosperous ones, it remains a hard currency. As long as there is demand for trade, it will endure. The exact quantity of gold stored here has always been shrouded in mystery. Some claim it amounts to mere tens of tons, while others insist it could be hundreds or even thousands. In truth, no one can definitively say. Jiang Shu spent over half an hour exploring the market, ultimately acquiring more than 20 tons of gold. Of course, whether any of it was counterfeit remained a mystery to him. With time pressing, he gathered all he could. Exiting the Fanbei market, Jiang Shu hurriedly made his way to the logistics park. As time was slipping away, upon arriving at the park, he encountered military vehicles making their withdrawal. I knew it. The personnel at the port were all here. Jiang Shu concealed himself within his space. watching as the military vehicles departed. Clearly, when faced with the uncertainty of blindly gathering resources at the port, they prioritized the clearly identifiable food supplies here. However, how much could they realistically transport in just a few hours relying solely on manpower and trucks? Once the military vehicles vanished from sight, Jiang Shuo appeared in a wholesale fruit store within the park. The store was in disarray, with most of the storable fruits already taken. Understandably so. With food scarce, who could afford to be picky about fruits? Jiang Shuo shook his head, remarking, "What a shame." Shaking off his thoughts, Jiang Shuo activated his collection mode once more. Boxes of fruit vanished in succession, and he utilized his ability to teleport 888 meters to move between various wholesale locations. Apples, bananas, durian. This is Mu Zhengqing. Oh no, I've struck a jackpot with the rice. Wuchang, long grain, round rice. How many tons could this be? Never mind, just gather it. The cold storage had barely been raided. It was fortunate for him. Beef freedom, pork freedom, seafood freedom. Alas, there were no fresh options. Well then, this time, it's seasoning freedom. This warehouse is stocked with seasonings to last a lifetime. Long live barbecues. Sweet soda, white wine, red wine. What kind of red wine is this? Bordeaux Cabernet Sauvignon. Seems quite high-end. Just as the alert sirens rang out again, jolting Jiang Shuo from his joyful collection, at this rate, he had barely managed to gather half of what the logistics park had to offer. So far, the resources within his space occupied nearly 500,000 square meters. While that may seem substantial, in the context of Jiang Shuo's 8,888 square kilometers of space, it only accounted for about 5 square kilometers. The area he designated as restricted measures a staggering 100 square kilometers. Nonetheless, the resources within this space could sustain Jiang Shuo for several centuries. Jiang Shuo gazed contentedly upon his haul. While he could not claim to have amassed every conceivable type of resource, he had certainly secured enough to meet the essential needs of one individual: food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. The 4 fundamental requirements were thoroughly met. The variety was so rich that not only had Jiang Shuo never encountered such abundance in this lifetime, but he had also never seen its like in his past life. With a flicker, Jiang Shuo appeared on the rooftop of the logistics park, gazing toward the ocean. Where once he could only see a thin line of a tsunami, he could now clearly observe the towering waves approaching. This overwhelming force seemed poised to use the entire city of Huaqing as a bulwark. One could only wonder if it would hold. Jiang Shuo contemplated the advancing tsunami, murmuring, "In the face of nature's might, all are equal. I can only look after myself. Lacking strength, I must avoid recklessness. The situation appears dire, and we have reached the final stage. Any further delay would only lead to repetition. Survival is of utmost importance." Jiang Shuo surmised that the blaring alarm was the last warning before the impending onslaught. He couldn't help but wonder how other coastal cities were faring. It was likely they were in an even worse predicament. Jiang Shuo's figure swiftly vanished from the rooftop, only to reappear intermittently atop the structure. Moments later, he found himself at the rear of the main contingent. From a towering skyscraper, he gazed at the throngs of people densely packed within the city of Huaqing. An increasing number had already fled into the vast expanse beyond the city limits. The land, once vibrant, now lay barren and devoid of vegetation, a stark yellow expanse where masses of humanity moved restlessly. Military vehicles on the ground and helicopters overhead continually directed the fleeing populace. With the cessation of the alarm, many still within Huaqing realized they were at a critical juncture. Some hastened their steps, striving to grasp a glimmer of hope, while others turned towards the nearby skyscrapers, seeking refuge within their confines. A few quietly retrieved their provisions, eating slowly as they resigned themselves to their fate. Some began to lose their sanity, unleashing wild cries of despair. Among the most prominent figures were the soldiers stationed at the last stronghold of Huaqing's military district, who refused to abandon hope. They organized those willing to follow them, racing towards the towering edifices to initiate their own rescue. These choices were not made haphazardly. They had been carefully prepared in advance. The buildings were stocked with vital supplies for emergencies. No matter the time or place, humanity often responds thus. Jiang Shuo was deeply moved by the actions of these individuals. Yet, he turned his gaze through the layers of skyscrapers towards the ocean, where a towering tsunami loomed, poised to strike Huaqing. In the face of such overwhelming force, human strength seemed as insignificant as an ant trying to shake a tree. Those who had managed to escape Huaqing also caught sight of the approaching wave, and their pace quickened significantly. Legs that had previously felt too weary to carry on suddenly surged with renewed energy in the face of mortality. Hurry! The tsunami is truly upon us. Damn it! Move faster! Mother, I want to go home. If I can't run anymore, so be it. Life and death are in fate's hands. Just a bit more effort, brothers. Advancing a single meter could mean the difference between life and death. The tumultuous tsunami and the fleeing masses contrasted starkly with the eerily quiet city of Huaqing, stripped of its usual vibrancy. The tsunami, the city, humanity. A tableau of apocalyptic escape. Take care. Jiang Shuo cast a glance at his compatriots engaged in self-rescue before vanishing from the rooftop. At that very moment, the tsunami crashed into Huaqing. Chapter 6. Self-rescue and rescue. On the 10th floor of a certain skyscraper, a group of individuals donned life vests and oxygen bags, securing their flotation devices tightly. They were instructed to find adequate shelter and to steer clear of windows. We are now at the northernmost edge of Huaqing. The brunt of the impact will be absorbed by the towering structures ahead. Thus, if we can endure the initial wave, our chances of survival will greatly increase. Even those who cannot swim will find their life vests and oxygen bags keeping them afloat. Remember to brace yourselves. Do not lose consciousness, and we shall emerge victorious. Warrior Gauda repeatedly imparted survival information to the several hundred companions by his side. No one knew if these preparations would bear fruit. But this was humanity's struggle against nature's wrath. Gauda paced back and forth, peering out the window to assess the tsunami's approach. Similar scenes unfolded on various floors of this building and in others nearby. The thousands of soldiers remaining each led groups of dozens, if not hundreds, as they prepared for the worst in this forest of towering edifices. Yet, despite their efforts, the majority of the populace remained outside, awaiting their doom. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed from Huaqing Port. The leading structures were instantly swept away. A torrent of raging seawater surged into the city. Gauda instantly recognized the sound as the tsunami's impact upon the urban landscape. He quickly rushed to the designated safe spot, ready to brace for the impending shock. Simultaneously, he shouted, "Everyone, assume defensive positions. We must survive." After nearly 5 minutes of anxious anticipation, the sound of shattering glass resonated throughout the air. "It's here!" Gauda roared. The majority of the tsunami's energy was absorbed by the coastal buildings of Huaqing, resulting in significant damage to those structures. As the water surged through the city, it eventually reached Gauda and his group. Although it remained ferocious, the main structure had held firm. Yet, even so, the human body was ill-equipped to withstand such force. Everyone inside the buildings felt as though they had been struck with the force of a hammer. Some lost consciousness instantly, swept away by the encroaching water, while others managed to withstand the onslaught only to be submerged moments later. It was undeniable that the initial wave had not caused catastrophic casualties within the buildings. But the subsequent rush of seawater instilled terror in many, leading to loss of life. The intersection between Huaqing and the newly formed land witnessed the most severe casualties. Those without any form of protection were immediately subjected to the weight of the water. Indeed, it was a weighty assault. The kinetic energy of the impact had been largely dissipated by the nearly 200-kilometer stretch of Huaqing. However, the incoming water still overwhelmed the masses, continuing its relentless advance across the newly formed land for nearly a kilometer. Claiming yet another wave of lives, in an instant, the air was filled with screams, cries for help, and weeping. Zhao Yu lay limp on the ground, the water swirling about her ankles. Once, she had relished the sensation of water lapping at her feet. Now, it brought her nothing but profound dread. In the distance, many were wading through the water, their faces reflecting the relief of having survived. Ahead lay the exit of Huaqing, where some were floating, some were struggling, and others were swimming desperately. Zhao Yu gazed in terror at the scene before her, desperately attempting to rise, yet the overwhelming sense of helplessness held her down, thwarting her efforts time and again. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably, as if a faucet had been turned on. "Help someone!" A furious shout jolted Zhao Yu from her despair, and she saw figures in camouflage rushing past her. fearlessly charging into the new aquatic abyss. Boats, planks, life rings, anything that could float was in their grasp. They began to rescue individuals, one by one, two by two, three by three. Zhao Yu instinctively counted the number of rescuers as they surged forward. Yet she could not keep up. For every person she counted, a new wave rushed past her. Were there still medical personnel alive? We need help over here. The first rescuer returned, dragging a person behind him, utilizing the buoyancy of the water to aid his retreat. Upon hearing his voice, many survivors rushed forward to assist, taking the person from his hands to initiate emergency care. Gradually, more and more people were brought back by this group, and an increasing number of similarly clad rescuers arrived from the front lines. The same selfless determination, the same fervor for saving lives. As time passed, more individuals joined the effort to rescue those in peril. On the newly formed land, people were continuously saved, yet others succumbed to the waves. Jiang Shuo was unaware of how many times he had gone back and forth. This time, he lifted a soldier, one who had fallen behind. Though he showed no signs of life, Jiang Shuo continued his efforts. 3 hours had passed since the rescue began, and it became clear that those who could be saved were already present. Yet, some remained numb, trudging back into the sea, even when visibility was nearly non-existent. Those on the shore stood in stunned silence, gazing at the water, which had receded slightly, revealing some of Huaqing's tall buildings, including the iconic Twin Towers. At that moment, everyone realized how drastically the elevation of Huaqing had diminished, now lying several dozen meters lower. Silence enveloped the crowd as they observed their once beloved home. And slowly, cries of sorrow began to fill the air. Jiang Shuo handed the soldier over to the waiting rescuers, taking one last glance at the name on his chest, Gauda, a fine name. Jiang Shuo whispered to himself, then, like the ordinary people around him, he quietly watched the expanse of water before him. During those harrowing hours of rescue, he was filled with regret over his inability to allow humanity into his space. Had he been able to do so, he could have saved more lives, perhaps even Gauda. He did not perish in the tsunami's initial impact nor in the deluge. He simply succumbed to exhaustion from his relentless efforts to save others. But Jiang Shuo had saved him in that fleeting moment, even though he could not teleport himself while leading others. On their way back, he had grown so weary that he fell asleep. Despite Jiang Shuo's encouragement and provision of high-calorie food, fatigue and prolonged exposure to the cold water ultimately took their toll on his life. Ultimately, it came down to a lack of personal strength. If only I had extraordinary abilities, then he would not have perished. While I might not die, nor tire, nor fear injury, my own power remains lamentably inadequate. Not only can I not save others, but recklessly using my space could lead to my own demise. I must swiftly seek a path to transcendence. As Jiang Shuo quietly contemplated his future course, an armed helicopter flew overhead, broadcasting. We have not yet escaped danger. Survivors, please continue forward. The military has established a temporary camp 10 kilometers away on higher ground. The deceased must be cremated on site. Comrades of the 1st Brigade, please execute this order. Afterward, the deceased piled up in several heaps, and this was merely a fraction of the total. Countless more souls lingered within the waters of Huaqing. The flames leaping skyward illuminated the eyes of every onlooker. It seemed that all present grasped the grim significance of the apocalypse. Chapter 7. Choices and the Extraordinary. Huaqing was utterly submerged, with countless casualties. Our most pressing dilemma now is the looming food crisis. Although I dispatched a transport team to the logistics park at the earliest opportunity to retrieve supplies, time proved insufficient and manpower was severely lacking. Not even 1/10 of the goods from the logistics park were extracted. With the arrival of the tsunami, everything was engulfed. Commander Li Feng of the Huaqing military communicated the situation via satellite phone to superiors in Kyoto. The elder on the other end fell silent for a moment before responding. Coastal cities across the nation have suffered devastating blows. The coastal regions are densely populated, and the Advisory Council estimates that the death toll from this disaster will exceed 500 million. However, disaster relief must rely on your own efforts. The expansion of the celestial body has rendered immediate provincial support impossible. The scientific department provided a hypothesis this afternoon. 7 days hence, our planet will undergo another expansion. Preliminary calculations suggest today's expansion has reached tenfold. Thus, before the planet ceases its expansion, it will be exceedingly difficult to provide assistance to the various disaster-stricken areas on land. There is a higher likelihood that the planet will continue to expand, and we may very well lose even our current satellite communications. Therefore, Oldly, your troops and the survivors of Huaqing must lead them further inland. Moreover, you must swiftly locate a city. Otherwise, you risk becoming lost in the wilderness. After hearing the elder's words, Li Fang fell into silence. This world is too chaotic. However, the voice on the other end spoke again. There is one more matter you must heed. Extraordinary individuals have begun to emerge. These are not easy companions, and the world is changing. We too must adapt our methods. Li Fang fell silent once more, bewildered by the rapid transformations of the world at his age of over 50. I understand. I will continue to lead them toward the next city. Yet, I can only impose broad constraints. Detailed regulations must be relaxed. Take care, Oldly. I hope we have the chance to drink together again. The elder on the other end feigned nonchalance. Take care. After the call ended, Li Fang swiftly organized a meeting, laying down a series of regulations. Soon, this makeshift camp began to operate efficiently. When Jiang Shuo and the others arrived after a journey of over 2 hours, they received a bowl of warm water, 2 loaves of bread, and a sausage. Following this, there was unified management, coordinated education, and standardized announcements. At dawn tomorrow, the troops will continue their advance inland. Those wishing to accompany them must obey military command. If anyone has their own ideas, they may collect 3 days' worth of food from the military supplies office and leave at their discretion. There are no compulsory requirements, nor any assurances regarding future circumstances. Only 2 choices. Nothing more is guaranteed. In conclusion, the announcer solemnly declared, regardless of the circumstances, please strive to survive. In just 8 words, the weight of life pressed heavily upon everyone's hearts at that moment. Before departing, the announcer seemed to recall something, lightly adding, by the way, if anyone feels any differences in their bodies recently or notices some changes, you are welcome to come to us. As long as you pass the military's tests, you will be directly awarded the rank of major. This statement instantly shattered the heavy atmosphere, and the entire camp began to buzz with anticipation. What does the announcer mean? Couldn't he be more direct? Isn't this already quite straightforward? Come on, brother. Your thinking is a bit too rigid. Upon hearing this, I feel like there's been a change in my body these past couple of days. I just can't sit still. You should probably refrain from that. Yours is clearly a case of hemorrhoids acting up. Trust the experience of a proctology chief with over a decade in the field. If the announcer said so, it implies that some of us, like the world, are beginning to evolve. Which brave soul will step forward to demonstrate? Doesn't this also suggest that all of us who survived might evolve extraordinary abilities? Exactly. Surely that's possible. Speaking of which, doesn't our planet's expansion resemble the revival of spiritual energy? I have finally awaited the moment when greatness returns to myself. I shall become a master and establish a lineage. This child has lost his mind. Let us see if you survive first. For a moment, no extraordinary individual stepped forward. Instead, a multitude of dreamers emerged. Jiang Shuo munched on a loaf of bread, observing the lively scene. The military's public acknowledgement of the existence of extraordinary individuals was clearly designed to stimulate this group of survivors, instilling them with hope. After all, they had just endured a harrowing trial of life and death. Not everyone can withstand such a burden. A psychological issue isn't daunting, but the spread of fear is. It's not as if there are psychologists available to address your mental concerns, even in times of peace. There aren't enough. Thus, an opportunity concerning the potential interests of all had arisen. By shifting everyone's focus to this matter, the majority of psychological issues could be alleviated. As for whether extraordinary individuals would emerge, or if anyone would advance to become extraordinary, those are matters for the future. The current objective remains simple: survive. This military unit possesses experts. One strike resolves most problems. Jiang Shuo considered the obstacles within this situation, expressing admiration. What impressed Jiang Shuo the most was the timing of this announcement. The earlier declaration provided everyone with a choice regarding life, while the subsequent mention of extraordinary beings was delivered so lightly, as if it were not a significant matter at all. This allowed the survivors to glimpse boundless hope amidst their despair. Regardless of how the world changes, as long as I am strong enough, I shall fear nothing. This is the prevailing sentiment among the majority. Although many understand that extraordinary abilities pertain only to a select few, why couldn't they be part of that select group? Nobility and power, are they not accessible to all? A true master plays the hearts of men with clarity. Jiang Shua watched as the atmosphere grew increasingly fervent, genuinely feeling his second wave of admiration. It was time for him to bid farewell to this place. Before extraordinary individuals emerged, he had never suited prolonged exposure among the crowd. Moreover, as extraordinary individuals began to appear, the world was growing increasingly perilous for him. Tomorrow, he would set forth anew, seeking his own extraordinary path. Jiang Shua's feelings of being forced into the role of a test subject resurfaced, and he couldn't help but wonder where this paranoia came from. Rapidly consuming his rations, Jiang Shua made his way to the designated tent. Although resting in his spatial realm would be preferable, the mantra remains. Modesty is the true virtue. A night passed without incident. At dawn, the military's wake-up call roused everyone. After a brief tidying up and a hasty breakfast, Jiang Shua departed the camp with a 3-day supply pack graciously provided by the military. Of course, he was not the only one leaving. Many valued their lives above all else. As for whether this apocalypse would teach them humility, Jiang Shua could not say. After all, he was merely one among countless souls. To avoid being captured and treated as a test subject, and to prevent being beaten without the ability to resist, he had no choice but to embark on the journey to seek extraordinary avenues. Chapter 8. Journey, Miracle, Expansion. After leaving the main force in Huaqing, Jiang Shua headed toward the direction of Shudi. Fortunately, he had previously obtained a map and compass from the cargo at the port. Otherwise, with current communications utterly severed, it would be sheer folly for an ordinary person to venture to Shudi. Yet, even with the map, Jiang Shua initially struggled to ascertain the correct direction, veering off course several times. Thankfully, he possessed spatial abilities. Otherwise, he would have long since perished in the wilderness. One could only wonder how those departing from the main force felt about finding the right direction in this ever-expanding world. Jiang Shua surveyed the nascent land, barren and devoid of life. Previously, ordinary individuals could trek on foot due to satellite navigation and ubiquitous landmarks. Now, what once was a 1-kilometer distance had transformed into 10 kilometers in these desolate expanses. One could easily lose their way with just a moment of distraction. Alas, we are all adults. We must bear the consequences of our own choices. What am I lamenting for? Jiang Shu gulped down the water in his hand and continued his journey toward Shudi. The straight-line distance from Huaqing to Amay and Shudi used to be around 1,200 kilometers. Now, due to the expansion, it directly exceeded 10,000 kilometers. While this distance appears utterly despairing, in reality, with the aid of spatial abilities, Jiang Shua could traverse it in 2 to 3 days. However, the reality was that by the evening of the 17th, he had only covered half the distance. Much time was squandered due to getting lost and subsequently searching for the correct path. He encountered wild logistics parks, which, having been constructed on the outskirts of cities, had become completely disconnected from their original municipalities following the planet's expansion. Some still housed a few individuals, while others were entirely deserted. Jiang Shua did not spare any of these logistics parks from his scavenging. At most, he encountered a few people in them. When passing through counties, he would find an unoccupied house to comfortably spend the night. For instance, at present, he was in an uninhabited house in a place called Guiding County, boiling water for a bath and enjoying a lavish meal. Afterward, he reclined comfortably on a high-end imported mattress, one he had previously salvaged. The ergonomic design was truly commendable, allowing him to sleep soundly until dawn. However, today Jiang Shua did not intend to sleep peacefully, as in just a few minutes, the miracle on his panel would be fully charged. On a night long past, the glow of the mobile phone illuminated the darkness until dawn, while the vibrant nightlife outside was a cacophony of lights and revelry. Today, however, the phone has become nothing more than a mere brick, and thoughts of indulgent nights are but a distant memory. The night has returned to its primal state, devoid of power. Jiang Shua, resting his head upon his arm, gazes out at the nightscape beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows. Reminiscing with a wistful tone, He stares vacantly at the starry sky, where the world's transformations have, paradoxically, allowed this brilliant expanse to once again grace the earth with its presence. Under the same sky, countless souls find themselves entranced by the celestial tapestry above. Moments drift by in a haze as Jiang Shuo remains lost in thought. As the clock strikes midnight, he eagerly activates his panel. Host, Jiang Shuo Age, 20 Cultivation, None Talent, Eternal Undying Special, Dual World Space Miracle. 1. Miracle charging in 70 days, upon observing that the miracle count has reset to 1. Jiang Shuo's delight is palpable. However, as he notices the charging time extended to 70 days, a frown creases his brow, a tenfold increase. If this trend continues, the wait will only grow longer. Yet, it matters little. What is time if not a resource to be spent? As long as it exists, he shall endure. It is once again a moment of witnessing miracles, though he wonders what bounties this occasion may yield. Jiang Shuo, brimming with excitement, rubs his hands together and contemplates whether to expend a miracle point. With his affirmative decision, he instantly succumbs to unconsciousness, his eyes beginning to shimmer with a radiant glow. Simultaneously, the celestial body of Tianqin Star begins to exhibit signs of activity, contracting and expanding as it did during its inaugural emergence. Director, the star is stirring. Just like the first time, it is commencing its rhythmic pulsations. At an observation point in Kyoto, a group of individuals congregates, one of the few such sites worldwide. This contraction and expansion resemble our own breathing patterns. It is difficult to dismiss the notion that this planet is, indeed, breathing. Following this realization, a scientist swiftly contacts the highest leadership. Comrade, it has been confirmed. The star has begun to move. After a brief silence on the other end, the response comes with urgency. Good. Your efforts are appreciated. Subsequently, a flurry of satellite communications is dispatched across the Dragon Nation. In Longmen City, survivors from Huaqing arrived on the 6th day, after which the entire city fell under the jurisdiction of the Huaqing Military District. Longmen City, considerably smaller, only about 1/10 the size of Huaqing, necessitated that the millions of survivors construct makeshift encampments. Yet, on the night of the 7th, the military insisted that everyone remain within the city confines. Old G, do you sense that something is about to happen? A concerned elder inquired of his companion. Fear not. With the military present, we shall follow their lead. The elder, though uncertain, preferred to trust the authorities. I suspect it is highly probable that the star is undergoing changes, which is why the military has ordered us to gather. A middle-aged man answered their apprehensions, though he too shared in their worries. If the star expands again, we may be forced to remain here indefinitely. He lamented, "At least we are alive. I refuse to witness such calamity again." Someone in the crowd responded, prompting a hush to fall over them. As Jiang Shuo pondered, it became evident that not everyone could emerge unscathed from such disasters. As the clock passed midnight, Jiang Shuo fell into a deep slumber on his bed, while the denizens of Longmen City wrestled with insomnia. With so many crammed together, personal space was a mere illusion, akin to a sardine can, making restful sleep elusive. Do you feel the ground shifting? After 12, some individuals sensed the earth contracting and expanding. Those nearby, upon hearing this, focused intently but perceived nothing amiss. You're overthinking it. Sleep is paramount. Yet, some wished to argue, met with indifference. Time slipped by minute, at dawn. As Tianqin Star inhaled deeply, it expanded tenfold, now 100 times its original size. The satellites orbiting were ensnared by its gravitational pull, plummeting to the surface. Henceforth, communications with Tianqin Star ceased entirely, rendering regions isolated, with distances between nearby towns exceeding 10,000 kilometers. Most alarming was the wilderness that emerged. A vast expanse of desolation. Without new navigational guidance and sufficient supplies, venturing into these uncharted territories would be tantamount to courting death. Chapter 9. The dawn of the extraordinary and an uncertain future. The tremors from Tianqin Star's expansion resonated across the land, with all inhabitants feeling the earth quaking beneath them. Logically, such intensity would herald a seismic event. Yet Longmen City remained unscathed, save for the disappearance of a few abandoned structures on its outskirts. 5 minutes elapsed before Tianqin Star fell silent. The long-awaited helicopters took flight, soaring over the heads of the masses as they raced beyond the city limits. Instinctively, the inhabitants began to disperse outward, only to be met with the same desolate wilderness. Something's amiss. There are no traces of last night's feast, a chef exclaimed. Mama, look, there's grass ahead. A child tugged at his mother's sleeve, pointing to a patch of green. Indeed, the world has expanded anew. Some stared blankly at the terrain before them, murmuring in disbelief. Suddenly, someone ignited into flames. Jiang Shua was jolted awake by the vibrations. What is happening? An earthquake, or has the world shifted again? He hastily donned his clothes and stowed his bed within his space. With a swift motion, he arrived at the outskirts of this small county town. Before him lay a verdant expanse, and just a few hundred meters ahead, a small lake sparkled. Has the world truly expanded overnight, presenting such wonders? Does this imply that his destination is now further afield, making it all the more challenging to locate? Jiang Shua's expression darkened. This was not favorable news to At that moment. He heard shouts from behind. Evidently, the townsfolk had come to assess the situation. Preferring to avoid the throng, Jiang Shua teleported away. Back in his abode, he slumped onto the sofa, gazing vacantly at the ceiling. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he sat upright with renewed vigor. I used that miracle point last night. I haven't checked its effects yet. Remembering the potential for his own growth, Jiang Shua cast aside his earlier discontent. A shimmering interface materialized before him. Host: Jiang Shua, age 20, cultivation, none, talent, eternal undying, eye of insight, special, dual world space miracle, 0, miracle charging in 70 days upon discovering the newly acquired talent. Jiang Shua felt a twinge of disappointment. Alas, could I not have received an offensive talent or skill instead? He lamented, rubbing his temples in frustration. Well, something is better than nothing. I suppose I was being greedy. After a moment, accepting his fate, Jiang Shua began to explore the implications of his newfound ability. How does one utilize it? By thought? By gaze? He scrutinized the coffee table, mentally invoking the eye of insight. A high-end mahogany table, dimensions 60-80, produced by Guangdong Province Zhengqing Oldwood Company, valued at 18,888 long yuan. Remarkably, this was indeed how it worked, and it appeared to consume little energy. Jiang Shua assessed his physical condition and found no notable changes. If usage incurred no cost, could it not be employed indefinitely? Let us test the limits, he resolved. He proceeded to activate the Eye of Insight on every object within the house. Genuine leather sofa from the Kingdom of Tal. German kitchenware, Meija dishwasher. After evaluating a dozen items, he felt a slight dizziness and fatigue. There was indeed some energy expenditure, albeit minimal for commonplace items. Unless he continued this relentless assessment, fatigue would be elusive. However, it was likely that higher-tier evaluations would demand greater energy. In any case, this talent proved immensely beneficial. As long as his life level was sufficient, this world would hold no secrets for him. At that moment, all traces of his previous frustration vanished. Truly, the law of something being better than nothing could not be escaped. With yet another divine talent acquired, Jiang Shua's spirits soared. After a nourishing breakfast of milk and steak, he set forth once more towards Shudi. Meanwhile, across the globe, individuals began to exhibit unusual phenomena. Once a rarity, extraordinary abilities were now surfacing in greater numbers. Though, in relation to the population, this increase remained modest. It was nonetheless a marked escalation. Shortly after Jiang Shua departed from Guiding County, extraordinary abilities began to manifest within the populace. In this small county of tens of thousands, over a dozen extraordinary individuals emerged, a significant ratio. Following 2 tumultuous days of instability, chaos erupted. Land grabs, resource theft, abductions, and brawls ensued. Humanity's darker nature began to unveil itself on the 10th day of the apocalypse, in this small county town. The lack of oversight leads to rapid chaos. In contrast, places like Longmen City, where military forces are stationed, fare significantly better. Since the emergence of the first extraordinary being, there have been hundreds of ordinary individuals awakening to their extraordinary powers over the past few days. The inflated egos brought about by their newfound abilities have led some to become restless. However, after a soldier on duty immediately executed a malevolent extraordinary being, the desires for dominance were swiftly extinguished. The extraordinary beings finally came to the stark realization that, despite their evolution, they were still no match for the might of modern weaponry. Moreover, the firearm used to eliminate that small Kurami was merely a standard rifle. There are countless more, far superior weapons available. The extraordinary beings, now awakened to the reality, faced a choice. Either join the military, leave this place, or live modestly here. The military would also establish a new battalion comprised of these extraordinary individuals. At this juncture, the civilian extraordinary beings recognized the absurdity of their previous aspirations for supremacy. Even without those firearms, they were no match for the military. Hundreds of extraordinary beings, whose combat proficiency far surpassed their own. In truth, they were nothing more than insignificant players in the grand scheme of things. They had naively believed that simply casting fireballs, manipulating objects, or transforming into muscle-bound figures would render them invincible. How naive! They also understood that the stronger one's physical constitution, the more conducive it is for the awakening of extraordinary abilities. Subsequently, once the news of the military's extraordinary capabilities spread, Longmen City fell into a profound silence. The ordinary citizens felt an overwhelming sense of security. The extraordinary beings, especially those with ambitions, fell completely silent. A week later, the Longmen government promulgated the Apocalypse Regulations, officially declaring that Longmen City would embark on a path of self-rescue. Everyone must take action for survival. Whether it be clearing wasteland, forming groups to search for supplies, or assisting in the construction of a new Longmen City. Only through action can one secure sustenance. The announcement sparked a renewed uproar. Some individuals foolishly sought to incite the masses, yet the Longmen government and military were unyielding. They swiftly apprehended several instigators and fully enforced a policy of exchanging labor for food. Anyone daring to cause trouble would be met with force and deprived of food. After 2 days without sustenance, certain individuals reluctantly recognized the harsh reality and joined the construction effort, under the same sky. Some areas, like Longmen City, actively sought self-rescue, while others descended into utter chaos, with some even seizing control. Before the government severed communication, it could only be described as a disaster. After the government cut ties, the true apocalypse arrived. Chapter 10. 1 month. 1 year later, a little over a month later, Jiang Shuo descended from Qingqing Mountain, disheartened, realizing that his envisioned path of transcending through immortal cultivation in Shudi was utterly hopeless. After departing from Guiding County, he had tirelessly journeyed towards Shudi. Along the way, he had lost his way countless times. Yet, every misstep bore unexpected benefits, resulting in a bounty of supplies during his travels. Furthermore, having long desired to plant something, upon entering Tiandu City in Shudi, he discovered a provincial seed bank and discreetly gathered all the seeds. Had he not been in a rush to seek immortality, he would have already planted a considerable amount. While traversing the sacred mountains and lands of Shudi, Jiang Shuo did not forget to collect supplies. One could say that at this time, the land of Longhua was truly brimming with treasures. The phenomenon of the Tianqin Star's expansion had caused many previously unoccupied resource sites to expand as well, leading Jiang Shuo to occasionally encounter solitary buildings during his travels. This was also why his haul was several times greater than what he had collected in Huaqing. The variety was so abundant that Jiang Shuo was at a loss as to how to handle it. His sentiments stemmed from an encounter with an arms depot one fateful day. Handguns, rifles, shotguns, sniper rifles, grenades, military drones, and more. Jiang Shuo, who had never laid hands on a firearm in 2 lifetimes, suddenly found himself in possession of an entire arsenal, such as the romance of man, and with his keen insight, there was no situation he could not master. Naturally, Jiang Shuo did not become enamored with the weapons before him. Instead, he became even more determined to traverse the sacred mountains of Shudi in search of his own extraordinary path. However, despite scouring every renowned mountain and sacred site, he found no sign of the immortal beings he had envisioned. Yet, after encountering setbacks in Shudi, Jiang Shuo did not waver. Instead, he resolved to explore the renowned mountains and sacred sites across the nation. Driven by the mere possibility, after all, he had ample time and could afford to be patient. Moreover, with his spatial abilities, he had assurances. All he needed to do was take action, while simultaneously gathering scattered supplies to enrich his space. A win-win situation. A year later, in a private restaurant tucked away in a small alley of the capital city, Jiang Shua sat at a window-side table, indulging in a feast. Who would have thought that such authentic imperial cuisine could be found in this unassuming alley? With his mouth full of delicious food, Jiang Shua remarked to Master Fan, who was leisurely savoring his wine across the table, "Indeed, with my culinary skills, you'd have to line up to taste this during peacetime. And even then, you might not get a chance. But without your own ingredients and this wine in today's era, I wouldn't have the opportunity to showcase my skills," Master Fan sighed, casting a glance at Jiang Shua, who was relishing his meal, before downing the remaining wine in his glass with a look of happiness. "This wine is truly a rare gem, ranking among the top 3 in my lifetime of drinking. Then let me offer this wine as payment, and I'll bring my own ingredients. Will you help me prepare several hundred portions of dishes? Are you in?" Jiang Shua suddenly proposed. Upon hearing this, Master Fan nearly dropped his wine glass. "Really? You have that much supply?" Master Fan's expression was one of disbelief. Jiang Shua said nothing, and with a flick of his hand, a bottle of wine appeared in his grasp. "You are an extraordinary being." Indeed, only an extraordinary being could possibly possess such an abundance of resources. Seeing Jiang Shua showcase his abilities, Master Fan was no longer surprised. A year had passed, and while extraordinary beings were not commonplace, they were no longer rare. At least among the remaining 10 million people in the capital, there were at least several thousand extraordinary beings. Yet, those who were truly formidable enjoyed all the benefits, creating a clear divide. "Jiang, under normal circumstances, my cuisine is best enjoyed fresh, vacuum-packed. It loses much of its flavor. In peacetime, if you had said this to me, I would have dismissed you outright," Master Fan stated proudly. "My dear Master Fan, I crave your culinary skills, and I'm about to leave Kyoto for a while. I fear that during this time, I will long for your dishes, and it would be a torment. Moreover, if I lack the ability, would I dare to ask you to prepare so many dishes? Thus, aside from the wine we settle on, I will add a bottle of Lingxi wine for you. This should adequately honor your culinary prowess," Jiang Shua proclaimed, holding aloft the dignity of the master chef, before presenting the now famous Wang Jia. Upon hearing the name Lingxi, Master Fan leaped to his feet, excitement radiating from him. "Are you referring to the Lingxi wine that has suddenly appeared in the past 2 months? Are you sure?" It was no wonder Master Fan was so animated. For ordinary people, a single glass visibly enhanced their physical capabilities, and it was said that this wine could save lives in critical moments, a lifeline in today's world. "Indeed, that is the Lingxi wine," Jiang Shua replied with a mysterious smile. To be frank, the effects of this wine were primarily beneficial to ordinary people. For extraordinary beings, it merely served to enhance their strength. For Jiang Shua, this wine was an unexpected product. Ever since his plan began to traverse the nation in search of the extraordinary, while scavenging for supplies, he had traveled extensively throughout Longwa over the past year. Naturally, this journey involved encounters with various cities. Compared to the devastation of coastal cities, the inland cities remained relatively intact, aside from those petty fiefdoms. Larger cities were largely still under the control of the Longwa government and military. Order gradually returned after the initial chaos. Albeit with a shift in social hierarchy, extraordinary beings were ascending to prominence. The older generations fared better, relying on their former prestige to maintain their positions of power. Once the new generation matured without the requisite strength, it was inevitable that 99% of power would be held by extraordinary beings, with the remaining 1% reserved for miracles. After the major cities achieved peace, they naturally entered a phase of development. Craftsmen re-emerged, leading to the revival of culinary arts and fine wines. Jiang Shua, particularly well-versed in the realm of fine wines, had meticulously stored the wines he had collected early on, especially the white and red varieties, in a designated wine cellar within his space. It is said that wine only improves with age, so he created several wine cellars to house these treasures. Utilizing the time acceleration feature of his spatial realm, he accelerated the time within the wine cellar by tenfold. Consequently, under the influence of time and environment, this batch of wine absorbed the spiritual energy of the space, evolving into the most basic form of spiritual wine. Furthermore, Depending on the quality of the wine and the duration it was stored, the effects varied. Not to mention the fundamental aspects of taste and quality. One could easily gauge the quality from Master Fan's expression as he sampled the wine from the past year. Chapter 11. Spirit Wine. Naturally, the transformations of these wines were crystal clear under Jiang Shua's discerning eye. The identification of spirit wine also allowed him to gain a preliminary understanding of the limitations of his inside eye. Yellow-grade low-tier spirit wine, when consumed during the qi refinement period, enhances one's cultivation. Yellow-grade low-tier fruit wine, when consumed during the qi refinement period, also enhances one's cultivation. The information discerned from the identified spirit wines was rather simplistic and blunt. Limited to these points, however, for wines of lesser quality, the details were not overly intricate. Non-grade spirit wine, with its rich and mellow aroma, offers a smooth taste and lingering aftertaste, infused with a hint of spiritual essence, providing significant health benefits for mortals when consumed over an extended period. See detailed expansion. Non-grade fruit wine, with its concentrated and rich fruity flavor, boasts a long-lasting and silky texture, delicate and elegant. Also infused with a hint of spiritual essence, yielding immediate effects for skin beautification and whitening. See detailed expansion. In contrast, Jiang Shua realized that his insight eye could only discern limited information regarding graded items or individuals, and the upper limit of its capabilities remained to be verified. Furthermore, he gained a preliminary understanding of the energy expenditure involved in using the inside eye. At least, this yellow-grade low-tier spirit wine did not consume much energy. Additionally, he learned about the hierarchy of spiritual entities in the world, which is classified into 4 levels and 16 grades: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow. Thus, the Lingxi wine was classified as yellow-grade low-tier spirit wine. As he traversed this journey, interactions with people presented challenging situations. Ordinary mortals could still engage in food trading, but it was considerably more troublesome with extraordinary beings. However, with this spirit wine, which was beneficial to all extraordinary beings, the dynamics of peaceful transactions gained leverage. Therefore, over the past year, while Jiang Shua could not claim to have sampled all the exquisite delicacies and wines across the nation, he was confident in boasting about having tasted around 70 to 80% of them. Upon discovering the conditions for spatial wine storage, Jiang Shua even took 2 months to visit renowned wineries nationwide, determined to procure his own supply without hesitation. For those that were difficult to acquire openly, he resorted to material exchanges, or what he termed as Lingxi spirit wine. The extraordinary beings who encountered this wine initially held certain thoughts, yet Jiang Shua's swift movements thwarted any intentions, prompting them to reconsider their strategies. Of course, Jiang Shua did not act in an excessively extreme manner. He would still provide 3 opportunities. If none of the 3 attempts succeeded, they would part amicably, allowing for a peaceful resolution. Should any other matters arise, he could instantaneously teleport away, brandishing his firearm to ensure their swift departure. Thus, amidst a plethora of friendly and cooperative transactions, various wines accumulated in the 2-dimensional space, with several wine lakes also emerging. Nevertheless, Jiang Shua expressed, "This is merely a fraction of the wine. It is insufficient for my own creation," until he discovered that the highest quality wine in his space had escalated to yellow-grade premium. He ceased his extensive scavenging. The upper limit for ordinary wine was established. Future opportunities may yield even better options. After collecting wines for 2 months, Jiang Shua resumed his pursuit of extraordinary self-cultivation. As Jiang Shua opened up trade, the reputation of Lingxi wine soared within days upon arriving in each city. However, as of now, he had only released yellow-grade low-tier spirit wine. On one hand, this grade was already the limit for mortals, as anything higher would be toxic. On the other hand, the reason this wine gained fame among extraordinary beings was due to its ability to enable awakeners to reach level 1 after consuming a 500 milliliter bottle, with continued consumption significantly shortening the time required to progress from level 1 to level 2. However, beyond the second tier, the effects would lead to fractures and more fractures. Yet, given that there were only a few third-tier extraordinary beings currently, the first and second tiers constituted the main force. Thus, this grade was perfectly suitable. Moreover, Jiang Shua feared that this group of extraordinary beings could advance too rapidly, becoming unmanageable. Additionally, they lacked equivalent items to trade with him. As for why there was suddenly a distinction in ability levels, it was primarily because the growth of abilities was perceivable. Therefore, the classification of ability levels was straightforwardly and bluntly named from awakening to first tier, second tier, and so forth. It can be said that sometimes, even without conditions for exchanging information, certain matters can still reach a consensus. Jiang Shua refrained from releasing higher-tier wines, yet he had released quite a substantial amount of yellow-grade low-tier wines. But the government and military had procured most of them. Thus, the presence of Lingxi in every city Jiang Shua visited was marked by a price yet no market. Moreover, these major cities in the country were becoming increasingly stable. This was largely because the most powerful extraordinary beings were aligned with the government and military. To some extent, Jiang Shua could be considered a contributor to the stability of these cities. The life-saving effects of this wine for mortals only gained notoriety after Jiang Shua arrived in Kyoto. This was initiated by an extraordinary being he traded with in Kyoto, who, in a desperate attempt to save a dying family member, administered a cup of Lingxi wine, miraculously restoring a life. Following this, it spread widely within the extraordinary circles of the capital. Lingxi wine naturally became legendary in the city of Kyoto. Jiang Shua, the elusive figure, became shrouded in a layer of mystery. In the following days, Jiang Shua, Master Fan, and his son remained in this secluded corner. Jiang Shua provided various ingredients and kitchen supplies. Master Fan, invigorated, exerted his utmost skills to prepare hundreds of dishes for Jiang Shua. Each time Master Fan completed a dish, Jiang Shua would store it in the time-restricted area of his space. Within this area, countless finished dishes could be seen at a glance. These were all the spoils Jiang Shua had collected over the past year, encompassing dishes from various cuisines. On January 10th, after receiving the final dish from Master Fan, Jiang Shua said, "Master Fan, you and your son have worked hard." With a wave of his hand, a box of wine and some food appeared before Master Fan and his son. Their fatigued eyes instantly brightened. After all their toil, this was the reward they sought. One must realize that food was indeed more precious than gold in the current times. With the provisions Jiang Shua provided, if they economized, they could comfortably sustain themselves for over half a year. Before they could express their gratitude, a bottle of the renowned Lu Lang wine appeared in Jiang Shua's hand. "This is the Lingxi wine I promised you. I specifically found this bottle to cover for you." Jiang Shua uttered these words effortlessly, his demeanor unchanging. Master Fan's heart raced with excitement as he carefully accepted the gift. "Young Jiang, you are truly thoughtful. To be honest, you are the only one who could afford to hire me for cooking. Usually, I offer my services for free, yet no one wants them. They fear I might sneak a taste." Master Fan remarked with a look of encountering a benefactor. "In these times, everyone struggles to survive. I have wandered for a year, witnessing countless treacherous situations. Unfortunately, I could only manage to keep myself safe." Jiang Shua replied, sharing an expression that reflected the trials of life. Subsequently, Jiang Shua rose and began to bid farewell while walking out. "Farewell, Master Fan. I hope to find you here upon my return." "Certainly, even if I am no longer here, my son will be," Master Fan called out to Jiang Shua's retreating figure. The only response was Jiang Shua's left hand, raised in a wave, before he suddenly vanished. "Father, that Mr. Jiang." Young Fan had been holding back for several days, and instinctively called out to his father once Jiang Shua departed. "Let us move the things inside. This large piece of meat needs to be processed to preserve it." Master Fan did not respond to his son's curiosity but urged him to secure their provisions, for these were their current sustenance, while Jiang Shua's matters were but distant dreams. Chapter 12. Changes in space that night. In a certain neighborhood in Kyoto, Jiang Shua stood on the balcony, gazing at the dazzling starry sky. "I hope you will still be like this when I return next time," Jiang Shua murmured. He then took out a calendar, circled the date of January 10th, and set it aside on the table. His figure then vanished from the balcony. Two-dimensional space had long since transformed from its desolate state a year ago. The entire expanse was now filled by Jiang Shua. The once vast 8,888 square kilometers had been meticulously organized and cultivated by him. Various grains, fruit trees, vegetables, and precious medicinal herbs were all planted. Additionally, several lakes teemed with diverse fish species, while a few small mountains stood at the edges of the space. where Jiang Shua had constructed various wine cellars. At the foot of these mountains, there were living spaces for various poultry. In the heart of this space, along the lakeside, lay a small bamboo grove, adorned with a scattering of flowers, surrounding a poetic bamboo building and courtyard. Jiang Shua now hovered in midair, surveying the fruits of his labor over the past year. With this space, even if the world were to perish, I could still live in leisure, Jiang Shua declared, thoroughly satisfied. Over the course of a year, Jiang Shua had traveled extensively across the nation, consciously gathering these resources, thereby successfully establishing this small realm. Every plant and animal within this space represented the fruits of Jiang Shua's labor, as he engaged frequently with extraordinary beings. Primarily because these resources were largely in their possession, fortunately, the two-dimensional space automatically adjusted to ensure the survival of each species, making Jiang Shua's efforts worthwhile. The core principle was self-sufficiency. After indulging in his sense of accomplishment by observing the space for a while, Jiang Shua made his way to the bamboo courtyard. In the center of the courtyard stood an ethereal grandeur. This was the transformation that occurred with the arrival of the new year, a portal connecting to a new world. This truly represented the essence of the two-dimensional space. Jiang Shua contemplated as he gazed at the door. Without hesitation, he stepped through it, and as he entered, the entire door transformed into a radiant essence. Merging into this two-dimensional realm, in that instant, the spiritual energy of the two-dimensional space doubled, causing all the plants and animals to tremble in response. The edges of space are visibly expanding outward at this moment. When the area of space doubles its original size, the expansion halts. Meanwhile, after a flash of light, Jiang Shua finds himself at the foot of a mountain. He steadies his mind, and with a mere thought, he instantly perceives the existence of space. Indeed, the space has enlarged, a consequence of the new world. The time within this space remains synchronized with my own. What splendid news! Hee. As long as I can utilize it, I feel at ease. The ability to manipulate space signifies that I can move freely. Shortly thereafter, a translucent panel appears before Jiang Shua. Host: Jiang Shua. Age: 21 years. Cultivation: none. Talent: eternal indestructibility. Eye of Insight: Heaven rewards diligent. Special: dual world space skills. Firearms: return to simplicity. 100100. Expandable: miracle. 0. Miracle charging in 297,700 days. Otherworldly: 1 day for every 10 days of charging. Fortune: 0. Fortune charging in 30 days. Jiang Shua instantly notices the changes on the panel. A new category, Fortune, has appeared. Could this be a feature of the new world? Additionally, the miracle point has been annotated. Charging increases by 1 day for every 10 days in the other world? Is it possible that the flow of time differs between the two realms, where 1 day in Tianqin star corresponds to 10 days here? This is truly remarkable. It effectively multiplies the miracle charging rate by 10. Jiang Shu, ever the ambitious one, laments. Yet, he merely expresses his thoughts. He has ample time and can afford to wait. The talent, Heaven rewards diligence, attained after 70 days, brings tears to his eyes. He openly declares that the miracle has finally acknowledged his aspirations. Although it hasn't directly granted him offensive capabilities, this is far more rewarding. Heaven rewards diligence. Where there is effort, there shall be returns. Through experimentation, Jiang Shua discovers that this talent significantly enhances skill-related abilities. Albeit only to a limit, firearms exemplify this. There remain numerous skills related to driving and the like. Conversely, the enhancement to physical training is relatively minor. If the enhancement for skill-related abilities is rated at 100, then for physical prowess, it might only be 1. Consequently, as of now, his physical fitness is comparable to that of a special forces soldier, and the panel fails to record any information. However, he speculates that physical training might have no upper limit. He merely lacks the means for relevant training. Despite this, Jiang Shua's strength has undergone a profound transformation. Though still reliant on external forces, the combat prowess of someone unskilled in firearms cannot compare to that of someone who can wield a gun with ease. Thus, Jiang Shua dares to engage in trade with extraordinary individuals rather than remaining a burdensome thief. After venting his dissatisfaction, the ever-ambitious Jiang Shua strides toward the mountain's edge, fortunate enough to emerge at the foot of the mountain. Within a few steps, he reaches the mountain trail. Before him lies a series of orderly farmlands, with a village in the distance, houses scattered and smoke gracefully rising. A few children are playing and laughing at the village entrance. Carefree and jubilant, the presence of humanity, and judging by the scene, it appears to be from an ancient era. Jiang Shua ponders, refraining from immediate engagement, opting instead to observe for a time. In the following days, Jiang Shua either concealed himself in the shadows or utilized spatial dislocation to seek out written information within the village. Fortunately, this village seems affluent, with many households possessing one or two books. This allows Jiang Shua to gain a preliminary understanding of the situation. Thankfully, the written language remains familiar. One can only say that Chinese characters and Mandarin are truly remarkable. Next comes the contemplation of how to make contact. A week later, dressed as a scholar and carrying a basket of books, Jiang Shua appears before the village. "Good sir, may I trouble you for a bowl of water?" Jiang Shua politely inquires of an elderly man at the village entrance. "Of course, young master, where are you headed? You seem quite weary." Originally guarded, the old man relaxes slightly upon witnessing Jiang Shua's politeness and then fetches a bowl of water for him. Jiang Shua expresses his gratitude as he receives the bowl, eagerly pouring it into his mouth, feigning a parched appearance. In reality, he does not drink a single drop, but rather transfers it directly into his spatial realm. Just as the old man is wary of Jiang Shua, he too is prepared with utmost vigilance. "My home was struck by disaster, and I fled with companions from my hometown. Alas, we encountered bandits on the way, scattering us once more. All remaining supplies were seized, and we have endured a rough journey to arrive at this esteemed village." Jiang Shua recites his pre-prepared tale. "The world is indeed harsh. You must remain strong," the old man encourages Jiang Shua, seemingly reminiscing about his past. "What are your plans henceforth?" Upon hearing Jiang Shua's words, the old man seems to be reminded of bygone days. After offering encouragement, he poses a further inquiry. "I am unfamiliar with this area and would like to ask you, good sir, how to reach the nearest town?" Jiang Shua respectfully asks. "Continue straight along this road for about half a day's journey, and you shall arrive at Zhenjiang town." The village chief indicates the road ahead. Seeing that he has attained his goal, Jiang Shua quickly expresses his thanks, saying, "I appreciate your guidance, good sir. I shall not impose further." With that, he sets off promptly. Observing Jiang Shua's decisive departure, the old man finds himself momentarily bewildered. Shouldn't the next step involve seeking lodging? His swift and straightforward exit leaves him feeling somewhat unsettled, and he instinctively calls out to Jiang Shua, "Young man, the day is waning, and the nights here can be perilous. Why not rest in our village for the night? As the village chief, I assure you that someone will host you for the evening, and you can depart at dawn." However, Jiang Shua merely waves his hand from afar and continues on his path. The village chief, witnessing this, refrains from further insistence, muttering to himself, "Just a passerby seeking directions. Huh? I thought he was some bandit scouting the area. How disappointing. I was looking forward to something more." Chapter 13. Zhenjiang town a month later. In the morning, Jiang Shua, as usual, ambles leisurely out of his home, greeting the neighbors while making his way to the tavern in town. "Good morning, Uncle Chen. Your second son's handwriting could use some improvement. It's rather unsightly." "Ah, Aunt Wang, are you out washing clothes? Have you had breakfast yet?" "Li Gu, off to work already? Haven't finished Mr. Wang's job yet." "Shao Liuzi, out playing so early? You ought to study harder." The neighbors respond warmly to Jiang Shua, who has only been in the village for a month. They cannot help but take a liking to him. On his first day, he brought delicacies from the town's Xindifeng to visit every household. Treats that are typically reserved for festive occasions. He distributed these to nearly 30 families along the street. Moreover, during his month-long stay, Jiang Shua has hardly cooked at home, spending every day at the town's finest tavern, Luxiangju. It is said that he enjoys fascinating tales, and any intriguing story shared guarantees a sumptuous meal. The elderly saying about not revealing wealth in a strange land holds no sway over young Jiang, who disregards it entirely. With money paving the way, Jiang Shua is perceived by the townsfolk as exceptionally approachable. Naturally, the generosity Jiang Shua displays to the townspeople is relatively modest. Simple acts of kindness hardly cost much, and his hospitality merely serves to gather information. Zhenjiang town is built along the Zhenjiang River, thriving due to its waterway commerce, attracting a myriad of travelers. During his month-long stay at Luxiangju, which overlooks the river. Jiang Shuo has met countless individuals passing through, gradually gaining insight into the broader region. Zhenjiang Town is a fief under the jurisdiction of the Wu Kingdom's Lushui Prefecture, a feudal dynasty that has endured for over 1,500 years. Upon hearing of such a long-lasting feudal dynasty without significant change, Jiang Shuo is astounded. In his previous life, dynasties in Huaxia typically lasted only a few hundred years. How has this millennium-old dynasty managed to sustain itself? Before Jiang Shuo can delve deeper into the mysteries of this thousand-year dynasty, he is directly informed of a rumor. The Wu Kingdom is said to be backed by immortal beings. The legends of immortals have long circulated in this world. However, ordinary people spend their lives merely hearing tales, never witnessing them. Jiang Shuo feels as though he is preparing for a prosperous war, only to receive the enemy's surrender at the outset. The feeling is quite perplexing. Yet, this auspicious start does not bring Jiang Shuo good fortune. In the subsequent month, no further news emerges regarding this matter. Instead, the rumors of the Wu Kingdom's martial world provide Jiang Shuo with ample information. The Master of the Celestial Tower has broken through to the innate level, becoming the first master-level expert in 50 years within the Wu Kingdom. A young swordsman from the western region emerged, defeating 13 renowned swordsmen from the west. A world-shattering punch by Lu Chunzhou challenges the blade-wielding Shen Pan and Yun Mengzi. Had he not been aware of the existence of cultivation, Jiang Shuo would have been eager to witness the dazzling swordplay of the martial world. After all, he is keen to discover whether firearms or martial arts reign supreme. Upon entering Luxiangju, Jiang Shuo moves with practiced ease and addresses the approaching attendant, the usual. Please. He tosses a silver coin, which the attendant hurriedly catches, yet quickly calls out to Jiang Shuo, Master Jiang, today the upstairs is rather tense. Perhaps you might prefer to sit downstairs. Jiang Shuo halts, intrigued, and inquires. I have been coming to Luxiangju for a month, and all has been calm. What has transpired today? I am unsure, but when I brought tea upstairs, the atmosphere felt so thick it could be cut with a knife. It was exceedingly tense. The attendant wipes non-existent sweat from his brow, displaying a look of lingering fear. Ah, you are quite observant. I commend you. Remember to bring what is needed. Jiang Shuo generously bestowed a piece of silver, as was his customary practice, and ascended the stairs to the second floor with unwavering determination. Master Jiang, the young servant, noticing Jiang Shuo's continued ascent, could not help but exclaim. Yet, Jiang Shuo had already reached the second floor, where he encountered an unusual gathering of over a dozen, perhaps even 20, roguish figures from the martial world. The commotion caused by Jiang Shuo's arrival immediately drew the attention of all present. The atmosphere, as the young servant had remarked, momentarily became suffocatingly tense. However, Jiang Shuo appeared impervious to the unfolding drama above, making a beeline for his usual table. Yet, to his surprise, that prime spot was currently occupied by a man in his 30s, clad in a gray short outfit, his hair casually tied back in a somewhat disheveled manner that only accentuated his untamed demeanor. On the table lay a pot of the renowned Wan Lu Chun from Luxiangju, accompanied by a plate of side dishes, which lent him the air of a lavish feast. A tattered knife, wrapped in ragged cloth, leaned against the table's edge, adding an ominous touch to the scene. Friend, would you mind sharing the table? Jiang Shuo boldly approached, plopping himself down opposite the man and speaking directly. The man's eyes flickered with confusion. Was this person truly oblivious to the tension above? Please, go ahead. Despite the multitude of cautionary words that danced on the tip of his tongue, he ultimately settled for these two simple words. At that moment, a trembling servant from Luxiangju appeared, carefully balancing Jiang Shuo's usual dishes: braised beef, stir-fried eel, red braised pork, steamed Zhenjiang fish, and sought ed bok choy, along with a pot of warm Wan Lu Chun. After setting the dishes down, the servant nimbly retreated downstairs. Meanwhile, Jiang Shuo remained utterly unfazed by the atmosphere above, relishing his meal with undisguised delight. The man observed the tantalizing dishes before Jiang Shuo and, upon comparing them to his own meager fare, found his appetite waning. The previously brazen aura about him was swiftly vanquished by the aroma of the culinary delights. As he watched Jiang Shuo indulge with unabashed enthusiasm, he unconsciously swallowed hard. The sound was particularly pronounced in the stillness of the second floor. Jiang Shua glanced at him in surprise before suggesting, "How about joining in?" "Absolutely." The man seemed to have been waiting for this very invitation. Swiftly grabbing a piece of the red braised pork he had long coveted, the two began to feast unabashedly, momentarily transforming the previously tense atmosphere into something decidedly peculiar. The remaining dozen or so martial figures stared dumbfounded at Jiang Shua and his companion, occasionally emitting sounds of swallowed saliva. Finally, a burly man with a fierce expression slammed his palm down on the table, bellowing, "Jiang Yunsheng, if you do not surrender the legacy of the heavenly absolute recluse today, prepare to share your next life with the fish and shrimp of the Zhenjiang River." With the outburst, others soon joined in the clamor. Jiang Shua and the man, jolted back to reality by the fierce roar, exchanged glances, and amidst the uproar, Jiang Shua remarked to himself, "Is this really happening? Are we diving straight into a tale of murder and treasure hunting, a saga of vengeance from the martial world? How thrilling!" Jiang Yunsheng, hearing Jiang Shua's words, wore a look of utter disbelief. Jiang Yunsheng's countenance darkened as he observed Jiang Shua's nonchalance, and he candidly stated, "Apologies, but despite having heard of the martial world's blades and swords, this is my first actual encounter. I can't help but feel a tad exhilarated. Please, continue." He gestured invitingly, then poured himself a cup of wine, preparing to enjoy the unfolding drama. Jiang Yunsheng found himself somewhat admiring this dining companion, sensing no trace of true energy emanating from him. Yet here he was, maintaining his composure in such a volatile situation, even exhibiting a keen interest in the unfolding events, truly fearless of collateral damage. Thus, Jiang Yunsheng began, "Logically speaking, coming from Shangrao County, you should not recognize me. Yet today, a ticket happened to fixate on me the moment I disembarked. They even seemed to know I possessed the legacy of the heavenly absolute recluse. This is quite intriguing. I shall not inquire how you came to know, but let us engage in a bout first." With that, Jiang Yunsheng swiftly drew the knife from the table, delivering a powerful strike toward the leading burly man. Taken by surprise, the man could only raise his weapon in defense. The moment of impact, he felt an overwhelming force from Jiang Yunsheng's blade, compelling his knee to buckle involuntarily. Crack! The wooden floor of the second floor instantly bore several new fissures. The burly man's face drained of color as he realized his knee was ruined. By heavens! How formidable! Jiang Shua exclaimed in astonishment as he witnessed Jiang Yunsheng's overwhelming prowess, causing him to question his previous underestimation of the martial arts world. As the others observed Jiang Yunsheng's ferocious assault, they hastily drew their own weapons and surged forward. Unfazed, Jiang Yunsheng deftly maneuvered through the throng, his blade dancing as he parried their attacks, swiftly slicing through opponents' wrists like a serpent striking its prey. In a seamless motion, he reversed his grip on the knife and executed a sweeping strike, forcing back additional assailants. Harnessing the momentum of his last move, he pivoted, launching himself at one individual, delivering a devastating blow to their chest. Blood erupted forth as the victim was sent flying several meters, crashing into tables and chairs. Jiang Yunsheng stood at the center of the chaos, his knife poised, its tip touching the ground, blood streaming down its blade. He had instantly neutralized 3 opponents, instilling a sense of dread in every onlooker. Slowly lifting his gaze, he emanated a chilling aura as he uttered, "Come again." With that, the floorboards beneath him splintered, and he charged back into the fray. His knife a seamless extension of his being, inflicting wounds from every conceivable angle. Before long, aside from Jiang Shua, who continued to sip his wine and observe the spectacle, only Jiang Yunsheng remained standing, exuding an aura of lethal intent. The remaining figures either clutched their wounds or writhed in agony, with one unfortunate soul left in a state of unconsciousness. Jiang Yunsheng slowly returned to his seat, resting the knife across his lap, directly facing the now trembling burly man. "Now, we can discuss who you are and how you came to know of me," Jiang Yunsheng remarked with deliberate calmness. The burly man, having been thoroughly intimidated by Jiang Yunsheng's display of strength, quaked in fear, his lips quivering uncontrollably. I think I might know a little." A voice suddenly emerged from behind Jiang Yunsheng. Turning to see Jiang Shua, who was still holding a cup of wine while gazing out at the bustling scene outside. Jiang Yunxing thought, "This young man possesses remarkable courage in such a tumultuous scenario. He remains unperturbed, and I, Jiang, am duly impressed." Jiang Yunxing chose not to press Jiang Shuo for information, but instead offered him a nod of respect. Before a senior like Jiang, how could a mere youth dare to boast of courage? Jiang Shuo surveyed the blood-strewn floor and the chorus of groans, sensing that Jiang Yunxing's words bore a hint of mockery. These individuals have all arrived in Zhenjiang over the past few days. Although their arrivals were staggered, they all traveled on the same vessel, marked by the character song. As Jiang Shuo's words resonated in the air, the expressions on Jiang Yunxing and the burly man's faces shifted dramatically. Unbeknownst to them, they both spoke in unison, "You, the Song family of Wudu." Truly relentless, Jiang Shuo, observing the burly man's sudden calmness, remarked, "Your acting skills are commendable. You could easily win an Oscar." Although Jiang Yunxing did not grasp the significance of Oscar, he recognized that this was not the moment for trivial concerns. The mere presence of someone from the Song family indicated a potential risk of exposure to his whereabouts. Clinging to the faint hope that the news of his encounter had not yet spread, he inquired, "You haven't reported my whereabouts, have you?" With that, an air of menace enveloped the room. The burly man, who had initially intended to maintain his bravado, found himself utterly deflated under Jiang Yunxing's imposing presence. And in a panic, divulged everything. However, the situation was not as Jiang Yunxing had hoped. They had already relayed the information back upon discovering him. Moreover, the reason these lowly martial practitioners dared to intercept Jiang Yunxing was that their superiors had concealed the true extent of his peak prowess. Jiang Yunxing's expression soured at this revelation, realizing that despite his arduous efforts to evade the Song family's pursuit and locate the possible whereabouts of the heavenly absolute recluse, he had been discovered. "So, you lot are merely minions without any real power. I thought as much, given the drastic change in demeanor," Jiang Shuo remarked, feigning disappointment as he listened to the burly man's explanation. "Just days ago, these individuals appeared as mere thugs, yet today, they present themselves as skilled fighters. No wonder I failed to recognize them at first. Of course, had I chosen to employ my insightful eye, none would have dared to masquerade before me. This Song family of Wudu commands 4 major factions. Which one do you belong to?" Jiang Yunxing inquired with a tone laced with irritation. His temple throbbed with frustration at the thought of having evaded numerous skilled opponents only to stumble upon a band of petty thugs. The burly man, speaking cautiously, replied, "We belong to the Qingbang. We were just accepted as outer disciples 2 months ago. This is our first task since joining." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunxing felt a wave of darkness wash over him. As an internal battle began between angelic and demonic thoughts. What a wretched fate! Should I eliminate them all? I cannot allow the martial world to learn of this. Where would I place my dignity? Yet, there is this young brother. He is innocent, but he has heard everything, which makes him a liability. Jiang Shuo gazed at Jiang Yunxing, who was inexplicably changing expressions, and he likely could not fathom the turmoil within Jiang Yunxing's heart. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to alert this master of expressions about the situation outside the window. Perhaps, Senior Jiang might want to take a look at the circumstances along the river outside. Chapter 15. The Realms of Warriors. Young masters of the Jianghu at that moment, at the dock in Zhenjiang. All the onlookers on the shore were captivated by the grand vessel moored in the harbor. The ship loomed tall and magnificent. Its sleek hull painted a profound shade of blue. At the bow, an exquisite pavilion rose high, adorned with a massive flag bearing the character song, fluttering in the wind. On the wooden deck, a row of warriors clad in black, wielding weapons, exuded an aura that warned others to keep their distance. Within the pavilion stood a young swordsman draped in a flowing black robe, a dark red sash cinching his waist, and in his hand, he held a finely crafted longsword, radiating an air of aloofness. Inside Liuxiang Pavilion, Jiang Yunxing silently observed the Song family's ship through the window, lost in thought. Jiang Shuo looked at the ostentatious figure aboard the ship and remarked, "This person possesses quite an extraordinary demeanor." Only then did Jiang Yunxing snap back to reality and say, "Song Daoan, the pillar of the younger generation of the Song family, wields the Qingyue sword of the Song clan with few rivals. At such a young age, he has already attained the pinnacle of the acquired realm. He is poised to break through to the innate realm within 5 years. What does that even mean? Little Jiang Shua posed a profound question. Jiang Yunsheng, taken aback by Jiang Shua's inquiry, regarded his younger brother with a look that seemed to say, "Where on earth did this little fool come from? Don't look at me like that. I already explained it to the senior earlier. This is the first time I've encountered such a thing in the Jianghu. Please, Senior Jiang, enlighten me on the basics." Jiang Shu earnestly implored Jiang Yunsheng. Jiang Yunsheng felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. How could one be so oblivious yet so audacious, not even fearing for their own life? He then exhaled a long breath and explained, "The realms of warriors progress from the third-rate physique refinement to the second-rate meridian opening, and finally to the first-rate muscle transformation. Collectively, these 3 realms are known as the acquired realm. Refining the physique is the easiest. With enough time, one can achieve it. For those of average talent, it takes 10 years. For those of medium talent, 5 years. And for those of superior talent, merely 1 year. Meridian opening is far more challenging, with the first stage of sensing qi often halting 5 or 6 out of 10 aspirants. Even if one is fortunate enough to advance, the 12 standard meridians and 8 extraordinary meridians are the lifelong burdens of many a hero. As for muscle transformation, it is as daunting as climbing to the heavens. This realm is deemed the graveyard of warriors. A slight misstep could lead to injury or death. To traverse these 3 realms is to become one of the most distinguished figures in the Wu Kingdom. Beyond that, the secrets of breaking through to the innate realm are known only to the direct lineage of various factions. Even if one is aware, only about 10 to 12% can truly achieve the breakthrough. Now, do you comprehend just how formidable we are at the pinnacle of the acquired realm? Jiang Yunsheng spoke with a tone of nostalgia, as if recalling the arduous journey that had brought him to this point. And what about the master of the Tiangard Pavilion? Jiang Shua interjected, somewhat deflating the mood. Jiang Yunsheng shot him a glance exasperated. This little brother had no sense of the situation. Here he was, praising himself, and Jiang Shua had to bring up a mountain. Nevertheless, he replied, "The master of Tiangard Pavilion is the most astonishing talent in the past century in the Wu Kingdom, from his emergence until now. He has overshadowed the Jianghu of Wu Kingdom and the neighboring kingdoms of Jing, Nanfeng, and Dongyi like a formidable mountain. Such a person is best avoided. We would only be courting trouble. Moreover, he has attained the master realm, where, in the absence of immortals, all can move freely." Upon finishing, Jiang Yunsheng sighed with a hint of melancholy, seemingly contemplating whether he could ever reach such heights in his lifetime. Meanwhile, Jiang Shua seized upon the crux of Jiang Yunsheng's words, excitedly exclaiming, "So there truly are immortals in this world." At that moment, a commotion erupted outside, drawing Jiang Yunsheng's attention. He saw Song Daoan, who had been posturing on his ship, engaging in combat with a young gunman. Both exhibited exceptional lightness of foot, battling from the ship's pavilion all the way to the street. The clash of qi sent shockwaves through the area, much to the distress of the merchants, whose stalls were left in disarray. Yet none dared to voice their grievances, fearing for their lives should either combatant inadvertently take them out. Jiang Yunsheng observed, muttering, "Little Gun King Li Fei is here too. Isn't this the lair of a preeminent innate expert from a century past? The young talents of this generation are arriving one after another." As his words fell, a figure approached, a man clad in white, wielding a folding fan, who gracefully landed amidst the fray of Song Daoan and Li Fei. With a flick of his fan, he disarmed both combatants and stood between them, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect, saying, "Gentlemen, this is a small place called Zhenjiang. If you continue to fight, you will bring ruin upon your homes. Might I request that you show a modicum of restraint for Su's sake?" Song and Li seemed to regard this individual with considerable deference and promptly withdrew. The young pavilion master Su Jiwen, Jiang Yunsheng murmured in astonishment, not expecting this person to appear. "Little brother, we must leave quickly. Even one of them would be a formidable opponent, let alone all 3 together. If a fight breaks out, I won't be able to protect you." Jiang Yunsheng urged sincerely, unsure why he felt such concern for a young man from a small town. Perhaps it was the bond of kindred spirits, as his brief time with Jiang Shua had brought him an inexplicable sense of comfort. "Senior Jiang need not worry about me. I am more than capable of keeping myself safe." Moreover, I am already embroiled in this affair. Besides, it is too late to leave now. Jiang Shua pointed towards the three figures of Su Jiwen and his companions soaring across the rooftops. Before he could finish his sentence, the trio had arrived at the entrance of Liuxiang Pavilion and ascended directly to the second floor. Meanwhile, on the dock, several of Song's guards hastened towards their location. Su Jiwen and his companions reached the second floor and were greeted by the sight of a floor littered with rolling bodies and Jiang Shua and Jiang Yunsheng sitting by the window. Drinking, Song Daowen's expression shifted slightly upon seeing his men sprawled across the floor. He quickly called out, and the recently arrived guards of the Song family cleared the second floor. He then spoke. Jiang Yunsheng, we finally meet. It is time for you to return what belongs to the Song family. As soon as the words left his mouth, Jiang Yunsheng had yet to respond when Little Gun King Li Fei interjected. Song, when did the possessions of Tianju Sanren become the property of your Song family? Are you recognizing him as your ancestor now? And when you recognized your ancestors, did you even ask for their consent? At this, Jiang Shua became intrigued by the young man in red, wielding a silver spear. A true template of a fearless young hero, unafraid to challenge the powerful. Song Daowen's forehead twitched with rage at Li Fei's words. His impatience palpable as he retorted, Tianju Sanren Song Shuedong is not my family's ancestor. Could he possibly be yours? Li Fei was momentarily taken aback, realizing that he had indeed been speaking of someone's ancestor. He turned to Su Jiwen for confirmation, who could only nod helplessly, affirming, he is indeed Song's ancestor. Damn. Your Song family really has an impressive lineage. You must have an abundance of offspring, akin to pigs. As soon as the words left his mouth, a profound silence enveloped the scene. Song Daowen's face visibly darkened, his jaw clenched as he gritted his teeth. Li Fei. Chapter 16. Tianju Sanren in the end. The two did not engage in a fight, yet the atmosphere had been significantly lightened by Li Fei's remarks. After a moment of silence, it was Jiang Yunsheng who finally broke the stillness, stating, I regret to inform you that I cannot relinquish the legacy of Tianju Sanren. Upon hearing this, Song Daowen hastily opened his mouth to respond, but Su Jiwen interrupted him. Unfazed by the commotion, Jiang Yunsheng continued, this matter not only concerns my future path, but also represents my master's wish to prevent his lineage from returning to your Song family. At these words, Song Daowen fell silent, while Li Fei felt a sense of relief. However, just as he was about to express his emotions, Su Jiwen swiftly covered his mouth with his fan. Jiang Yunsheng, undeterred, pressed on, the identity of Tianju Sanren has remained unchanged. Your Song family has never considered accepting a descendant of this lineage for a century. Yet, 3 months ago, you suddenly demanded that I surrender his legacy, which surely indicates you have come to know certain secrets. However, this is a secret even my master, the direct descendant, is unaware of, yet you are all clamoring for it. Logically speaking, Tianju Sanren was merely an innate warrior upon his death. Your Song family has a millennium of heritage, and you possess master-level legacies. Why, then, are you suddenly so interested in the lineage of an offshoot's innate legacy? This has been the conundrum I've been grappling with for the past 3 months. Yet today, the direct disciple of the master of Tian Guard Pavilion and the sole heir of Gun King Li Chenghuan have both appeared here. This clearly indicates the immense value of the legacy of Tianju Sanren. Yet only you appear, which leaves me feeling conflicted. Can anyone explain this to me? Having finished, Jiang Yunsheng poured himself a drink and downed it in one gulp, then quietly observed the three, Jiang Shua, brimming with enthusiasm, munched on his food, eagerly awaiting the unfolding of events. Having spent over a month here, hearing countless rumors yet no substantial news, he never anticipated that when something did happen, it would be so momentous. Everything that had transpired and all he had heard thoroughly satisfied his curiosity about the Jianghu. Martial arts, brawls, feuds among the aristocracy, the inheritance of sects, and the influence of the martial world. Upon reflecting on these matters, Jiang Shua could not help but seize the wine jug, pouring himself a cup. Alas, it's empty. Waiter, bring another jug of wine. Jiang Shua shouted. The few silent individuals immediately turned their gazes toward him, wondering where this person had come from and if he possessed any sense of awareness. I'll bring a few more jugs. Seeing the attention of the crowd fixated on him, Jiang Shua remembered that one jug would not suffice for everyone. and thus called out to the inn's attendant again, Su Jiwen, Song Dawan, Li Fei, are we the kind of people who would skimp on a jug of wine? Jiang Yunxing burst into hearty laughter. Recognizing that this newly acquainted brother was indeed extraordinary, at that moment, Su Jiwen fanned out his gilded fan, drawing everyone's attention and said, "Allow me to address this matter." Upon hearing Su Jiwen speak, Song Dawan instinctively wished to intervene, but the words died on his lips. Half a year ago, the foremost powers of the Wu Kingdom suddenly received a message concerning the inheritance of the immortal realm. The pivotal figure in this affair was none other than the Celestial Desolator, a hermit who had traversed the world after attaining innate mastery a century ago, by a stroke of fortune. He returned with various items from the immortal realm, including a token from the Blazing Sect, which could grant direct entry into the inner circle of the Blazing Court, though it remains a mystery why he did not join the sect at that time, instead returning to the Wu Kingdom to establish this cave dwelling. Yet, once this news spread, all the top powers began searching for information regarding the Celestial Desolator. You are well aware of the subsequent events you personally experienced. At this juncture, both Su Jiwen and Li Fei exchanged concerned glances with Song Dawan. This was a resource that the Song family could have monopolized, and it greatly held the potential to pave the way for Song Dawan's ascension. However, all of this was but a fleeting memory. The reason we are here is that the cave is protected by formations arranged by Song Shuetong, making it inaccessible to those of innate mastery. The elders from various families agreed that the younger generations, those below innate mastery, would seek the inheritance of the Celestial Desolator, and whoever obtained it would claim it as their own. Although each family feared the machinations of hidden hands, no one could resist the temptation of a mortal inheritance. Su Jiwen's last remark carried an unspoken sense of lament. Before the allure of eternal life, no one can withstand its pull. Upon hearing this explosive news, Jiang Shua and Jiang Yunxing exhibited contrasting reactions. Jiang Yunxing fell into a deep silence, utterly unable to fathom the greatness of his ancestor. He also realized that he could not safeguard this inheritance. Today, he had only met these three individuals, but surely not only these three. On the surface, he could easily think of the pinnacle of the young generation in the Wu Kingdom, Shilai Yijin Lu Wusheng, knife maniac Wang Chang'an, and the astonishing Xikong Jing. The thought of such a group of prodigies fixating on him left Jiang Yunxing feeling utterly powerless. Ha ha, I truly am a coveted delicacy. In contrast, Jiang Shua was overflowing with excitement. His arrival in this world was precisely for this purpose, immortal cultivation, a path to harnessing great power for oneself. Even though Jiang Shua had achieved an indestructible state, he lacked true strength. Without strength, one must endure defeat. This was the wisdom of his ancestors. Whether to live freely for eternity or to merely survive in obscurity, the distinction was clear. Moreover, despite appearing calm in front of these martial masters, he knew that they could do him no harm. Thus, in this realm of mortals, Jiang Shua could be said to act with complete freedom, initially believing that he would have to endure countless trials to obtain the path of immortal cultivation. He found it now presented before him on a silver platter. However, there was no need to rush. He would let these martial experts undertake the exploration. He would simply reap the rewards in the end. Jiang Shua pondered to himself, having already grasped the information. From now on, he need only keep an eye on these individuals. The reactions of the two were noted by Su Jiwen and the others. Jiang Yunxing's response was anticipated. However, Jiang Shua's exuberance left them puzzled yet ultimately unperturbed. After all, he was merely an ordinary citizen, inconsequential in the eyes of these lofty martial masters. At this juncture, you have two choices. Song Dawan spoke up, stating, "First, hand over the key to the inheritance site. I will ensure you receive a share of innate resources. Second, join us in entering that cave. Fate shall decide our lives and deaths." Song Dawan's words astonished Li Fei, who exclaimed, "Well, would you look at that, Song Dawan? I thought you were going to eliminate all competition." Song Dawan cast a sidelong glance at Li Fei and calmly replied, "Regardless. This is the lineage of my Song family. As the leader of this generation of the Song family, I cannot allow such a promising individual on the verge of innate mastery to simply vanish. There are few of such cultivation levels within my own circle." Jiang Yunxing also cast a surprised glance at Song Dawan, contemplating for a moment before saying, "Having reached this point, if I do not venture forth, I fear I may never attain innate mastery in this lifetime." Upon hearing Jiang Yunxing's response, Su Jiwen and the others saw no further need to linger. After agreeing on a time, they exchanged knowing glances with Jiang Shuo. At that moment, Jiang Shuo put on a standard smile and said, "I shall be your guide, showing you around Zhenjiang for a few days. How about that?" Chapter 17. The Stone Cave 3 days later. On the second floor of the fragrant retreat, where Jiang Shuo once cherished his favorite spot, now sat 5 individuals. Song Daoan, are your guards truly up to the task? It has been 3 days, and they have yet to find a single clue within a 100-mile radius. Li Fei, filled with boredom, poked at the air outside with the tip of his spear. Had it not been for the faint sounds of air being split, Jiang Shuo might have thought he was genuinely bored. You mentioned a 100-mile radius. If you do not articulate clearly, I would have assumed it was merely a matter of inches, Song Daoan retorted with a leisurely sarcasm. Before Li Fei could shoot back, Su Jiwen interjected with irritation. Can you both not sit quietly and enjoy breakfast without hurling barbs at each other the moment you meet? Meanwhile, Jiang Shuo and Jiang Yunsheng continued to eat and drink, treating it as an entertaining spectacle. Just then, hurried footsteps resounded from downstairs, and before long, a guard from the Song family reported to the group. "We have discovered traces of the cave at Tiger Peak Mountain, 20 miles outside the town." Upon hearing the name Tiger Peak Mountain, Jiang Shuo paused momentarily, a flicker of something unusual crossing his eyes. He quickly resumed his nonchalance, sipping his wine, thankful that the others were preoccupied with the guard and did not notice his subtle change. "What are we waiting for? Let's go!" Li Fei exclaimed in excitement, seizing his spear and beckoning the others to set off. Su Jiwen and Song Daoan also wasted no time in picking up their weapons, preparing to depart. Meanwhile, Jiang Yunsheng turned to Jiang Shuo and clasped his hands, saying, "Brother Jiang, I beg your pardon for the past few days. Had it not been for the fear of leaks, I would not have confined you so." "No worries, Brother Jiang, you are too kind. The hospitality from young Master Song has been quite generous these past few days. I have gained considerable insight." Jiang Shuo shook his head, expressing understanding of their actions. Go be frank, had they not been relatively young and still possessed a sense of chivalry, he might have found himself feeding fish in Zhenjiang. Over the past few days, Su Jiwen and the others had come to regard Jiang Shuo with newfound respect. An ordinary citizen, conversing so freely in front of 4 peak martial artists, was indeed a rarity. Yet, they ultimately belonged to 2 disparate worlds. And the more they learned about him, the less favorable it was for Jiang Shuo. After all, it would be difficult for someone of his age without any martial arts prowess to have further ties with them in this lifetime. After bidding farewell at the entrance of the fragrant retreat, Su Jiwen and Jiang Yunxing mounted their horses and sped toward their destination. Jiang Shuo watched their graceful figures with a slight smile, then turned to head home, absent-mindedly muttering, "Until we meet again." 2 hours later, Su Jiwen and the others arrived at a stone cave at Tiger Peak Mountain. To their astonishment, they found a door at the entrance of the cave. In such a remote mountainous area, who would have thought to install a door here? "I must say, your Song family has quite the unique ideas." Li Fei seized every opportunity to provoke Song Daoan. However, at this moment, Song Daoan paid him no heed, directing his gaze toward Jiang Yunsheng. "My guards have tried to open this door, but to no avail. It's your turn now." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunsheng stepped forward, saying, "If this truly is the cave of the Celestial Desolator, then this should be of use." With that, he thrust his knife forward, and the blade seemed to encounter some resistance before smoothly continuing onward. Suddenly, a thin membrane, visible to the naked eye, shattered with a soft pop. All present stared in astonishment at the knife in Jiang Yunsheng's hand. What a surprise! No one could have predicted that old Jiang would brazenly wield the heirloom for such a purpose. This is quite the hidden gem indeed. At this moment, Jiang Shuo, having borrowed the space, also gazed at the scene in astonishment, exclaiming. In fact, he had arrived at the site before Su Jiwen and the others. As soon as the guard mentioned Tiger Peak Mountain, Jiang Shuo had already discerned the location of the cave. Tiger Peak Mountain was precisely the mountain he first set foot upon entering this world. However, at that time, he stood at the base, while the cave lay at a certain height on the opposite side. Arriving early, he had intended to use the properties of space to directly enter the cave. But unexpectedly, the space that had always been reliable could not pass through. Beyond the thin membrane that Jiang Yunxing had pierced, the entire cave was shrouded in a layer. That must be the legendary formation. Though he could not ascertain whether it was due to his lack of any realm that prevented him from passing through, or if it was because the formation had yet to be disrupted at this entrance. Jiang Shua contemplated deeply. Upon entering this world, not only did the spatial realm present peculiar phenomena, but the Eye of Insight also encountered significant issues. When I previously met Jiang Yunxing, I activated the Eye of Insight. Yet aside from names, there was nothing revealed. Ironically, those minions were still able to discern some information. Considering the circumstances surrounding the Eye of Insight, it is highly probable that my lack of cultivation is the underlying cause. However, this should soon cease to be a concern. As Jiang Shua observed the grand entrance of the stone cavern slowly opening after Jiang Yunxing pierced through that thin membrane, he felt a rush of excitement shared by his companions, as there was no longer any doubt regarding the authenticity of this place. What followed would depend on each individual's capabilities, instantly transforming the atmosphere among the group from harmonious to tense. Suddenly, a shadow darted from the dense thicket, leaping into the stone cavern in a matter of moments. This individual acted like a switch, instantly bringing forth several others who rushed towards the entrance. Night Owl Luolong, Shilai Ijin Lu Wuxing, Knife Mad King Chang'an, and the astonished Sikong Jing from the 100 Miles, along with a few others who likely were not from the Wu Kingdom's martial world. The first to enter was indeed the renowned treading snow-seeking Plum Gongya Yang. Song Dawan remarked coldly, "After following us for several days, they chose this moment to reap the rewards. It seems fitting that they would do so." Su Jiwen, however, fanned himself nonchalantly, showing no intent to obstruct their path. Though the others were taken aback by Su Jiwen's demeanor, the opportunity awaited them, leaving no room for hesitation. In a mere stretch of a few dozen meters, they surged into the stone cavern. It appears this hidden abode harbors unknown dangers, and the 3 days spent together were merely to prevent my abduction and the leakage of information. Given the current situation, I seem to be merely a pawn in their grand design. This is likely the result of Su Jiwen's scheming, and the earlier subtle tensions were nothing more than a performance for those lurking in the shadows. Clearly, they have been discreetly communicating without my knowledge. Perhaps this location has been known to them for quite some time. After all this waiting, they were likely biding their time for this group. One must never underestimate others. Had I not possessed the spatial ability to witness all this, I too would have been just another pawn in their plans. Jiang Shua analyzed as he observed Su Jiwen and his companions regrouping. An hour passed, and the impatiently Fei finally spoke. "Is it about time? Aren't you afraid of being outpaced?" Meanwhile, Su Jiwen and Song Dawan cast their gazes toward Jiang Yunxing, their eyes reflecting a questioning intent. It seems these individuals, along with the pets raised by Tianju Sanren within the cavern, have nearly exhausted their resources. A few remaining should not pose a significant impact. Let us proceed. Subsequently, the pent-up group surged into the stone cavern, closely followed by the expectant Jiang Shua. Chapter 18. Exotic Beasts, Treasures Acquired. Chapter 19. Endings and Beginnings. The Figures Behind the Scenes. Chapter 20. Jade Tablets. A Series of Twists and Turns. Chapter 21. The Traveler and First Steps in Cultivation. Chapter 22. Finally Gaining the Ability to Fight Back. Chapter 23. The Turbulence of Jianghu. Heart in Turmoil. Chapter 24. Between Life and Death. Chapter 25. Conclusion. Chapter 26. Water Heart Flower. Encountering the Serpent. Experiments. Chapter 27. Vermilion Fruit and Serpent. Chapter 28. The Fall of the Celestial Star. Chapter 29. Playing the Fool to Devour the Small. Chapter 30. The Fire of the Earth's Veins. Another Confrontation. Chapter 31. The City of Celestial Breaks. Chapter 32. Inventory of Gains. Chapter 33. Gu Ming's Aspirations for Cultivation. The Division of Spiritual Roots. Chapter 34. The Sea of Falling Stars and the Secret Realm. Chapter 35. Divine Abilities. Gu Ming's Cultivation Journey. Chapter 36. Caregiver Level Guidance and Alchemy Techniques. Chapter 37. Sect Practitioners and Old Acquaintances. Chapter 38. Slaps to the Face and Pill Patterns. Chapter 39. The Old Fox and the Youngster. Chapter 40. The Hierarchy of Pill Patterns. A City Pass Through. Chapter 41. The Yin-Yang Body Refinement Technique. Chapter 42. Flying Boats. Journeys, Departures Chapter 43, Return to Tianqin Star Chapter 44, Midnight Killings Chapter 45, A Painting Chapter 46, The Extraordinary Affairs Bureau Captain. You re-alive. In the medical department of the Extraordinary Affairs Bureau in Kyoto, when Xiaoming was overjoyed to see her captain, thoroughly wrapped in bandages. Ah, you finally returned, Xiaoming. I was about to send someone to find you. Seeing her captain, battered yet still concerned for her, when Xiaoming burst into tears. How wonderful. I thought you had perished. Wah? Observing when Xiaoming weeping like a child, Li Jun felt a sense of comfort. All right, no more tears. Thanks to Xiao Shun and he carrying me back, otherwise, I would have truly met my end this time. It turns out that after the black cat pierced through his body and observed his life force waning, it strolled away with grace. For the black cat, it came to relish the joy of the hunt, not to consume human flesh, as fish is far more delectable. Later, Xiao Shun and he, returning after realizing their captain still had a pulse. Each activated their lightning abilities to rush back to the bureau. They successfully pulled their captain back from the brink of death. Upon hearing Li Jun's explanation, when Xiaoming gave a thumbs up to the two young men in her team, you two didn't falter at a critical moment. Upon receiving her praise, the two young men could only scratch their heads sheepishly, displaying innocent expressions. By the way, Xiaoming, why did you return so late? Did something happen on the way back? Li Jun inquired with concern. Yes, on the way, I encountered that black cat again. When Xiaoming stated nonchalantly. What? The three men exclaimed in horror. What is going on? This is the medical department. Keep it down. Their voices attracted the ire of the nurses. Everyone knows that the most unwise move in the medical department is to offend the nurses, or their skills in administering injections and changing dressings will plummet. The group quickly apologized, promising to be more mindful. Xiaoming, tell us how you managed to escape that black cat. Once the nurse had left, Li Jun urgently asked, while Xiao Shun and he looked on eagerly. It wasn't so much that I escaped, as I happened to encounter a master who saved me. When Xiaoming stated simply and directly. Just like that. The three men were astonished. This was not the scenario they had envisioned of her outsmarting the black cat. A bit disappointing. JPG when Xiaoming, oblivious to their expressions, continued. It wasn't that simple. That person's combat prowess was extraordinary. With a mere slap, he turned the black cat into a painting, a real painting, which is now affixed to that wall, and the wall itself is entirely undamaged. Can you imagine? Hearing her words, Li Jun's expression grew even graver. Throughout history, interspecies wars have never been kind to humanity. Internal strife has always led to true depletion. With such a supermaster emerging within humanity, who knows what their intentions might be? He had heard that some individuals outside are exploiting their extraordinary abilities to enslave humans, committing deeds that incite universal outrage. Were it not for the current circumstances, those anti-human elements would have long been eradicated. Now, with such a figure appearing in Kyoto, it's hard to predict the future repercussions. We must report to the higher-ups as soon as possible, devise a contingency plan, and gather intelligence on this individual. Just as this thought crossed Li Jun's mind, when Xiaoming's next words left him utterly stunned. Moreover, I know this person. When Xiaoming boldly declared, the three men's minds momentarily crashed, especially Li Jun, who felt as though his thoughts had completely frozen. Stammering, he said, Xiaoming, are you saying you know this person's identity? When Xiaoming nodded solemnly at them, upon seeing her affirmation, Li Jun immediately instructed, Xiao Shun, he, take me to the chief. We must promptly report this situation. Amidst the ensuing flurry of activity, the director of the Extraordinary Affairs Bureau, Iron Rock, a top-tier extraordinary being and master of metal control, appeared in the hospital room. Oldly, I heard you've been injured like this and insisted on seeing me. Speak. What's the matter? Iron Rock said, looking at the injured man before him. Chief, it's like this. Li Jun succinctly recounted Wen Xiaoming's ordeal. After listening, Iron Rock turned to Wen Xiaoming and asked, Ming, you truly encountered this person? Wen Xiaoming nodded earnestly. Yes, director. He is the owner of Lingxi Wine, Jiang Shua. Upon hearing Jiang Shua's name, Iron Rock's brows furrowed instantly. Among the extraordinary beings in Kyoto over the past few months, who has left him perplexed? Jiang Shuo must rank first. It's unavoidable, as this individual is elusive and possesses the currently unparalleled spatial extraordinary abilities. Furthermore, he controls a strategic-grade resource, Lingxi wine. This spirit wine, known for its ability to swiftly assist novice extraordinary beings in overcoming their vulnerable phase, has been sought after by the Extraordinary Affairs Bureau since its appearance in Kyoto, especially after the wine demonstrated its astonishing effects on ordinary individuals. The Bureau has been even more eager to bring it under their control. However, Jiang Shuo is exceedingly difficult to manage. Fortunately, despite his elusive spatial abilities, he poses no significant threat. Upon realizing this, the Extraordinary Affairs Bureau had no choice but to engage in friendly transactions with him. Their relationship has been relatively harmonious, however. A month ago, after placing an order for a substantial batch of prepared dishes from the former court chef, Master Fan, he vanished without a trace. The Extraordinary Affairs Bureau in Kyoto has spent a month searching for his whereabouts to no avail. Just a few days ago, the personnel assigned to the investigation submitted their report, believing that he had already departed from Kyoto. Yet, here we are again. Moreover, according to Wen Xiaoming, this individual's combat prowess has skyrocketed. So, where has he been for the past month? What has he experienced? And what is his current attitude like? Several pressing questions instantaneously flooded Tai Yan's mind. Boss, do you think we should allow Xiaoming to make contact and probe for details? Li Jun, as Tai Yan's subordinate for many years, could easily discern his superior's thoughts from his expression. Thus, he made the suggestion. Upon hearing Li Jun propose that Wen Xiaoming connect with Jiang Shuo, Tai Yan pondered for a moment before responding. That sounds feasible. Ming has met Jiang Shuo at least twice, and he does not harbor any aversion towards you. Indeed, you are the perfect candidate for this engagement. Furthermore, the second meeting was a matter of life and death, Ming. You truly ought to pay a visit and express your gratitude. Wen Xiaoming was well aware of what the two leaders meant. As a soldier, she naturally felt it was her duty. Besides, she was quite curious about Jiang Shuo, so she solemnly declared, "Yes, I assure you I will complete the task." Seeing Wen Xiaoming accept the mission, Tai Yan summoned several individuals who had been observing Jiang Shuo for an extended period via radio, and then they resumed their discussion regarding Jiang Shuo. Subsequent chapter titles omitted for brevity. 1 year later, in the interior of Treasure Island, deep within a certain mountainous region, outside the secluded valley where Jiang Shuo was in seclusion, 3 formidable beast kings, all at the golden core stage, launched an assault on the natural maze surrounding the valley. The earth trembled as the mountains quaked. The mountain range forming the natural maze began to vanish gradually, rendering the maze's effects null and void. Only the naturally occurring formations of heaven and earth could dismantle such a maze. Eagle King, are you certain that this area has drawn the majority of the spiritual energy, even if the maze is broken? There is nothing here, inquired a massive, snow-white tiger with 3 tails. A sharp, resonant eagle cry pierced the air from above. Shortly thereafter, a majestic giant eagle swooped down from the clouds, perching atop a mountain peak. In my eagle's eye, the flow of spiritual energy is directed precisely here. There can be no mistake, the giant eagle asserted sharply. The maze has been breached. Let us charge forth and discover what manner of creature has been siphoning our region's spiritual energy for over half a year. The last of the beast kings, resembling a monkey, declared impatiently before leading the charge into the valley. Upon witnessing this, the Eagle King and Tiger King followed suit and plunged into the depths of the valley. As the 3 beast kings entered, the world around them transformed dramatically. What was once a lush, verdant valley now morphed into a fiery expanse of molten lava. Another formation. How is it that the previous one was not entirely destroyed? The Tiger King grumbled. This does not resemble the natural maze we encountered earlier. It appears to be a formation created by human cultivators. The Monkey King speculated as he surveyed the surroundings. It is not merely a resemblance. It is indeed so. Look ahead, the Eagle King exclaimed, having soared into the air. From the previously visible volcanic crater, a dragon's head emerged. Ordinarily, the presence of such a being would invoke a suppression due to its superior bloodline among beasts. Yet the 3 beast kings felt no such pressure. Thus, the Eagle King concluded that this was indeed a cultivator's formation. Observing its might, he felt it posed no significant threat. I shall destroy it with a single claw. The Tiger King scoffed. And no sooner had he spoken than he charged towards the volcanic dragon's head, intending to obliterate the formation with his sharp claws. As the Tiger King moved, the previously tranquil world began to tremble. What had initially been merely a protruding dragon head now surged forth. 1, 2, 3. In total, 9 fire dragons erupted from the volcanic crater, spiraling through the air and attacking the 3 Beast Kings. The expressions of the 3 Beast Kings changed dramatically, for this display of might was far from the previous weakness. Faced with the advancing 9 fire dragons, the 3 Beast Kings retaliated fiercely. Eagle strike to the sky, tiger roar. Monkey King fist. Inside the formation, the clash between the 3 Beast Kings and the 9 fire dragons commenced. Meanwhile, deep within the valley, Jiang Shuo had already concluded his training while the Beast Kings were wreaking havoc. His cultivation level had astonishingly reached the 6th layer of foundation establishment, a terrifying leap of 3 levels in just 1 year. This remarkable achievement was primarily due to Jiang Shuo's audacious and unrestrained method of cultivation. A year prior, he had ascended to the 4th layer of foundation establishment after merely a month of seclusion. Following that, he advanced to the 5th layer after 4 months, and then to the 6th layer after 7 months. All these results stemmed from Jiang Shuo's relentless extraction of the Earth's spiritual energy from this area. This was also the reason the 3 Beast Kings had come to confront him at this moment, as he had drastically diminished the spiritual energy within a 1,000-mile radius. While this had minimal impact on the lower-ranked beasts in the Qi refining and foundation establishment stages, for the 3 Golden Core Beast Kings, it meant a 30% decline in their cultivation progress. If they failed to locate the source and resolve the issue, they would have to compete with other Beast Kings for territory. Jiang Shuo's ability to absorb and refine such vast amounts of spiritual energy was attributed to the 100-fold intensity of his meridians and the 100-fold efficacy of his spiritual refinement. Moreover, Jiang Shuo had utilized a portion of his fortune to activate an enhanced comprehension of his cultivation technique, propelling his practice of the limitless Xiantian skill to a level of mastery. This further maximized the effects of the star veins, leading to an even more drastic depletion of the spiritual energy in this area. Ultimately, the 3 Beast Kings found themselves compelled to unite in search of Jiang Shuo. The source of their plight. At this moment, Jiang Shuo paid little mind to the chaos wrought by the 3 Beast Kings within his fire dragon formation. Instead, he observed the ethereal remnants of heaven and earth that appeared following the destruction of the outer maze. The spectral imagery depicted the valley where Jiang Shuo currently resided, albeit with the valley brimming with rare treasures. A fireball descended from the heavens, striking the valley's stone walls and forming the cave where Jiang Shuo now dwelled. Subsequently, a line of fire radiated outward from the cave, instantly reducing all the rare treasures to ash. The final scene came to a halt at the nexus of Earth's spiritual energy, where a flickering ember gradually subdued its flames, transforming into an utterly ordinary stone. With this, the cave restored its original visage. After a whole year of draining the spiritual energy pool, one would hardly notice any difference in the stone at this node. These 3 Beast Kings are truly remarkable creatures. Just before my departure, they presented me with such a magnificent gift. Jiang Shuo's gaze seemed to penetrate the very fabric of space, filled with gratitude as he observed the 3 Beast Kings reveling within his formation. The high-grade Shin-level formation could at most confine them for an hour, after which it would collapse due to energy depletion. Of course, if they possessed sufficient strength or knew how to break formations. This array would not endure for long. Regrettably, these 3 exceptional beasts are currently only at the 2nd layer of the Golden Core stage, far from the minimum requirement of the 5th layer to forcefully breach the formation. As for the skills needed to dismantle it, they could only dig through mountains. What do they even understand? Jiang Shuo retracted his appreciative gaze and activated his inside eye to sift through the stones in the spiritual energy pool. Before long, his inside eye identified the elusive ember of the divine material, the earthly spiritual fire, the wood spirit flame, ember state, born from the void realm, absorbs the spiritual essence of the wood spirit region to create a unique spiritual fire that perfectly preserves the efficacy of medicinal herbs while purifying and sublimating them. One of the top-tier flames for alchemists. No wonder I said the terrain here is so favorable, yet there seems to be no rare treasures. It turns out they were all eradicated by you. Jiang Shuo contemplated the information from his inside eye. reminiscing about his earlier ventures in search of treasures. It wasn't that there were none, but rather that they had been absorbed by the wood's spirit flame, reflecting on the abundant spiritual materials in the remnants of the world. Now juxtaposed with the dense weeds, it was like comparing heaven and earth. However, with this item in hand, what more could one desire? This is far more precious than any collection of rare treasures. The Insight Eye even confirmed it as the ultimate flame for an alchemist. I must find an opportunity to test just how superior it truly is. Jiang Shuo picked up the unassuming earthly spiritual fire, delighting in its presence. After admiring it for a while, he stored it away in his space, intending to find a moment to awaken the fire spirit and refine the wood spirit flame. For now, he planned to assess his current strength. The target, of course, would be one of the three beast kings joyously battling within the fire dragon formation. Chapter 139. Testing Strength. Chapter 140. A Setback. Returning to the City. Chapter 141. Murong Su and the Final Boundary-Breaking Vessel. Chapter 142. Beast Assault. Chapter 143. The Power of Magical Artifacts. Chapter 144. Sudden Developments. Chapter 145. Summoning Array. Prioritizing Escape. Chapter 146. Ice Moon Spider. Chapter 147. Pursued in the City of Heavenly Stars. Chapter 148. Aftermath of the Falling Star Sea Incident. Chapter 149. The Library and the Five Sects and Three Clans. Chapter 150. Reunion with Old Friends. Chapter 151. Soul Goo and Healing Waves. Chapter 152. The Reemergence of Pill Patterns and Pills. Chapter 153. The Murong Family's Library. Chapter 154. Techniques. Wood Spirit Flame. Chapter 155. The Final Healing. Chapter 156. Goo Cultivation and Departure. Chapter 157. Various Motivations. Chapter 158. The Great Marsh and the Great Isle. Chapter 159. Deceptive Celestial Techniques. Chapter 160. Starry City. Chapter 161. Stone Tablet. Transactions. Chapter 162. Soul Refinement Techniques. Chapter 163. Heavenly Tablet and Closed Door Points. Chapter 164. Returning to the City. Chapter 165. Staying at the Yu Family. Chapter 166. Secret Realm Intelligence. Chapter 167. Talents and Initiation. Chapter 168. Tracking and Being Tracked. Chapter 169. The Flood of All Laws. Chapter 170. A Journey of Hardship. Chapter 171. Divine Powers and Changes. Chapter 172. The Mischievous Pup and the Veteran Rogue. Chapter 173. Xiaoshuanyu. Mountain Spirits Attack. Chapter 174. Intermittent Displays of Power. Chapter 175. No Longer in the Falling Star Sea. Chapter 176. Chao Di. Chao Qiudao. Chapter 177. Departure and Transformation. Chapter 178. The Path to Fame for the Young. Chapter 179. Invitations Abound. Chapter 180. Setting an Example. Chapter 181. Night Raid. Chapter 182. Return Gift. Chapter 183. Apologies and Self-Delusion. Chapter 184. The Secret History of the Dynasty. Chapter 185. The Scraps of the Southern Flame Spiritual Domain. Chapter 186. Chao Di's Past. Chapter 187. Flowing Cloud Sect. Chapter 188. The Advancing Chao Di. Chapter 189. Mysterious Cultivators. Chapter 190. Breakthrough. Despair. Hope. Chapter 191. Yin Shaodai. Pei Xiaoxiao. Chapter 192. Father and Daughter. Chapter 193. Choices. Chapter 194. Setting Out Again. Chapter 195. Wolf Demon Attack. Chapter 196. Yin Shaodai Reemerges. Chapter 197. The Giant Slave. Chapter 198. Would a single punch bring more tears? Chapter 199. Thunder Clan's Thunderstrike. Chapter 200. Severing Roots. Chapter 201. The Origins of Yin Shaodai. Chapter 202. Confirmed, it is the Origin Continent. Chapter 203. The Accidental Founding Site. Chapter 204. 2 Years of Experiences. Chapter 205. Cultivation. Movement. Yinhua Town. Chapter 206. The Anomaly of Flame Dragon Mountain. Chapter 207. Arrival and Might. Chapter 208. The Current State of Maple City. Changes in Chao Qiudao. Chapter 209. Dragon Blood Pool. Chapter 210. A Money-Burning Combat Mode. Chapter 211. Preparing for Sect Establishment. Chapter 212. Spiritual Veins. Chapter 213. Protective Sect Formation and Sect Construction. Chapter 214. The Protective Sect Formation is established. Chapter 215. Foundation Establishment at the 9th layer. When everyone returned to their encampment, the sight before them rendered them speechless. What was once an ordinary small basin nestled among the mountains, with perhaps a hint of scenic beauty, had now transformed entirely in the distance. The peaks were shrouded in mist, with rainbows of 7 colors appearing intermittently. The once lush trees now seemed imbued with a layer of spirituality. Glowing with a vibrant green hue, the basin, which had suffered destruction, was now adorned with freshly sprouted grass and flowers, and the air was filled with a gentle, drizzling mist, a magnificent deer, radiant with 9-colored brilliance. Frolicked joyfully in the mountain basin, as a dozen mortals stepped inside. They immediately felt their bodies lighten considerably. It was as if something intangible was infiltrating their forms, alleviating the ailments accumulated from prolonged toil. Moreover, Chao Di and the others felt that the abundance of spiritual energy within the encampment was over tenfold that of the outside world, and it continued to rise slowly. The spiritual vein had taken shape, and spiritual energy fell like rain. Liu Lanchong had truly outdone himself. Yin Xiaodai gazed in astonishment at the deer leaping in the distance. This creature was indeed a manifestation of the spiritual vein. The aura of spiritual energy surrounding it, and the rise in spiritual energy in the places it had traversed, without a doubt, it had taken shape. Yet, the transformation of a spiritual vein does not occur without reason. Hadn't it just been unsealed? How could it have taken shape so swiftly? The spiritual vein of her own sect had taken nearly a century to form, initially only a high-grade Xin-level vein. It had later absorbed spiritual energy for several centuries at the defense point in the Tiangyang territory before ascending to a low-grade earth level, evolving into a sacred beast form. Yin Xiaodai found herself increasingly perplexed by Lu Wu. Despite only being at the 8th layer of Foundation establishment, his combat prowess was unparalleled among his peers. His unique and extravagant use of the myriad laws and talisman techniques was already impressive, but she had not anticipated witnessing his extraordinary talent in formations this time. Hey, where's Liu Lanchong? The formation is complete, yet he seems to be missing. Yin Xiaodai turned her head, searching around. The others were similarly looking for their young master. Suddenly, a surge of spiritual fluctuations emanated from above, causing everyone to instinctively look skyward. Amidst the ethereal clouds and mist, a figure seated in meditation emerged, partially obscured. It was the intense fluctuation of his cultivation that stirred the surrounding clouds, allowing everyone to catch sight of him. Soon, Lei Gang was the first to notice Jiang Shua's situation. His cultivation was advancing to the 9th layer of Foundation establishment. This revelation, Chao Di and the others immediately adopted vigilant expressions. While Xia Xuanyu swiftly led the carpenters away from the area, Chao Qiudao and Pei Xiaoxiao soared to the mountain gate to stand guard. Yin Xiaodai, however, gazed at Jiang Shua's figure with a wounded expression. Damn it! This guy has no sense of fairness. He has actually leveled up. She thought Wai's chances of teaching him a lesson and making him stand in punishment are growing increasingly slim. No, I must return to the sect. Otherwise, I will be dragged further and further away by this lazy bug. Yin Xiaodai realized she could no longer linger outside. She needed to return to the sect quickly. Otherwise, she would be pulled further away by Jiang Shua. Meanwhile, in the sky, Jiang Shua's cultivation surged dramatically, and the pressure radiating from him instilled fear in everyone present. In contrast to Chao Di and the others, Lei Gang and Yin Xiaodia's feelings were the most profound. Why is the pressure from our young master so exaggerated? Even the elders at the 5th layer of Golden Core in our clan do not possess such overwhelming pressure. Lei Gang fought to suppress the instinct to flee that surged within him. Staring in shock at Jiang Shua's figure, my master is utterly useless now. Faced with such pressure, I can't help but drag my master out of the shadows. Before long, the fluctuations of Jiang Shua's cultivation gradually stabilized until they settled completely. It was at this moment that Jiang Shua awakened, realizing he had reached the 9th layer of Foundation establishment. I didn't expect to achieve this so quickly. I truly owe it all to that little fellow. According to the usual timeline, Jiang Shua would require at least another year to reach the 9th level of Foundation establishment. However, after successfully arranging the formation, a spirit deer, which had transformed from a spiritual vein, suddenly approached Jiang Shua and activated a blessing that could only be used once every decade. Jiang Shua was unaware of how others experience such blessings. Upon receiving the radiant 9-colored light, an immense and pure surge of spiritual energy manifested within him. Consequently, He had no time to communicate with Yin Xiaodai and Qiao Di before entering a state of cultivation. Ultimately, this vast and pristine spiritual energy enabled him to bypass over a year's worth of training, propelling his cultivation to the 9th level of foundation establishment, not merely at the initial stage. Under Jiang Shua's perception, with merely another month of cultivation, he could accumulate half of the resources required for the 9th level of foundation establishment. It is worth noting that Jiang Shua's spiritual essence reserves were not comparable to those of ordinary cultivators. If a top-grade mysterious spiritual vein could yield such a blessing, one could only imagine the formidable effects of the earth-grade spiritual vein within Yin Xiaodai's sect. Jiang Shua couldn't help but recall the boasts made by Yin Xiaodai, feeling a sense of envy. He speculated that if he received the blessing from that earth-grade spiritual vein, he might directly ascend to the golden core stage. However, he quickly shook his head with a smile, recognizing that such unrealistic dreams were best left unthought. He then descended to the ground, gradually concealing the fluctuations of his cultivation as he landed. Upon touching the ground, he appeared as an ordinary person. Yin Xiaodai, observing Jiang Shua's behavior, couldn't he help but remark, "Why do you always hide your true cultivation? Don't you realize how many people yearn to flaunt their abilities, hoping to evoke admiration and awe in others? The cultivation world respects the strong. Be careful, or you may end up truly becoming a fool. Is merely a habit. As for making me act like a fool, one must possess the capability to do so," Jiang Shua replied nonchalantly. He then turned to Old Qiao and stated, "Xin Yu and Xiao Xiao are on their way back. During this period, I will arrange formations for all the structures. So you must expedite the construction process. Once the infrastructure is complete, I will escort Xiaodai back to her sect. You all need to immerse yourselves in cultivation, for it is the foundation of everything. Upon my return, we shall strategize for future developments." Qiao Di and the others nodded earnestly in agreement. When Xia Xianyu returned with the carpenter, the site once again transformed into a bustling construction zone. Jiang Shua began to inscribe various corresponding formations within the newly erected buildings: fortification formations, cleansing formations, and spatial expansion formations, elevating the formerly ordinary structures to new heights. If the spiritual energy remains uninterrupted, these edifices could stand for millennia without decay. In truth, constructing a genuine sect building was far from simple. Each panel would typically bear runes, with some even refined into magical artifacts. However, given that the Xian Yuan sect currently consisted of merely a handful of individuals, and that Jiang Shua lacked the expertise in artifact refinement, he opted for simplicity. Chapter 216. Departure to Dezhong City. Chapter 217. The Teleportation Array. Chapter 218. Yin Xiaodai's Return Route. Chapter 219. Being Followed. Chapter 220. Effortlessly navigating. Yin Xiaodai cast a glance at Jiang Shua, lifted her chin, and strode ahead of the two. If it were 1 against 6, I might feel a bit apprehensive, but against a single opponent, it's merely a matter of having hands. As she spoke, she waved her left hand, summoning 3 black wooden coffins before them. Subsequently, 3 refined corpses emerged. Unlike the green-faced corpse from Lu Yun's sect, the faces of these 3 corpses bore hues of red, blue, and gold. Those previous corpses had yielded attributes in just these 3. The others were still lacking. Nevertheless, they would suffice to confront a 6th-layer foundation establishment cultivator. Yin Xiaodai, in her haughty tone, presumed she was to take on 6 opponents. Then be prepared to receive it. Jiang Shua conjured a talisman array before him, launching an attack against the 5 advancing individuals with the spell Myriad Law Flood. 100 talismans die in an instant. The 5, including the leading man, halted in their tracks, raising a protective shield. The leader shouted to the separated individual, "Old 4, be cautious." Meanwhile, the remaining one engaged Yin Xiaodai and the 3 refined corpses. "Clearly, you've come looking for me. Your gaze is as if appraising goods. It's infuriating." 5 elements corpse technique. Spirit break. Yin Xiaodai's hand gestures shifted rapidly, and the 3 refined corpses suddenly opened their mouths, releasing slender beams of attribute spiritual energy towards Old 4. His expression shifted dramatically. He hadn't anticipated that the 3 refined corpses could unleash such an attack. He barely managed to summon a shield, which shattered within seconds, sending him hurtling downwards into the forest below. Seeing this, Yin Xiaodai remained calm, directing the corpses to pursue while she followed closely behind. Meanwhile, Jiang Shua cast a glance at Yin Shaodai's actions before refocusing on the remaining adversaries. The leading figure suddenly roared, his form expanding to over twice its size, barreling through Jiang Shua's talismanic spells. The other four quickly positioned themselves in the four symbols formation, synchronizing their hand gestures to unveil an energy array. The surrounding atmosphere shifted dramatically. Winds whipped up, clouds gathered, and thunder rumbled ominously. As Jiang Shua evaded the leader's assault, he keenly observed the formation of the fort. The four symbols formation, utilized in such a manner, harnessed the power of the four elements through human foundation. Impressive. Judging by its potency, it possessed at least the offensive capability of a ninth-layer foundation establishment. Aside from the lengthy preparation time, it bore no flaws. The leader, overhearing Jiang Shua's analysis, sneered, "What does knowing matter? You still lack the means to stop us. You'll just wait for your demise." As he spoke, his fists surged forward, creating sonic booms as they sliced through the air. Unfortunately, he could not land a blow on Jiang Shua, who had mastered the four symbols air control technique to an extraordinary level. This White Tiger technique was not only explosively powerful but also remarkably agile. "You've already fallen to my mysterious grade talismans numerous times. How many more can you withstand?" As he spoke, a flurry of frost blades surged from behind the leader. His expression shifted alarmingly. The chaotic dance of the frost blades was perilous. Had he dared to engage them when he first transformed, he might have succeeded. Now, relying on brute strength would surely lead to his downfall. In an instant, he abandoned his pursuit of Jiang Shua, turning to unleash his fists, igniting flames that surged towards the frost blades. Jiang Shua observed the enemy leader as he struck at a frost blade, quickly distancing himself. Surrounding his form, numerous talismans began to materialize. Meanwhile, the four completing the four symbols formation achieved the final control. The sky darkened as clouds churned, and streaks of lightning flickered through the mist. "Leader, get out of the way," one of them yelled. His face flushed at it appeared they were barely managing to control the celestial phenomena through the four symbols formation. The leader, still engaged in a fist-fighting frenzy with the frost blades, heeded his comrade's warning. Sustaining several injuries as he made his escape, at that moment, Jiang Shua stood with his arms crossed, surrounded by a multitude of floating talismans, gazing up at the tumultuous skies. "You might want to hurry. If this continues, you may lose control," he remarked lazily. Though his voice was not loud, it resonated clearly in the ears of the four, making their expressions darken. They hoped he could maintain such arrogance through the upcoming assault. For symbols combined attack, Thunder Dragon. The incantations in their hands synchronously transformed, and the sky erupted with a resounding roar. A dragon's head, shimmering with electric light, emerged, followed by a bolt of lightning that cleaved through the heavens. The Thunder Dragon, like a streak of lightning, darted towards Jiang Shua, engulfing him entirely in a brilliant flash. "Ha ha! Let this be a lesson for your arrogance. Did you think you could evade our combined strike? Young man, take heed in the future, though it seems they're 1TB1, they taunted. Many have misjudged our attack speed, believing they could escape. Another soul claimed by our joint technique. How tragic!" As they witnessed Jiang Shua's figure consumed by the lightning, their faces lit up with gleeful smiles. Although their mastery of the combined technique was somewhat tenuous, its power and effectiveness were undeniable. Moreover, this is not the pinnacle of this joint attack technique. With the addition of two more individuals, its power could reach the initial stage of the Golden Core. The six brothers, relying on this combined skill, can be regarded as a formidable group within this region. If not truly invincible among Foundation establishment practitioners, have you rejoiced too soon? After all, it is merely a spell equivalent to the full force strike of a ninth-layer Foundation establishment practitioner that has emboldened your arrogance. Jiang Shua's calm voice gripped their throats, extinguishing their fervent emotions, leaving them staring blankly at the spot where he once stood. Before them, a radiant protective spell enveloped Jiang Shua, a spell they were all too familiar with due to its notoriety. The Earth-level low-grade defensive talisman. The Hunyuan Golden Light Technique. The leader, returned to the group, spoke the name of the spell in a daze. How could a 7th-layer Foundation establishment cultivator possess an Earth-level low-grade talisman? Someone exclaimed in disbelief. His reaction was understandable. The Hunyuan Golden Light technique is reputed to be the strongest defensive talisman at the Earth-level low-grade, said to withstand even the strikes of late Golden Core practitioners. Such talismans are exceedingly rare, only crafted by seasoned talisman masters, with a success rate that is alarmingly low. Consequently, they command a hefty price, typically around 100 Xin-level spirit stones. In contrast, ordinary Earth-level low-grade talismans fetch a mere 10 Xin-level spirit stones at most. The Hunyuan Golden Light technique is arguably the most sought-after defensive talisman below the nascent soul stage, and these individuals, mere foundation establishment practitioners, possess nothing capable of breaching it. Now that you are aware. Let us continue, Jiang Shua said with a smile. It was only in the past 2 years that he had mastered the Hunyuan Golden Light technique. He remained uncertain about when the Xian Yuan sect had been annihilated. Many talismans from the 9 Yuan talisman path were still circulating among practitioners. As Jiang Shua's words fell, the talismans surrounding him began to activate one by one. In the forest, Yin Shaodai's 3 corpse puppets relentlessly assaulted the fourth brother with mechanical precision. While she occasionally cast spells from behind to ambush him. 3 Foundation Establishment corpse puppets, plus Yin Shaodai at the 4th layer of Foundation Establishment, seemed to be at a disadvantage against a 6th layer practitioner. Yet, in reality, Yin Shaodai remained remarkably composed. The fourth brother struggled to fend off the attacks of the corpse puppets, let alone pose a threat to her. Had it not been for Lei Gang's overwhelming cultivation and brutal tactics, she would not have lost all her corpse puppets and been pursued by that troublesome Lu Ruyan. The fourth brother's methods paled in comparison to Lei Gang's ferocity. I told you I am quite formidable. I've merely grown accustomed to being around Lu Wu and Lei Gang, which made me feel inferior, Yin Shaodai exclaimed, feeling invigorated by the battle. As it restored her confidence, it was truly the presence of that abnormality beside her in recent years that had caused her to question her own abilities. All right, I shall not play with you any longer. After testing her strength, Yin Shaodai saw no need to prolong the encounter. The 3 corpse puppets immediately intensified their assault, leaving the fourth brother in disarray. Yin Shaodai keenly observed him and suddenly noticed a flaw in his defense. One of the corpse puppets landed a punch squarely on his face, stunning him. In that instant, her long-prepared 7 Fiends in Fire technique manifested before the fourth brother. Instantly, his screams echoed throughout the forest. Your undying corpse sect spells are rather unsettling. Jiang Shua's voice rang out from behind. Yin Shaodai turned and shot him a glare, retorting, It's called the Undying Corpse sect for a reason. Manipulating the flesh and soul is our specialty. Just look at the 7 Fiends in Fire technique, burning the flesh while eroding the soul. A dual enjoyment. As she spoke, Jiang Shua could easily discern her excitement without even needing to see her face. Wait, you finished already? Yin Shaodai suddenly realized. Noting that Jiang Shua had taken down 5 opponents faster than she had, I completed it long ago. You were merely a moment behind. Not everyone is as fond of playing as you are. Jiang Shua remarked lightly, I have always been a benevolent person, offering others a painless death experience. Yin Shaodai stared at him, mindlessly muttering the word abnormal. Previously, in Feng City, she had heard Jian Tua recount how Jiang Shua effortlessly eliminated numerous practitioners. At that moment, she felt little, even after collecting those corpses herself. However, witnessing Jiang Shua's efficiency against 5 6th-layer Foundation Establishment practitioners firsthand was a revelation. In the time she was lost in thought. The fourth brother, now lifeless, was mercilessly beaten to death by the corpse puppets. How tragic! Jiang Shua averted his gaze from the fourth brother's grim fate, genuinely disapproving of Yin Shaodai's combat style. He then retrieved the fourth brother's storage bag. I haven't located that tracking spell among the first 5. Hopefully, you have it here, he muttered to himself. The flame of his consciousness extinguished the storage bag's mark, and its contents instantly appeared in Jiang Shua's mind. Jade slips, I found them. A few jade slips materialized in his hands. He then tossed the storage bag to Yin Shaodai, saying, These are his spoils. One must be considerate. Jiang Shua's consciousness then delved into each jade slip in his grasp. Finally, on the 3rd slip, he discovered the spell he sought. The Boundless Tracking Technique, a name that exuded arrogance. Let me see its content. While tossing the remaining slips to Yin Shaodai, he earnestly began to comprehend the spell. Yin Shaodai, bemused by the sudden influx of items, watched Jiang Shua engrossed in his studies and couldn't help but mutter, "Do you think this is a garbage bin? Why do you throw everything my way?" Afterward, she stored the 3 corpse puppets and glanced at the 4th brother, who was now a mere shadow of his former self. It was indeed a pitiful sight. Unbeknownst to her, some of her aesthetic sensibilities had subtly been influenced by Jiang Shua. Though she remained largely unaware, seeing Jiang Shua immersed in his spell, Yin Xiaodai chose not to rush him, instead leaning quietly against a nearby tree, observing him in a trance. After a while, Jiang Shua suddenly sighed, drawing Yin Xiaodai's spirit back to reality. Noticing his expression of regret, she inquired, "What's wrong?" Unable to comprehend it, Jiang Shua tucked the jade slips away, replying, "Not exactly. It's just that this spell is incomplete and is a unique technique belonging to a race known as the Ji clan. Without their bloodline, one cannot even begin to learn it." Upon hearing the name Ji clan, Yin Xiaodai fell into reflection. "I've heard of this race from my master. They are a minor clan known for their tracking techniques, dwelling beyond the sea. If they are indeed Ji clan members, it's no wonder they could track us with such precision from such a distance. However, here in the maritime region, the only way for such individuals to appear openly would be if they were sold into slavery. Yet, they did not seem to fit the profile of slaves at all." Jiang Shua was not particularly knowledgeable about these matters and did not dwell on Yin Xiaodai's words. "Never mind, let us move on. It is hardly a significant issue. We must continue our journey." With that, Jiang Shua concluded the discussion and urged Yin Xiaodai to proceed. Shortly after, the skeletal flying vessel once again soared through the skies, heading towards the city of Earth Demons. A week later, at the site of the 4th brother's demise, several figures silently regarded his charred remains. "Master, the injuries on the 4th brother can be confirmed as the result of the 7 fiends in fire technique. We are unsure if it was the work of Miss Yin," an elder at the 9th layer of Foundation establishment reported respectfully to a young man standing outside. Upon hearing the elder's report, the young man, who had been facing away, turned around. Instantly, everyone present bowed their heads, as if fearing that a moment's delay might cost them their lives. The young man's complexion was unnaturally pale, with piercing eyes radiating a ruthless coldness that made it difficult to gaze upon him. Directly, a hint of inscrutable chill lingered at the corners of his mouth as he approached the 4th brother's remains, each step seemingly echoing in the hearts of all present, instilling a sense of dread. He halted before the 4th brother's corpse, his eyes blankly surveying the scene. "And no doubt, this is the handiwork of that girl. Wasn't this 4th brother supposed to be with Wang Tiancheng? He failed to report Yin Xiaodai's actions. Locate Wang Tiancheng. I require an explanation. If he cannot provide one, they shall all accompany the 4th brother into the afterlife." The young man spoke in a dispassionate tone, as if the lives of those present held no more value than that of ants. "Understood." Everyone replied respectfully in unison. Chapter 222. City of Earth Demons. Half a year later. In the Earth Demon territory, at the City of Earth Demons, an unremarkable cultivator walked alongside a figure shrouded in a black robe through the city gate's passage. It was none other than Jiang Shua and Yin Xiaodai, who had journeyed for half a year. The walls guarding each city truly looked the same. "I thought you were just trying to deceive me." Jiang Shua still bore the semblance of a curious child, gazing around with keen interest. Yin Xiaodai came to understand that this fellow only transformed into a rather childish version of himself when encountering something novel, practically eager to touch and nibble at anything that caught his fancy. "You've seen several cities by now. How can you still be so curious?" Yin Xiaodai remarked, her words suggesting more than mere inquisitiveness, though the tone failed to manifest the word fool. Jiang Shua, seemingly oblivious to the underlying implication, fixated his gaze on the city wall as if scanning it meticulously, and casually remarked, "You wouldn't comprehend. Point one day, when you delve into the path of array formation and achieve a certain level of mastery, you will find yourself as enthralled as I am. Truly magnificent, the structure, the conceptualization of the formation. This individual is undoubtedly a pioneering sage of the array arts." Jiang Shua's inexplicable admiration bewildered Yin Xiaodai further, who was already struggling to grasp the situation. "You prattle on about array mastery as if it were something impressive," she retorted in exasperation. Jiang Shua merely glanced at her with an expression that suggested he viewed her as an underachiever, uttering a dismissive he before immersing himself in his own reverie. Yin Xiaodai longed to counter him but realized she could not match him in strength, and discussing certain knowledge was an exercise in futility that would only lead to her humiliation. After much contemplation, she could only simmer in frustration, trailing behind Jiang Shuo. After a prolonged delay, they were finally nearing the exit of the passageway. Jiang Shuo wore an expression of satisfaction, pondering that after this journey, he could return to his sect and further enhance the protective formation of the Xinyuan sect. The array structures of these city walls were truly inspired. Shall we hasten our pace? The time you've wasted could have taken us to the next city already. Yin Xiaodai interjected, dampening the mood. Yet Jiang Shuo remained unfazed, for he saw her merely as a novice, one who understood little of array formation. Let us go, he declared, leading the way out of the passageway. As soon as they crossed the threshold, the air erupted with a cacophony of voices, momentarily making Jiang Shuo feel as if he had stepped into a bustling marketplace of the mundane world. Before him lay a plethora of stalls with no proper shops in sight, just open-air vendors engaging in trade. What is going on? Jiang Shuo asked, his mind momentarily stalling. Yin Xiaodai, accustomed to such scenes, replied, What do you mean? What is going on? Let us go with that. She nudged Jiang Shuo forward and stepped ahead. Jiang Shuo instinctively followed her, his gaze vacantly observing the throngs of people engaged in transactions. The guardian sect of the Earth Demon City was the beast-taming sect, making it a renowned trading hub for demonic beasts in the maritime domain. Here, one could find all varieties of demonic creatures, edible, utilitarian, wild, and domesticated. Naturally, these were predominantly common types, for exceedingly rare varieties were seldom offered for trade. If they were, such dealings would occur in private, largely unseen in the marketplace. In truth, most who came here were those from spirit food establishments seeking ingredients. Unable to overlook Jiang Shuo's naive expression, Yin Xiaodai began to explain. Sometimes I find this person to be quite contradictory in terms of cultivation. He is nearly omnipotent, as I witnessed when he taught Pei Xiaoxiao. The effectiveness of his instruction was tailored to perfection. Yet, in certain basic knowledge, he is utterly lacking, resembling a complete novice. Jiang Shuo, oblivious to the critique, responded with surprise after hearing Yin Xiaodai's words, demonic beasts can be domesticated. Don't those creatures go mad? It is absurd that the realm of cultivation treats demonic beasts as livestock. Does this world's demonic race not exist? What does it matter if they do or not? It's not as if we humans lead a vastly superior existence among them. Yin Xiaodai casually remarked on what she considered commonplace. Jiang Shuo fell into silence, pondering the implications of such a cycle of consumption. Suddenly, a commotion at a nearby stall drew the attention of everyone present. Are you two going to buy or not? If not, hurry up and leave. Don't disturb my business if you don't leave. I'll call the city guards, the stall owner declared, his expression weary yet assertive. Before him stood two female cultivators, fuming as they glared at him. You deceitful vendor. I clearly bought a crimson flame sparrow, yet after paying, you swapped it for a crimson flame bird. Is there no order in the Earth Demon City? One of the women exclaimed, her teeth clenched in anger. Hey, don't speak so recklessly. I am selling a crimson flame bird. When did I say it was a crimson flame sparrow? Besides, you only offered 500 spirit stones. Go ask around the market if you can find a crimson flame sparrow for that price. Don't come here making baseless accusations, the stall owner retorted with feigned righteousness. I clearly saw a crimson flame sparrow earlier. And you promised to sell it to me. How can you be so shameless? A crimson flame bird can't possibly be worth 500 spirit stones, the woman exclaimed, exasperated. I have never claimed to have a crimson flame sparrow. It has always been a crimson flame bird. I never said it was a sparrow, and 500 spirit stones was your offer, not mine. What does that have to do with me? Plus, the transaction is complete. No refunds? The stall owner pointed to a sign displaying the terms. Onlookers laughed at the spectacle, as such scenarios were not uncommon in the Earth Demon City. These vendors, seasoned from years of trade, had developed keen instincts for spotting newcomers and exploiting them. The stall owner, having only pretended to mix a crimson flame sparrow among the crimson flame birds, had guided the women into thinking they were getting a bargain, leading them to make a purchase. In the end, they were left with an ordinary crimson flame bird, worth less than 10 spirit stones. The differences between a juvenile crimson flame bird and a crimson flame sparrow were subtle. One could easily overlook them. However, the Crimson Flamebird was merely a low-tier demonic beast, while the Crimson Flame Sparrow bore a trace of the legendary Vermilion Bird bloodline, elevating its worth to at least 1,000 spirit stones. Moreover, when matured, its combat prowess could rival late-stage Foundation cultivators, making the investment seem trivial. As such, few novices could resist the allure of such a bargain. FNSK, those two young ladies have certainly paid for their lesson. Ah, the folly of youth, Yin Xiaodai remarked with the tone of someone who had been through it all. Initially, Jiang Shuo seemed poised to respond, but after a prolonged silence, he remained uncommunicative. Yin Xiaodai turned to look at him, only to find him staring blankly at the stall. "What's wrong?" she nudged him. Jiang Shuo snapped out of his reverie, his expression one of intrigue. "Nothing. Let us go," he said, leading the way as Yin Xiaodai watched Jiang Shuo walk away. She muttered under her breath, "So mysterious." Chapter 223. The foolish boy buys an egg. Jiang Shuo and Yin Xiaodai strolled through the streets of Earth Demon City, searching for an inn where they could rest. The main thoroughfare was lined with stalls, with no inns in sight. "Why linger here for a whole day? Wouldn't it be better to leave early?" Yin Xiaodai inquired, puzzled. Having finally arrived among the crowd, "I want to immerse myself a bit more. Otherwise, facing only you day in and day out, I feel I might go mad," Jiang Shuo replied, rambling. "You should keep your eyes open when you say that. Do you even realize how much time you've spent sleeping throughout this entire journey?" Yin Xiaodai retorted, her expression one of irritation. "Don't spout nonsense. I've contributed my fair share of effort on this journey. Besides, this city is quite fascinating with all these stalls selling demonic beasts," Jiang Shuo remarked, narrowing his eyes with interest. "What's so special about it? I heard from a senior in the sect that there used to be shops, but one time, for reasons unknown, the demonic beasts went on a rampage, destroying most of the buildings. The shopkeepers suffered heavy losses and were forced to resort to outdoor trading. Surprisingly, customers found it more accessible to view the wares directly, and business thrived even more. It has since become a notable characteristic of this city." "It's nothing extraordinary," Yin Xiaodai said dismissively, having witnessed far stranger city layouts. So that's how it is." "Lady Yin, you are indeed well informed. I am in awe," Jiang Shuo flattered her. "Of course. This lady has not traversed the cultivation realm in vain. You could learn a thing or two from me," Yin Xiaodai replied, her tone self-satisfied. "So, Lady Yin, shall we rest at this Jialafu Inn for a while? I'll wander about some more," Jiang Shuo suggested suddenly, pointing to a nearby inn. Go ahead, go ahead. This lady is well versed in such matters and has no interest in watching," Yin Xiaodai responded, seemingly flattered by Jiang Shuo's few words. "Then I shall take my leave. Lady Yin, enjoy your rest." After Jiang Shuo finished speaking, he walked away without a glance back. Observing his retreating figure, Yin Xiaodai, who had previously been radiant with joy, suddenly regained her composure. This fellow must be up to something. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so eager to abandon me. Could he really be intending to leave me behind? No, I must follow him and see for myself. Yin Xiaodai did not immediately pursue him but feigned an entrance into the inn. Once she spotted Jiang Shuo turn a corner, she hastily followed suit. However, to her dismay, after a brief chase, Jiang Shuo vanished into another alley, leaving her searching in vain. With no success, Yin Xiaodai returned to the inn, praying that Jiang Shuo would come back. Meanwhile, Jiang Shuo had already donned a new disguise, one that portrayed him as a shorter, more ordinary figure, with a cultivation level of merely the third stage of Foundation establishment. He returned to the very stall where the earlier dispute had taken place. At present, the stall owner was smiling amiably at the bustling crowd, a stark contrast to his earlier arrogance. Yet, a closer look into his eyes would reveal a glimmer of cunning lurking beneath. This was undoubtedly a wily and shrewd individual. Jiang Shuo did not approach his stall directly. Instead, he leisurely wandered between various stalls, occasionally engaging in conversation with other vendors. Before long, he found himself standing before the stall owner. The stall was not only adorned with the fiery red birds but also boasted 3 beast eggs nearby. However, these beast eggs looked no different from an array of colorful stones. "Boss, these are just stones, aren't they?" Hard and unyielding, Jiang Shuo bluntly asserted, adopting the demeanor of a straightforward character. The stall owner's customer's king smile vanished in an instant. "My dear friend, If you do not understand, please refrain from making unfounded claims. These are precious beast eggs I procured after risking my life amidst a ferocious beast clan. Each one is unique, and I am prepared to swear a soul oath to that effect." The stall owner declared emphatically, his tone revealing the difficulties he had faced. "Then go ahead and swear your soul oath," Jiang Shua replied earnestly, embodying the persona of a Na'vi youth. The stall owner was momentarily stumped. Such oaths were not something to be tossed about lightly. "You must be trying to stir trouble, wanting me to swear a soul oath without any intent to purchase. Are you mocking me?" The stall owner's expression shifted to one of reprimand. "I only mentioned it because I heard you were cheating others, and these eggs seem appealing. I considered buying them. But your reputation for deceit compels me to require your soul oath." Jiang Shua persisted, appearing as an obstinate youth. "Humph! Can you even afford them? These are beast eggs, not just any old fiery red birds I have already hatched. Each of these 3 costs 3,000, no, 5,000 spirit stones. Do you truly think you can afford them, you penniless wretch?" The stall owner raised the price, hoping to scare off the seemingly Na'vi youth. In truth, the 3 items that resembled beast eggs were not sourced from any beast lair. The stall owner had indeed visited such a lair, but only to pick up a stone resembling an egg. He had then returned with 2 genuine beast eggs to pass off as his own findings. Yet, his inflated prices had proven ineffective. "Should you dare to swear an oath, I shall buy them," Jiang Shua retorted, feigning a sense of provocation, his excitement palpable. With that, he produced a storage pouch and retrieved 50 spirit stones. The stall owner's eyes gleamed with surprise. He had not anticipated this foolish boy to possess such wealth. The stall owner's mind began to race, his eyes narrowing slightly. Those familiar with him would know he was concocting a devious plan. "Very well, young brother. I concede that a soul oath is indeed a hefty matter. How about I reduce it by 2,000 spirit stones? You can take these 3 beast eggs for just 3,000 spirit stones. What say you?" The stall owner donned a congenial facade, his tone exuding a desire to save Jiang Shua some coin. "No. My father taught me not to take advantage of bargains carelessly. I will only accept the soul oath you promised. Once you swear it, I will purchase these 3 intriguing beast eggs." Jiang Shua, still embodying his Na'vi persona, remained resolute. The stall owner was taken aback, realizing that his casual banter had inadvertently ensnared him in a convoluted negotiation. After a moment of contemplation, the stall owner's expression shifted as he resolved to change his approach. "All right, young brother, due to ancestral reasons, I cannot swear a soul oath. To rectify my earlier statements. These 3 eggs can be yours for just 1,000 spirit stones. Only 1,000 spirit stones, and they are yours." The stall owner's face bore a pained expression, although he would still profit marginally. It was merely 100 spirit stones. Had he not blurted out his earlier claims, he could have made over 2,000 spirit stones instead. Truth be told, if he did not sell soon, he had been contemplating cooking these eggs for himself. After all, they were not sacred or divine beast eggs that could be preserved for centuries. The stone he had picked up that resembled an egg, not to mention the 2 eggs he had acquired, had nearly 0 chance of hatching. Seizing the opportunity to sell to this naive boy, he resolved to act quickly. "Fine then. Since the boss has said so, I shall reluctantly accept." Jiang Shua feigned reluctance, placing 10 spirit stones on the table and taking the eggs. Though the stall owner received his payment, his expression remained one of anguish, his mood considerably diminished. The contrast was stark. With a resounding slap to his own face, the stall owner scolded himself. "This is what you get for your reckless chatter." Chapter 224. Another path. After Jiang Shua secured the 3 beast eggs, he ceased his aimless wandering and slipped into an alley, readopting the guise of Lu Wu. Indeed, treasures are reserved for those with virtue. Jiang Shua mused joyfully within. Earlier, when the stall owner had quarreled with those 2 female cultivators, Jiang Shua had approached to observe, only to find that the 2 strands of heavenly spiritual fire within him had reacted. Immediately, he activated his inside eye and discovered the hidden heavenly spiritual fire within the 3 beast eggs. The heavenly spiritual fire, known as the flame of all beasts in its seed state, randomly manifests near any beast lair, appearing in the form of beast eggs. At that moment, he was somewhat stunned. He had set out to gather treasures and stumbled upon such fortune. It was precisely the reason for his intended departure the next day. Such treasures that had fallen into his lap were not to be ignored. With a beaming smile on his face, Jiang Shua meandered through the demonic city, simply passing the time point. One must perform a complete act. After all, it was only when night fell that he ambled back to the inn. Yet, before he could cross the threshold, he was abruptly embraced by Yin Xiaodai, who emerged from the shadows in a flowing black cloak. While initially a delightful scene, Yin Xiaodai's entire figure shrouded in darkness rendered it somewhat eerie. "What are you doing?" Jiang Shua exclaimed, a look of distaste crossing his features as he extricated himself from her embrace. Unfazed by his withdrawal, Yin Xiaodai beamed with joy. "I wanted to thank Lu Degu for not abandoning me." Her words were infused with elation, causing Jiang Shua to pause momentarily, feeling a twinge of embarrassment as he scratched his head. "I told you I was merely broadening my horizons. Besides, I accepted your remuneration. Such treachery is not in my nature. I promise to escort you back to the sect, and I will uphold that promise," Jiang Shua asserted with utmost sincerity. Yin Xiaodai did not respond verbally but nodded earnestly. "Let us return and rest. We have a journey ahead of us tomorrow." After speaking, Jiang Shua directly entered the inn, and a faint smile appeared on the face of Yin Xiaodai, shrouded in her black cloak. As night fell, Jiang Shua lay on his bed, his eyes tightly shut. At this moment, he was neither asleep nor troubled by Yin Xiaodai's actions from earlier that day. Rather, he had reopened a long-neglected panel to examine his own status. Host: Jiang Shua. Age: 36 years. Cultivation realm: 9th layer of Spirit Origin Foundation Establishment, 226230000. Soul realm: 9th layer of Divine Consciousness, Soul Fire, Foundation Establishment, 294030000. Body refinement realm: minor success of the Desolate Flame Stardust Body, 307510000. Talents: eternal indestructibility. Eye of Insight, Heaven's reward for diligence, fortuitous insight special, two-dimensional space fire sources, Earth Vein Fire, Wood Spirit Fire Divine Powers, Hong, Luo Tian Wan Xiang, Extreme, Initial Understanding 10100. Techniques: Limitless Profound Heaven Skill, Foundation Establishment Edition. Return to Simplicity 928010000. Great Void Spirit Refinement Decision, Foundation Establishment Edition. Return to Simplicity 100.001.0000. Desolate Mysterious Classic of the Star God, Incomplete, Peak of the First Layer 220.5000. Expandable Skills, Profound Origin Array Path. 9 Origin Talismans, Return to Origin Pill Record, Soul Refinement Treasure Technique Spells, Heaven Burning 5 Flames Technique, Peak 42205000. Deceptive Sky Illusion Technique, Integration 980.1000. Myriad Laws Flood, Peak 31205000. Expandable Skills. Firearms, Return to Simplicity 100.001.0000. Expandable Miracles. 0. Miracle Charging 9,147,000 days. Fortune. 50. Fortune Charging 730 days, unbeknownst to him. His cultivation level had also approached the pinnacle of Foundation Establishment. Had it not been for the pinnacle realm of the Great Void Spirit Refinement Decision, the Soul Realm would have long been uncontainable. However, suppression comes with its advantages. The pinnacle realm of the Great Void Spirit Refinement Decision not only compressed and refined Jiang Shua's soul power to an extraordinarily pure state, but also further expanded the range of his sea of consciousness, thus providing more space to accommodate greater power, preventing Jiang Shua from being overwhelmed. Now, Jiang Shua felt that as soon as he lifted the restrictions, his soul power could directly leap over the vaporization phase, advancing to the liquid phase. The 3 transformations of the Golden Core Sea of Consciousness soul power evolved from the initial shapeless mist into tangible power, then further compressing into a liquid state, and finally gradually solidifying to lay the foundation for nurturing the primordial spirit in the nascent soul stage. In a sense, Jiang Shua's soul realm could already be compared to the mid-Golden Core stage. Compared to the transcendence of the soul realm, the cultivation realm was not lacking either. It merely appeared less remarkable due to the further evolution of the power within Golden Core stage cultivators. Nevertheless, The vast spirit origins cultivated through the limitless profound heaven skill and the quality presented by its high realm allowed Jiang Shua's combat power, in terms of cultivation alone, to already be comparable to the golden core level. However, at which tier he stood, Jiang Shua himself remained uncertain. One of the three major aspects. Body refinement had taken a turn for the extraordinary since he inherited the desolate mysterious classic of the star god on Tianqin star. Combat power was not easily comparable. Coupled with Jiang Shua's constant demeanor as a worldly exile, aspiring to be a master of the arcane, he occasionally resorted to physical prowess, wielding the might of mountains and rivers. Thus, body refinement had become the most enigmatic aspect of Jiang Shua at present. Yet, he did not neglect the cultivation of the desolate mysterious classic, as the first tier of the desolate flame star dust body steadily advanced towards minor success. It could be said that this was currently one of Jiang Shua's strongest trump cards, one that would persist into the future and lacked any upper limits. Next in line was the newly acquired divine power, Luo Tian Wanxiang. This was a divine power he comprehended in the Earth-level secret realm, and it was an enhanced version. The reason being Jiang Shua's final moment of enlightenment, after the initial comprehension of the divine power, did not present him with significant difficulty in its application. Moreover, he was in a state of 3,000 times comprehension, allowing him to clearly perceive the conditions for manifesting the initial divine power. However, due to Jiang Shua's moment of brilliance, the 5,000 times comprehension he experienced illuminated the fissure that spanned the void, resulting in the mutation of the divine power into its current form. Hong, Luo Tian Wanxiang, Extreme. Its might was undeniable. Even in its initial understanding state, it could clash with the divine powers of a nascent soul cultivator without losing ground. Yet, it also left Jiang Shua feeling helpless. As initiating it would render him incapacitated for a month, he could only wait to see if it would improve by the time he reached the golden core stage. Nonetheless, the most impactful factors were the various cultivation techniques and spells he had acquired. In the divine power's secret realm, Jiang Shua recklessly utilized 100 or so fortune points to enhance his comprehension, resulting in a significant boost to his innate understanding. Consequently, the study and comprehension of these cultivation techniques and spells became notably easier. Although he had not devoted his energy to them in recent years, with the assistance of his brother, Heaven's reward for diligence, they had all reached the peak realm. The only outlier was the deceptive sky illusion technique, which struggled to activate without the infusion of fortune. Among these, the quickest to ascend were the soul refinement treasure technique and the myriad laws flood. There was no helping it. These two techniques had become the mainstream recently. After refining the Qingyun sword, Jiang Shua had devoted considerable time and fortune to elevate it to the peak realm. With one magical treasure as a foundation, Jiang Shua was no longer in a rush to continue the refinement process. What he sought now was efficiency. Since the soul refinement treasure technique reached its peak, the refinement speed of his second treasure, the Chongyue, visibly accelerated. The Qingyun sword had taken over a year to initially refine, while the Chongyue had only taken a little over half a year to reach a preliminary refinement stage, showcasing remarkable efficiency. As for the myriad laws flood, there was no need to elaborate. Its original learning difficulty was not particularly high, and coupled with it being his primary offensive technique over the years, its ascent to the peak realm was only to be expected. Jiang Shua gazed at the data displayed on his panel, a smile involuntarily curling at the corners of his mouth. Unbeknownst to him, he had become such a profound man. Indeed, I am a diligent individual. My achievements today are truly the result of my own efforts. Chapter 225. The Abyss of Slaughter. The next day, Jiang Shua rose leisurely, awakening naturally. In theory, such a state of sleep should be foreign to a cultivator like Jiang Shua. Yet, over the past few years, he had maintained this state. On one hand, such behavior indeed aided in the restoration of his spirit. On the other, it was due to the unique nature of the soul refinement treasure technique, which allowed him to refine treasures even in a state of slumber. Of course, it was not a complete sleep, but rather a peculiar state. He did not need to deliberately operate it. As long as he entered this state, the process of refining magical treasures would commence naturally. The only factors determining the speed of refinement were the levels of his techniques and cultivation. Indeed, I have never seen a cultivator who could sleep as deeply as you do. Perhaps the waiting time had been a bit long, as Yin Xiaodai greeted Jiang Shuo with a voice full of grievances. A strong individual once stated his secrets to success. Read more. Watch the news, eat fewer snacks, and sleep more. Thus, it is evident how important sleep is. Jiang Shuo, despite appearing lazy, began to ramble nonsensically. Upon hearing this, Yin Xiaodai, her small face revealed from beneath her hood, wore an expression of disdain. I believe this strong individual is you yourself. Every day, you spout nonsense. Hurry up with that. Yin Xiaodai strode out of the inn. Watching her as usual, Jiang Shuo muttered, it seems yesterday was indeed an illusion. Women are truly troublesome. The two soon arrived at the teleportation office in the Dian City. In stark contrast to the tranquility of the Dizong City, the crowd here was bustling, meeting Jiang Shuo's expectations. It may not have been packed to the brim, but it was certainly a scene of throngs of people. Jiang Shuo exerted considerable effort to emerge with 2 teleportation tokens, momentarily believing he had returned to the scenes of celebrating the Spring Festival in his past life. Why are there so many people in Dian City? It was so desolate in Dizong City. Here lies the largest beast trading city in the sea region. How could the crowd not be substantial? The Dizong City's Dilling sect does not operate here, and naturally, without any unique features, it would attract no visitors. If you were to reach the outposts of the 100 Medicine Pavilion and the Xuanqi sect, you would truly understand what a sea of people looks like. Yin Xiaodai replied, taking the teleportation tokens Jiang Shuo offered. All right, it seems I have been quite ignorant, Jiang Shuo shrugged. The two then approached the teleportation array in Dian City. As they neared, Yin Xiaodai suddenly halted her steps. What's wrong? Let us go. Jiang Shuo turned back, puzzled, and asked Yin Xiaodai, Wu, how about you just send me here? Yin Xiaodai hesitated for a long time before speaking. No way. Are you trying to shatter my resolve? Jiang Shuo exclaimed dramatically, his expression exaggerated. Yin Xiaodai removed her hood, revealing her porcelain-like face, and earnestly stated, these past few years, being with you and Xiao Xiao has been truly delightful. It is the first time in many years, aside from being with my master, that I have been able to be completely myself. I am uncertain whether I will cherish this friendship in the future, but at least the current me holds it in the highest regard. The journey ahead undoubtedly entails a multitude of individuals seeking me, with an alarmingly high degree of danger. Perhaps even cultivators at the Golden Core stage are among them. So you, before Yin Xiaodai could finish her words, she saw Jiang Shuo stride directly into the teleportation array, activating the teleportation token with ease. The teleportation array in the Land of Earth Demons is of a higher tier than that of the Land of Earth Guardians, eliminating the need to specifically approach the center for activation. Such excessive chatter. Just the night before leaving, Xiao Xiao made a special request for me to ensure your safe return to the sect. Xiao Xiao is the future pillar of my Xin Yuan sect, and you are jeopardizing the flawless relationship between us. Enough with the idle talk. Let us depart swiftly. The sooner we arrive, the better. In the midst of their conversation, Jiang Shuo's teleportation token began to disintegrate. Yin Xiaodai momentarily paused, but upon witnessing Jiang Shuo's imminent teleportation, her expression transformed into one of resolute determination. Adjusting her hood, she lifted her chin and stepped into the teleportation array, activating the token within her body. The dark region, Dark City. Jiang Shuo stood idly outside the teleportation array, awaiting Yin Xiaodai while casually observing the surroundings. True to its name, Dark City exudes a distinctly shadowy aesthetic, with a stifling atmosphere permeating the air. The aura of the cultivators here is decidedly peculiar. Jiang Shuo could sense their gazes upon him. Akin to that of predators sizing up their prey, he felt that, were it not for their presence within the city, these individuals would surely pounce upon him. Fortunately, this predatory situation did not last long, as Yin Xiaodia's figure soon appeared within the teleportation array. Without waiting for the side effects of teleportation to subside, she landed and immediately grasped Jiang Shuo's arm, urging him toward the city's exit. Is it truly that terrifying here? Why the urgency to flee? Jiang Shuo inquired, observing the hurried Yin Xiaodai. The dark region has consistently been one of the most chaotic territories within the seas. Other regions' cultivators engage in conflict primarily for treasures. The majority of cultivators in this territory revel in the act of slaughter itself. Moreover, Golden Core stage cultivators frequently emerge to partake in such activities. Yin Xiaodai spoke gravely. Even though she held great respect for Jiang Shuo's abilities, believing even her own Golden Core third-layer master would be no match for him. The stakes of life and death are not mere friendly sparring. The methods employed by Golden Core cultivators far exceed those of the Foundation establishment stage. This was also the reason for Yin Xiaodia's anxiety in Dark City's final moments. Are you so familiar with this place? Did you also come from here before? Jiang Shuo, unaffected, grew curious about Yin Xiaodia's previous journey. Yin Xiaodia's face, hidden beneath her hood, twitched slightly. Having articulated her concerns so clearly, was Lu Wu truly misguided in his priorities? The pressing matter is to exit this territory post-haste. Are you misplacing your concerns? Yin Xiaodai responded, exasperated. I believe you should first clarify the potential dangers we may encounter on our journey ahead. Jiang Shuo suggested pointedly. Upon hearing this, Yin Xiaodai instinctively tightened her grip on Jiang Shuo's hand. A moment of silence enveloped them as their pace continued toward the city's periphery. Numerous other cultivators were also hastening toward the exit, and Jiang Shuo could clearly discern the varying expressions on their faces. Some were filled with dread, while others radiated excitement. The addiction to slaughter is rampant. This realm of cultivation lacks the abundance of righteous individuals to combat such deeds. Jiang Shuo mused internally as he observed the unfolding scene. Thus far, he had yet to encounter a single so-called righteous guardian. Instead, he found himself surrounded by carefree and unrestrained cultivators, regardless of their affiliations. As long as there are no conflicting interests, both demonic and righteous cultivators could easily share a drink and meal together. Here, the distinction between demonic and celestial paths is more of a philosophical journey rather than an inherently adversarial stance. Should conflict arise, it is generally due to threats to personal interests or lives, as Jiang Shuo had yet to witness any acts of justice stemming from mere whims. More often than not, it is a case of coveting what belongs to another. For instance, at this very moment, several teams of malicious cultivators had set their sights on Jiang Shuo and Yin Xiaodai, trailing them from a distance. Chapter 226. Instant kill. Jiang Shuo's consciousness had already detected their presence, while the silent Yin Xiaodai remained oblivious to the impending threat. Upon sensing them, Jiang Shuo felt a hint of surprise. It was one thing to be targeted by a few individuals, but such a large group seemed excessive. In an instant, the pair arrived at the border of Dark City. Yin Xiaodai, as if suddenly regaining her senses, grasped Jiang Shuo's arm. Just as she was about to speak, a multitude of figures surged toward them. Their ostentatious demeanor disturbed the surrounding air, accompanied by the raucous echoes of manic laughter. 2 Fledglings. How delightful to play with! No one dare snatch from me. I only need 2 more for my howlers. I wish to hold that man's hand. Just the hand will suffice. Hunting, hunting, hunting. Where shall we hang them? In multiple places, perhaps. Hunters, we must flee. Yin Xiaodia's countenance changed dramatically, the words she had intended to share with Jiang Shuo instantly forgotten. Where to flee? Are there not others ahead? Jiang Shuo pointed toward their path, where a group of 4 to 5 individuals raced toward them. From your words, it seems you are familiar with them. Jiang Shuo maintained a light-hearted tone, his curiosity piqued. Yin Xiaodai could not afford to concern herself with Jiang Shuo's demeanor at that moment. She waved her hand, and a dozen coffins appeared. They are hunters, a far more deranged lot. Yet, I have heard they have been roaming the wilderness. How did they come to be here today? As she commanded the animated corpses to encircle them, she explained. Just then, the approaching hunters halted mid-air. Surrounding the 2, the aura they emitted was uniformly at the late Foundation establishment stage, their expressions varying between mirth, baring teeth, ferocity, and sternness as they scrutinized Jiang Shuo and Yin Xiaodai. It appeared as though the 2 had been placed upon a chopping block, awaiting their imminent fate at the hands of this group. However, they remained motionless, merely encircling the pair, seemingly awaiting the arrival of someone. Esteemed guests, is there something you require? If not, we are pressed for time, so kindly make way. Jiang Shuo spoke suddenly, his tone and content suggesting a remarkable detachment from the palpable tension in the air. Not only was Yin Xiaodai taken aback, but even some of the 30 or so individuals surrounding them were astonished by his words. This individual is either a fool or possesses immense confidence. Years of operation had instilled a sense of wariness in some of them. Yet, the majority erupted into wild laughter in response to Jiang Shuo's inquiry. Haha, how amusing, truly amusing. A mere sixth-layer Foundation establishment cultivator must be terrified out of his wits. Speaking without thought, kid, we merely wish to toy with you. The kind of game that risks life. After lingering here for over a month and slaying countless, you are the only one who piques our interest. I have decided to keep one of your fingers as a souvenir. Where is the boss? Shall we just execute him now? Upon hearing certain remarks, Jiang Shu quickly grasped the situation. This group had been lying in wait for someone in the vicinity. Casting a glance at Yin Xiaodai, he realized the scenario aligned perfectly with her predicament. The stakes in this venture were escalating. Jiang Shu suddenly revealed a smile to the group, then, much to their bewilderment, he vanished without a trace. In an instant, a vigilant Yin Xiaodai noticed Jiang Shua had appeared above their heads, surrounded by a circle of talismans. Then, with a flick of his sword technique, the circle of talismans transformed into sword energy, dissipating into the void. Subsequently, all 30 or so onlookers inexplicably plummeted to the ground. Not a single one remained. Yin Xiaodai stood frozen, as if her soul had been extracted, her gaze fixated on the unfolding scene. Jiang Shua landed beside her, wiping away non-existent beads of sweat. This Earth-grade inferior void sword talisman proved remarkably effective. I must remember to create more next time. Jiang Shua surveyed the scene with satisfaction before commencing to sift through the corpses. Only then did Yin Xiaodai regain her bearings. She had always known his talismans were formidable, but she had not anticipated such an exaggerated display. Moreover, did she just hear that? The Earth-grade inferior void sword talisman was crafted by him? Is it feasible for a Foundation establishment cultivator to produce such a talisman? Has his spiritual cultivation already reached a level where he can manipulate the trajectories of Earth-grade inferior talismans? What manner of individual have I encountered? Yin Xiaodai pondered. Hey, Yin Xiaodai, do you have any use for these corpses? Jiang Shua's call snapped her back to reality. I suppose I do. Yin Xiaodai stuttered as she returned to her senses. She then watched as Jiang Shua tossed the corpses one by one toward her, and it was only then that she noticed the fine line etched at the center of each corpse's brow. Clearly, this was the lethal wound inflicted by Jiang Shua's talisman. With a complex expression, Yin Xiaodai collected all the corpses. What are you pondering? Let us depart swiftly. Whatever you wish to discuss can wait until we are on the road. Just moments ago, the commotion they caused was quite significant. If another group arrives shortly, I shall find myself devoid of any void sword talismans. Jiang Shua urged Yin Xiaodai to hasten their departure, for he had overheard their earlier conversation about a certain leader yet to arrive. Before long, a skeletal flying vessel soared into the sky. A gentle breeze swept through the area, reminiscent of yesterday. Aside from a few bloodstains on the ground indicating the previous presence of a group, there were no other traces left behind. An hour later, a middle-aged cultivator emanating the fluctuations of a third-level golden core arrived. Accompanied by two ninth-level Foundation establishment practitioners, upon landing, they keenly noticed the now-dried bloodstains on the ground. One of the ninth-level Foundation establishment cultivators crouched down, a finger radiating a crimson spiritual light, lightly touching the dried blood, revealing wisps of blood energy. Boss, this is Zhang Shi's blood. The individual carefully sensed and then stood, addressing the leading Golden Core cultivator. Is he dead or alive? The Golden Core cultivator stated without a hint of emotion. Dead. The blood has lost its vitality. Upon hearing this, the aura of the Golden Core practitioner momentarily faltered. If even that cunning old fox Zhang Shi is dead, then the others are likely in dire straits as well. There were no signs of a struggle at the scene, indicating they were likely killed in a single strike. Why long-standing faction, Yin Xiao, has been wiped out just like that? Truly, the successor of the Undying Corpse sect possesses some treasures. Initially, I intended to capture you for a bounty, but now it has escalated to a life-or-death situation. Wei Jun, employ the bloodline tracking technique. That girl should be carrying their corpses with her. Let us confront this successor of the Undying Corpse sect. Chapter 227. The Reason and the Pursuit in the Skies of the Dark Earth Domain. A skeletal flying vessel sped across the heavens, heading towards the Earth Fiend domain. Jiang Shua sat cross-legged, recovering his previously depleted soul power. Controlling such a massive number of Earth-level talismans with the current quality of his soul power to accurately strike each individual is quite taxing. Strictly speaking, The spells of low-grade Earth talismans are already above the golden core level. Typically, once released, they would autonomously attack, but for Jiang Shua to accurately target each person, the consumption of soul power is inevitable. Soon, Jiang Shua regained consciousness thanks to the void refining spirit technique, which allows for recovery without significant time expenditure. However, he was concerned that should someone attack again, it would be prudent to maintain a peak state. "I am awake," Yin Shaodai softly remarked. Jiang Shua acknowledged with a sound, then stretched, preparing for his usual sleep cultivation. "Hey, don't sleep. I have something to discuss with you." Noticing Jiang Shua slipping into sleep mode again, Yin Shaodai hurriedly spoke up. Jiang Shua did not rise but floated in midair, beckoning her to continue. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am a disciple of the Kueifeng lineage of the Undying Corpse sect. Known as Juxian, the youngest daughter of the three great families of Tiangang City, Yin Shaodai." Yin Shaodai stated earnestly, this introduction meant to flaunt your status or to imply I should behave myself in certain situations?" Jiang Shua responded with a smile. Yin Shaodai disregarded Jiang Shua's jest, as her aim was for him to understand the gravity of their impending situation. "I have an arranged fiancé. However, the sect master has betrothed me to him, and he wishes to kill me. I sensed his murderous intent, and out of necessity, I fled. The reason I must return to the sect is that my 10 heavenly dry corpses have accumulated sufficient malevolent energy. I must return to the sect's secret realm to complete their final refinement. This way, I can rid myself of my fiancé's threat and even dissolve the engagement." Jiang Shua found himself momentarily bewildered by the rapid succession of information, his clear gaze revealing a hint of confusion. He had thought Yin Shaodai had matured significantly during this time. Unlike her previous foolish self, little did he know, he had overestimated her intellect. Jiang Shua pinched his brow in distress. "Let me clarify to see if I have understood correctly. You discovered your fiancé intends to kill you, and you realize that the heavenly dry corpses can resolve this predicament. Hence, you fled, bringing the corpses to absorb malevolent energy. Now that the corpses are ready, you must return to the sect for the final refinement. Once back, you will not only escape this danger but also elevate your status, correct?" Observing Yin Shaodai nodding vigorously, Jiang Shua pondered how she had managed to reach this point. Divine favor, perhaps? Thus, in our upcoming journey, we are to confront the pursuit of a disciple of the Undying Corpse sect? Jiang Shua inquired. Yin Shaodai nodded, then shook her head, saying, "To be precise, it is the pursuit of a true disciple of the Undying Corpse sect, a direct descendant of the Li family from Tiangang City. He is quite formidable, another individual with a significant background." Jiang Shua muttered. Then, reverting to a nonchalant demeanor, he asked, "He is that strong?" Yin Shaodai's expression turned complex as she replied, "Though I am reluctant to admit it. He is indeed powerful. He began cultivating at 12, established his foundation at 16, advancing a level each year, reaching the Golden Core at 24, and now he is at the 6th level of Golden Core. His talent has always been a closely guarded secret within the sect, but given his speed of cultivation, he must possess at least a heavenly spirit root. To this day, I have no idea why he wishes to kill me." Jiang Shua initially listened with keen interest, but when he heard that he had reached the 6th level of Golden Core, his expression turned peculiar. The 6th level of Golden Core, Jiang Shua estimated that it would take him at least a decade to achieve that. This seems a bit like an old bull courting a young calf. Although he thought so, Jiang Shua refrained from mocking. This is the realm of cultivation. Even older bulls can court younger calves. "All right, I believe I understand. I just have one question. Will your fiancé take action?" Jiang Shua inquired curiously. A fiancé attempting to kill his fiancée is quite the scandal. He won't. He would never initiate such an act unless he wishes for mutual destruction, Yin Shaodai asserted confidently. Jiang Shua was also aware that the other party would not take action. After all, if he was going to act, he would have done so already. Yet, it was still prudent to clarify. Should they encounter a lunatic, Yin Shaodai would surely be in peril. Then, there is no problem. We shall proceed as planned. You need not worry about anything else, Jiang Shua said with a relaxed smile. As Jiang Shua closed his eyes once more, Yin Shaodai felt an inexplicable sense of relief wash over her. She could not fathom why, despite Jiang Shua being merely a foundation establishment cultivator, his words provided her with such a profound sense of security. Just as Yin Shaodai pondered this peculiar feeling, Jiang Shua suddenly darted to the control panel, maneuvering the vessel to make a sharp turn. From the outside, the skeletal flying vessel veered sharply, narrowly avoiding a pillar of spiritual energy. Had it not been for that sudden turn, the pillar would have pierced through the vessel's hull. Inside the vessel, Yin Shaodai was thrown against the wall due to Jiang Shua's abrupt maneuver. Yin Shaodai, take control, Jiang Shua calmly instructed. With no time to dwell on her pain from the impact, Yin Shaodai swiftly grasped the control lever, intuitively realizing that they were under attack. After transferring control to Yin Shaodai, Jiang Shua exited the vessel, only to see a blood-colored flying vessel approach, a cultivator radiating the aura of the golden core level gathering energy in his hand. Clearly, the previous attack had originated from him. It seemed he was not acting on a whim. Jiang Shua's expression grew grave. Yin Shaodai, descend. This vessel cannot outrun theirs, Jiang Shua communicated telepathically. Subsequently, the skeletal flying vessel began its descent toward the ground. Observing this, the occupant of the blood-colored vessel ceased his spell and followed suit, landing as well. Standing on the leaves, Jiang Shua and Yin Shaodai watched as their pursuer approached. Senior, why have you attacked us? Jiang Shua sought to probe this individual's background, suspecting he might be the so-called leader from the previous group. Otherwise, encountering 2 attacks within such a short span was improbable. The one who killed my men. You think you can just flee without an explanation? Yin Shaodai interjected. The newcomer was none other than Yin Shao and Wei Jun.as for the other 9th level Foundation establishment practitioner. He was currently aboard the flying vessel, recuperating and overseeing the ship as a vessel for Wei Jun's bloodline tracking technique. Regarding Jiang Shua's inquiry, Yin Shao dismissed him entirely. Die in his eyes. A 6th level Foundation establishment cultivator was unworthy of dialogue. Only Yin Shaodai, the disciple who had annihilated his team, held any right to speak. Upon hearing Yin Zhao's words, Yin Shaodai was initially taken aback, but soon she grasped the situation. This golden core cultivator had mistaken her for the one who had obliterated his subordinates. But then it struck her. This man recognized her. Chapter 228. Confrontation with the golden core in a forest within the dark earth domain. A flying vessel hovered in the AIR.AT the treetops. 4 figures faced each other. Yin Shaodai asked stiffly, "How do you know me?" Yin Shao sneered contemptuously. "In the dark earth domain, your reputation, Yin Shaodai, has long been notorious. After all, the bounty of 100,000 profound-grade spirit stones, coupled with the condition of merely requiring a corpse regardless of life or death, is exceedingly difficult to refuse. Numerous hunters have taken to sleeping with your portrait." Yin Shaodai expressed her offense upon hearing the final remark. Jiang Shua cast a peculiar glance at Yin Shaodai. That last statement bore a striking resemblance to some teacher accompanying one asleep. Regarding Yin Zhao's disregard for him, Jiang Shua felt no surprise. Upon truly understanding Yin Shaodai's identity, it was only natural for him, an outwardly merely 6th-layer Foundation establishment cultivator, to yield to the formidable figure. "You are worth 100,000 profound-grade spirit stones. Perhaps I should sell you. With spirit stones in hand, we could split it evenly. What say you?" Jiang Shua jestingly proposed. Yin Shaodai promptly delivered a punch to Jiang Shua, exclaiming, "Sell you to the great devil." Observing the flirtatious banter between the two, the atmosphere around Yin Shao grew increasingly oppressive, and Wei Jun instinctively stepped back a few paces. "Since Miss Yin has taken the lives of my subordinates, now let her repay it with her own life. It's only fair." Yin Shao strode directly towards Jiang Shua and Yin Shaodai, his imposing aura intensifying with each step. "Take care of yourself. Beware of that 9th-layer Foundation establishment cultivator. If the situation becomes dire, use the teleportation talisman to flee. I have left a mark of consciousness on you. Once I deal with this golden core stage individual, I will seek you out." Jiang Shua positioned himself before Yin Shaodai, blocking the accumulating pressure from Yin Shao. He handed Yin Shaodai a stack of talismans, most of which were for protection. Without his myriad of techniques, providing too many would be futile. Yin Shao was taken aback to see a mere 6th-layer Foundation establishment cultivator move freely under his pressure, while also shielding Yin Shaodai from it in that instant. His regard for Jiang Shua escalated sharply. Could it be that Zhang Shi and the others were killed by him? A thought flickered through Yin Zhao's mind. Kid, did you slay my subordinates? Yin Zhao inquired directly. Without a hint of doubt. Whether it is true or false matters not. Jiang Shuo did not respond directly but released his own aura. The ninth layer foundation establishment cultivation momentarily stunned Yin Zhao. Yet the continually rising pressure rendered his expression increasingly grim. Clearly, he was a ninth layer foundation establishment cultivator, yet he exuded an aura far surpassing that level. Yin Zhao could now ascertain that this individual before him was the one who had fatally struck his subordinate. To possess an aura rivaling that of a golden core stage cultivator at the ninth layer of foundation establishment was something Yin Zhao had only heard of in rumors. What had initially seemed a certain victory was now shrouded in uncertainty. Wei Jun, once we engage in battle, you encircle from behind to capture Yin Zhaodai. Yin Zhao had initially thought he could resolve everything himself, but with Jiang Shuo's unexpected emergence, he abandoned any notions of maintaining the dignity of the strong. After years of being a bandit, what dignity was left to uphold? After instructing Wei Jun, Yin Zhao disregarded the facade of strength and charged at Jiang Shuo, a bloodthirsty ghost blade, glimmering with cold light, manifested in his hand, and a 40-meter-long blade energy surged forth, unhesitatingly cleaving towards Jiang Shuo. Jiang Shuo had not anticipated the decisiveness of this golden core stage expert. Witnessing the blade energy rush towards him, he swiftly pulled Yin Zhaodai to the side and fled. Yin Zhao's eyes ignited with a fiery intent. Where do you think you're going? With a thunderous roar, the initially descending blade energy, under Yin Zhao's control, instantaneously shifted horizontally towards Jiang Shuo's fleeing direction. Damn! It can turn! Jiang Shuo exclaimed in astonishment, urging Yin Zhaodai to vacate the battlefield. As he altered his trajectory, he inadvertently hurled Yin Zhaodai towards the ground. Receiving Yin Zhao's command, Wei Jun fixated on Yin Zhaodia's movements. Seeing her thrown to the ground, he shot towards her without hesitation. In the midst of his ascent, Jiang Shuo naturally noticed Wei Jun's actions. Instantly, slender lines of fire materialized around him, resembling elongated needles. Yet, upon their emergence, the air around them warped from the heat. Heavenly Blaze 5 Flames Technique, Dragon Flame Needle. In an instant, the fiery needles divided into two factions. The vast majority collided with the blade energy that had redirected, while a smaller portion shot towards Wei Jun's trajectory. Caught up in the thrill of the chase, Wei Jun remained oblivious to Jiang Shuo's assault. But Yin Zhao's expression changed dramatically. He swiftly extended his hand to halt Wei Jun's advance. The fire needles narrowly grazed past Wei Jun, piercing through the trees below and embedding themselves into the earth. Wei Jun's complexion paled, for even at a distance of 1 meter, he could feel the intense heat of the fire needles, accompanied by the faint scent of singed hair. What a pity, Jiang Shuo lamented. Fully aware that the opportunity to eliminate Wei Jun had slipped away as expected, Yin Zhao positioned himself in front of Wei Jun, casting a grim look at Jiang Shuo. Now, hurry and pursue Yin Zhaodai. Wei Jun, jolted from his terror, realized that Yin Zhaodai had already vanished without a trace and hastened to follow. The scene was soon left with only Jiang Shuo and Yin Zhao, their gazes locking in a growing chill. Suddenly, a multitude of talismans manifested around Jiang Shuo, igniting simultaneously. Myriad Techniques Torrent, 1,000 Talismans. Yin Zhao was momentarily taken aback by the sudden influx of talismans, but upon witnessing Jiang Shuo's instantaneous activation, his eyes sharpened, the blade in his hand floated before him, and the fire of consciousness ignited in his gaze. The mana from his dantian surged as Yin Zhao continuously altered his hand seals, channeling it into the bloodthirsty ghost blade before him, imbuing it with certain attributes. Ghost Domain Blade Art, Ghost Blade. The bloodthirsty ghost blade trembled slightly, instantly unleashing a torrent aimed at Jiang Shuo's torrent of spells. In a heartbeat, the sky erupted with blinding light and deafening sound. Mere moments later, Jiang Shuo's talisman-formed torrent began to falter. The talisman's grades were insufficient. The combination of low-grade profound and high-grade yellow talismans was commendable to endure against a golden core stage spell for this long. Realizing the situation was dire, Jiang Shuo ceased activating new talismans. Instead, he dodged the residual attack of the ghostly blade technique, sidestepping to the side, where he summoned more talismans. However, this time, the number was not overwhelming. merely around 10. Yet the aura of the talismans made Yin Zhao's eyes twitch. Damn it. Where did this scion come from? The previous profound talismans were one matter, but to waste these earth-grade talismans one by one. It became evident that Yin Zhao's assumptions were correct. Jiang Shuo displayed no hesitation or remorse on his face. A dozen earth-grade low-quality talismans were activated simultaneously. In an instant, the fluctuations of spiritual energy in this realm intensified beyond the previous clash of spells. Myriad Techniques Torrent, Earth-grade. 10 Talismans, Chapter 229. Drawing the sword, a dozen earth-grade low-quality talismans surged forth like a roaring dragon towards Yin Zhao. Yin Zhao maintained his composure, showing no signs of panic despite Jiang Shuo's shocking attack. He swiftly altered his position, retreating chaotically while continuously changing his hand seals. The time taken to activate this spell was evidently longer. The fastest of the talisman spells, the Earth Tribulation Lightning, struck first at Yin Zhao. Yet even his erratic movement could not allow him to evade completely. However, he showed no intention of halting his spellcasting, allowing the Earth Tribulation Lightning to strike him. Just as the Earth Tribulation Lightning approached, a thin layer of energy materialized around Yin Zhao. The lightning was astonishingly absorbed, and the anticipated explosion failed to occur. Yin Zhao was not surprised by this outcome. The garment he wore was no ordinary robe. It was a specially crafted top-tier profound-grade artifact, inscribed with his sex Shadow Erosion Formation. It could withstand one attack from an earth-grade or lower spell for a short period. Jiang Shuo was equally astonished by this sight. Although not an artifact master, he had noticed the glowing formation on Yin Zhao's robe. A golden core stage cultivator was indeed not easily dealt with. He continued to manipulate the remaining spells to attack Yin Zhao. Even though he could have let them act autonomously, there was a distinction between controlling and not controlling them. At least now, Yin Zhao's desperate attempts to evade were no longer as simple as tearing a talisman. As the fourth talisman spell cornered Yin Zhao, he finally revealed a sinister expression. The hand seals he had been forming suddenly synchronized with the bloodthirsty ghost blade beside him, causing the blade to vibrate with significantly greater intensity than before. Ghost Domain Blade Art, Ghostly Spectre. From the blade surface, anguished wails of eerie souls began to emerge, struggling to escape. Within moments, the area was filled with flying souls. Jiang Shuo's remaining spells were gradually devoured by these entities. Yin Zhao, with a pained expression, watched Jiang Shuo hovering in the distance, while several souls clung to him, seemingly siphoning something. He endured the agonizing pull on his soul and, with a flicker of thought, commanded the souls that had consumed his spells to surge towards Jiang Shuo with a cacophony of shrieks. It appeared that until he could inscribe more powerful talismans, his combat prowess would only be comparable to that of a third-layer golden core cultivator. To eliminate an opponent of this caliber, he needed either more talismans or stronger ones. Unfortunately, due to his cultivation constraints, he could not inscribe stronger ones, and the earth-grade low-quality talismans were insufficient. The only option left is to change disguises. Fortunately, it is just me and this fellow here, so there is no need to switch skins. Now, the sword cultivator Qingming is online. Yin Zhao's gaze remained fixed on the ghostly essence enveloping Jiang Shuo entirely. The quivering presence indicating their predatory actions. In that fleeting moment, Yin Zhao's expression visibly relaxed. Where did this wealthy individual come from? I nearly faced disaster. If this were to spread, it would be quite embarrassing for a cultivator at the third level of the Golden Core stage to be nearly subdued by a 9th-level Foundation Establishment Talisman Master. That would be tantamount to death. However, seeing this guy casually wielding Earth-level talismans, his storage bag must contain a wealth of valuable items. As Yin Zhao endured the pain coursing through him, he fantasized about the treasures he might acquire. A smile that he could not suppress gracing his face. But just then, the ghostly essences surrounding Jiang Shuo suddenly began to wail. Yin Zhao's nerves tensed immediately, his eyes anxiously fixated on the spectral circle above. Unfortunately, once this maneuver was initiated, he too became immobilized. Those little specters siphoning off his essence were also his defensive layer. At this moment, his earlier joy had vanished, replaced by an increasingly grim countenance. For the ghostly essences surrounding Jiang Shuo began to disappear one by one following their mournful cries. What filled him with terror was the unparalleled sword light that swept through the masses. cleaving the encircling spirits in half. Normally, these spirits would recover from such a blow, but after this sword light passed, they disintegrated completely. In an instant, the once tumultuous skies filled with wailing spirits dwindled to only a few, frantically fleeing towards the blood soul ghost blade. Alas, a rapid and seamless sword light pierced through them, one by one, rendering them irretrievable as they vanished without a trace. The sword light then gracefully returned to Jiang Shua's side, swirling around him as if reveling in its current state. Indeed, Yin Xiao accurately sensed the sword's emotions, and because of this, his face turned a ghastly pale, despair evident in his eyes. He never imagined that a mere artifact, devoid of a golden core stage, could be witnessed in the hands of a 9th-level Foundation establishment cultivator. Moreover, the fluidity of the flying sword's attacks suggested an unimaginable level of refinement, indicative of profound control. How could you possibly possess a treasure? How could you have such an advanced level of refinement? Yin Xiao questioned incredulously. Jiang Shua initially thought he had misinterpreted his tone, but upon seeing Yin Zhao's expression, it indeed seemed to be the case. As for this artifact, can't one simply find someone to exchange it? Jiang Shua replied with a mischievous honesty. This was, in fact, the truth, but whether he believed it was up to the other party. Yin Zhao's expression darkened further. Do not assume that possessing an artifact guarantees victory. How long can a Foundation establishment cultivator truly wield such a treasure? Jiang Shua shrugged, declaring, I have completely refined this Qingyun sword. It is more than capable of accompanying you until the bitter end. Yin Xiao grasped the ominous blood soul ghost blade, the little specters that had been siphoning his essence howling as they were pulled back into the blade. Let us see if you can indeed kill me. The air beneath Yin Xiao erupted as he charged towards Jiang Shua with an unyielding momentum. In an instant, Jiang Shua propelled himself backward, thinking, as a carefree sword cultivator, why should I engage you in close combat? The Qingyun sword, like a soaring dragon, trailed a streak of azure light as it followed Jiang Shua's retreat. Jiang Shua raised his left hand, fingers poised like a sword, pointing towards the pursuing Yin Xiao. Xintian sword technique, heaven-piercing sword. The Qingyun sword shot into the sky, and in Yin Zhao's horrified gaze, a colossal Qingyun sword magnified 1,000-fold pierced through the clouds. It descended from the heights at what appeared to be a slow pace but was, in fact, incredibly rapid, the first victim being the flying vessel suspended in midair, which was immediately reduced to splinters, taking the unfortunate cultivator within along to the afterlife. Yin Xiao instinctively sought to flee, but upon moving, he realized he was bound by the sword's might, utterly immobile. All he could do was watch as the enormous Qingyun sword, its tip ignited with a burning flame, surged towards him. Under the binding pressure of this sword's might, he could only helplessly endure the onslaught. Boom! A massive mushroom cloud erupted in the depths of the desolate forest. Chapter 230. Misfortunes never come alone within the forest. Yin Xiaodai utilized the talisman given by Jiang Shua in the terrain to play hide-and-seek with Wei Jun, who was at the 9th level of Foundation establishment. Yin Xiaodai, you might as well come out obediently. Your little paramour is currently being ruthlessly beaten by my elder brother. Don't you feel the slightest bit of heartache? Wei Jun taunted, his demeanor akin to a cat toying with a mouse. For him, this scenario was mere entertainment, as both individuals were well within his grasp, akin to prey on a platter. After all, whether it was Yin Xiao tormenting Yin Xiaodia's paramour or he himself tormenting Yin Xiaodai, they were both in a position of overwhelming superiority. His actions were merely to inject a bit of amusement into this monotonous display of dominance. Although Yin Xiaodai was not affected by Wei Jun's words, she understood that she absolutely could not be captured. If Jiang Shua were to lose, she could still use herself as leverage to demand his release. But if she were caught, both she and Jiang Shua would be doomed, with no room for negotiation. Thus, even while deeply worried for Jiang Shua, she gritted her teeth and persevered. Just then, a tremendous explosion echoed through the heavens and earth, capturing the attention of both parties. Through the gaps in the leaves, they witnessed the towering mushroom cloud rising skyward. Wei Jun immediately erupted into raucous laughter. Did you see that? Did you hear that? Our esteemed Yin Laoda has exploded in rage. Your little paramour has probably been reduced to nothingness. With such a tremendous commotion, Wei Jun's first reaction was to attribute it to his leader's wrath, prompting him to boast loudly. Yin Xiaodai felt a tremor in her heart. But she quickly steadied herself. Until the victor from that side arrived, everything was still possible. Even if that possibility was infinitesimal for Jiang Shuo, she had to preserve the last glimmer of hope for his survival. Yin Xiaodai affixed another movement talisman to herself and swiftly ascended the treetops, darting away into the distance. Regardless of the circumstances surrounding Jiang Shuo, she could not afford to remain stationary any longer. Wei Jun noticed Yin Xiaodia's movement immediately and followed closely behind. Unfortunately, despite being at the 9th level of Foundation establishment, speed was not his forte. Otherwise, he would not have been unable to catch up with Yin Xiaodai for so long. Determined to put distance between herself and her pursuer, Yin Xiaodai ceased to be concerned about the depletion of her spiritual energy, flying at full speed toward her escape. Although Wei Jun could not close the gap, he relied on his unique tracking techniques to steadily trail behind her. Meanwhile, Yin Xiaodai, in her flight, could not have anticipated encountering new assailants in her escape. Just as she was flying in a straight line, a barrage of wind blades suddenly appeared before her, hurtling towards her. Forced to slow her pace, she evaded the oncoming wind blades. In the midst of her evasive maneuvers, a shadow silently materialized behind her. A dagger, shimmering with a greenish glow, surged toward her back with astonishing speed, clearly intending to leave her no chance of survival. Though Yin Xiaodai remained oblivious, just as the dagger was about to pierce her body, a golden light enveloped her. Clang! The dagger collided with the golden light, producing a resounding metallic clang, causing the attacker to retreat instantly. Yin Xiaodai then realized that a cultivator had been attempting a sneak attack from behind. Cold sweat trickling down her forehead, Earth-level low-grade defensive talisman, primordial golden light technique. No wonder Ying Fei couldn't break through. A deep voice resonated before her. Instinctively, Yin Xiaodai glanced toward the source of the voice, where a team of 5 blocked her path forward. The leader bore a prominent and jagged scar on his face, leaving a lasting impression, while the other 4 varied in stature, some tall and lanky, others short and stout, each possessing an unappealing countenance. At first glance, it was evident that they were not good-natured individuals, their cultivation levels not low either, with the leader at the 9th level of Foundation establishment, while the rest were at the 6th or 7th levels. Faced with this situation, despair washed over Yin Xiaodia's heart. She had anticipated the difficulty of her journey back to the sect, but she never imagined that she would encounter several life-and-death predicaments so soon. Just then, Wei Jun, who had been pursuing from behind, caught up. Seeing Yin Xiaodai cornered by a group of unfamiliar faces, a smile bloomed on his face. "Ha ha, Yin Xiaodai. This time you can't escape." Addressing the group, he added, "Thank you, fellow cultivators, for helping to detain this wretched girl. I extend my gratitude on behalf of our esteemed Yin Xiao." Wei Jun, recognizing the scene, understood that to capture Yin Xiaodai, he had to invoke his leader Yin Zhao's name to instill fear in the opposition. Yin Xiaodai? A walking treasure worth 100,000 Xin-level spirit stones? Brother Yao, we hit the jackpot. That Yin Xiao is not to be trifled with. The leader of the opposing team had yet to utter a word when his 4 subordinates began to exclaim in astonishment. "Silence!" The leader, Yao Gu, bellowed, and instantly the group fell silent, standing frozen in place, evidently terrified of their leader's wrath. "If there are no further matters to discuss, I shall take this wretch with me. Yin Xiao is waiting for me to bring him back," Wei Jun declared, striding towards Yin Xiaodai, his words dripping with the implication that their golden core powerhouse was present as well. Yao Ji's gaze was fixed intently on Wei Jun's movements, and as he approached within 5 meters of Yin Xiaodai, his eyes hardened. "Ying Fei, make your move," Yao Gu shouted, charging towards Yin Xiaodai alongside his 4 subordinates. The prospect of 100,000 profound-grade spirit stones was too enticing to resist. Even if Yin Zhao's golden core cultivator were present, they would find a way to claim their share. Wei Jun was taken aback by the audacity of their attack, his vigilance heightened. However, his expression shifted to one of shock as he stared blankly at his heart. A knife protruding from it was none other than the assassin Ying Fei, who had stealthily approached him from behind and plunged a dagger into his back. Without hesitation, Ying Fei twisted the dagger, channeling spiritual energy through it to utterly devastate Wei Jun's heart. The light in Wei Jun's eyes extinguished completely as Ing Fei rifled through his body, retrieving a storage bag before discarding his lifeless form. Meanwhile, Yin Xiaodai had remained ever vigilant, summoning her corpses to battle as Yao Ji's crew launched their attack. Upon contact, she realized that these individuals were all body cultivators, each possessing formidable strength despite their bizarre appearances. Yin Xiaodia's dozen or so Foundation establishment corpses were quickly forced into retreat, and soon they found themselves cornered against a massive tree. Before long, the 6 assailants had encircled Yin Xiaodai, trapping her in their midst. Hee, Yao Gu, it seems fortune smiles upon us today. Come now, dear girl, accompany us willingly. Rest assured, we shan't seize your virtue. I never expected to stumble upon such a treasure here. The gang's expressions were filled with greed as they gazed at Yin Xiaodai. Even Ing Fei, who typically lurked in the shadows, was no exception. Overwhelmed with despair, Yin Xiaodai contemplated whether to end her own life when suddenly, a familiar voice echoed, "Ah, Yin Xiaodai, a walking treasure worth 100,000 spirit stones." Chapter 231. Vulnerable and fleeing. Hearing that voice again filled Yin Xiaodai with immense joy, her earlier haze dissipating into clarity. Everyone turned towards the source of the voice, and there, perched upon the trunk of the great tree, was a young man of unremarkable appearance, yet with piercingly clear and sharp eyes. A slight smirk played upon his lips as he observed the unfolding scene with amusement. Yin Xiaodai, shedding her burdens, exclaimed joyfully, "Since you are aware of my predicament, why not rescue me for the bounty?" Jiang Shua, playing along, rubbed his chin thoughtfully before replying, "That makes sense. Gentlemen, how about you let this little brother handle the matter today? Next time we meet, I'll treat you to drinks." The interaction was evident to all present. The two were familiar with one another. Naturally, Yao Ji's group did not take kindly to this mockery. Ing Fei, seizing the opportunity, melded into the shadows and reappeared behind Jiang Shua, aiming a lethal strike at his heart. Yet, he suddenly felt his body being forcefully pushed backward, losing all sensation. To Yao Gu and his companions. Ing Fei appeared to silently approach Jiang Shua, his dagger mercilessly aimed at Jiang Shua's heart. However, in an instant, he was pinned to the tree trunk by a beam of golden light, his fate unknown. Yao Ji's expression shifted dramatically as he and his crew immediately turned their attention to Yin Xiaodai, intending to use her as a shield. Though they acted decisively and swiftly, Jiang Shua was even faster. Appearing before Yin Xiaodai as if teleporting 0.5 low-grade earth elemental talismans materialized and were instantly activated. Breaking Gold Slash, Flame Eruption, Heavenly Water, Withered Wood Strike, and Earth Shatter each targeted a member of the group. Caught off guard by the swiftness and precision of Jiang Shua's attacks, Yao Ji's crew was forced to shift from offense to defense, desperately trying to shield themselves from the incoming barrage. Boom! Bang! Yin Xiaodai, peering curiously into the smoke-filled area, wondered why there were only sounds of explosions and no cries of agony. Jiang Shua waved his hand, dispersing the dust to reveal a figure kneeling on one knee, missing both arms and covered in wounds. The others lay either charred, bloodied, or reduced to mere husks, or had vanished entirely. Yin Xiaodai gazed at the remaining leader, Yao Gu, her emotions a tumultuous blend. Were these individuals truly so weak? Yao Gu, drenched in blood and dazed, scanned his surroundings in disbelief. How could his group, seasoned in the dark territories for over a century, be so utterly defeated in a single strike? Wasn't the person before him also a Foundation establishment cultivator? In that moment, Yao Ji's resolve crumbled. Jiang Shua had intended to deliver a few parting words, but found himself disinclined to speak upon witnessing the vacant look in Yao Ji's eyes. Raising his hand, he unleashed a fiery bolt that struck Yao Ji's forehead, extinguishing his life. After the customary looting, he pointed at Yao Ji's corpse and asked, "Yin Xiaodai, do you want this?" Without hesitation, Yin Xiaodai collected the bodies of Yao Gu and Ing Fei. As she seldom encountered body cultivators, let alone their corpses. Once they had dealt with the remaining bodies, the two boarded the skeletal flying vessel and set off once more, back on the vessel. Yin Xiaodai silently observed Jiang Shua, who was meditating with his eyes closed. Finally, he opened his eyes, slightly exasperated, and said, "Feel free to ask your questions." Yin Xiaodai, instantly excited, inquired, "How did you manage to defeat that golden core cultivator? High-tier talismans left behind by my sect, Jiang Shua replied succinctly. Yin Xiaodai wore an expression of disbelief. Is it really that simple? Jiang Shua nodded earnestly. Indeed, it is that simple. I thought you battled him for 300 rounds before unleashing a grand finale. Causing such a tremendous commotion, Yin Xiaodai said, slightly disappointed. You still managed to think so creatively under those circumstances. How could a mere ninth-layer foundation establishment cultivator like me contend with a golden core cultivator for 300 rounds? Jiang Shua replied, feigning seriousness. While he had indeed engaged in a fierce battle with Yin Xiao, there was no need to boast about it, nor did he wish to draw attention to such a display. Speaking of which, how did you encounter such a ragtag crew? Jiang Shua deftly shifted the topic. Yin Xiaodia's expression turned troubled. I have no idea. I saw the commotion on your side, feared it would trouble you, and hurriedly fled. Who would have thought I would run into such a group on my escape route? By the way, did you keep the golden core corpse for me? If so, don't hide it. I'll take care of it when we return to the sect. At the mention of the golden core corpse, Yin Xiaodai recalled the one she had sought. Jiang Shua shot her a disgruntled glance. That promise is worth nothing. After such an attack, how could I ensure it still exists? It was reduced to dust. In truth, although Yin Xiao had sustained severe injuries in that thunderous strike, he had managed to survive. This was primarily due to Jiang Shua not having yet advanced to the golden core stage. His internal spiritual energy was insufficient. The strength of such an attack relied heavily on the enhancement provided by the Qingyun sword. Otherwise, to create such a substantial change, Jiang Shua would have had to drain all his spiritual energy. In his injured state, Yin Xiao had sought to plead for mercy, but without hesitation, Jiang Shua had dealt the final blow. Having witnessed his other identity, why keep it for a rainy day? Moreover, in the end, even the corpse had been reduced to ashes by Jiang Shua, scattered to the winds. How unfortunate. She had originally hoped to acquire a golden core corpse for free. Yin Xiaodai lamented. Dream on. Hurry up and get moving. I need to recover. Jiang Shua jested. Your journey has been anything but peaceful. We've reached a point where you must clutch the recording stone even in your sleep. One can only imagine the challenges that lie ahead. Thus, I must maintain my peak state at all times. Otherwise, should we face another ambush, escape will be impossible. Jiang Shua's lighthearted remarks hinted at the potential perils ahead. Yin Xiaodai, initially protesting with a pout, could only nod solemnly in understanding. As they traversed the dark territories, Jiang Shua and Yin Xiaodai operated the flying vessel with even greater swiftness, determined to avert any unforeseen incidents. As anticipated, their journey through the dark territories was fraught with relentless attacks. After Yin Xiaodai was recognized twice in succession, Jiang Shua refrained from allowing her to resolve matters any further. He had sensed that these recent attacks were premeditated ambushes, indicating that Yin Xiaodia's presence in the dim dark territory had already circulated within a limited scope. Although Jiang Shua was self-assured, he had no intention of confronting the entire territory. Moreover, only Foundation establishment cultivators had appeared thus far. No Golden Core practitioners had emerged since Yin Xiao. If even a few Golden Core cultivators were to show up, Jiang Shua would have to completely disregard Yin Xiaodai's safety. Consequently, Jiang Shua decisively switched their flying vessel and ensured that Yin Xiaodai would not reappear. Although they still faced attacks, these were merely characteristic of the dim dark territory. Chapter 232. Treasure Pavilion. A year later, in Tianzui City. If one were to say that the teleportation arrays in certain garrison cities of the 72 Earthly Fiends region were idly unused, the same could not be said for those in the 36 Celestial Bears region. There were practically people coming and going at all hours. After a flash of white light, Jiang Shua and Yin Xiaodai materialized at the teleportation array in Tianzui City. Upon opening his eyes, Jiang Shua was astounded by the bustling scene before him. Countless cultivators traversed the area, with people constantly entering and exiting. Wasn't there a 1-month teleportation restriction? How could people here come and go at will? Jiang Shua observed a cultivator who had just teleported in, purchased something at the array pavilion, and then immediately teleported away again. The Celestial Bears region was different. The teleportation arrays in almost every city had been upgraded to over half their capacity. Higher-grade teleportation tokens were available for sale, and as long as one was willing to spend spirit stones, the aftereffects could easily be mitigated. Yin Xiaodai led the way outside while explaining to Jiang Shua. Jiang Shuo followed her out of the teleportation array, reverting to the guise of a rural youth entering the city, curiously gazing around to observe the city. The entire city was predominantly white in color, and the architectural style was not as pronounced as before. Yet, the throngs of people were undeniable. It felt as if he was encountering every cultivator he would ever meet in this lifetime. Jiang Shuo couldn't help but exclaim, noticing that of the 10 shops he passed, 8 were selling refining materials. Yin Xiaodai, seeing Jiang Shuo's inquisitive gaze fixed on each shop they passed, understood his curiosity regarding the abundance of refining material vendors. As I mentioned before, the cities of Baiyao Pavilion and Xuanyi Sect attract a larger crowd, and the defending sect here is the Xuanyi Sect. Tianzue City is also the center for refining within the maritime domain. As they conversed, Yin Xiaodai halted in front of a shop named Treasure Pavilion, her eyes drawn to a notice board outside. Jiang Shuo, ever perceptive, stopped as well, looking in the direction Yin Xiaodai was focused on. After a quick glance, observing the excitement on Yin Xiaodai's face, Jiang Shuo inquired, "Are you interested in attending the auction?" It turned out this was an auction house, and the notice indicated the auction was scheduled for tomorrow. Hearing Jiang Shuo's words, Yin Xiaodai hesitated for a moment before nodding and saying, "You may not be aware of the reputation of Treasure Pavilion. This establishment has branches in all 36 cities of the Celestial Bears region, and they never sell goods. They only auction. Moreover, their auction items are all procured by themselves. They offer an abundance of peculiar and extraordinary items. Additionally, their opening hours are always random, and most of the time, they only notify a day in advance. Particularly, they also impose restrictions on the cultivation levels of participants in the auction. For instance, this time it is limited to those at the foundation establishment stage. This practice has led many to question how they profit from such events. We happen to encounter this opportunity, and I believe it is essential to participate." Listening to Yin Xiaodai's lengthy explanation, Jiang Shuo was immediately filled with interest in Treasure Pavilion. Such an intriguing event was certainly worth experiencing. "I'm just at the last hurdle, so it is perfect to join in the fun. Then let us find an inn to rest for the night." Jiang Shuo and Yin Xiaodai did not fuss over details, simply finding a nearby inn that appeared satisfactory to check in. They refrained from further conversation, each retreating to their respective rooms to rest. The journey from Dim Dark City to Earth Fiend City should not have taken a year, yet the two had engaged in no less than 50 battles throughout this entire year. It could be said that they had fought their way here, and to avoid exposing Yin Xiaodai's existence, Jiang Shuo had shouldered the burden alone, battling fiercely on all fronts. Thus, Jiang Shuo's progress over the past year was nothing short of remarkable. First, in terms of cultivation, both his cultivation realm and spiritual soul realm had been honed to their peaks, even displaying an extreme designation behind both realms on his status panel. Initially, Jiang Shuo thought this change was akin to breaking the limits of the qi refinement stage. But after feeling it out for a while without any discernible change, he abandoned his inquiry. After all, he had been in such an environment that did not allow for peaceful contemplation. Next came the evolution of his techniques. The foundational chapter of his infinite profound heaven art had reached the pinnacle of the returning to one realm. The myriad law techniques he had developed himself had also ascended to the returning to one realm, becoming the first technique among all high-tier spells to achieve this level. Yet, this was not Jiang Shuo's greatest gain. The most significant achievement was that he had recently completely refined the treasure known as Zhongyue. Zhongyue, a defensive treasure of superior grade forged from countless mountain ranges by an ancient great cultivator, had seen its internal spirit wear down after floating in the void for an extended period, resulting in a decrease in its grade. It was now a top-tier profound grade treasure. Refining special materials could restore its former might. Special materials. 1. Essence of mountain ranges. 2. Stones of the 5 elements. Jiang Shuo had never thoroughly grasped the details of Zhongyue until after refining it, at which point he finally comprehended all of its information. It was a mix of joy and regret. Joyful that such a formidable treasure had such a rich background, explaining why he could never discern its complete information. Regretful that Zhongyue's grade had fallen to a top-tier profound grade treasure, which also clarified why Jiang Shuo had refined it so swiftly. Of course, such feelings were merely self-indulgent. If he were to express dissatisfaction to others, he would undoubtedly face public ire. After all, so many Golden Core practitioners lacked even a yellow grade treasure. Jiang Shuo, a mere Foundation establishment cultivator, had refined 2 top-tier profound-grade treasures and was still unsatisfied. It would be a wonder if he wouldn't be beaten for expressing such grievances. Naturally, Jiang Shua was now also refining a 3rd treasure, one of the sealing type. This treasure also had unclear information that he could not discern. However, the refining speed this time was unprecedentedly slow. Over a month had passed, and progress was barely a fraction of a percent. Yet, the slower it was, the more Jiang Shua anticipated the final outcome. Lying on his bed, Jiang Shua contemplated his current status. If both his treasures and strength were fully manifested, he would even be inclined to challenge a golden core cultivator at the 6th layer. However, constantly engaging in battles beyond his level was exhilarating yet exhausting. Perhaps after this auction, he could seek a place to advance to golden core before proceeding. Jiang Shua's thoughts spiraled, growing more excited with each passing moment. Once he advanced to golden core, many of his methods would transition into an entirely different realm. In terms of alchemy, he would seamlessly connect and enter the master realm. Likewise, drawing talismans would become smoother, especially for many Earth-grade talismans, not to mention the plethora of Earth-grade spells. Although utilizing Spirit Essence to activate these spells was impressive, employing mana would unleash their true power. It is essential to understand that surpassing the Earth-grade level exponentially increases the difficulty of comprehending both spells and techniques. Typically, Golden Core cultivators primarily employ high-tier profound-grade spells. It's not that they wouldn't want to use Earth-grade spells. It's simply that the comprehension required is too challenging, and their advancement is too slow. To fully master an Earth-grade spell, they could have already refined 10 high-tier profound-grade spells. Thus, most Golden Core cultivators possess at most 2 or 3 Earth-grade spells. Beyond that, their time and energy simply couldn't keep pace. Moreover, to reach a fully integrated understanding of an Earth-grade spell, they would have to wait until they advanced to the 5th or 6th layer of Golden Core. Therefore, the majority of Golden Core cultivators still rely on high-tier profound-grade spells in combat. After all, high-tier profound-grade spells, enhanced by mana, wield considerable power. For instance, the Yin Shao he had slain had likewise employed high-tier profound-grade spells, which had outmatched Jiang Shua's several Earth-grade low-tier talismans. The crucial factor was the enhancement provided by mana. Reflecting on these thoughts, Jiang Shua's resolve solidified. After the auction, he would seek a place to advance to the Golden Core stage. Chapter 233. Divergence. The following day, the vibrancy of Tianzue City showed no signs of waning. In fact, it seemed to have intensified. Jiang Shua and Yin Shaodai walked along the path to Treasure Pavilion, and compared to the relatively spacious streets of yesterday, they were now quite congested. Jiang Shua observed that the vast majority of cultivators around were at the Foundation establishment stage. Where on earth did so many Foundation establishment cultivators come from? Jiang Shua exclaimed in astonishment. The allure of Treasure Pavilion's auction is indeed potent, Yin Shaodai remarked, unfazed, recalling numerous instances of similar crowds during her time in Tiangang City. But do all these individuals possess enough wealth to participate in the auction? Jiang Shua was skeptical. He did not believe that every Foundation establishment cultivator had sufficient spirit stones to lavishly spend at the auction. It was simply implausible. However, Treasure Pavilion did not impose a limit on the number of entrants. Jiang Shua was left puzzled by this arrangement. An auction without restrictions on entry? What about confidentiality? Wouldn't someone intentionally drive up the prices? In an instant, Jiang Shua contemplated several possibilities. With such a vast crowd, how could the situation be controlled? It was impossible to raise the prices. When we entered, there was a system of crowd management in place. Those with capital and mere onlookers would not mingle together. As for confidentiality, the majority of auctions at the Treasure Pavilion employ formations to conceal the bidders. This serves both to protect and to prevent the offspring of powerful factions from exerting undue pressure. This particular auction exemplifies such a scenario. In these events, there exists but one standard: the number of spirit stones one possesses. Yin Shaodai explained softly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shua became increasingly curious about the Treasure Pavilion. What kind of confidence could enable such a feat? It is well known that when a crowd gathers, there will inevitably be disparities in treatment. Jiang Shua found it hard to believe that no forces were exerting pressure on the Treasure Pavilion, especially since treasures are perpetually in demand. Moreover, in the realm of cultivation, individuals wielding immense power abound. Ensuring fairness under these circumstances is an arduous task, yet the Treasure Pavilion has managed to accomplish it. Even someone from a prestigious sect like Yin Shaodai acknowledges their methods, indicating that they have, to some extent, succeeded. This piques Jiang Shua's interest, who, then, is the mastermind behind the Treasure Pavilion. However, this time, Yin Shaodai had no definitive answer. No one knows, but officially, each Treasure Pavilion in every city has a formidable cultivator in the integration stage stationed there. Jiang Shua was somewhat taken aback by the mention of the integration stage. He had previously discussed the highest levels of cultivation in the Sea region with Yin Shaodai, and thus far, the most prominent combatants are indeed the integration stage cultivators. This realm follows the transformation stage and marks the first point of another leap in a cultivator's life. It is evident that not all of the 108 sects in the sea possess cultivators of this caliber. Yin Shaodai had mentioned that the Undying Corpse sect only has 3 integration stage cultivators publicly safeguarding their sect. One can only imagine that the top 2 sects in the sea region have merely 3 as well, and the other sects are even less fortunate. Hence, the Treasure Pavilion has one such cultivator in every city. Totaling 36, no wonder they possess such confidence. Then the person in charge behind the scenes must be even more powerful, Jiang Shua speculated. But what does it matter? Knowing about such high-level cultivators won't change anything. Let's proceed inside. Those participating in the auction will be concealed by the formations, so we shall each conduct our own affairs. Unbeknownst to them, the two had already arrived at the entrance of the Treasure Pavilion. Yin Shaodai stepped left, while it was evident that significantly more people were entering from the right. The whispers were almost too exuberant. When will I be able to enter through the left door? Anytime. As long as you have 10,000 spirit stones in your storage bag, no need for mystic level, just yellow level will suffice. If I had that, do you think I would need to be told? With regular cultivation and purchasing resources, how much could one possibly save? Then just behave. Enjoy the spectacle, broaden your horizons, and stop daydreaming. Jiang Shua, upon hearing these words, couldn't help but reflect. This is the true reality for the lower-tier cultivators in the world of cultivation. Even when one reaches the foundation establishment stage, their spirit stones are still insufficient. Although their cultivation level has risen and earnings have increased, the consumption of resources has grown even more, leaving most cultivators in a tight spot. Were it not for his alchemical skills, Jiang Shua would likely be reduced to robbing daily. After all, this line of work is indeed lucrative. The resources delivered to him by the 6 alchemists in Prosperity City, worth millions in yellow and mystic level spirit stones, have allowed Jiang Shua to live quite comfortably over the years. Currently, the 2 grades of spirit stones in his space have not only remained above the million mark, but have also increased. This is largely thanks to the friends who have contributed along the way. Special thanks go to Yin Shao, the Golden Core expert, whose resources in his storage bag have significantly boosted Jiang Shua's spirit stone reserves. Last night, Jiang Shua calculated the approximate number of spirit stones, around 5 million yellow level and not as many mystic level. On one hand, Jiang Shua currently uses mystic level spirit stones for cultivation, while on the other hand, the majority of the cultivators he has encountered possess only yellow level spirit stones. Thus, he has roughly 110,000 mystic level spirit stones in hand, which is still due to Yin Zhao's final contribution of about 20,000 mystic level stones. Surely, these spirit stones should suffice to bid on something worthwhile. Jiang Shua thought to himself as he walked toward the left door. Upon entering, he felt himself being transported to stand before a puppet of the Foundation establishment stage. Greetings, esteemed guest. Please present 10,000 spirit stones as a deposit here. During the auction, please act within your means. Malicious bidding will be sternly pursued by this pavilion, including, but not limited to, your life. Hearing these 3 statements, Jiang Shua felt a surge of power. Which auction house is so strict as to threaten lives? Jiang Shua produced 10,000 yellow-level spirit stones and placed them in a prepared box. Following the puppet's bow, Jiang Shua was once again transported. This time, he found himself in a space resembling an ancient Roman Colosseum. He appeared in the front rows, surrounded by individuals radiating a soft white light, their figures and features obscured. This is the protective mechanism of the Treasure Pavilion. Jiang Shua curiously surveyed his surroundings, noticing that all the individuals in the front rows shared this peculiar situation. In contrast, the cultivators seated in the higher sections had no such concealment. Clearly, They were the mere spectators. The uproarious sounds of the crowd were contributed by these cultivators, while those in the front rows remained quietly seated. After all, compared to the honesty displayed by those above, the front row attendees were utterly unaware of whether the individuals beside them were human or ghost. Quite straightforward. This formation is quite intriguing. Jiang Shu couldn't help but muse. Soon, the entire space dimmed abruptly, and a beam of light illuminated the center auction platform. A graceful figure suddenly emerged at the center of the venue, adorned in an elegant ancient-style gown, her long hair cascading like a waterfall, her beauty unparalleled. Her large, expressive eyes sparkled with life, and her cherry-like lips curled into a confident and charming smile. She spoke in a clear and melodious voice. "Welcome, fellow Taoists, to the Treasure Pavilion auction of Tianzui City. I am Xie Wan." Chapter 234, The Wine Immortal Gourd and the Starry Flame. Xie Wan's simple opening remarks instantly ignited the atmosphere. Xie Wan, the legendary first beauty of Tianzui City, has been invited to be the auctioneer. Does Tianzui City have such a ranking? How come I wasn't aware? The Treasure Pavilion indeed knows how to invite people, but can she manage the entire auction process? Are you questioning whether a Foundation Establishment Level 8 cultivator can handle this occasion? Wanner, I love you, bro. Don't think just because you're enveloped in white light that you can be so uninhibited. Jiang Shu looked in astonishment as a few individuals nearby went wild with excitement at Xie Wan's appearance. Waving their hands in an attempt to garner attention. Is this madness? Must it be so exaggerated? Jiang Shu couldn't help but exclaim. Upon hearing his words, the person beside him dramatically replied, "Esteemed Taoist, this is the high mountain flower of Tianzui City. It's rare to even catch a glimpse of her, let alone converse with her. This is an unparalleled spectacle. How can one not be thrilled? Let us get hyped." Although the two were akin to glowing figures facing each other, Jiang Shuo could still feel the fervent enthusiasm of this gentleman. Realizing that debating with a sycophant about his goddess was futile, Jiang Shuo prudently closed his mouth. He nodded vigorously, expressing his agreement with this gentleman. Fortunately, Xie Wan did not seem inclined to bask in the adoration. She swiftly raised her hands, silencing the crowd in an instant. Then she directly stated, "Time is precious. Let us proceed to the auction." No sooner had she finished speaking than an item appeared in her hand, while a magnified illusion of the item materialized above the venue. Rare artifact. Wine Immortal Gourd, capacity of 10 tons. Containing 12 varieties of mystic-level spirit wine and 36 varieties of yellow-level spirit wine conversion arrays. Starting bid, 1,000 spirit stones. Jiang Shuo gazed at the enormous yellow gourd illusion, realizing his experience had been insufficient. Such a thing actually exists? Jiang Shuo murmured to himself. This item is a veritable treasure for wine enthusiasts, and among cultivators, it is rare to find someone who does not enjoy drinking. As soon as Xie Wan's words fell, the glowing figures in the front rows eagerly began to bid. 2,000, 3,000, 5,000. In mere minutes, the price soared to 50,000 spirit stones, at which point the number of voices bidding suddenly dwindled by 3/4. These fools are nearly shouting out prices fit for mystic-level artifacts for something that merely serves to hold wine. Jiang Shu's companion remarked with a tone laced with sarcasm. Soon, the price peaked at 80,000 spirit stones. And at this level, only 2 or 3 individuals remained in the bidding fray. The prices shouted were no longer in thousands but rather significant sums. It was at this moment that Jiang Shu spoke up. 100,000. The room fell into an immediate silence, and the glowing figure beside Jiang Shuo stared at him in disbelief. Clearly, they had not anticipated sitting next to a fool. Although the atmosphere had quieted down, Xie Wan remained unfazed. Friend number 9527 has bid 100,000 spirit stones. Are there any other friends willing to place a bid? Xie Wan asked 3 times in succession, and upon seeing no further offers, she promptly declared the ownership of the Wine Immortal Gourd. To Jiang Shu's astonishment, she directly presented the item before him, while a portal appeared right in front of his seat, clearly indicating a face-to-face transaction, money for goods. Under the gaze of the entire audience, Jiang Shuo placed the 100,000 yellow-grade spirit stones into the portal and subsequently took possession of the Wine Immortal Gourd. Xie Wan immediately broke into a radiant smile. Evidently pleased with the auspicious start, "Thank you, friend number 9527, for your support. Now, let us proceed to the next item." A new item appeared in Xiaowan's hands, and once more, the phantom of the auction item materialized in midair. Unique treasures. For the next several items, Jiang Shuo refrained from bidding, partly due to dissatisfaction and partly because being overly ostentatious was not advisable. Nevertheless, the items presented by the treasure pavilion were indeed worthy of the phrase used by Yin Shaodai, quirky and extraordinary. They boasted an array of bizarre functionalities alongside some conventional items. For instance, there was even a bottle of spirit-nourishing pills, which Jiang Shuo encountered for the first time, seeing a pill with unique patterns crafted by another alchemist. The fervent bidding process underscored that even in this mainstream cultivation world, patterned pills were exceptionally rare. Whenever they appeared, they were invariably snatched up in a frenzy. Ultimately, that bottle of spirit-nourishing pills was sold for 5,000 spirit stones, a price that was undeniably inflated. Yet, judging by the glowing excitement of the individual who won the bid, it was clear he was far from dissatisfied. This indicated that the circulation of patterned pills was not within reach of just anyone. At this moment, Xiaowan produced yet another auction item, and the entire venue fell into silence. Everyone, including Jiang Shuo, was astounded, staring at the item in Xiaowan's hands, momentarily questioning their own eyesight. The grand finale item of the day, the Celestial Spirit Fire, Starry Flame. From the beginning of the event until this item appeared, Xiaowan's tone had remained calm and gentle, but upon revealing this item, she instinctively raised her voice. Celestial Spirit Fire. The Treasure Pavilion dares to present such a treasure at a Foundation establishment-level auction. How much do they value the purses of these Foundation-level cultivators? It seems rather illogical. Jiang Shuo mused inwardly, then activated his insight eye. Starry Flame. Fragments of the shattered Starry Flame from 3,000 celestial fires. With a mere 1-year lifespan, it can be gradually restored through nurturing by fire spirits. No wonder it was brought to auction. Jiang Shuo observed the information with interest, remarking, "The pavilion must surely be aware of the state of this starry flame. Even if they don't know all the details, they can sense its impending extinction. Now, it remains to be seen whether they will disclose this." Meanwhile, after showcasing the item, Xiaowan continued, "I believe many of you are curious as to why this item is being presented in this setting. The reason is simple. The internal appraisal of the treasure pavilion regarding this starry flame is..." Xiaowan took a moment to steady herself, surveying the surroundings before proceeding. "It has only 3 months of remaining lifespan." Upon hearing this, a chorus of gasps filled the venue. "What does this mean? We'll just bid to have it for display. Spending a few spirit stones to keep it is still acceptable. What a pity. If this were a complete and intact celestial spirit fire, I would bankrupt myself to secure it. Dream on. In that case, it would never appear in this venue. It would need to be auctioned at a golden core level event at the very least." Jiang Shuo was not surprised by the stated lifespan. Human judgment based on experience is rarely precise. Xiaowan patiently waited a moment, sensing the atmosphere had settled, then spoke again. "This can be considered a benefit offered by the pavilion for this auction. Now, the starting price for this starry flame is 1 spirit stone." Xiaowan anticipated that the announcement of this starting price would ignite a lively bidding war. However, to her astonishment, all the bidders fell into silence. Completely devoid of the earlier enthusiasm, for a moment, Xiaowan felt bewildered. No matter how useless it might be, it was still a celestial spirit fire. Surely, it shouldn't provoke such silence. Yet, the bidders were not unable to afford the price. Rather, this item held no practical value. Furthermore, given its unique nature, it would undoubtedly become the headline news in Tianzui City after this auction. Currently, everyone was cloaked in anonymity, which allowed them to bid lavishly without reserve. If they were to win the starry flame only to let it gather dust, it would be a shame. Displaying it would expose their identity as wealthy individuals, inevitably attracting unwanted attention. Henceforth, they would need to be cautious when venturing outside. All participants were foundation-level cultivators. Typically, they enjoyed mingling as ordinary individuals, finding joy in their shared experiences. Few would wish to test their friends' boundaries by flaunting their wealth as billionaires. This was the cultivation world, where opportunities for sudden wealth abound. No one would refuse such a chance. After all, one's life truly holds little value in the eyes of others. Jiang Shuo found the situation amusing. He understood the dynamics at play. After all, even he, possessing the eternal indestructibility talent, refrained from showcasing wealth. What more could be said for these cultivators attending such an auction? The truly audacious members of the major sects and prominent families rarely graced these events. They had no need for such resources and would feel stifled here. If Jiang Shua were not present, this grand finale item would likely have gone unsold. Jiang Shua did not display eagerness. Instead, he let Xia Wan continue to solicit bids from the audience. Unfortunately, despite her repeated pleas, this paragon of Tianzue City could not sway the ironclad silence of her admirers. Seeing no fellow cultivators willing to bid, Xia Wan, somewhat disappointed, was about to announce the Starry Flame's failure to sell when Jiang Shua interjected at just the right moment. 100 spirit stones? Xia Wan's gaze darted instantly toward Jiang Shua's position. 9,527. That number resonated profoundly with her. The owner had successfully bid on the first item, giving her a promising start. Now, the same individual appeared again, as if a divine weapon had descended, preventing the auction from concluding in failure. Although the price was modest, it was certainly sufficient. Excellent. Congratulations to friend numbered 9527 for acquiring this starry flame. Without inquiring further into the opinions of other bidders, Xia Wan declared the result outright. To Jiang Shua's surprise, he had expected more back and forth, yet Xia Wan confirmed the sale without hesitation, and most astonishingly, no one else objected. What a delightful surprise! As he paid the 100 spirit stones, he placed the starry flame into his spatial storage, subsequently transferring it to the fire spirit slumbering on the world tree. The moment the starry flame arrived, the fire spirit awakened instantly and, without needing Jiang Shua's prompting, absorbed the starry flame into its body. Clearly, it was well versed in this procedure, saving Jiang Shua the trouble of further communication. As Jiang Shua observed this, he withdrew his consciousness from the spatial realm. Meanwhile, Xia Wan had concluded her closing remarks, and everyone was preparing to exit. Just then, Xia Wan approached Jiang Shua, and at her movement, everyone in the venue suddenly halted. Friend numbered 9527, may we have a moment to converse afterward? Xia Wan inquired with a gentle expression, confident that her approach would not be rebuffed. Little did she expect that the glowing figure before her seemed oblivious and simply vanished, leaving behind a crowd of stunned onlookers and a frozen Xia Wan. Xia Wan quickly regained her composure, her expression stiffening slightly as she too disappeared. The venue erupted in excitement. Wow! Who is this person? What a paragon! Xia Wan's invitation was completely ignored. Now I'm really curious about this person's identity. It's probably not possible. The number generated by the formation is random. Even the pavilion staff are unaware. This guy is impressive. I couldn't stand Xia Wan's lofty demeanor. Now she's in for a reality check? Brother, just a heads up. You're not a glowing figure. Being this blatant could lead to trouble. As the center of attention, Jiang Shua remained entirely oblivious, focused solely on finishing up and leaving, pondering what purpose there was in lingering. As for Xia Wan's actions, he had not even realized she was looking for him. Even if he had, Jiang Shua would have disregarded her. After waiting outside for a considerable time, the individuals gradually emerged, animatedly discussing their experiences from the day's events. When the conversation turned to the final situation, Jiang Shua failed to comprehend that they were speaking about him. Upon encountering Yin Xiaodai, he eagerly exclaimed, "Our journey may be delayed for a while longer." Yin Xiaodai appeared bewildered. "We just got out. Has Lu Wu changed after attending one auction?" Upon noticing the confusion on Yin Xiaodai's face, Jiang Shua understood that she was struggling to grasp the situation. "Let us not get sidetracked. I plan to advance my cultivation, which will also bolster our future endeavors. Thus, you must wait for me in this day of Sin City for a period of time. No less than 3 months and no more than half a year." Jiang Shua gestured delicately as he explained, leading Yin Xiaodai to display a look of sudden enlightenment. "So that's how it is. Then you may go. I shall wait for you. Wait. What did you say you were going to do?" Yin Xiaodai, realizing only midway through her sentence what this fellow was referring to, grasped the gravity of the situation. "Indeed, it was exactly what you were thinking." Although the two were in a bustling street, it was not appropriate to openly discuss matters of advancing to the Golden Core stage. Yin Xiaodai stared at the man before her, her expression blank. Since when has advancing to the Golden Core stage been something one could just casually decide to undertake? Is it truly that hasty? Do you not wish to ponder the implications of your words? No less than half a year. No more than 3 months. Is this the kind of statement a rational cultivator would make? Very well. You may go. I shall find myself a place to stay for a while. Yin Xiaodai suppressed the sense of disappointment that had arisen within her, speaking in a tone that attempted to sound light-hearted. Jiang Shuo, oblivious to the intricacies of a woman's feelings, patted her shoulder and reassured her. Do not worry. When I return, I will promptly escort you back to your sect. You need not fear your fiancé's presence. Yin Xiaodai merely took this as Jiang Shuo's attempt to comfort her. Smiling in acknowledgement, and the two parted ways, as she watched Jiang Shuo gradually disappear into the crowd. A complex expression crossed her face. Yes, this journey is soon coming to an end. Meeting again in the future may not be so easy. Chapter 236. Advancing to the Golden Core. Jiang Shuo, completely unaware of the subtle changes in the young lady behind him, hurriedly left the city in search of a suitable retreat location. Once he departed from the oppressive confines of Sin City, Jiang Shuo soared into the skies, enveloped by the clouds, and retrieved the boundless vessel. Traveling requires this precious treasure. Jiang Shuo caressed the hull of the boundless vessel, murmuring to himself that had he utilized it for travel before, he could have easily compressed the time between the two cities to within a month. As for those so-called marauders, they would be left in the dust. After bidding farewell to an old friend, Jiang Shuo promptly used a few fortune points to guide him to a suitable retreat site. The density of spiritual energy in the Tiangang region was even more abundant than that in the Dixian region, so there was no need to seek a place rich in spiritual essence. Instead, he had to prioritize safety, as searching for one on his own would undoubtedly be a waste of time. Thus, Jiang Shuo directly employed his fortune points, silently envisioning an ideal retreat location in his mind. Soon, that long-lost intuition resurfaced. To the east, Jiang Shuo whispered, and the boundless vessel instantly activated, disappearing in an instant. The swirling clouds began to shift several seconds later, causing passing cultivators to pause in awe, mistakenly believing a powerful elder had passed by. After an hour, the hull of the boundless vessel materialized deep within the vast mountains of the Sin territory. This vast mountain range was notorious as a forbidden zone, a place shunned by cultivators. Within its confines, one could encounter every conceivable natural danger. The location Jiang Shuo reached was one that only those at the spirit-severing stage would dare to venture. Cultivators below that level would find it nearly impossible to reach even halfway, as doing so would require both strength and luck. Of course, Jiang Shuo was blissfully unaware of these facts. All he knew was that this place was utterly desolate. As Jiang Shuo surveyed his surroundings from the boundless vessel, he noted that aside from the verdant patch beneath him, the surrounding landscape was barren and devoid of life. What kind of desolate place have I been directed to? Jiang Shuo lamented as he surveyed the scene, clearly feeling it was not suitable at all. Nevertheless, he ultimately chose to trust the intuition brought forth by the fortune points, maneuvering the boundless vessel down to the lush expanse. Stepping out of the boundless vessel, Jiang Shuo quickly realized that the vitality of spiritual energy here was remarkably high. If one were to draw a comparison, it felt akin to being within a gathering spirit formation. Moreover, the surrounding trees completely obscured the desolate mountains beyond, making this place appear to be a blessed land nourished by the mountains. Jiang Shuo couldn't help but wander around, discovering that aside from the thriving vegetation and abundance of spiritual energy, there were no other notable characteristics. Why does this place resemble the valley where I obtained the wood spirit fire? The familiar scenery made Jiang Shuo suspect that this might also be a treasure trove. Without further ado, he ascended into the sky, activating his eye of insight to explore further. However, reality soon revealed to Jiang Shuo that he was overthinking. A mere few fortune points would yield little result. After a considerable amount of time, Master Jiang ultimately abandoned his futile aspirations, searching for a protruding stone to smoothen as a meditation platform. The vastness of both heaven and earth pales in comparison to the importance of advancing to the golden core. Let the cultivation commence. Remembering his purpose, Jiang Shuo quickly entered a state of tranquil cultivation. Gradually, a gentle breeze began to stir across the green expanse, signaling Jiang Shuo's full commitment to his practice. In his mind, the teachings of the Wuliang Xintian Gong's foundation-building chapter flickered, each word and phrase gradually passing through his thoughts. As day turned to night and back again. Jiang Shuo maintained this state for a full month. his aura becoming increasingly concentrated. Finally, on the 31st day, the previously gentle breeze on the green land suddenly surged into a tempest. The vast reservoir of spiritual essence within Jiang Shuo reached its limit after a month of cultivation. In his mind, the content of the Golden Core chapter of the Wuliang Xiantian Gong surfaced, causing the spiritual essence within him to flow back into his dantian. Upon his foundational base, a flickering golden light emerged, and the returning spiritual essence eagerly surged into it. That glimmer of gold began to reveal the ethereal form of the Golden Core, and as the essence continued to pour in, the Golden Core transitioned from illusion to reality. Suddenly, the surrounding air crackled with electrical energy, and dark clouds rapidly gathered overhead. In mere moments, bolts of lightning, thick as an arm, began to leap within the clouds. Immersed in his advancement, Jiang Shuo remained oblivious to the changes occurring outside. Even if he had noticed, he lacked the energy to concern himself with them. The ethereal form of the Golden Core transitioned into reality when half of the spiritual essence had already flowed back. Appearing roughly the size of a chicken egg, yet more than half of Jiang Shuo's essence still remained, continuing to flow into the Golden Core. Jiang Shuo was suddenly overwhelmed by the sensation of being on the verge of bursting. What is happening? Can my own Golden Core be overwhelmed by my own spiritual essence? Jiang Shuo was at a loss. This shouldn't be the case. Although I had a solid foundation during my foundation building phase, it shouldn't lead to this. Unable to comprehend the situation, Jiang Shuo concluded that his comprehension was insufficient. When comprehension fell short, one must rely on talent to compensate. With 61 fortune points remaining, Jiang Shuo promptly sacrificed 5 points, activating a 500-fold enhancement to his comprehension. The teachings of the Golden Core chapter of the Wuliang Xiantian Gong flashed through his mind, and he seized upon a seemingly obscure phrase, thunderstorm alchemy for the Golden Core. Jiang Shuo's eyes widened as he gazed skyward. What had once been merely a sky filled with dark clouds and dancing lightning had transformed into a scene of inky blackness, and the color of the lightning itself had shifted to a violent purple. Rampaging within the cloud, Jiang Shuo's eyes twinkled as he activated his Eye of Insight. Purple Cloud Divine Thunder Tribulation, triggered by one at the pinnacle of cultivation. Endure 3 tribulations to attain the Human Path Golden Core. Endure 6 tribulations to attain the Earth Path Golden Core. Endure 9 tribulations to attain the Heaven Path Golden Core. Well, it seems they are waiting for me here. But can we hasten this process? My Golden Core is about to explode, Jiang Shuo complained as he observed the roiling thunder tribulation, which seemed to be preparing without descending. After waiting for a minute, Jiang Shuo suddenly stood up. If I wait any longer, my Golden Core will surely burst. Since you refuse to descend, I shall ascend directly. Without hesitation, Jiang Shuo soared into the sky, plunging into the depths of the Purple Cloud Divine Thunder Tribulation storm. Upon entry, Jiang Shuo immediately felt an even more violent surge of lightning, and the brewing Purple Cloud Divine Thunder Tribulation, provoked by his entrance, erupted in fury as 9 thunderous divine beasts materialized. Roaring towards Jiang Shuo at the center. Perhaps I have gone a bit too far. Jiang Shuo felt his skin involuntarily twitch. These thunderous divine beasts showed no mercy. They unleashed torrents of deep purple lightning that coursed through Jiang Shuo's body, striking fiercely at his Golden Core. What had initially come as singular strikes had now transformed into a coordinated assault. With a 9-fold enhancement, Jiang Shuo's Golden Core quickly found itself unable to withstand the onslaught. Fissures appearing on its surface as some grayish impurities were expelled, disappearing without a trace to that moment. The spiritual essence that had been slowly flowing back due to saturation suddenly accelerated, instantly mending the cracks on the Golden Core, rendering it even more rounded and profound. Thus, the two forces continued to clash, one striking while the other healed. After the 9th bolt of lightning struck, the 9 divine beasts vanished without a trace. Jiang Shuo's once vast spiritual essence vanished entirely after mending the 9th fissure. Within his dantian, atop the foundational Tao, a Golden Core radiating an unparalleled richness of violet hue emerged, perfectly spherical as if crafted by the heavens. Its size akin to that of a pebble. The surface appeared to display enigmatic violet patterns that flickered in and out of visibility, as though it contained boundless mysteries of the cosmos. As the clouds surrounding Jiang Shua dissipated swiftly, he found himself enveloped in a gentle golden glow, levitating midair. Within him, the newly forged golden core surged forth with a novel power, coursing through his meridians. Was this the essence of magical energy? In a state of 500-fold comprehension, Jiang Shua immediately discerned the distinction between magical energy and spiritual essence. The former had imparted a gentle and stable sensation, with limited enhancement to spells and artifacts. In contrast, the magical energy within him, even in its nascent stage, brimmed with formidable energy and diversity. To illustrate, if the previous spiritual essence could be likened to a rudimentary, simplistic artificial intelligence, then the current magical energy resembled a sophisticated, advanced AI akin to Jarvis. No wonder cultivators experience such a significant enhancement in combat prowess beyond the golden core stage. The elevation in energy levels and the efficacy of its application ascends to realms unfathomable to lower-tier cultivators. As Jiang Shua delved deeper into the nature of his magical energy, he felt an ever-growing sense of its might. Suddenly, his expression shifted, and he found himself back on the ground, resuming his lotus position, exuding an aura of advancement once more. Yet this time, it was not as potent as before. Instead, it was imbued with an ethereal quality, the surrounding space appearing to warp. Jiang Shua's entire being flickered like a mosaic before regaining its original form. The illusory sky technique had faltered. At that moment, myriad illusions surged within Jiang Shua's sea of consciousness, tumultuously swirling, as the power of his soul flowed chaotically. The flame of his spirit enveloped the entirety of his soul's foundation, seemingly refining something within. As time meandered on, after 49 cycles of day and night, a faint, shadowy light flickered atop the foundational soul, as the previously chaotic soul energy hastily coalesced towards that luminous point. Soon, Jiang Shua perceived a conglomerate forming, akin to a golden core. The immense power of the soul, much like the earlier spiritual essence, surged uncontrollably into the formation, gradually solidifying the once ethereal spherical conglomerate. After 7 days, all traces of soul energy merged seamlessly, just as Jiang Shua felt relieved that he had not encountered the catastrophic explosion that had marred the formation of his previous golden core. A gust of sinister wind, a wisp of spectral flame, and a droplet of abyssal water manifested around his soul's golden core. Alas! Here we go again. Just as he had begun to relish in his triumph, Jiang Shua sensed the world's cruel embrace once more. The sinister wind howled, the spectral flame scorched, and the abyssal water corroded, sending chills and excruciating pain radiating from his very soul. Jiang Shua dared not relent. Enduring the agony emanating from his soul and the plethora of illusions surrounding him, stabilizing his mind through the operation of the Void Refinement Technique's Golden Core chapter. As time crawled by, it felt as if Jiang Shua had lived through a century. However, the sinister wind, spectral flame, and abyssal water showed no signs of abating. Under their relentless assault, the soul's golden core only became more condensed, its ethereal glow intensifying. This could not continue. Perhaps the Eye of Insight could be activated. With a flicker of thought, Jiang Shua instantaneously activated his innate Eye of Insight, a stream of information flooding his mind. Trial of the soul's golden core. Triggered by the soul cultivation of the utmost realm, the sinister wind, spectral flame, and abyssal water converge, transforming the ethereal into the tangible method of transcending tribulation. Control the spirit flame with 100-fold comprehension to refine the 3 calamities. He had always believed the Eye of Insight functioned solely through the physical eye, yet it seemed that was not the case. This solution only required 100-fold. How could one underestimate it? He decided to escalate to 500-fold. Jiang Shua felt the weight of mental exhaustion but resolutely invested 5 fortune points to unleash 500-fold comprehension. Instantaneously, he felt his mental fatigue evaporate. The entirety of the Void Refinement Technique's Golden Core chapter unfurling before him. Within the sea of consciousness, the previously suppressed spirit flame, under Jiang Shua's control, broke free from the encirclement of the spectral flame. Sinister wind and abyssal water, enveloping the now significantly diminished soul's golden core. A more refined power surged within the soul's golden core, augmenting the spirit flame. the color of the spirit flame transformed to a brilliant white. Beginning to consume the three external forces, sensing the impending crisis, the sinister wind, spectral flame, and abyssal water retaliated with renewed ferocity. However, all three were rootless. Jiang Shua steadfastly maintained his final consciousness, resisting their counterattacks with all his might. Gradually, he launched a counteroffensive, slowly eroding their strength. 3 days later, upon dissipating the last vestige of the abyssal water, the spirit flame erupted in a resplendent radiance, illuminating the entirety of his sea of consciousness. Meanwhile, the soul's golden core grew increasingly shadowy, exuding an overwhelming aura of spiritual power, in reality. A dozen three-patterned soul-nourishing pills materialized at Jiang Shua's lips, being consumed one by one, within the sea of consciousness. The previously depleted soul's golden core received a substantial replenishment, gradually expanding until it resembled a ping-pong ball, ceasing further growth. At this juncture, Jiang Shua had ingested a total of 33 patterned soul-nourishing pills. This surge in size was rather excessive. While the void refinement technique could forge a soul's golden core, such an exaggerated growth was unprecedented. The trajectory of advancement was correct, yet the circumstances of development felt rather skewed. How many times had this grown? It was still a lesson learned from the lack of foresight. Without proper preparations, one would inevitably face hardships. Yet it was worth it. Feeling the surge of his newfound strength, Jiang Shua's gaze suddenly fell upon a stone the size of a human head 10 meters away. The stone exploded instantaneously, shattering into fragments. Remarkably, he could now influence reality in such a manner. Jiang Shua marveled. This was a pure manifestation of his spiritual power's attack, devoid of any spell enhancements. Previously, such effects could only be achieved through specific techniques and the involvement of spiritual essence. However, just now, it was a straightforward assault of spiritual power, a true display of tangible force. Then, Jiang Shua lifted his gaze towards the distance, fully extending his spiritual power. As time passed, his expression grew increasingly peculiar. Jiang Shua felt he had reached a distance exceeding 100,000 meters, still with ample capacity. Was this truly so exaggerated? With the Qingyun sword, he could eliminate foes from over 100,000 meters away without detection. He ceased the further exploration of his spiritual power. This distance was already astonishing. While it was certainly feasible to extend further, in light of his current golden core capabilities, it held little significance. It appeared that the attack spells, ethereal spirit technique, and illusory realm from the void refinement technique could indeed be incorporated. With the current quality and reservoir of his soul power, he was more than equipped to execute these two spells. This comprehensive development was the true embodiment of strength. Chapter 238. The zombie senior brother Lan Tingsher. After Jiang Shua's departure, Yin Shaodai sought refuge in a small courtyard within the residential area of Tianzui City. Embracing a life of seclusion, she was acutely aware that, despite the considerable distance from Tiangang City, her fiancé might still be lingering nearby. She had also heard whispers of her fiancé garnering support from several factions to serve his interests. This was a common occurrence among many true disciples of large sections. After all, the resources provided by the sect were merely adequate for standard cultivation. Yet, who among the true disciples engaged in ordinary cultivation? The pursuit of advanced techniques, high-tier spells, and divine abilities was their daily norm. The meager resources from the sect could scarcely sustain such extensive consumption. In the outside world, true disciples could scarcely afford to operate without resources. Thus, for over 2 months, Yin Shaodai had been diligently refining the corpses at her disposal within the small courtyard, venturing outside only cautiously, managing to lead a relatively peaceful existence. However, the situation began to shift a week ago. The vicinity of the residential area saw an influx of unfamiliar faces, aimlessly wandering about. Initially oblivious to the change, Yin Shaodai soon became aware that someone was stalking her, realizing her position had indeed been compromised. Yet, she could not leave the city. Retreating to her home was her only option. For if she exited Tianzui City, those individuals would undoubtedly take immediate action. Yet, as of now, Yin Shaodai had no knowledge of how many adversaries lurked, let alone their cultivation levels. Moreover, the maritime regions imposed strict regulations against violence in every star city, with the sects guarding each stronghold maintaining order. To act against this would mean certain death. The current situation has been perceived, yet as long as one remains within the confines of Tianzui City, relative safety can still be maintained. However, as days pass, Yin Xiaodai has noticed an increasing number of individuals appearing around her small courtyard. And it seems the houses in her vicinity are also undergoing changes in their occupants. Just as she begins to grapple with the dilemma of whether to take the risk of leaving the city, on the 80th day since Jiang Shua's departure, Yin Xiaodai, with a solemn expression, senses the circumstances surrounding her. A knock at the door abruptly interrupts her thoughts. Cautiously, Yin Xiaodai conjures two of her most powerful corpse puppets and instructs one to open the door. To her astonishment, a familiar figure stands before her, in the courtyard. Yin Xiaodai looks at the man before her and exclaims, "Senior brother, how did you come to be in Tianzui City, and how did you know I was here?" The visitor is none other than her senior brother, Lan Tingshi, a man as thin as a withered tree, his face rigid and lifeless like that of a desiccated corpse. "Someone sent word to our master, stating you would appear here, and mentioned that you might be in danger. I have been lingering nearby, and master used a communication jade, slipped to summon me to escort you back." Lan Tingshi's voice is grating, a coarse and harsh rasp that tightens the heart of anyone who hears it. This is largely due to the nature of his cultivation, for while Yin Xiaodai indulges in the art of corpse refining, he practices the same on himself, mastering one of the top 10 techniques of the Undying Corpse sect, the Nirvana Corpse technique, a method that entails dying to be reborn. In the foundational and golden core stages, practitioners appear in such ghastly forms, only returning to a semblance of humanity in the nascent soul stage. Nonetheless, his combat prowess is formidable, and he exudes a potent corpse poison, making him a challenging adversary, if not the strongest among his peers. Thus, upon hearing Lan Tingshi's explanation, Yin Xiaodai harbors little doubt. Yet, she still displays a hesitant demeanor. Noticing this, Lan Tingshi inquires, "What troubles you? Is there an unresolved matter? I have a companion who has been away for some time. We agreed I would wait for him here," Yin Xiaodai responds, omitting the full truth to prevent any misunderstandings, merely expressing her desire to wait. Lan Tingshi tilts his rigid head and, with his gravelly voice, states, "Remaining here is unwise. I have sensed no fewer than 10 foundational stage cultivators lurking in the vicinity, observing you. With my current cultivation, I can still aid your escape, but should more arrive, our chances of safety dwindle. The priority now is to exit the city and evade these vermin. We can discuss other matters once we reach a secure location." His analysis gradually sways Yin Xiaodai's previously wavering heart towards the decision to leave the city. Nevertheless, she persists, in Tianzui City, they would never dare to act so brazenly. "Isn't our safety greater here?" Lan Tingshi shifts his stiff eyes, giving her an exasperated look. "Junior sister, after all these years outside, how can you still be so naive? They might not dare to act openly, but they are merely biding their time for reinforcements. With enough people, any conflict, however minor, could result in your abduction. Moreover, those who dare to gather such numbers must have connections with the Xuani sect. In the face of reasonable disturbances, the Xuani sect would merely turn a blind eye." Without hesitation, Lan Tingshi's words extinguish Yin Xiaodai's last glimmer of hope. "I was too simplistic, senior brother. Then let us depart at once." With one route closed off, Yin Xiaodai no longer hesitates. Seizing the daylight, when those lurking dare not act, she prepares to make her escape. The two siblings step out of the courtyard, and as they reach the street, Yin Xiaodai immediately feels the weight of numerous gazes upon her. Lan Tingshi urges the dazed Yin Xiaodai, "Move, they dare not act now. We must leave the city." The pair quickens their pace, heading towards the outskirts of Tianzui City. However, trailing behind them, several figures emerge from various corners, shadowing their movements. When Yin Xiaodai inadvertently glances back, her expression darkens. She had not anticipated that merely a few days after being discovered, so many would already be on her tail. If she were to linger any longer, the scenario Lan Tingshi described could very well unfold. With this thought, she instinctively quickens her steps. Soon, the two siblings escape the oppressive aura of Tianzui City. Lan Tingshi halts, observing the pursuing figures, and says to Yin Xiaodai, "Junior sister, you go ahead, I will deal with these pests before following you." Yin Xiaodai's heart races, and she interjects, "Senior brother, I will stay and fight them alongside you." Lan Tingshi, aghast, retorts, "No. Do you truly believe we can defeat over 10 foundational stage cultivators? Your courage has certainly grown after such a short time away. We must leave now. I will merely delay them to ensure your escape. After all, as you know, my corpse poison is quite effective for such tasks." Yin Xiaodai suddenly remembers that this is not the same as Lu Wu, who could eliminate peers with ease. Her senior brother is indeed formidable, but facing 10 adversaries is a tall order, and ensuring a safe retreat is already a challenge. Feeling embarrassed after this realization, Yin Xiaodai retrieves her bone-flying vessel and swiftly makes her escape. Meanwhile, at that moment, Jiang Shuo, who is drawing talismans, raises an eyebrow. Has this girl left the city? Without delay, he gathers his belongings and steers the boundless vessel towards the horizon. Chapter 239. A Reunion. A meeting again. Yin Xiaodai maneuvers the flying vessel, not once glancing back, and travels for over an hour. Concerning her senior brother's fate, she harbors no worry. Although he faces a group of over 10 individuals, all at the 6th level of Foundation establishment, she is confident that her own 8th-level corpse brother can escape, albeit at a potentially steep cost. Sure enough, it is not long before she spots Lan Tingshi. Though at that moment, his right hand is empty. "Senior brother, have you once again resorted to the severed limb survival technique?" Yin Xiaodai inquires knowingly. "Must you speak so much? You saw for yourself. I sacrificed my hand to save you." Lan Tingshi responds, his tone still sharp despite the absence of any signs of pain from his amputated limb. Yin Xiaodai feels no guilt. After all, he chose to invent such an eccentric technique rather than learn proper evasion methods. Besides, it won't be long before his severed arm regrows. Lan Tingshi suddenly contemplates whether his previous sacrifice was worth it. However, considering it is his junior sister, whom he has watched grow up, he sighs deeply. "Let us go. I merely used corpse energy to delay them temporarily. If we linger here, they will catch up. Board my flying vessel. Your vessel is likely well understood by those pursuers." As he speaks, he tosses a gray, skull-shaped flying vessel for her to enter. Suddenly, a fast-moving figure approaches their location, prompting them to become alert. "Yin Xiaodai, what are you doing here? Were you not supposed to wait for me in Tianzue City?" The voice reaches them before the figure does. Hearing this voice, Yin Xiaodai immediately relaxes her guard and gazes at the descending figure. "Lu Wu, you have finally returned. Did you not succeed?" She notices that Jiang Shuo still radiates the aura of the 9th level of Foundation establishment, prompting her inquiry. The newcomer is indeed Jiang Shuo, who, in the time it took for Yin Xiaodai to escape the city, has managed to catch up with her. His concern for her safety upon sensing her departure from the city spurred him to hurry back. Upon landing, Jiang Shuo does not respond to Yin Xiaodai's question but instead turns to Lan Tingshi. "And who might this be?" he questions, taking note of the strange-looking cultivator whose aura is at the 8th level of Foundation establishment. Yin Xiaodai quickly introduces her senior brother. "This is my senior brother, Lan Tingshi. My master received the news and sent him to escort me." "What a coincidence," Jiang Shuo mutters, then bows slightly to Lan Tingshi. "I am Lu Wu, the one tasked with escorting Yin Xiaodai back to our sect." Lan Tingshi responds rigidly, "Thank you for your efforts. Lu Daoyudai shall take her back from here." Hearing this, Yin Xiaodai immediately objects, "Senior brother, why not go on your own? I will be safe with Lu Wu protecting me." She is all too aware of her senior brother's capabilities, and in comparison to the years spent with Jiang Shuo, he appears utterly inadequate. Lan Tingshi is taken aback by his junior sister's unwavering trust in this individual. Despite Lu Wu's higher cultivation level, he is confident that if they were to engage, he could easily best him. Upon encountering his junior sister, the notion of forsaking himself for her sake left him with much to ponder. Lan Yinshi's rigid gaze drifted between the two, as if a thought had struck him. He then declared, "Since my junior sister has spoken thus, let us embark on our journey together." Without so much as soliciting Jiang Shuo's opinion, he turned and strode towards the flying vessel, with a hint of remorse. Yin Xiaodai turned to Jiang Shuo and remarked, "Brother Lu, my senior brother is like this. I hope you do not take offense, as you may have noticed, he is not adept at conversing with strangers." Concerned that her senior brother's demeanor might provoke Jiang Shuo into a fit of rage, or even worse, lead him to take drastic measures, she hastily sought to remedy the situation. Jiang Shuo, however, shrugged it off nonchalantly, saying, "It's of no consequence. as long as the journey ahead proceeds smoothly. To Jiang Shuo, Lan Yinshi's attitude was akin to the disdain a prominent sect disciple might show towards a rogue cultivator or a junior from a lesser sect. Whether there would be any future interaction remained uncertain. Why should he care about such attitudes? To live under the burden of such disdain would be exhausting. Instead, he thought it far better to simply enjoy life, eating and drinking as he pleased. As long as no one deliberately provoked him, they were free to do as they wished. Before long, the uniquely shaped flying vessel ascended into the sky, heading towards the distant Tiangu city. 2 months later, a skeletal-shaped flying vessel hovered at the juncture of the Tianzui and Tiangu territories. Within the vessel, Lan Yinshi's expression was grave as he meticulously navigated the craft, exercising utmost caution over this perilous border. Unlike the serene boundaries of the Disha region, the Tiangang region was fraught with treacherous, unfathomable chasms that occasionally unleashed chilling winds, capable of obliterating both vessel and crew in an instant. Thus, Lan Yinshi took the helm, his senses keenly attuned to the environment surrounding them. Although Jiang Shuo perceived no reason for alarm, he was content to remain a passenger, relishing the comforts afforded to him. Meanwhile, on the side of Tiangu, a young man at the third layer of the Golden Core stage stood, arms crossed, gazing intently at the approaching skeletal vessel. Behind him stood a group of individuals, all of whom were at least at the 7th layer of the Foundation establishment stage, with 2 prominent figures at the 4th layer of Golden Core standing in the forefront. An energy barrier enveloped them, concealing their presence from the outside world. Wei Chao, is everything prepared? The young man inquired, his gaze fixed upon the increasingly nearer vessel point. One of the 2 leading individuals stepped forward, lifting his head to respond. My lord, all is in readiness. This Wei Chao was none other than the individual who had perished at Yin Xiaodia's hands during the inspection in the DMO region, while the other Golden Core figure was also one of the original group. Let us commence, the young man stated with an air of indifference. Upon receiving the command, Wei Chao swiftly directed the Foundation establishment cultivators behind him to take their positions. In unison, they began to channel their spiritual energy, and a formation gradually materialized above them. Wei Chao rapidly ascended to the center of the formation, his hands weaving intricate seals. At that moment, Lan Yinshi's vessel, having navigated the chasm unscathed, arrived precisely at the ambush point. Wei Chao abruptly directed his hands skyward, proclaiming, Formation, Heaven and Earth Flame Domain. In an instant, the trio aboard the skeletal vessel, who had just exhaled in relief, found themselves transported to a realm replete with volcanoes. The air was thick with the acrid scent of sulfur. Even Lan Yinshi's parched visage betrayed a stark expression of discontent. Jiang Shuo's countenance mirrored his, for he had only recently ascended to the Golden Core stage. Logically, his spiritual awareness should have provided ample warning, yet reality dealt a harsh blow to his expectations. He had discerned no hint of impending danger whatsoever. Chapter 240. Conspiracy within the vessel. The 3 gazed at the group standing below. Upon recognizing the figure leading them, Yin Xiaodia's complexion turned ashen. So the source of our peril is you? Lan Yinshi exclaimed with a gravelly, astonished voice. Yin Xiaodai fell silent, realizing that the individual she had evaded for countless years had finally reappeared. The atmosphere suggested that this encounter was far from benign. Let us descend and see what they desire. Perhaps they come bearing gifts, Jiang Shuo remarked casually. Lan Yinshi was taken aback by Jiang Shuo's composure amidst such dire circumstances. Typically, any rogue cultivator who learned of Lan Yinshi's identity would bow in reverence. Yet, since boarding the vessel, Jiang Shuo had maintained an air of equanimity, and now, in the face of this tension, he exhibited no signs of panic, appearing the most serene among them. Previously, Lan Yinshi had assumed Jiang Shuo sought to align himself with the Undying Corpse sect due to his junior sister's fondness for him. However, it now seemed plausible that she had been under his protection all along. As Jiang Shuo's words hung in the air, Yin Xiaodia's demeanor shifted, her anxiety dissipating. This revelation astonished Lan Yinshi. His junior sister, seemingly naive, possessed a quiet resolve. Her trust in this man, in particular, indicated he had instilled within her a profound sense of security. Senior brother, let us go. As Lan Yinshi remained in a daze, Yin Xiaodai and Jiang Shuo had already approached the vessel's exit. The 3 descended gracefully to a spot 500 meters away from their adversaries. Lan Yinshi stepped forward, awkwardly clasping his hands and calling out, "I greet you, senior brother Li Xiang. Is there something you wish to convey while we find ourselves ensnared in this formation?" Li Xiang offered no reply. His piercing gaze fixed upon Yin Xiaodai. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense as he remained silent, causing Lan Yinshi to bow deeply, refusing to rise. After a lengthy pause, Li Xiang finally withdrew his gaze, narrowing his eyes as he addressed Lan Yinshi. "Naturally, I have come to collect your lives." Li Xiang did not disguise his intentions. His tone revealed no trace of emotion, as if the fate of Lan Yinshi and his companions were of no consequence to him. Lan Yinshi straightened, his expression rigid but his voice betraying no fear as he replied, "Are you prepared to part with your own life, senior brotherly?" Li Xiang merely regarded the trio with cold indifference, redirecting his attention to Yin Xiaodai. "Ultimately, you are my fiancé. Is it not your duty to make sacrifices for my path? Now, you would involve your only senior brother as well. Your lineage consists of merely 3 individuals. Including your inept master, I had intended to draw you all out and eliminate you simultaneously, but it seems your master has evaded fate by retreating into seclusion. And no matter. Once you are gone, I shall devise a means to deal with him as your betrothed. I am entitled to inherit the resources of your lineage." Upon hearing this, Yin Xiaodia's face drained of color, having sensed something amiss when she first encountered Lan Yinshi. She had initially dismissed it, trusting her senior brother. Yet, the gravity of the situation became clear. She had never fathomed that Li Xiang harbored intentions to annihilate her entire lineage. Originally, he had sought only her life. But her involvement had unwittingly afforded him the opportunity to consume her entire clan. In an instant, the threads of deceit unraveled in Yin Xiaodia's mind, leaving her trembling, unsure of how to articulate her thoughts. Jiang Shuo observed the unfolding drama with keen interest. From the moment he had first laid eyes on Lan Yinshi, he sensed something was amiss, having only recently arrived in Tianzue City with Yin Xiaodai. And with her having communicated little to her master, he pondered how her senior brother had managed to track them down. He had surmised that either her senior brother had betrayed them, or a larger scheme was at play. Unfortunately, the lack of information had hampered his ability to draw conclusions. The situation had indeed developed as he had suspected. Yin Xiaodia's betrothed was not merely ambitious but harbored designs far beyond the ordinary. Lan Yinshi had not anticipated that this seemingly mild-mannered figure within the sect could harbor such treachery. Initially, he had believed their mission was merely to escort his junior sister home. Instead, it had devolved into a treacherous ambush by their own sect. Moreover, it seemed Li Xiang had long desired to eliminate Yin Xiaodai since she had fled the sect over the years. Observing the quivering Yin Xiaodai, Lan Yinshi placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "Fear not, Xiaodai. The resources of our lineage have long been coveted by those within the sect. Even without your involvement, those with ulterior motives would have struck eventually. Our foremost priority now is to escape this place. You must ensure your survival." Lan Yinshi did not blame Yin Xiaodai due to Li Xiang's words. If it were not for the protection of the sect leader, their small lineage of a few cats would have long been completely divided. However, with the impending demise of the sect leader, those with ulterior motives within the sect were increasingly making subtle moves. What he did not expect was that his own son-in-law from this lineage would also harbor such intentions. And now he was not only comforting Yin Xiaodai but also planning to leave his life here. Jiang Shuo, observing the 2 disciples performing a heartfelt sibling drama, felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. This group of people had completely overlooked his presence. He had indeed succeeded in playing the role of a pig to eat a tiger. Perhaps Yin Xiaodai considered him, but in her emotional state, how could she think of so much? Li Xiang was posturing grandly, seemingly relishing the display of brotherly affection between Lan Yinshi and Yin Xiaodai. It appeared that such a tragic separation was unnecessary. After all, it was merely a matter of a few Golden Dan cultivators and a couple of Foundation establishment practitioners. A casually uttered voice broke the tension, delivering a statement that left everyone astounded. Instantly, all eyes turned toward Jiang Shuo, their expressions revealing an indescribable mix of emotions. "Ha ha! Ha ha ha!" Li Xiang erupted into a manic laughter. Lan Yinshi looked at Jiang Shuo, his face full of questions, as if to ask, "Do you realize the gravity of your words?" Jiang Shuo's remark had thoroughly shattered the grandiose atmosphere he had painstakingly built. Yet, what surprised him even more was the response of his junior sister. "Big brother Liu, can you handle this situation? Have you already broken through?" The astonishment in her tone and the sincerity of her feelings unmistakably showcased the deep trust she had in the man named Lu Wu. Jiang Shua's subsequent words left him utterly bewildered. "Just tell me, will killing the person in front of me result in your undying corpse sect's spiritual mark being attached? If not, then you too can just stand there and watch." Chapter 241. Starfall. Jiang Shua did not wish to speak so arrogantly, but the situation was clearly unfavorable for them. He could not be the one to take down everyone. It would be absurd for Yin Xiaodai and Lan Yinshi to perish as well. While the two of them could not handle too many adversaries, it was essential for him to safeguard himself. Thus, he delivered the most audacious words in the most nonchalant tone. This not only drew the attention of everyone present, but also instilled confidence in Yin Xiaodai and Lan Yinshi. Offering them a glimmer of hope for survival, the effect was remarkable. Yin Xiaodai entirely shed her previous despondency, and Lan Yinshi's resolve to face death dissipated. Most importantly, the hostile gazes directed at him from the opposing group were unmistakably eager to reduce him to a pulp, especially with his last remark aimed at Li Xiang, which had caused the latter's eyes to fixate on him with an intensity that was hard to ignore. Upon hearing Jiang Shua's final inquiry, Lan Yinshi, with a complex expression, looked towards Jiang Shua as he advanced and replied, "It won't happen. This is merely his avatar. Killing him will not result in any sect's spiritual mark appearing. In fact, it will stabilize his main body for a decade. The rest of these individuals are merely his external forces, so there won't be any spiritual marks involved." Jiang Shua stepped closer to them, his aura steadily rising. "That's good. Now you can just stay put and enjoy the show. Let those on the other side come to their doom." As his words fell, a layer of golden Dan aura surged around him. Up to this point, Jiang Shua was still performing. The seemingly overwhelming aura he projected was, in reality, less than 1/10 of his true power. Li Xiang was somewhat astonished to witness Jiang Shua's aura reaching the golden Dan level. He had not anticipated that the person trailing behind Yin Xiaodai was, in fact, a golden Dan cultivator. Unfortunately, they had not received accurate intel. The primary reason was that Jiang Shua rarely left any survivors after making his moves. Thus, Li Xiang and his group had assumed that all those encountered along the way had been slain by Yin Xiaodai, given her formidable corpse-refining abilities. Especially after reappearing, her ability to refine corpses had skyrocketed. However, even with Jiang Shua's audacious proclamations as a Golden Dan practitioner, they remained unfazed. After all, he was merely a Golden Dan Level 1 cultivator. What audacity could he possibly possess? "Master commands me to take him down first," Wei Chao remarked to Li Xiang as he observed Jiang Shua's advancing figure. Just as Li Xiang was about to retort, Jiang Shua conjured a talisman in front of him. Following that came a wave of terrifying spiritual energy fluctuations, causing all faces to change dramatically. However, before Li Xiang and the others could react, a flaming meteor with a diameter of 20 meters plummeted toward them. Li Xiang's eyes widened in horror as he shouted, "Run! Dodge!" In truth, even without his urging, many had instinctively begun to flee the attack's radius upon witnessing the impending disaster. Yet, regrettably, Jiang Shua's talisman had activated unexpectedly, and its speed was astonishingly swift, with a broad range. Essentially, aside from Li Xiang and 3 Golden Dan practitioners, as well as a few Swift Foundation Establishment Level 9 cultivators, the rest had no chance of escaping. Boom. From the appearance of the meteor to its impact, merely 3 seconds had passed. The deafening explosion created a massive shockwave that blasted outward in all directions, leaving a crater over 200 meters wide at the location where their adversaries had stood. Lan Yinshi and Yin Xiaodai were utterly taken aback by such an explosive beginning, and as they stood there dumbfounded, they could not help but swallow a mouthful of dust. After a series of coughs, Lan Yinshi, with a numb expression now tinged with terror, turned to his junior sister and asked, "This big brother Liu, he can't possibly be petty, right? Is his way of fighting always this extravagant? He just unleashed a high-grade Earth-level Starfall talisman at will." Yin Xiaodai, who had always known of Jiang Shua's lavish fighting style, was equally astonished. The Starfall talisman, a legendary talisman only spoken of in tales across the seas. Its value was beyond measure, and the manner in which the spell was executed was quite renowned. After all, such a colossal meteor, falling at such speed, caused unparalleled destruction. Its vivid characteristics made it impossible to forget. Thus, in response to Lan Yinshi's question, Yin Xiaodai, still in shock, replied, "Big Brother Liu has always been extravagant. And I know that, but before, he would only toss handfuls of mystical and yellow-grade talismans at his enemies, at most a dozen low-grade earth-level talismans at once. I have never witnessed him directly pulling out a legendary high-grade earth-level talisman like today." Lan Yinshi, upon hearing Yin Xiaodia's words, felt even his numbed muscles twitch involuntarily. Using handfuls of mystical and yellow-grade talismans, engaging with dozens of low-grade earth-level talismans at once. Their lineage's resources, no matter how abundant, would never allow such a reckless use of talismans. In the midst of the chaos, Jiang Shuo surveyed the aftermath with a dissatisfied expression. The high-grade earth-level talisman had not been fully drawn, resulting in somewhat diminished power. He speculated that it might also be related to the height from which the spell was cast. Although it was swift at short distances, it had not unleashed the full potential of the meteor. Ultimately, it was merely a spell. It could not replicate the complete devastation of a real meteor strike. Comparing the destruction caused by a 20-meter diameter meteor in his past life, he understood that while the spell seemed earth-shattering, it was not truly comparable. However, for a spell, it was indeed sufficient. After all, one could argue that it induced damage comparable to a man-made nuclear explosion. The reason Jiang Shuo was able to produce such a high-grade earth-level talisman so suddenly was that after his breakthrough, he had not returned directly but had instead sequestered himself in a secluded area to replenish his arsenal. Throughout his journey, he had maintained a modest stockpile of mystical and yellow-grade talismans. But high-grade talismans had become quite scarce. Moreover, having ascended to the Golden Dan level, it was imperative to prepare explosive high-grade earth-level talismans. Thus, during the initial 5 days, Jiang Shuo replenished a batch of mystical-grade talismans, while the yellow-grade ones fell short, leading him to cease their preparation. In the following days, he had focused on crafting various high-grade earth-level talismans. Had he not sensed Yin Xiaodia's movement, he would have continued drawing. However, after nearly half a month of continuous crafting, Jiang Shuo's arsenal was not only replenished but also stocked with a variety of devastating high-grade earth-level weapons like the Starfall technique. Although he did not possess hundreds or thousands like the mid to low-grade talismans, dozens were still within reach. Therefore, the mere display of his talisman mastery today was sufficient to level the so-called life-and-death confrontation. Suddenly, amidst the smoke and debris of the explosion, a flying sword unexpectedly shot towards Jiang Shuo's forehead. Clang! A golden light enveloped Jiang Shuo, deflecting the flying sword. Hunyuan Golden Light Technique. You have quite a few talismans, don't you? You have truly surprised me. Li Xiang's voice came coldly as the flying sword, having failed its strike, retreated back into the clouds of dust. Jiang Shuo raised an eyebrow, activating a high-grade mystical talisman. Windstorm technique? In an instant, a cloud of smoke and dust was swept into the sky, revealing a group of individuals gravely injured by Jiang Shuo's devastating move. Chapter 242. Commanding Thunder. It became apparent that after enduring a single strike from the Starfall technique, fewer than 10 individuals were left standing among Li Xiang's group. Moreover, apart from Wei Chao and Li Xiang, most of them were missing something, whether it be injuries or other impairments. Jiang Shuo, however, was unexpectedly observing another golden core cultivator, whose left hand had completely vanished, and whose aura fluctuated erratically. This individual was now sitting cross-legged, engaged in healing. The remaining Foundation establishment cultivators were similarly occupied with healing, some wailing in distress, while others had succumbed to unconsciousness, of course. Many were left with severed limbs, scattered all around. Li Xiang regarded Jiang Shuo, who was hundreds of meters away, with a cold expression, finally understanding why the three of them were so distant. A resplendent flying sword danced around him, shimmering with light. Wei Chao, his face etched with fear and uncertainty, gazed at the distant figure of Jiang Shuo, having never encountered such a ruthless individual. His spells were merciless, and his character even more so, unhesitatingly deploying lethal techniques. Even with the mixed Yuan Golden Light technique, how long could it protect you? An attacker utilizing talismans would render you powerless once they closed the distance. Wei Chao, Let us go. We must deal with this fellow together. Li Xiang no longer pretended, directly summoning the still able Wei Chao to attack alongside him. He would not let his advantage slip away, nor would he indulge in idle bravado claiming a one-on-one duel. The distance of several hundred meters was traversed in mere seconds before the prepared golden core cultivators. Yet, Jiang Shuo could not simply wait for them to strike. As they advanced, he activated the four-symbol sky control technique, shooting skyward. Witnessing this, Li Xiang and Wei Chao immediately pursued him. In an instant, 3 streaks of light chased through the confined space of the formation. Li Xiang's flying sword launched the first assault. Relentlessly attacking Jiang Shuo at blinding speed, Li Xiang paid no mind to Jiang Shuo's mixed yuan golden light technique. Rather, he used the onslaught of his sword to gradually wear down the energy of the protective barrier. Yet, Jiang Shuo remained unfazed, skillfully evading while leaving behind talismans at certain points in the void, silently and unnoticed by Li Xiang and Wei Chao, who were blinded by rage and continued their assault on him. They believed that by persistently attacking, they could suppress Jiang Shuo's means of offense, thinking that breaching the thin layer of mixed yuan golden light would allow them to slay him on the ground. Lan Yinshi and Yin Xiaodai wore expressions of concern as they watched the luminous chase unfold in the sky. Jiang Shuo's starfall technique had placed them in a relatively secure position, rendering them unable to intervene, merely spectators to the fierce clash between Jiang Shuo and Li Xiang. Junior sister, did you notice that Lu Daolao just recently advanced? His speed does not resemble that of someone freshly ascended to the golden core stage. Lan Yinshi suddenly remarked, having noticed a peculiar phenomenon and turning to his junior sister. Yin Xiaodai initially failed to recognize what Lan Yinshi was pointing out, but upon his prompting, she recalled Jiang Shuo's consistent demeanor. Lu Wu had indeed only advanced in recent months, yet he had always been enigmatic, leaving others perplexed. Moreover, he possessed countless techniques, and judging by his current demeanor, he seemed to be preparing for another trap. A trap? Lan Yinshi was taken aback by Yin Xiaodia's response, his gaze fixated on the battlefield. Just then, Jiang Shuo suddenly descended, landing amidst the injured soldiers who were reluctantly healing. Li Xiang felt no emotional stirrings at Jiang Shuo's actions, regarding the incapacitated group as worthless. For Wei Chao, however, these individuals were his only support, and he could not afford to lose them. Yet, upon touching down, Jiang Shuo showed no signs of slaughter. Instead, he stood upon the ground, smiling as he awaited their approach. His seemingly unguarded demeanor heightened the vigilance of Li Xiang and Wei Chao, prompting them to halt their assaults and land between Jiang Shuo and the injured. What? Have you given up resisting? Realizing that you cannot escape this chaos, Wei Chao probed first. Jiang Shuo did not turn to them but instead gazed skyward. Not at all, merely surprised at your utter ineptitude. Jiang Shuo retorted without mercy, finding amusement in the fact that they had failed to notice his subtle maneuvers, having already set the formation in place. Wei Chao could be excused. His background was evident. However, Li Xiang's lack of awareness left Jiang Shuo devoid of any sense of accomplishment. The expressions of both Li Xiang and Wei Chao darkened upon hearing Jiang Shuo's words. They misconstrued his comment as a reflection on their inability to catch him. I must admit, your speed is indeed impressive. Had it not been for this being merely a clone, which limits my capabilities, do you truly believe you have the right to utter such words in my presence? Li Xiang declared arrogantly. As the true disciple of the Undying Corpse sect, his abilities extended far beyond merely commanding a flying sword for attack. This clone was merely a manifestation of his identity and bore little of his true power. Otherwise, he would not have brought along 2 golden core cultivators. He had not anticipated the ferocity of this encounter, leading to one being rendered utterly incapacitated while attempting to protect his form. Jiang Shuo understood that possessing a clone at this stage was already formidable, thus he could not exhibit overwhelming strength. Since you have said so, I shall look forward to our next encounter for a proper demonstration of your prowess. For today, this shall be the end. With that, Jiang Shuo summoned his consciousness, slowly ascending, as 36 low-grade Earth-level thunder talismans materialized in the sky. Thunder roars through the heavens, commanding the universe. The formation awakens with spiritual brilliance. Shaking the firmament, 9 heavens thunder array, rise. In an instant, the 36 talismans emitted beams of light, intertwining and coalescing into a glimmering array of thunder that enveloped the sky above Jiangshua. Wei Chao and Li Xiang gazed in shock at the unfolding spectacle, their minds flashing back to Jiang Shu's earlier expression of disappointment. It was indeed alarming that they had failed to detect such a formidable situation. It seems we have underestimated him. Li Xiang remarked, his earlier icy demeanor now replaced with a calm composure. Meanwhile, Wei Chao's expression was one of utter despair. He could not fathom how their side, which was ostensibly dominant, had descended into such a catastrophic predicament. As a Golden Core Level 4 cultivator, he had barely cast a handful of spells throughout the entire confrontation. How had they arrived at this brink of annihilation? Unwilling to accept defeat, Wei Chao suddenly surged outward. Striving to escape the confines of the array, Li Xiang cast a cold glance at Wei Chao, silently questioning why he would run if escape were truly an option. Those who had been healing now abandoned their efforts. Collapsing to the ground as they gazed at the impending cataclysmic scene above, in this ambush, they, the once noble individuals, were reduced to mere bystanders. In the sky, Jiang Shua appeared as a deity commanding the thunder. His left hand manipulating the tumultuous lightning, his expression one of indifference toward the mortal realm as he gazed down at Li Xiang and the others. Without hesitation, he swung his hand downward. In an instant, torrents of lightning cascaded from the heavens. The cold demeanor of Li Xiang, the fleeing figure of Wei Chao, and the ashen faces of the others were all swallowed in an overwhelming deluge of thunder. Chapter 243, Formation Space. Yin Shaodai and Lan Yinshi stood dumbfounded, their eyes fixed on the scene of the unleashed lightning. Both externally and internally, they were numb with shock. They remained rooted in place. Motionless and speechless, Jiang Shua's prowess had repeatedly shattered their perceptions of him. For Yin Shaodai, the enigma and strength of Lu Wu felt unfathomable. Each battle, each life and death struggle she witnessed, had been effortlessly resolved by Lu Wu with a calm demeanor. Thus far, it seemed there was nothing that could truly challenge him. Today's battle had delivered an unprecedented impact upon her. Will I still have the chance to stand by his side? Yin Shaodai found herself questioning, her heart aching, even as this battle promised to usher in a new era for her cultivation journey. Yet, in that moment, tears began to flow unbidden from her eyes. An unstoppable tide. When Jiang Shua returned after tidying up the aftermath, he noticed the scene and adopted a remarkably serious expression. Do not be too moved. After all, I am merely a professional who gets paid for my services. Although Yin Shaodai did not comprehend the humor in his words, Jiang Shua's atypical demeanor elicited a smile from her. The sight of her smile stirred something within Jiang Shua, prompting him to reflect on the innocence of youth. Jiang Shua's interjection lightened the atmosphere considerably, and Lan Yinshi could not maintain his previous lofty attitude. After all, this individual was indeed a true powerhouse, with cultivation far exceeding his own and combat prowess beyond compare. While he did not become a sycophant, the warmth in his heart could not be concealed, even by his eternally stoic expression. Lu Dao Lao, what shall we do next? How do we exit this formation space? After exchanging pleasantries with her senior brother, Yin Shaodai posed a question, for they were still within this fiery domain and needed to devise a means of escape in response to her inquiry. Jiang Shua remained silent, instead producing a token. He infused it with spiritual energy, and soon the token detached from his palm. Soaring into the AI-IT began to spin gracefully, and from its apex, a crimson beam of light shot forth. Ascending towards the heavens, instantly, the entire spatial formation commenced to dissolve, revealing the original azure sky, until they were entirely restored to the realm of reality. Jiang Shua summoned the completed token back into his hand and infused it once more with spiritual energy, prompting the token to emit several more beams of light. Observing this, Jiang Shua promptly leapt forth, guided by the rays, to retrieve the various altar-like foundation stones. The haul was satisfactory, although Li Xiang bore no treasures on his person. This spatial formation was indeed valuable. Initially, when Jiang Shua had searched Li Xiang's corpse, he had presumed that someone of his stature would possess remarkable items, yet aside from a high-grade mystical flying sword, there was nothing else. Conversely, Wei Chao and his companions had contributed a substantial amount of spirit stones and resources. Jiang Shua stored the spatial formation in his pocket, Both Yin Shaodai and Lan Yinshi remained silent. Even though they recognized this to be a treasure of Li Xiang's lineage, they would never claim it. Setting aside the fact that it was Jiang Shua's rightful spoils, he was entitled to take it. The disparity in cultivation and combat prowess between them was sufficient to render both of them mute. Furthermore, Lan Yinshi took the initiative to elucidate the functions of this fiery domain to Jiang Shua. Although this array is merely high-grade mystical, its capabilities extend far beyond what we have witnessed today. Firstly, the flames contained within are not ordinary. They rival the true fire of the golden core. Additionally, the land formed within this space can cultivate fire-attributed spiritual plants, and Spirit Rice IT also serves as a specialized cultivation space, providing significant enhancements for fire-attributed cultivators. Whether in practicing techniques or spells, the benefits are remarkable. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shua realized that this spatial formation was evidently well known even within the Undying Corpse sect. Otherwise, Lan Yinshi would not possess such extensive knowledge. He understood that Lan Yinshi's enthusiastic explanation served not only to cultivate goodwill but also to provoke Li Xiang. Subsequently, the trio boarded a flying vessel, heading towards the direction of Tiangu City. However, this time, they were not aboard Lan Yinshi's skeletal vessel, but rather the black flying boat that Jiang Shua had previously seized. According to Lan Yinshi, Li Xiang should have retreated to stabilize his spirit and would not be causing trouble for the time being. Nevertheless, to mitigate any unforeseen complications, they opted for this mundane vessel. Although it was somewhat slower, the Tiangu region was relatively peaceful, and their choice of a common flying boat would suffice to ensure a safe arrival at Tiangu City. Once aboard, Lan Yinshi took the helm of the vessel. With one being his junior sister and the other a true powerhouse, he felt like a mere underling, unable to act otherwise. Upon boarding, Yin Shaodai fell into silence, and Jiang Shua immediately closed his eyes to rest. The two did not perceive any awkwardness, while Lan Yinshi found himself in a rather uncomfortable situation. Seeking to break the oppressive atmosphere, he pondered a suitable topic for conversation. Senior brother Liu, the bond between the two of you is quite evident. I dare not intrude. He considered that he could at least engage his junior sister in conversation, especially since he had a pressing question. Junior sister, your unusual departure from the sect was due to discovering that Li Xiang intended to kill you, correct? Yin Shaodai did not respond verbally but merely nodded in affirmation. So, your subsequent plan is to elevate your provisional true disciple status to that of a genuine true disciple. Upon receiving her reply, Lan Yinshi immediately grasped her intentions. Only by becoming a true disciple could she publicly sever ties with Li Xiang. The Undying Corpse sect harbored a peculiar ironclad rule that forbade marriage between true disciples. No one knew the rationale behind this decree, but since the sect's inception, no one had dared to challenge it. Not only that, but I also aspire to cultivate the Yin-Yang Golden Core and establish a foundation for my primordial spirit, thus becoming a candidate for the sect leader, Yin Shaodai declared with utmost seriousness. Lan Yinshi was taken aback by her declaration, abruptly halting the vessel's progress. He then gazed at her in astonishment. Are you serious? Upon seeing Yin Shaodai's solemn nod, Lan Yinshi muttered in disbelief, Insane. Insane. The master will never permit it. Jiang Shua, puzzled by Lan Yinshi's frantic exclamations, inquired, Is this endeavor exceedingly difficult? Lan Yinshi elaborated. If junior sister wishes to attain the Yin-Yang Golden Core, the other prerequisites are manageable. With the resources of our lineage, we could certainly assist her in reaching the peak of the foundation establishment stage. However, the final step necessitates enduring the assault of the six-path Purple Cloud's divine lightning. Our Undying Corpse sect inherently possesses low resistance to lightning. Facing the sixth divine lightning could very well result in utter annihilation. Upon hearing this, Yin Shaodai resolutely asserted that she could undoubtedly succeed, and that her master would surely approve. Jiang Shua looked at the two with a bemused expression. Isn't being struck by the divine lightning painful? But not to the point of obliteration? Moreover, isn't the Purple Cloud's divine lightning meant to enhance one's foundation? It's a good thing. Chapter 244. Yin-Yang Golden Core, Floating Continent. Jiang Shua refrained from voicing his thoughts on the Purple Cloud's divine lightning, instead listening attentively to Lan Yinshi's explanation. In this world, achieving the Golden Core typically did not necessitate crossing tribulations. The challenge for ordinary cultivators lay in igniting the fire of the soul. Once the soul fire was kindled, attaining the Golden Core was a natural progression. Yet, there existed prodigies who, unlike others, accumulated profound foundations during the foundation establishment stage, constantly pushing their physical limits until reaching the peak, thus triggering the trial of heaven and earth, the purple cloud's divine lightning. With each divine lightning endured, the resulting golden core would be significantly strengthened. 3 for adulthood, 6 for foundational establishment, and 9 for reaching the heavens. This pursuit of the golden core was a common aspiration among cultivators who were aware of this process. Throughout the long history of the cultivation world, aside from the top-tier golden cores recognized by heaven, earth, and man, there were always exceptional individuals who, for various reasons, achieved unique golden cores of considerable power, tailored to their own techniques. To date, aside from the exotic golden cores that could not compete with the heavenly Tao golden core, many categories of extreme golden cores could rival their counterparts. The Yin-Yang golden core of the Undying Corpse sect is one such existence that competes with the earthly Tao golden core. It also serves as one of the criteria for becoming the sect leader. I possess the Yin Ming body, and my master has bestowed upon me the 10 corpses of the heavenly stems. Although initially, my master merely suggested that I strengthen my foundation for golden core attainment, it may very well have been an opportunity to choose the path of the Yin-Yang golden core. Yin Shaodai reflected, now comprehending the expectations her master harbored when granting her the 10 corpses of the heavenly stems. Lan Yinshi steered the vessel forward in silence, unsure of how to respond. Their lineage had suffered a calamity, leaving only his master behind. Yet, his master was of average talent, and due to injuries sustained, had lingered at the golden core stage for many years. Were it not for the protection of the sect leader and the oaths sworn by the various peaks within the sect, their lineage would have long been eradicated. Over the years, they had been persistently targeted, and apart from Lan Yinshi, his master, the 9 mysterious true man, had only taken in Yin Shaodai as a disciple. Though reluctant to admit it, his master harbored hopes for Yin Shaodai. Regrettably, the old man was neither ruthless nor assertive, and Yin Shaodai was one who would undoubtedly resort to charm and cuteness. Lan Yinshi, with his poker face, found it difficult to bear, let alone the old man. The little old man had the audacity to suggest that she should bear the responsibility of their lineage. Leaving the decision to Yin Shaodai, Lan Yinshi felt as though the weight of his ancestors' coffins were about to collapse under the pressure. This was the rhythm of severing their lineage. Yet, the old man possessed an unwavering faith that Yin Shaodai would recognize this responsibility herself. Before all else, he simply wished for her to be true to herself. Clearly, the recent engagement incident between Li Xiang and Yin Shaodai had affirmed the old man's suspicions. Within the vessel, silence descended once more. Jiang Shuo had not anticipated that the 10 corpses he had acquired would wield such significant influence, explaining why Yin Shaodai had appeared so distraught at the time of their acquisition. The complexities within this sect were indeed labyrinthine, with one event intertwining with so many others. Jiang Shuo refrained from sharing his views, as this was their matter. He preferred to listen and observe. Simply escorting Yin Shaodai back to the sect had proven to be a convoluted endeavor. Further interference could lead to misfortune. He was merely a golden core cultivator. While he could assert some authority among the disciples, ascending to the high echelons of the Undying Corpse sect would necessitate a hasty retreat. Thus, maintaining silence was prudent, and he would continue to play the role of the timid quail from beginning to end. Jiang Shuo understood this principle clearly. When it came time for action, he would not hesitate to spill blood if necessary. His journey had unfolded in this manner. It seemed that once they arrived at Tiangu City, he could finally make his escape. Moreover, it is time for this identity to vanish for a while. What a pity, as this reward is difficult to procure. Jiang Shuo suddenly realized that Yin Shaodai's situation might be far more intricate than he had initially imagined. The identity of Lu Wu must temporarily go offline to guard against unseen dangers. After so many years away from Tianqin Star, he thought it would be a good opportunity to return and take a look. Resolute in his decision, Jiang Shuo contemplated what to do in Tiangu City to enrich his exchange shop upon returning to Tianqin Star. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he inquired, Yin Shaodai, does Tiangu City sell the technology related to the floating continent and the spell for detaching spiritual veins that you mentioned last time? Jiang Shuo's question shattered the silence, drawing a curious glance from Lan Yinshi. These two techniques are generally unattainable for ordinary cultivators. However, Yin Shaodai showed no surprise at Jiang Shuo's inquiry, given that he now had a sect and spiritual veins backing him. I truly do not know, senior brother. Are you aware? Unfortunately, Yin Shaodai was also in the dark, but fortunately, Lan Yinshi was present. Yet, Lan Yinshi's response astonished both of them. Honestly do not know if Tinggu City has it, but I possess it. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shuo and Yin Shaodai turned simultaneously towards Lan Yinshi. Yin Shaodai, filled with wonder, asked, Senior brother, with your possession of such a spell, are you planning to defect from our sect and establish a new one? At Yin Shaodai's words, Lan Yinshi felt a twitch in his forehead. You seem to have forgotten that I am responsible for the preservation of our lineage's texts. Yin Shaodai suddenly remembered that her senior brother managed all the miscellaneous affairs of their small sect. Though there were only 3 of them, the tasks were plentiful. Organizing and safeguarding the texts was no easy feat, and Lan Yinshi, having been exposed to them frequently, naturally gained much knowledge. Compared to Yin Shaodai's reputation for being ineffectual, Lan Yinshi was indeed renowned for his learning within the sect. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shuo's interest was piqued. What a stroke of luck, fellow Taoist Lan. Could you possibly share a copy with me? I have just established a sect, and I will surely need it in the future. I can offer something in exchange. Jiang Shuo openly expressed his eagerness. Senior Lu is our savior. How could I possibly demand something in return for a common technique? Lan Yinshi replied, as he produced a blank jade slip, inscribing the technology of the floating continent and the spell for detaching spiritual veins before handing it to Jiang Shuo.as for any form of compensation. He felt too embarrassed to ask. Moreover, this was not classified information within the sect. Nearly every inner disciple had the opportunity to view it. However, they were required to contribute something to access the sect's library. In their small lineage, with only a few members, they could peruse their own library freely. Hearing Lan Yinshi's words, Jiang Shuo accepted the jade slip without pretense and, eager with anticipation, began to peruse it. For them, these techniques were quite common, yet for loose cultivators, they remained relatively rare. For Jiang Shuo, they were especially intriguing. Observing him immersed in the sea of knowledge, Lan Yinshi and Yin Shaodai tactfully refrained from further conversation. One delved into cultivation, while the other focused on driving. In the sky, a flying vessel, which had previously been moving at a steady pace, suddenly accelerated forward. Chapter 245. Parting 4 months later, the 3 of them walked along the road within the suppression range of Tinggu City's garrison. The flying vessels of ordinary individuals were indeed not on par with those of sect disciples. The trio encountered no dangers within the Tinggu domain, yet it still took them nearly 4 months to reach this point. Soon, they arrived before the gates of Tinggu City, where Jiang Shuo abruptly halted. Yin Shaodai and Lan Yinshi followed suit, puzzled. What is it, Lu Wu? Yin Shaodai inquired, her gaze fixed on Jiang Shuo, while Lan Yinshi looked on in confusion. Jiang Shuo produced an ancient storage bag and handed it to Yin Shaodai. Upon reaching Tinggu City, you will be able to return to your sect immediately. Our transaction ends here, and I must return to develop my own sect. Jiang Shuo stated with an air of calmness. Yin Shaodai was momentarily taken aback. Despite being shrouded in her black robe, Lan Yinshi could still sense her sudden wave of despondency. Yin Shaodai stiffly accepted the storage bag containing the 10 heavenly corpses. Murmuring, "Is this truly the end?" Jiang Shuo appeared unfazed by her emotions, maintaining his placid demeanor. The next step involves a direct teleportation to the city where your sect is stationed. There is no need for me to squander additional time. But I have yet to deliver the reward I promised you, Yin Shaodai exclaimed, her voice tinged with urgency. Jiang Shuo remained silent, simply gazing at her with unwavering calm. In an instant, both Yin Shaodai and Lan Yinshi comprehended Jiang Shuo's intent. He was unwilling to involve himself in their sect's affairs, harboring concerns about how the sect viewed him. Presently, Li Xiang was aware only that there was someone following Yin Shaodai, yet remained oblivious to the nature of this individual. The only ones who had encountered and interacted with him, and were still alive, were the 2 siblings. Others had vanished without a trace. An investigation could be conducted quickly, but locating Jiang Shuo would not be so simple. If Jiang Shuo were to accompany them to Tiangang City, he would undoubtedly be walking into a trap. Once they reached Tiangang City, Li Xiang would refrain from making any bold moves, yet Jiang Shuo would certainly be treated with special consideration. The sect was currently unaware of the situation. But should they heed Li Xiang's words, a Yuanying stage elder might come to confront Jiang Shuo, likely leading to dire consequences for him in Tiangang City. Thus, under Jiang Shua's serene gaze, Yin Xiaodia's heart gradually sank. Though she still managed to maintain her composure, I understand now. Thank you, Senior Liu, for your protection along the way. However, I cannot fulfill the reward I spoke of today. Rest assured, I will deliver it to your doorstep one day. Yin Xiaodai asserted with conviction, not only as a promise to Jiang Shua, but also as a commitment to her own aspirations. After all, Li Xiang was still alive, and her tribulations remained unresolved. Yet, Senior Liu had afforded her ample time. What remained now was solely up to her. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shua couldn't help but smile. I shall await you at Xinyuan sect. With that, he did not enter Tiangu City, but instead clasped his hands towards Lan Yinshi and turned to leave. Yin Xiaodai stood there in a daze, her eyes fixed on Jiang Shua as he gradually disappeared into the horizon. Just as Lan Yinshi was about to offer consolation, Yin Xiaodai abruptly turned and walked towards the interior of Tiangu City. Let us go, senior brother. We shall return to the sect directly. There are many matters awaiting my attention. Lan Yinshi observed his petite junior sister, now radiating an aura markedly different from before. He then glanced in the direction Jiang Shua had vanished, acknowledging him as a remarkable individual, decisive in action, earning his respect. After a moment of regret, Lan Yinshi followed Yin Xiaodia's lead towards the teleportation point in Tiangu City. They all understood their junior sister's feelings. But Jiang Shua simply did not provide an opportunity. Now, he had resolutely departed, a level of determination rare among cultivators. Moreover, he had not concealed certain aspects of his lineage's strength throughout the journey. Faced with the choice between risking it all for substantial rewards or decisively prioritizing his own life, Jiang Shua had not even considered the former. Previously, Lan Yinshi had admired Jiang Shua for his prowess. Today, it was admiration for his character. After Jiang Shua had completely exited their line of sight, he sought a discreet location to restore his appearance before heading back towards Tiangu City. The talisman master Lu Wu would temporarily disappear for a while. He also intended to return to Tianqin Star, but first, he needed to procure some supplies in Tiangu City. He had nearly exhausted the low-tier items he carried and needed to stock up. Otherwise, it would be challenging to exchange for good items upon his return. Upon reaching the gates of Tiangu City once more, Jiang Shua did not linger but instead joined the throng entering the city. This time, no one urged him to hurry. He could savor the moment in secret. An hour later, a satisfied expression adorned Jiang Shua's face as he exited the passageway of Tiangu City's gates. The defensive array of Tiangu City was indeed far superior to that of the Disha region. As Jiang Shua walked, he sighed, reflecting on how even the surface-level information he encountered had greatly benefited him. He speculated that if he could delve deeper, his mastery of the Xinyuan formation would surely allow him to attain a state of simplicity and authenticity. Upon entering the city, Jiang Shua abandoned such fanciful daydreams and instead took in the city's scenery while searching for shops to procure supplies. Although the bustling activity of Tiangu City did not rival that of the heavenly Sin City of the Xuanqi sect, it was still quite lively, with a variety of shops that made it a typically well-structured city. The urban landscape was appealing, predominantly featuring a delicate white stone for its architecture, and the overall color scheme of the city was white. One could not help but wonder if all cities within the Tiangang district shared this trait. Jiang Shua spent a week in this city, traversing its streets under various identities and acquiring a substantial amount of resources. The supplies for Tianqin Star were not particularly abundant, primarily due to his recent advancement, which necessitated the preparation of several high-grade materials he had previously not encountered or had in limited quantities. For instance, the ink and talisman paper required for crafting Earth-level talismans had nearly been exhausted during his previous 10 days of drawing. This time, he made a significant investment, spending nearly 200,000 spirit stones on Earth-level and Xin-level talisman materials. Even in a large city like Tiangu, he visited numerous shops to exhaust his funds. Unfortunately, only Earth-level talisman materials were available, and he found no trace of the sought-after Heaven-level materials, leaving him with wealth but no means to spend it. In contrast, he did not spend much on elixirs this time, primarily because he had previously acquired a substantial amount. He merely replenished some Huang-level spiritual herbs and a few high-grade varieties he lacked. His total expenditure was less than 50,000 spirit stones, with a significant portion allocated to the scarce high-grade varieties, such as a primary ingredient for the Sanyuan Zhenhuan Dan, which cost 5,000 spirit stones. Though expensive, it was worth the price. Regrettably, such occurrences were rare, as good items are typically not widely circulated. He also expended considerable resources on formation materials, puppets, spiritual rice, and other items. Additionally, Jiang Shuo brought along a selection of Huang-level magical weapons, intending for Tai Yin and the others to test their efficacy. This idea had not occurred to him until his previous insights at Heavenly Sin City, where he learned about the Xuanqi sect. After all, quality weapons are a significant asset. The individuals from Tianqin Star could not utilize high-grade treasures. But these Huang-level weapons should prove useful. Even if they couldn't transfer energy, these weapons, enhanced by the engraved formations, would still be formidable in mundane combat. Having meticulously prepared everything, Jiang Shuo departed from Tiangu City, seeking a picturesque locale before crossing back to Tianqin Star. The reason for not traversing directly from Tiangu City was his concern that the formations here might detect something amiss. A day later, Jiang Shuo's boundless vessel landed in a remote mountain range, a place devoid of abundant spiritual energy. His choice stemmed from its unremarkable yet well-concealed nature. Upon arrival, he quickly excavated a cave spanning several dozen square meters within the mountains and set up an illusionary formation and a defensive array. Completing his preparations, it had been nearly 13 years since he last returned to Tianqin Star. Over a year and 3 to 4 months had passed there. He wondered what the current state of affairs might be. Hoping they had not faced total annihilation in such a short span, as he muttered to himself, he entered the Two-Realm space. The Two-Realm space remained largely unchanged. The world tree, after all these years, seemed to have grown not at all. In truth, it was not without growth, but rather, it was progressing at an exceedingly slow pace. The fire sprite lay upon the trunk of the world tree, its body flickering with starlit flames. Nearby, a stone resembling a mythical beast's egg stood tall, and upon closer inspection, it seemed to resonate with the sounds of myriad beasts roaring. These two items were the celestial fires Jiang Shuo had recently acquired, one yet to recover and the other yet to awaken. However, Jiang Shuo was not in any rush, as he had no immediate need for them. Should he acquire another type, he would indeed be more eager, especially given his interest in the conditions of the alchemical furnace he had unsealed. Furthermore, his Burning Heaven 5 Flames technique could ascend to another level. Currently, however, he could only take his time. Within the spatial land, the previously planted earth-level spiritual herbs still appeared as mere seedlings, indicating their slow growth, as these herbs typically matured over a century. In contrast, the Qingxin bamboo planted in his small courtyard showed signs of progress. As Jiang Shuo landed in the courtyard, he was instantly enveloped by a sense of tranquility, his previously restless mind settling into calmness. The effect was remarkable. Even at the golden core stage, he experienced such a pronounced effect. And this was not even in its fully mature state. Clearly, the value of this plant exceeded his expectations. As he keenly felt the effects of the Qingxin bamboo, he could not help but express his admiration. After surveying his domain and feeling a sense of fulfillment, he vanished from the space on the outskirts of the capital of Tianqin Star. A figure suddenly appeared. Jiang Shuo surveyed his surroundings, noting the lush greenery, with the occasional appearance of wildlife. Was nature beginning to recover? He found himself beside a wild rabbit, which seemed completely oblivious to his presence, engrossed in its meal. Jiang Shuo then extended his vast consciousness. Having not strayed far from the capital, his current power of perception was more than sufficient to encompass the area. However, his expression soon changed as he sensed a wave of battle energy emanating from the capital. Without warning, Jiang Shuo soared into the sky, trailing a long red tail flame as he raced toward the capital. That moment, 4 spatial rifts appeared at the north, south, east, and west of the capital, occasionally spitting forth bizarre crawling creatures. At first glance, they resembled the infamous lickers, but unlike their skin-shedding counterparts, these creatures bore a tough, chitinous exterior. The Supernatural Affairs Bureau of the capital had aptly named these creatures lickers, as their appearance and attack patterns were strikingly similar. Although only a few hundred of these lickers appeared at a time, it typically required the coordinated efforts of 3 or 4 third or fourth level superhumans to take one down. Lao Zhao, dodge, a young figure shouted, hurling a massive fireball toward a licker engaged in a struggle with a combatant. The person grappling with the liquor, upon hearing the shout, unleashed a surge of power. Shoving the liquor away before quickly retreating, the young man seamlessly charged forward, pressing the fireball against the liquor without hesitation. Contrary to expectations, the anticipated explosion did not occur. Instead, the liquor's body appeared to melt under the intense heat. Incinerating half of it, however, the young man was left utterly drained from the effort, on the verge of collapsing. Just then, a figure appeared beside him, lifting him up and sprinting back to safety, the young man's body flopping limply as if devoid of bones. "Zhou Fei, can't you princess carry me? I'm about to lose my breakfast," the young man lamented, feeling utterly miserable. Zhou Fei, while quickly retreating, retorted, "This is the fastest I can go. Do you want to live or die?" In no time, the two returned to the safety zone, reuniting with Lao Zhao, who observed the young man lying weakly on the ground. "Though Ling Miao's move is impressive, it lacks endurance. You need to train more." "Ling Miao, a man must have stamina." Zhou Fei and the prone Ling Miao exchanged exasperated glances. Lao Zhao often had a penchant for humor. "Yes, fine. I may not have endurance, but I recover quickly." One hit kills. Ling Miao remained quite satisfied with his extraordinary abilities. After all, among fourth-level superhumans, his offensive power was among the best in their trio. Lao Zhao restrained the liquors, Ling Miao executed lethal strikes, while Zhou Fei ensured that the exhausted Ling Miao was safely transported back. The three formed a relatively renowned small team in this eastern battle zone, given their outstanding performance. While Ling Miao recovered, Zhou Fei and Lao Zhao watched their comrades still fighting against the liquors and the towering spatial rift standing ominously on the ground. When will this battle end? It feels like we've been fighting for a year or two, and things are finally starting to normalize. Zhou Fei mused, his expression tinged with worry. Lao Zhao offered no further words, only a reassuring pat on his shoulder. Having seen more of the world at his age, he had learned to let go, especially with the added resilience of his supernatural abilities. Each day brings us closer to peace. Our ancestors endured similar hardships. We must inherit their spirit and persevere through these trials. Lao Zhao spoke earnestly, asserting that only through the experience of certain events can one truly grasp the essence of the principles once inscribed in textbooks. As Zhou Fei was about to respond to Lao Zhao's words, a multitude of individuals within the safe zone suddenly rose, their faces contorted with fear as they looked skyward. Zhou Fei and his companions instinctively followed their gaze, only to witness a blazing red streak of light rapidly approaching from the distance. Suddenly, a figure materialized in midair, exuding a potent aura that steadily coalesced. It was Huadong from the Extraordinary Affairs Bureau's 1st Division. Lao Zhao exclaimed in astonishment, recognizing him as a significant figure, one of the influential powers in the capital, and among the rare 6th-level extraordinary beings. At that moment, Huadong had no time to concern himself with the extraordinary individuals below. Instead, he focused intently, gathering his strength in anticipation of the unknown light that was neither friend nor foe. Chapter 247. Rescue. As the streak of light drew nearer, every living being on the battlefield, including both the tongue-licking beasts and humans, sensed a warning resonating within them. "Leave. Flee immediately." The tongue-licking beasts instantly abandoned their opponents, hastily retreating toward the spatial rift. Although Huadong and the other combatants on the battlefield felt the instinctual fear coursing through them, escape was not an option. Behind them lay their homes. Where could they run? All stood rigidly, their faces etched with solemnity and a flicker of dread. Yet they resolutely gathered their strength, bracing for a potential life-and-death struggle. Before long, the streak of light reached the spatial rift, and to the astonishment of all, a sword shot forth, swiftly eliminating hundreds of fleeing tongue-licking beasts. Immediately thereafter, the light, accompanied by the flying sword, arrived before Huadong. "Who are you?" "The subordinate of Tai Yin," came a voice that Huadong would never forget, as a face he and others had sought for so long appeared before them. "Jiang Qianbei," Huadong exclaimed with unparalleled joy, his entire being trembling as if electrified. Jiang Shua was taken aback by Huadong's exuberant call. Observing the fervent Huadong, Jiang Shua raised his hand to signal him to calm down. "Is it necessary to be this excited? Perhaps you could first explain the situation to me?" Huadong quickly steadied his emotions, though excitement still colored his features as he replied, "Jiang Qianbei, please assist in saving Taiju and the others first." We can elaborate later. Taiyin is in trouble? Jiang Shua's expression shifted, for although Taiyin had often sought favors from him, Jiang Shua recognized that he had gained much from their association. Furthermore, Taiyin was one of the few friends Jiang Shua had made in this apocalyptic world. Indeed, he has been hanging by a thread for over half a month, Huadong exclaimed excitedly. With you here, Taiyin is sure to survive. Jiang Shua's consciousness extended instantaneously, soon locating Taiyin's position. His life force was indeed waning precariously. I will head over first. You follow. With that, Jiang Shua transformed into a streak of light. Darting toward Taiyin's location, Huadong, witnessing this, promptly gave instructions to the scene's commander before following suit, leaving behind a crowd of bewildered onlookers. Who is that person? How come we are unaware that such a powerful individual exists in Longhua? Ling Miao, still slumped on the ground, inquired. Zhou Fei also wore a perplexed expression, while Lao Zhao strained to recall. Before Lao Zhao could recollect, some veterans on site began to exclaim in astonishment. Upon hearing their words, Lao Zhao's face shifted to one of sudden enlightenment. Lao Zhao, what is going on? Speak quickly, Ling Miao urged, observing Lao Zhao's expression of understanding. Yes, Lao Zhao, hurry, Zhou Fei echoed with equal impatience. The esteemed individual you just witnessed is none other than the elusive pioneer. The legendary Jiang Shua, the strongest extraordinary being in folklore, the very foundation upon which we cultivate our techniques, Lao Zhao proclaimed, awe etched upon his features. What? Ling Miao and Zhou Fei exclaimed in shock. In the realm of extraordinary beings in the capital, there was no one unfamiliar with this legendary figure. While some wild extraordinary beings might question whether this was the government's attempt at deification, for those within the system, this person was undeniably real. The pills they used, the techniques they practiced, and the rooms that expedited their training, all were provided by this esteemed individual. Moreover, many had truly encountered him, such as the researchers from the techniques department and the military personnel present during the Beast Tide crisis. One faction had witnessed this grand figure meticulously create the techniques they practiced, while the other had seen him effortlessly subdue over a dozen beast kings in less than half an hour. These individuals could be considered Jiang Shua's most fervent admirers. It's as if we've encountered a true deity. Zhou Fei mused, his earlier sorrow now forgotten. Indeed, I feel he surpasses even the legends. Just look at how he dispatched those hundreds of tongue-licking beasts in an instant, Ling Miao exclaimed, excitement bubbling in his voice. Moreover, did you notice his technique? It resembles the legendary sword control art, Lao Zhao remarked, brimming with admiration. If this esteemed figure could wield swords, did that imply they too might one day learn? Who among the people of Longhua would not desire to master sword control? Observing the envious and admiring expressions of the two youths, Lao Zhao felt a similar admiration welling up within him. He has arrived. Our battle should conclude swiftly now, Lao Zhao murmured, gazing at the numerous corpses of tongue-licking beasts. Meanwhile, as Jiang Shua soared toward the hospital where Taiyin lay, he unleashed 3 flying swords, each one obliterating a tongue-licking beast on the other 3 battlefields. Having resolved one issue, he could not neglect the others. The combatants on the 3 battlefields were left in a state of confusion, as their adversaries, who had been locked in life-and-death struggles moments ago, were suddenly annihilated in such a fantastical manner before their eyes. Soon, the highest-ranking officials from the 3 battlefields received word of Jiang Shua's return and hurriedly made their way to the hospital. On the western battlefield, when Xiaoming and Lu Shuang leaned wearily against the wall. He's back. Aren't you going to see him? Lu Shuang said, fatigue lacing her words. I know it's impossible. What good would it do to meet him? Besides, I don't want him to see me like this. When Xiaoming replied, though her eyes, gazing skyward, betrayed a flicker of yearning. Alas, the coldness of the mask covering her left cheek served as a constant reminder that she could not allow Jiang Shua to witness her current state. In this unbegun romance, all she could do was hope to leave him with beautiful memories. Jiang Shua broke through the window into Taiyin's hospital room. Even for a figure of Taiyin's stature in the capital, there was no private room available for him. The sight before him revealed the robust man, now swathed in bandages, lying motionless on the bed, connected to an 4-drip delivering an unknown liquid. The room housed a dozen others in similar predicaments, albeit in slightly better condition than Taiyin. The noise from Jiang Shua's entrance drew the attention of doctors and nurses, who were about to reprimand him when a voice of surprise rang out. "Mr. Jiang, you have returned." Jiang Shuhua turned to see Wen Daqiang standing at the back of the crowd. "Old one, you've returned to the capital?" he exclaimed. "Perfect. Have them step outside. I will revive Tai Yin before we discuss further." Chapter 248. Rubbish and Merits. Wen Daqiang ushered all medical personnel out and stood guard at the door. Upon hearing the commotion, Hospital Director Pan arrived at the entrance of the room. Spotting Wen Daqiang like a towering iron wall. "Supervisor 1, what is going on? I heard from Director Kai that someone is treating Taiju. Isn't he that reckless? The current medical conditions are so dire. You can't just let anyone treat Taiju. This could lead to major issues." Director Pan began with a barrage of complaints. He could not afford for Tai Yin to perish here. Had it been elsewhere, he would have remained silent. "Rest assured, with Mr. Jiang here, even if Taiju were to die, it would not implicate you." When Daqiang discerned the man's true intentions. While he could respect frontline doctors, he had no regard for this individual. With that, when Daqiang signaled for him to leave, that moment, a green glow suddenly emanated from within the room. When Daqiang felt a sense of rejuvenation as his recent ailments began to mend. Director Pan, too, sensed changes within his body, his eyes filled with astonishment. "Supervisor 1, what is this?" Dean Pan inquired with words, while unconsciously stepping closer by 2 paces. Suddenly, a wave of refreshing sensation coursed through his gradually decaying body, and a flicker of greed began to take root in his heart. If this power could be attained, would it not grant him eternal life? A glimmer of desire shone in Dean Pan's eyes, and the murmurs of his inner thoughts slipped from his lips. He soon realized that when Daqiang, whom he was questioning, remained silent, prompting him to look up there, a pair of eyes radiating lethal intent fixed upon him, sending a chill that penetrated from the crown of his head to the soles of his feet. "Fusheng." When Daqiang barked, and in an instant, a figure appeared beside them, exuding an overwhelming aura of menace that rendered Dean Pan motionless. "Take him away. If anyone behind him has questions, let them seek Iron Bureau later." When Daqiang pronounced a death sentence for this man, a person who had climbed the ranks through connections might have been tolerable at times. But now, harboring sinister thoughts towards Jiang Shuhua, he could only blame his misfortune. Although Jiang Shuhua would not stoop to address such a lowly insect, this group of individuals would ensure that no one disturbed Jiang Shuhua. Not even a trace. Upon hearing Wen Daqiang's words, Dean Pan's face drained of color as he grasped the underlying implications. "You cannot treat me this way. My brother is a high-ranking official in the military. You, members of the Extraordinary Affairs Bureau, have no authority over me," Dean Pan shouted in terror. Yet the person summoned by Wen Daqiang paid no heed to his outcry, delivering a swift blow that rendered him unconscious before carrying him away. All the medical staff looked on in horror, bewildered as to why Wen Daqiang had suddenly ordered the dean's removal, and given his demeanor, it seemed grim for him. With this thought, those who had long disapproved of Dean Pan's conduct could not help but feel a sense of satisfaction. Justice would eventually be served. After dealing with this oblivious connection, Wen Daqiang closed his eyes to rest. Meanwhile, in the ward, Jiang Shuhua began by melting several healing pills with spirit fire, subsequently distributing the liquid to everyone in the room under his mental control. Following the principle of treating all who were present, Jiang Shuhua acted accordingly. This was not a difficult task. Once the liquid entered each person's body, it swiftly repaired their injuries. The mere effect of the healing pills would not have been so rapid, but the enhancement of spirit fire, albeit slight, presented an unprecedented opportunity for these individuals, who were merely at the qi refinement stage. After this event, the residual vitality would enable them to elevate their strength to new heights. Iron Yin, who received special care from Jiang Shuhua, visibly recovered, the injuries within him mending while his previously unstable extraordinary strength at the 7th level began to stabilize and gradually increase. After a few minutes, some began to awaken. Those who regained consciousness were astonished at their transformations. Not only had their strength slightly increased, but the scars on their bodies were also fading. Some of the lighter scars had become virtually invisible. Upon seeing the figure standing at Iron Yan's bedside, several soldiers who had encountered Jiang Shuhua before instantly recognized the handiwork. Eager to express their gratitude, they restrained themselves, observing Jiang Shua's focused treatment of Iron Yan. Soon, Iron Yan's eyelids began to flutter, and he abruptly sat up, bewildered as he surveyed his surroundings, ultimately fixing his gaze upon Jiang Shua. Am I dead? Is this the apparition of Jiang Shua before me? Iron Yin mumbled in confusion. Yet, the willpower forged over the years brought him to immediate clarity, and he gazed at Jiang Shua with immense joy. Mr. Jiang, it truly is you. I am not dead. Ha. I was right to place my bets. My luck is indeed extraordinary, Iron Yin exclaimed with exuberance. Jiang Shua, observing the fully bandaged figure, could not help but agree with his words. Had he delayed returning for even a couple more days, this individual would have undoubtedly perished. Your luck is indeed remarkable, but how could a leader like you end up in such dire straits? Jiang Shua inquired. Just as Iron Yin was about to respond, a knock sounded at the door of the ward. Let's head back to the bureau and continue our conversation later. Old One is growing impatient. Iron Yin sensed the presence of Wen Daqiang outside and promptly tore off the restraints on his body. Gazing at his unblemished skin, he could not help but exclaim, Mr. Jiang's seamless treatment is a boon for all beauty enthusiasts. As he spoke, he donned a nearby garment. Enough chatter. Let us move. Jiang Shua led the way towards the door. At that moment, all the soldiers immediately bowed and expressed their gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Jiang, for your life-saving grace. Jiang Shua merely waved his hand, at a loss for how to respond to them. Regardless of the circumstances, these individuals had sacrificed themselves, while he merely happened to be present to offer assistance. Wen Daqiang, hearing the commotion outside, refrained from barging in blindly, instead knocking before waiting patiently. Before long, the ward door swung open, and a seemingly vigorous Iron Yin emerged, clad in a patient gown. He immediately embraced Wen Daqiang, exclaiming, Old One, you've worked hard. Wen Daqiang, sensing Iron Yan's newfound strength and robust health, felt immense joy within. Though he could not help but jest, let go, two grown men embracing like this. What does that look like? If you don't find it disgusting, I certainly do. Had it not been for Mr. Jiang's return, your position would have been mine. Next time, be mindful of the stakes. Luck like this won't come around every time. Iron Yin laughed heartily as he released Wen Daqiang, their long-standing partnership allowing them to understand each other's natures. At that moment, Jiang Shua interjected, Old One, have this bottle of pills dissolved in water, 2 liters per pill for the severely injured, and 50 milliliters for the others. It should be sufficient for their recovery. He tossed a bottle of high-quality healing pills to Wen Daqiang before signaling for Iron Yin to leave. This was also a gesture of compassion, considering most present were military personnel. Chapter 249. The Origins of the Spatial Rift Extraordinary Affairs Bureau of Kyoto. Before Jiang Shua and Iron Yin could even reach the doorway, they were spotted by the Bureau's personnel, sending the entire Bureau into a frenzy. For the past few months, the shadow of war loomed heavily over Kyoto, as the frontline warriors of the Extraordinary Affairs Bureau. They bore immense pressure, with colleagues suffering injuries and sacrifices that cast a pall over everyone's spirits. The unexpected incident a month prior had plunged Kyoto's strongest, Iron Yin, into a life-or-death struggle. Although it was ultimately resolved, Iron Yin's severe injuries shackled everyone's hearts with a heavy burden. Whispers of impending doom for Kyoto began to circulate, while some suggested seeking out Jiang Shua. Unfortunately, no one knew how to find him. A few extremists even began to blame Jiang Shua for not protecting them in Kyoto. However, the upheaval following the celestial calamity had transpired years ago, rendering such sentiments untenable within the circle of the extraordinary. Everyone understood that only through self-reliance could one survive in this world. Ordinary people toiled diligently. Should these extraordinary beings expect anything less? Thus, those expressing such sentiments were rapidly isolated. Today, the simultaneous appearance of these two pivotal figures cleared the clouds of despair hanging over everyone. In fact, before their arrival, those sent back to the Bureau by Wen Daqiang, including Huadong, had already disseminated news of Jiang Shua's return and his efforts to rescue the Bureau chief. However, the Bureau's personnel remained anxious until they witnessed the two individuals unharmed, which naturally elevated their spirits, prompting them to rush forward. After calming the commotion among his colleagues, Iron Yin returned to his office. Jiang Shua had already slipped away before the crowd could close in. It seems you've all been having a tough time lately, Jiang Shua remarked, reclining on the sofa as he fiddled with his tea. Iron Yin seized a cup and took a hearty sip, a look of reminiscence spreading across his face. Only in your presence can one enjoy such exquisite tea, Iron Yin praised, though it was no exaggeration. Despite his high rank, such rarities were not always available. Especially when Jiang Shua presented top-tier green tea, a product whose pre-calamity yield had always been low and was virtually non-existent in these times. Now, let us talk. What has been happening lately? Jiang Shua inquired. Cutting through Iron Yan's flattery with directness, Iron Yin set down his cup, and his expression turned grave. The root of the issue traces back to an extreme night 3 months ago. There were no signs leading up to it. It was an ordinary day when suddenly, a week-long extreme night occurred. Initially, I thought it was localized, but after contacting personnel outside through psychic communication, I discovered this was an extreme night affecting the entire Tianqin star. Scientifically, this should have been impossible, yet it indeed transpired. As the conversation progressed, Tai Yin could not help but lift his teacup once more and drain its contents, his expression growing increasingly grave. In the initial 3 days, there was nothing but an endless expanse of darkness and silence. However, on the 4th day, strange sounds began to emerge incessantly, continuing for 3 days. By the 7th day, at the 4 points where spatial rifts appeared in the capital, an unbearable cacophony of piercing sounds erupted. At that time, the Extraordinary Affairs Bureau and the military had stationed troops at various locations, yet they dared not venture out from their shelters on the 8th day. The moment the sun rose, you cannot fathom the joy we felt. Alas, this elation lasted but a few fleeting minutes before all around us were confronted with those fantastical spatial rifts. You can scarcely imagine the shock that gripped my expression at that moment. Tai Yin reminisced about the first time he witnessed the radiant spectacle of the spatial rifts, his expression utterly uncontrolled. It wasn't just shock. He was rendered speechless, his face likely a portrait of despair. Jiang Shua leisurely sipped a cup of tea, teasingly remarked. Tai Yin quickly coughed to mask his embarrassment and continued, Ahem. Let's proceed with the story. We dispatched a death squad to test the waters. And guess what happened? Tai Yin intentionally posed a question, eager to gauge Jiang Shua's intrigued reaction. Unfortunately, Jiang Shua remained unmoved, merely glancing at Tai Yin before casually stating, what could happen? Either nothing is touched, or one is shredded by the energy of the spatial rift. Do you expect anything else? Tai Yin wished to further challenge him on this matter, but it was a futile endeavor. The moment he witnessed that creature emerge from the spatial rift, Jiang Shua discerned that it either possessed an identity recognition function, akin to the teleportation arrays in the sea, or it was time-sensitive, similar to the falling star's secret realm, without the corresponding identity or specific time. That entity would not react to anyone, or rather, it would annihilate those who ventured within. Tai Yin was taken aback by Jiang Shua's assured response, which was indeed spot on. Have you encountered such a being? Tai Yin could not help but inquired. I've seen quite a few similar ones. Jiang Shua replied, not lying. The essence of the teleportation arrays and the entrances to secret realms were fundamentally similar to this entity. As this thought crossed his mind, a sudden epiphany struck Jiang Shua. Could this entity also be a secret realm? However, he chose to keep this insight to himself and gestured for Tai Yin to continue his exposition. Tai Yin, astonished that Jiang Shua had indeed encountered such beings, felt a surge of excitement in his heart. This indicated that Jiang Shua likely possessed a solution to the current predicament in the capital, prompting him to hasten his narrative. Just as you said, the members of the death squad passed through the spatial rift without hindrance. If it were non-existent, they traversed back and forth multiple times without entering. It was as though we were observing mere illusions, not of this reality. However, just when we thought it would remain so, a creature resembling a devourer suddenly emerged from the spatial rift. Upon its emergence, it was followed by a dozen others, which directly dismembered and consumed the members of the death squad. Subsequently, hundreds more poured forth, launching an assault against us. Despite their strength being only at the 4th layer of the extraordinary realm, their tough hides allowed them to withstand the attacks of 3 or 4 opponents of the same rank. Thus, our initial encounter with this unknown foe resulted in heavy casualties. Fortunately, the number that emerged that time was limited, granting us a brief respite. For over a month thereafter, we faced similar circumstances, gradually becoming adept at handling them. At this juncture, someone proposed that if we could capture 1 or 2 of the devourers without killing them, perhaps the spatial rift would cease to produce new ones. This suggestion quickly garnered the support of the majority, for though we could manage the situation now, No one wished to endure a life punctuated by sporadic battles. Moreover, safety was still not guaranteed. Thus, on the following day, several fifth-layer extraordinary beings managed to subdue a devourer in the east without killing it. Sure enough, for the next 6 days, no new devourers emerged from the eastern spatial rift. Just as everyone was preparing to follow suit, on the 7th day, a formidable devourer appeared from the eastern spatial rift. By that time, I had already advanced to the 7th layer of the extraordinary realm. Yet I still felt utterly powerless in its presence. As Tai Yin recounted this, a hint of fear flickered across his face, clearly recalling the harrowing encounter that left him gravely injured. Chapter 250. The Importance of Jiang Shuo. After a moment of silence, Tai Yin ruefully remarked to Jiang Shuo, "At this point, we must express our gratitude to you. Had it not been for the formations you previously traded with us, not only would my life have been at stake, but the entire capital would likely have faced annihilation." Upon hearing this, Jiang Shuo immediately comprehended how they had dealt with the extraordinarily powerful devourer. It was indeed the killing formation, the Red Flame Array. From the sets of formations he had traded, although it was a standardized formation produced by the Gu family, it had undergone significant adjustments at Jiang Shuo's hands. It could easily dispatch a foundation-building practitioner. Thus, it seemed that the strength of that devourer had not yet reached the foundation-building stage. At most, it was at the peak of the Qi refining stage. You employed the Red Flame Array? But it couldn't have been that fortuitous, could it? Jiang Shuo questioned. It wasn't merely a stroke of luck. The Red Flame Array was right there. Tai Yin gave a rueful smile. If only it were that fortunate. I wouldn't have been so severely injured otherwise. At that moment, I was braving that creature's attacks, buying time for the arrival of the Red Flame Array. Nevertheless, it did allow us to witness the formidable power of that formation for the first time, albeit it consumed spirit stones at an alarming rate. Jiang Shuo shot a disdainful glance at Tai Yin. You must realize that you possess no foundational knowledge of formations. Any formations you could utilize were those I had refined. Your energy reserves are insufficient, and without spirit stones, you wouldn't be able to activate them. Though Jiang Shuo's tone was dismissive, Tai Yin showed no signs of embarrassment whatsoever. Isn't this akin to you suggesting user experience? Jiang Shuo ignored his remark. So, what are your thoughts moving forward? Observing Tai Yin's demeanor, Jiang Shuo discerned that he was once again concocting his own plans. Thus, he did not grant him the opportunity to continue his flattery and struck directly at the heart of the matter. I am still unclear about the situation. Perhaps we should wait a couple of days. I just heard them say that upon your return, you slaughtered all the devourers surrounding us, so for the next day or two, they likely won't emerge. I will hasten to devise a countermeasure and then consult with you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shuo was about to express his agreement when a knock echoed at the office door. Anyone who would dare to knock at such a moment must surely be familiar with both men. Ordinarily, no one would risk interrupting their discussion. After Tai Yin granted permission, when Da Qiang pushed the door open and entered. "Mr. Jiang, Director Tai," he greeted respectfully. "Old one, how are things? What is the condition of the injured?" Tai Yin inquired. When Da Qiang had not accompanied the two back, as he had remained behind to oversee the administration of the medicinal pills. Mr. Jiang's medicine is, of course, remarkably effective. After a single dose, nearly all have turned from peril to safety. The remaining task is merely to rest and recuperate, when Da Qiang began with a flurry of praise, his tone mirroring that of Tai Yin. However, up to this point, Jiang Shuo had developed a considerable immunity to such flattery. They spoke their piece, while Jiang Shuo busied himself with his own affairs. Although Jiang Shuo remained unresponsive, neither Tai Yin nor Wen Daqiang exhibited any disappointment. Rather, they naturally took their seats and continued. "Since Old One is here, let us first discuss the situation over the past month. Shall we? I would like to have a clearer understanding, so we can expedite tonight's meeting." Upon hearing Tai Yan's words, Wen Daqiang succinctly recounted the circumstances during Tai Yan's unconsciousness. Following the emergence of that situation, no alternative suggestions had been proposed. However, since then, the monsters that appeared were no longer fixed. The capital had fallen into a passive defensive mode. While the casualties were not as severe as during the first encounter, they were nonetheless on the rise. Today was particularly perilous, with the highest number of monsters appearing in recent times. Had it not been for Mr. Jiang's return, I fear tonight the hospital would have been inundated with injured. When Da Chang expressed his heartfelt gratitude, as the logistics coordinator, he had found the past period increasingly arduous, struggling to allocate resources effectively, especially with those medicinal pills exchanged with Jiang Shuo, which everyone seemed to covet. When Da Chang firmly believed that if the capital were to face destruction, the high-ranking extraordinary beings would be the first to come to him to plunder. After all, the items in his possession were indeed matters of life and death. Jiang Shuo, upon hearing this, maintained an unchanging expression, casually replying, "After all, you are one of my significant clients. Few factions in this world can offer such valuable resources as you. It is only fitting that I lend a hand from time to time." The words exchanged effectively obstructed these two individuals from continuing their moral coercion, directly laying bare the intention for him to take action, or alternatively, to engage in a tangible transaction. Tai Yin and Wen Dechang naturally discerned the subtext of Jiang Shuo's remarks. In matters such as these, they typically operated under the principle of taking a shot regardless of the outcome, not particularly concerned if their efforts bore no fruit. Their primary focus was to maintain their relationship with Jiang Shuo. After all, in this world, self-preservation is the prevailing norm. Not everyone possesses the same awareness or enlightenment. Even the people of Longhua struggle to embody such ideals, let alone Jiang Shuo, an individual from another realm. Were it not for the similarities between Longhua and his previous life in Ziji, Jiang Shuo would not deign to engage in such transactional interactions with them. If he were to explore the alluring lands across the sea in the United States, he would undoubtedly seize any treasures he encountered. As for the concept of transactions, what a farce that is! Observing that Tai Yin and his companion were no longer contributing anything of substance, Jiang Shuo rose to depart. Having grasped the general situation, he remarked, "You all can deliberate further and contact me later. I must take my leave." Just as Jiang Shuo was about to exit, Wen Dechang spoke up. "Mr. Jiang, I have a personal matter I would like to trouble you with." Jiang Shuo cast a surprised glance at Wen Dechang, then shifted his gaze toward Tai Yin, who appeared oblivious, engrossed in arranging the tea set. "Speak. What is it?" Jiang Shuo said, lifting his chin slightly. He held a favorable impression of Wen Dechang. Their dealings had commenced with the Lingxi wine and had been quite agreeable. However, he had always prioritized official matters, never broaching personal topics with Jiang Shuo. To be frank, had anyone else been able to cultivate such proximity with Jiang Shuo, it would have likely led to a vastly different situation long ago. Unfortunately, this fellow had never once breached that boundary, maintaining a respectful distance in their interactions. Thus, his current request was made in the presence of his superior. Jiang Shuo was genuinely concerned. It was unlikely that Wen Dechang would speak up in such a setting unless it were something truly significant. Receiving a mere 5-word response from Jiang Shuo stirred something within Wen Dechang. The implications were unmistakable, essentially assuring him of Jiang Shuo's resolve to assist. "Could you please head to the western battlefield to find Xiaoming? Help her restore her appearance. I had asked her to come, but she was unwilling to let you see her current state and refused to come. Girls, no matter how strong they may seem, are always deeply concerned about their appearance. I implore you." Wen Dechang bowed deeply, showing utmost respect. "Xiaoming has been disfigured?" Jiang Shuo asked, astonished. Indeed, during the early stages of the battle, she sacrificed herself to save her comrades. Tai Yin succinctly explained. This was a delicate subject, as many bore various injuries. Having spoken up for Wen Xiaoming today, how would he justify it next time? If he remained silent, what would the subordinates think? If he spoke up, what would Jiang Shuo become in their eyes? Thus, for him, this was a line he could not cross. "Understood," Jiang Shuo replied curtly, then vanished from the office. Chapter 251. A Reunion. On the western battlefield of Kyoto. When Xiaoming, donning a mask, commanded the personnel to establish defensive fortifications. Although these ravenous beasts would not appear in the next day or two, it did not mean they could afford to relax their vigilance. The necessary defensive measures must still be undertaken, and the coordinated drills must continue. By this point, each team had developed established strategies for hunting these ravenous beasts. Prolonged training was aimed at ensuring they could eliminate these monsters with minimal cost, while also safeguarding their own lives. At that moment, Lu Shuang strode over with her long legs. "Why haven't you returned to the bureau as Uncle Wu instructed? You should see Jiang Shuo. Perhaps he has a way to restore your appearance." Lu Shuang patiently persuaded her. Upon hearing this, When Xiao Ming's movements faltered, a flicker of interest crossing her eyes, only to be quickly concealed. Forget it. I'm already disfigured like this. Even if he is formidable, he may not be able to remedy it. I don't want to be given hope only to face despair later. Besides, I previously said I didn't want him to see me in this state. If he were to see me like this, he would undoubtedly laugh at my expense. When Xiao Ming said, feigning a light-hearted tone, though Lu Shuang sensed the underlying bitterness. Just as she was about to continue her persuasion, a familiar yet strange voice echoed from behind them. Am I truly so detestable in your eyes? And why do you presume that I cannot resolve such a trivial issue? When Xiao Ming and Lu Shuang stiffened at the sound, they were all too familiar with it. Their bodies turned rigidly around to find Jiang Shua leaning against a wall, arms crossed, with a teasing glint in his eyes as he regarded them. Lu Shuang seemed relatively composed, but when Xiao Ming appeared somewhat flustered, Jiang Shua observed the two women. After a considerable absence, they had shed any traces of their previous naivety. Their cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the 5th level. Poised to break into the 6th at any moment, Lu Shuang maintained her usual demeanor, exuding an air of confidence, her long legs surpassing those of ordinary individuals, while the aura surrounding her was enough to deter anyone lacking in resolve. In contrast, when Xiao Ming exhibited even more dramatic changes, the intensity of her aura far exceeded that of Lu Shuang, and her masked visage commanded a certain gravitas without uttering a word. Compared to her previously delicate demeanor, she now radiated the essence of a formidable killer. How many have you slain in these past months? Your aura is overwhelmingly heavy and may adversely affect your mental state. If you wish to advance further, you must purge this aura, or your foundation will remain unstable, Jiang Shua remarked, furrowing his brow as he addressed the two. Compared to others, the intensity of the aura emanating from the two women was nothing short of extraordinary. We haven't killed that many, when Xiao Ming began to protest quietly, but upon meeting Jiang Shua's calm, unperturbed gaze, she found herself at a loss for words. Seeing the situation unfold, Lu Shuang also swallowed her urge to vent. Remaining silent and still, some of the younger personnel observed the scene, mistakenly believing that some arrogant superior was causing trouble. They were about to intervene to support the two prominent women of the Western battlefield when a few elders promptly pulled them away. Hey, old Wu, didn't you see that Team Leader 1 and Team Leader Lu are being bullied? We need to assist them, one young man exclaimed. Assist my foot? First, we need to ascertain the situation. Even to stand up for them, we must know who we're dealing with. This figure could take down 1,000 men single-handedly, another elder retorted. Who is this person, so audacious? A few young men were still fuming, but were swiftly silenced by the elders. Their mouths covered as they were dragged away. The air was filled with whispers from the older generation. I've heard that team leader Xiao Ming has connections with this individual. I didn't expect it to be true. Isn't he new around here? Why is he already seeking out team leader Xiao Ming? Could it be that they don't pry into matters that don't concern you? Do you wish to invite trouble upon yourself? Don't drag us down with you. These murmurs were clear to both Jiang Shua and the two women, creating an atmosphere that was somewhat awkward. Jiang Shua's expression remained impassive as he turned to leave. Come with me. Once we resolve your issues, I still need to rest. When Xiao Ming and Lu Shuang exchanged a glance, and the unyielding defiance they had held on to evaporated the moment Jiang Shua arrived. Having spent over half a year in his company, they had grown to understand him to some degree. They knew that when he spoke in such a tone, compliance was the best course of action. The three entered a building, where Jiang Shua nonchalantly waved his hand, causing the dust in the entire living room to disperse without stirring a single particle. Please, take a seat, he said, settling onto the floor. Lu Shuang and when Xiao Ming complied, sitting down obediently, their demeanor so docile that even their subordinates would be taken aback. When had these two formidable figures displayed such a side? Lu Shuang, initially perceiving the atmosphere as strange, was about to speak to alleviate the tension when Jiang Shua raised his hand and unleashed two streams of spiritual energy, which seamlessly merged into their foreheads, sending Lu Shuang and when Xiao Ming into a state of unconsciousness. Jiang Shua closed his eyes, attuning himself to the flow of energy within their bodies, seeking to ascertain their condition. Fortunately, it appeared they had consumed the pills he had provided. Otherwise, their situation would have been much graver, though they were nearing their limits. Jiang Shua murmured to himself, raising his hand to continue projecting streams of spiritual energy into the different acupoints of the two women, nurturing their injured bodies. Soon after, a green flame flickered in his gaze, enveloping Wen Xiaoming entirely. Before long, the scars on her body began to dissipate, restoring her skin to its former delicate texture. Having completed this task, Jiang Shuo cast a deep glance at the two before vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, Lu Shuang and Wen Xiaoming remained unconscious, yet their auras had transcended the threshold of a sixth-level extraordinary being. The current situation, however, was one of consolidation, indicating that the spiritual energy Jiang Shuo had infused not only healed their injuries but also facilitated their breakthrough to a higher level of cultivation. For Jiang Shuo, this was not only a commission from Wen Daqiang but also a gesture towards the two. They were no longer from the same world, and it was time to cease lingering around him. What was a source of despair for them was merely a trivial matter in his hands. Similarly, the dangers Jiang Shuo faced were beyond their imagination. Thus, he refrained from offering extensive explanations, trusting that the two, with their intelligence, would grasp the situation. Perhaps they had already understood this truth but were reluctant to acknowledge it. An hour later, the two women slowly awakened. The moment they landed, their eyes instinctively searched for something. But soon, disappointment clouded their expressions. Subsequently, they exchanged no further words but silently departed from the scene. In the days that followed, the young men on the western battlefield were both elated and troubled. They were thrilled that their captain, Xiaoming, had regained her beauty, albeit still wearing a half-mask that concealed the lower part of her face. Yet, they were conflicted, for both flowers of the battlefield had advanced to the 6th level, a rarity in the entire Kyoto, with only the two of them representing the younger generation. This surge in their prowess intensified the pressure on aspiring young talents. Chapter 252. A playful notion in the following 2 days. Jiang Shuo secluded himself in his spacious apartment, succumbing to a state of slumber. It was not until the 3rd day, when the sounds of battle echoed once more in Kyoto, that he awoke. With a dazed expression, he stood on the balcony, gazing towards the distant battlefield shrouded in smoke. It's like a tower defense game. They fight for a while and then return, Jiang Shuo silently lamented. Then, raising an eyebrow, he watched as the front door swung open. Tai Yin was poised to knock, yet upon witnessing the door open automatically, he showed no surprise. He proceeded inside alongside Wen Daqiang, finding Jiang Shuo's awareness of their arrival perfectly normal. Is it appropriate for the two of you to be here while soldiers are battling on the front lines? Jiang Shuo teased without turning around. Everyone has their own responsibilities. Moreover, what Lao Wen and I are currently engaged in is not an escape from the front. Rather, our mission determines the fate of Kyoto, Tai Yin stated earnestly, with Wen Daqiang nodding in solemn agreement beside him. But so, after 2 days of discussion, have you devised a plan that can perfectly resolve the current and future dilemmas? Jiang Shuo inquired curiously, settling onto the sofa in the living room. This apartment was regularly maintained by Tai Yin's team, ensuring that everything inside remained pristine, which was one of the reasons Jiang Shuo was always willing to trade with him. Tai Yin approached Jiang Shuo, his gaze unwavering, and spoke with utmost seriousness. In the past 2 days, all the high-ranking officials in Kyoto, including former leaders, gathered to make a collective decision. Jiang Shuo slightly raised his head, his expression revealing a calm curiosity at Tai Yin's unusually grave demeanor. Oh? It seems this isn't a favorable proposal. I can sense the murderous intent emanating from you. Even before they arrived, Jiang Shuo had detected their barely concealed aura of violence, not directed at him, but rather a remnant of their recent lethal encounters. Just a minor hindrance, nothing to worry about, Tai Yin insisted earnestly. He and Wen Daqiang straightened their posture, producing a lavishly adorned document, which they solemnly presented to Jiang Shuo. Jiang Shuo did not accept it immediately. Instead, he cast a glance and decisively declared, I refuse. You should know I would never accept such matters, nor would I resort to bloodshed over them. Tai Yin and Wen Daqiang, visibly disheartened, retracted the document. Even if there's but a 1 in 10,000 chance, we must attempt it, Tai Yin expressed, his tone laden with disappointment. This is not merely a survival strategy but the pathway for millions in Kyoto. The document in Tai Yin's hand was a proposal collectively crafted by Kyoto's power elite and former leaders, offering Jiang Shuo a singular condition: to become the sole ruler of this city. and indeed, the entire Dragon Kingdom. This meant that the people of Kyoto would unconditionally pledge their loyalty to Jiang Shuo, seeking his protection. Naturally, pushing such a decision faced numerous obstacles, with dissenting voices comprising more than half of the populace. In recent days, Tai Yin had had to take extreme measures, eliminating several dissenters to quell the unrest. He understood that Jiang Shuo was unlikely to agree, but the difference between having attempted and not attempting was significant. Once the first step was taken, many subsequent matters could be negotiated. As expected, Jiang Shuo unhesitatingly rejected their most substantial offer. To him, it was nonsense. Firstly, he possessed abilities from his previous life that could establish a small sect. Acquiring a city or even a nation was absurd. Moreover, Jiang Shuo's current focus lay in the realm of cultivation, with Tianqin Star serving merely as a vacation destination. There was no way he would harbor grand aspirations here. Furthermore, the spiritual energy density on Tianqin Star was insufficient for prolonged stays. As it stood, the energy density could only support foundation-building cultivators in maintaining their levels, while further advancement remained a distant fantasy. Considering Jiang Shuo, who devoured resources like a whale, the notion of Tai Yin's greatest bargaining chip was nothing more than a jest, a hindrance in his path. You need not go to such lengths. We both know I will not linger here for long. I believe our previous arrangement was quite satisfactory, clear transactions without entanglements, beneficial for both parties. Jiang Shuo stated with indifference. For him, that arrangement was ideal. However, for Tai Yin and his associates, such a model had supported Kyoto's development adequately in the early stages, but had proved insufficient in sustaining the ever-expanding extraordinary population, particularly following the recent events. The flaws in this approach had been further exacerbated. Why were there so many injured individuals languishing in hospitals, awaiting treatment? Was it due to Jiang Shuo's elixirs being ineffective? No, it was simply a matter of supply. There were not enough elixirs to go around. These lower-tier extraordinary beings could only wait for conventional medical assistance or the intervention of healers among the extraordinary. All elixirs were allocated to key figures, such as Wen Xiaoming and Lu Shuang. To ensure their combat effectiveness, this was the reason Kyoto had managed to endure thus far. The idea of a complete surrender had not emerged recently. It had been proposed by Tai Yin after the fourth expansion of Tianqin Star. However, as they were all extraordinary beings, few were willing to concede authority, especially to those who could determine life and death. Thus, the proposal had garnered little support at the time, Mr. Jiang, up to this point. Our arrangement is no longer sufficient to maintain the balance in Kyoto. We not only require your resources, but also someone with absolute power to lead us forward in these tumultuous times. After all these years, you are the only one capable of achieving this. When Daqiang spoke sincerely, his respect evident. This was not flattery but a stark reality. Yet upon hearing this, Jiang Shuo did not concur. While the world did indeed require heroes, ultimately, progress necessitated collective effort. Placing hope in a single individual was a foolish endeavor. You have possessed elixirs for many years. Surely you have attempted to replicate them. However, the results have likely been subpar, fundamentally due to the flawed methodology. It is not that I am unwilling to share this method with you, but rather that you are too weak to implement it. Jiang Shuo bluntly criticized. The creation of elixirs involved intricate processes. It was not merely a matter of verbal instruction. Even if one were to succeed in crafting them, achieving the efficacy of Jiang Shuo's elixirs would be an even more daunting challenge. This was merely a discussion of elixirs. If they sought to delve into formations, it would be an even greater undertaking. The advancements in the cultivation world had developed over millennia, and mastery could not be achieved through mere instruction. Tai Yin and Wen Daqiang were rendered utterly speechless. Chapter 253. Cooperation and warning. Tai Yin and Wen Daqiang were rendered somewhat speechless by Jiang Shuo's words, particularly Tai Yin, who, despite being a prominent figure in Kyoto, was still regarded as a mere pawn in Jiang Shuo's eyes. The ability that he and his companions wished to acquire for the sake of their country was not something that could be easily grasped. And the root of the issue lay in their own inadequacies. Jiang Shuo lounged on the sofa, awaiting the next move from these two individuals. He was fully aware of their intentions, yet the outcome depended solely on their capabilities. The very notion of imparting knowledge was already the extent of Jiang Shuo's willingness. As for the price to be paid for his teachings, that was a conversation for another time. Tai Yin did not keep Jiang Shuo waiting long. After a brief contemplation, he decisively produced another document. Jiang Shua's eyes glinted with curiosity as he inquired about it. This represents an alternative approach to our cooperation, Tai Yin declared. It details the resource situation throughout Kyoto. We offer all our resources in exchange for your protection, granting you both priority and freedom. You may take whatever you desire, and whether or not to intervene when Kyoto is in trouble is entirely at your discretion. The decision rests solely with you. Even in situations like this, should you choose not to act, you are not obliged to do so. Tai Yin continued with an air of utmost seriousness, in stark contrast to his previous inclination to revere Jiang Shua as a king. This proposal perfectly preserved all the benefits while shedding all responsibilities. It was a gamble on Jiang Shua's humanity, with Tai Yin's faction laying everything on the line. The outcome was entirely in Jiang Shua's hands. Jiang Shua gazed at Tai Yin in astonishment, never having anticipated that this individual, or that the people of Kyoto, possessed such audacity. Why do I get the feeling this proposal is the source of your recent rampage? Jiang Shua remarked, for this offer seemed less about seeking a protector and more akin to selling oneself into servitude. Tai Yin did not dwell on Jiang Shua's remark. He had come here with a singular purpose that must succeed. Failure would lead to destruction, and there would be no opportunity left to offer servitude. Thus, today, securing Jiang Shua's support was imperative. Whether it was sooner or later, the necessary actions would be taken. Those who obstructed the continuation of the Dragon Kingdom were destined to perish. Tai Yin's understated words were backed by the sacrifice of lives. At that moment, Jiang Shua felt the weight of Kyoto's resolve pressing upon him. It was evident that the aftermath of the Polar Night incident had compelled most to abandon their previous notions. Despite Jiang Shua's insistence on unity and progress, these individuals now merely sought a powerful ally. Their understanding was that Jiang Shua, the most formidable being on Earth, was capable of ensuring their survival in this tumultuous world, potentially for an extended period. Noticing Jiang Shua's lack of the steadfast refusal he had previously displayed, Tai Yin sensed hope. It was essential to demonstrate Kyoto's value to Jiang Shua, for those who merely sought refuge were not the same as those who could offer assistance. Tai Yin exchanged a knowing glance with Wen Dechong, who immediately understood the implication. He retrieved a large briefcase, conveying a message. Before long, around 100 individuals entered Jiang Shua's residence, each carrying a suitcase. They arranged their cases neatly before departing. Mr. Jiang, this is not an attempt to boast, but rather to prove that we still possess some utility. Tai Yin explained respectfully, maintaining a demeanor of utmost reverence throughout the encounter. Jiang Shua observed the scene with a serious glint in his eyes. The items they brought were not akin to the random trinkets collected from the Luoyang base. Rather, they were all high-quality goods. Tai Yin, do you truly dare to gamble on my humanity? Jiang Shua could not help but pose the question, for it lay at the foundation of this collaborative approach, which was entirely within his control. Once you agree, this message will be transmitted as an order to every department in Kyoto without delay. Tai Yin responded, sidestepping Jiang Shua's question while demonstrating the resolve of his faction. Quite bold. Jiang Shua remarked, waving his hand to collect all the items into his spatial domain. Subsequently, flying swords glided out from the air, swiftly exiting the room and scattering towards the 4 battlefronts. At that moment, the battlegrounds were awash with carnage, the corpses of the devourers and the dismembered remains of humanity strewn about. This time, the number of devourers was a third greater than before, increasing the pressure of combat. Most of Kyoto's level 4 and above extraordinary beings were present. In the western battlefield, when Xiaoming and Lu Shuang carved a path through the chaos, having already slain dozens of devourers. In times past, such accomplishments would have left the others in that sector feeling inadequate. Alas, the devourers that appeared today were of a higher caliber, forcing everyone to fight with all their might. Suddenly, a deafening sound resonated through the western battlefield skies as a sword, gleaming with cold light, hurtled towards them. It split into hundreds upon impact, descending mercilessly. The overwhelming sense of impending doom enveloped everyone. My life is at an end. Which esteemed individual could unleash such indiscriminate attacks? They lamented, is this the conclusion of this damned apocalypse? Yet, for when Xiaoming and Lu Shuang, the flurry of flying swords elicited no concern. It was evidently Jiang Shua's handiwork. The distinction between friend and foe was a simple matter for him. Soon, all the descending swords accurately struck the heads of the devourers, pinning them firmly to the ground. It was only then that the terrified crowd realized they were unharmed. In fact, a few who had surrendered were swiftly injured or devoured by the devourers. Simultaneously, similar events unfolded on the other 3 battlefronts, with the devourers being similarly pinned to the ground by countless flying swords. Subsequently, the swords converged and flew back towards the city of Kyoto. Whose masterpiece is this? The bewildered, extraordinary beings wondered. Are we truly living under the same sky? Those unfamiliar with the situation speculated about the identity of the assailant, while those with some understanding remained silent. After all, it was wise to avoid prying into the affairs of that esteemed individual. Back in Jiang Shua's spacious apartment, the 4 flying swords returned with a rush, hovering before Tai Yin and Wen Deqiang. The 2 men quickly surmised the purpose of their journey and understood Jiang Shua's intentions. Just as they had demonstrated their utility, Jiang Shua was showcasing his might. While reassuring them, he was simultaneously warning them. The words spoken in his presence were absolute. Otherwise, the 4 swords represented the sword of Damocles, capable of slaying beasts, yet equally lethal to men. Chapter 254. The source of gravity. On that day, the former leaders of Kyoto, now the current authorities, received Tai Yan's response. Jiang Shua had consented to their second condition, trading current and future resources for limited protection. As for the technologies they wished to learn, that would depend on their own efforts. Jiang Shua would initially provide some foundational materials, with subsequent content contingent on their grasp of the knowledge. However, he rejected the idea of announcing this news to everyone, permitting it to circulate only among the higher echelons. Regardless of the emotions of those who received the news, their ultimate objective had been achieved. The bond between Kyoto and Jiang Shua had once again strengthened. Not only would security be enhanced, but resources would also become more abundant and superior. This situation became apparent almost immediately. At 8 o'clock that evening, when Xiao Ming, Lu Shuang, and other frontline combatants were summoned back to the Extraordinary Affairs Bureau for a meeting. Upon entering the conference room, they discovered 10 boxes arranged on the table. Shortly thereafter, Tai Yin entered, addressing the elite assembly before him. I have called you back for 2 reasons. First, the boxes before you contain a weapon and 2 vials of elixirs, provided by the Bureau. Second, starting tomorrow, you are to report to the Kyoto Stadium at noon for training. Any questions? Tai Yin concluded without hesitation. As his words fell, Jin Jingchuan from the eastern battlefield eagerly interjected, Director Tai, will that esteemed individual be the one training us today? Jin Jingchuan, a level 5 extraordinary being specializing in wind abilities and a key asset on the Eastern Front, awaited Tai Yan's reply with bated breath. Tai Yan, not one to feign profundity, nodded straightforwardly, yes, Mr. Jiang will personally instruct you. Subsequently, Huang Wu from the southern battlefield pointed at the boxes, inquiring, Director Tai, do you know what weapons are contained within? You see, firearms offer limited assistance to us, and with current technology, cold weapons are utterly useless. You may commence your examination at once. This is no ordinary weapon. According to Mr. Jiang, it is an extraordinary armament capable of amplifying your extraordinary abilities. As for the extent of this enhancement, it entirely depends on your own capabilities. Tai Xian raised his hand to signal the others to explore at their leisure. Upon hearing this, everyone was instantly filled with impatience. The personnel from the Technology Bureau had contemplated such weaponry before. Yet faced with both the scarcity of materials and the complexities of forging, they could only achieve enhanced sharpness and hardness at best. The revelation of a weapon that had previously only existed in their imaginations, coupled with Tiexian's remarks about its origin, stirred an uncontrollable excitement among the attendees. The atmosphere was soon filled with the sounds of boxes being opened. When Xiaoming gazed upon a sword nestled within foam, its blade exhibiting a profound and pristine azure hue, as if sculpted from the purest sapphire. Ecstatic, she delicately lifted it, her fingers brushing against the cold surface, sending a shiver down her spine. Gasps of astonishment erupted around her. As everyone marveled at the weapons in their hands, each perfectly aligned with their inherent attributes. Were they not within the Bureau, many would have eagerly infused their powers into the weapon to test its prowess. Remember to bring the weapons tomorrow. Do not be late, Tai Xian instructed before departing, intent on examining his own prized blade. As Tai Xian exited, all present hastily secured their belongings and exchanged farewells, each eager to return and assess the capabilities of their newfound armaments. As when Xiaoming rushed home to experiment with her weapon, Jiang Shuo was busy organizing the 100 boxes from that day. One could not help but admire the fortune of the people from Kyoto. Unlike those at the Luoyang base city, who struggled to procure anything worthwhile, the Kyoto group returned with a bounty. Upon sorting through the items, Jiang Shuo discovered that while most were materials, their quality was predominantly of the superior Xin grade, with numerous earth-grade materials as well. Materials such as Tianjin stone, golden wood, Lingshao iron, and Tianfeng jade, which were relatively rare in the previous Xuanqi sect cities, were now in abundance. There were also various spiritual seeds. Had it not been for Jiang Shuo's eye of insight, who could have identified their significance? After meticulously cataloging the items, only 2 remained before him. 1 was a small tower with 9 levels. An object whose properties eluded his eye of insight, indicating that its energy level was beyond his current capacity to evaluate. This reminded him of the Yin-Yang Heaven Monument. Even now, at the Golden Core stage, he found himself unable to discern its nature. Jiang Shuo scrutinized the tower, toying with it for a while before placing it in storage, confident that he would eventually uncover its true essence. The second item, however, was less enigmatic and brought him considerable delight. It was not 1 but 5. The sources of gravity, extraordinary treasures of the world, and the core of the floating city. A single source could support an expanse of 5,000 square kilometers of land. Upon witnessing these, Jiang Shuo felt as though the Tianqin star understood him, having received the pertinent information only recently. With this critical component for the floating city in hand, he realized that its construction was already half complete. Moreover, with 5 at his disposal, he could easily establish a small landmass. As he held the egg-sized source of gravity, he marveled. Who would have thought that such a diminutive object could support an entire city, or even a small continent? The construction technology for the floating continent provided by Lanyan stone clearly indicated that varying quantities of gravity sources could form formations capable of supporting areas several times their own size, contingent upon the skill of the array master, with a minimum scaling factor of 2. Thus, Jiang Shuo's 5 sources could potentially create a landmass of 500,000 square kilometers, an astonishing prospect given his current prowess in array formation. He began to contemplate the possibility of constructing a floating city here, especially since Kyoto, in a sense, was his territory now. Considering their remarkable fortune in accumulating resources, such a city would not only enhance the safety of Kyoto but also enrich his own experience. The more he considered it, the more feasible it seemed. He resolved to study the construction techniques thoroughly and ascertain the potential for implementation. As Jiang Shuo collected the gravity sources into storage, he pondered his plans. Chapter 255. Special training the following day at noon, when Xiaoming and Lu Shuang arrived at the Kyoto Sports Arena around 12 o'clock. Upon their arrival, the other 8 individuals who had been present the previous evening were already gathered, chatting in small groups and occasionally showcasing their weapons. Upon noticing when Xiaoming and Lu Shuang, Jin Jingchuan expressed his surprise. "You two certainly have a knack for timing. Are you not concerned that he might arrive early?" When Xiaoming cast a fleeting glance at Jin Jingchuan and replied nonchalantly, "If he were to arrive early, the sun would have to rise from the west." Jin Jingchuan, recalling the connection these two shared with that individual, particularly remembered how when Xiaoming had once suffered a significant disfigurement, only to have her appearance restored on the very first day of his return. Moreover, both she and Lu Shuang had notably improved in strength. "Pray tell, what is his disposition like, esteemed one?" Jin Jingchuan inquired, his expression one of eager curiosity. The other 7 members perked up, intrigued by the prospect of insider information, knowing that only when Xiaoming and Lu Shuang were familiar with him. After a moment's contemplation, when Xiaoming shook her head and replied, "He is a rather inscrutable individual, I suppose." The ambiguous nature of her response left everyone perplexed. Was it an answer or not? Just as they were about to press further, Taixian appeared alongside Wen Daqiang, Huadong, and other high-ranking members of the Bureau, all at the extraordinary 6th level. The group quickly greeted them, though internally they wondered about the purpose of these prominent figures' visit. However, upon noticing the array of weapons in their hands, it became clear that they too had come to partake in the training. Before long, a sonic boom resonated through the sky, followed by an overwhelming pressure descending upon the venue. Instantly, everyone felt as though they were being scrutinized by a monstrous beast, evoking an instinctual urge to flee. Yet their bodies were firmly restrained by this oppressive force, rendering them immobile. A flying sword then shot down, accompanied by a piercing shriek, embedding itself into the ground. Given the intensity of its descent, one would expect it to penetrate deep into the earth, yet it only lodged a few inches. One doubted the prowess of the sword's wielder, as it demonstrated an effortless control that spoke volumes of their skill. Jiang Shua's figure appeared abruptly beside the sword, his arrival shrouded in enigma. With his presence, the suffocating pressure dissipated, and everyone felt as if they had been granted a reprieve. Their gazes towards Jiang Shua now infused with newfound reverence. Having only heard tales of his remarkable abilities, none had anticipated the extent of his prowess. Yet, Jiang Shua's next words left them even more astonished. "You did not think that the earlier pressure was mine, did you?" With a flick of his finger, he lifted the flying sword, which began to dance around him playfully, much like an unruly child. "The force that rendered you immobile was this flying bear sword, a low-grade Shin-level weapon." The initial disbelief among the crowd quickly shifted as they witnessed the spirited performance of the sword, compelling them to concede the truth of Jiang Shua's claim. After all, a figure of his stature would not jest about such matters. In an instant, the notion that a man could surpass a sword lingered in their minds. With a resonant chime, the sound of the sword awakened all present, dispelling their earlier frustrations. This demonstration served to remind them of their reality. Despite their apparent strength, they remained insignificant within the broader context of this world. Jiang Shua maintained his nonchalant demeanor as he spoke, seemingly treating his manipulation of others' emotions as an effortless endeavor. At that moment, all present were thoroughly awakened, their minds racing back to their previous performances. And an overwhelming dread of Jiang Shua began to take root within them. Tai Yin, too, was taken aback by the substantial gift Jiang Shua had so readily bestowed. His perception of Jiang Shua's capabilities soared. He had initially believed he could discern the essence of the man, only to find himself utterly in the dark, unable to differentiate between the genuine and the facade that Jiang Shua presented. Tai Yin felt immense relief for his decisive choice. A person like Jiang Shua could effortlessly dominate the entire capital. The resources he thought he possessed were merely playthings in Jiang Shua's hands. A mere exchange of opportunities granted by Jiang Shua. Unperturbed by the speculations of others, Jiang Shua viewed today's training as a means to fortify the capital's resilience in his absence. His objective was to guide these individuals in refining their weapons while assessing whether the most fundamental spells could be executed with basic magical tools. He anticipated no significant issues, for as long as they could channel extraordinary energy, the foundational spells should function adequately. The weapons wielded by them were standard magical artifacts Jiang Shua had procured in Tiangu City, all of superior yellow grade. Through Tai Yin's earlier experiments, he had learned that the extraordinary energy within them could be amplified via the formations embedded within the blades. Thus, he orchestrated this elaborate exercise. With a flicker of his consciousness, all weapons levitated before their respective wielders. "Now, channel your utmost energy into your weapons," Jiang Shua commanded, prompting everyone to begin their task. Although they were unaware of the rationale behind this exercise, they complied dutifully. The atmosphere soon brimmed with varying waves of energy. As they infused their energies, each individual began to sense a nascent connection with the weapons before them, suddenly grasping Jiang Shua's intention to facilitate their weapon refinement. They were astonished to discover such capabilities within their weapons. This realization echoed in the minds of all present, who had previously assumed their weapons were merely sharp and sturdy conduits for extraordinary energy. Now, they questioned whether they had stumbled upon a legendary sword technique. Had Jiang Shua been privy to their thoughts, he would have assured them that they were overthinking. The standard magical artifacts were all equipped with an internal formation designed to enhance the bond between the wielder and the weapon. As soon as a practitioner activated their energy within this formation, they could establish an initial connection with the artifact, subsequently enhancing their proficiency in its use and amplification. Everyone infused their energies. The bond with their weapons deepened. Before long, Tai Yin was the first to complete the activation. He immediately felt capable of controlling his weapon to attack within a 3-meter radius. This notion struck him. His weapon sprang into action. However, his expression quickly shifted. The energy consumption was alarmingly rapid, and within a short span, he had expended 1/10 of his energy. The drain was excessive. Wielding it manually seemed far more prudent. Tai Yin muttered to himself, hastily recalling his weapon. Upon grasping it, an unfamiliar sensation surged within him. It felt as though the weapon had become an extension of himself. The joy on Tai Yan's face was unmistakable. Had he known that being a sycophant bore such advantages, he would have gladly embraced the role. As the chapter unfolded, more individuals began to complete their refinement, each akin to children engrossed in a newfound toy. An hour later, all had successfully refined their weapons. The variance in completion time was primarily due to differences in cultivation levels. Higher cultivation not only meant greater energy reserves, but also superior energy quality, thus enhancing refinement efficiency. Once the last individual finished, Jiang Shuo clapped his hands to capture everyone's attention. You must have sensed the connection with your weapons. You are now capable of wielding their power to some extent. I will now impart advanced techniques, as these weapons can amplify your energy by up to 50%. Each weapon also harbors a potent spell. The method of activation will be covered shortly. First, feel the limits of your weapons. With that, Jiang Shuo produced a sword from thin air, creating an enchanting and mystical aura. He then drew in spiritual energy from the atmosphere, and the sword began to emit a radiant glow. With a swift motion, he unleashed a slicing wind blade that pierced through the viewing platform, vanishing into the sky. The onlookers were momentarily stunned, while it seemed merely to have penetrated thick concrete. In reality, the wind blade sliced through the material as effortlessly as cutting through tofu, its energy undiminished as it continued on. Such cutting power and energy density were not feats achievable by everyone, and all present felt ill-equipped to defend against such an assault. Jin Jingchuan, being of the wind element himself, was particularly elated. He was well aware of the significance of the wind blade, having thrived on such techniques himself. The Gale Sword's wind blade technique could potentially rival the might of a level 9 extraordinary being, but achieving such power required at least level 7 extraordinary cultivation. Similarly, weapons of other attributes bore spells of comparable potency. Jiang Shuo sheathed the sword and addressed the crowd, who gazed at him with eager anticipation, yearning for the knowledge he was about to impart. He raised his palm, and a luminous orb of consciousness materialized above it, revealing flowing script within. The art of enchantment. With a whispered incantation, the orb divided into over 20 fragments, each darting towards the foreheads of the participants. Caught off guard, they quickly succumbed to contemplation, their minds not flooded with the textual complexities of the techniques, but rather with Jiang Shuo's straightforward explanations. Those with higher comprehension, such as Tai Yin, Wen Xiaoming, and Lu Shuang, swiftly regained their focus and rushed to the side to experiment. Meanwhile, those of lesser aptitude remained momentarily dazed, a clear indicator of their varying qualities. Fortunately, even the least adept among them began to regain their senses within 10 minutes, gradually fumbling their way through the operation of the weapons. Jiang Shuo, observing their progress, couldn't help but commend their innate potential, which had evidently allowed them to acquire these weapons. After imparting his teachings, he floated in mid-air, watching as they honed their skills. Once he confirmed that nearly everyone could handle their weapons, he once again commanded their attention. For the next 3 days, I shall be here for 1 hour each day at noon to address your queries. That will be all for today. I must take my leave. With that, he departed without waiting for further reactions. When Xiaoming watched Jiang Shuo's retreating figure, her heart a tumult of emotions. She had remained in the shadows during their encounter, unsure of what to say. The messages Jiang Shuo conveyed had been abundantly clear, and his actions today had starkly illustrated the chasm between their worlds. Ultimately, it stemmed from her inability to stand by his side. The disparity between us is overwhelmingly despairing, she murmured to herself. Lu Shuang placed a comforting hand on her shoulder, at a loss for how to console her friend. She too harbored feelings for Jiang Shuo, though not as intensely as Wen Xiaoming. Her affections had developed gradually through their prolonged interactions. In contrast, Wen Xiaoming's heart had succumbed to Jiang Shuo's heroism from the moment he saved her. Back then, she had been oblivious to her feelings, but after spending so much time together, she had gradually come to understand her heart's desires. Jiang Shuo's recent intervention had once again rescued her dignity, deepening her emotional entanglement. Unfortunately, Jiang Shuo seemed entirely indifferent to such sentiments, and the notion of traditional romantic pursuit appeared irrelevant before him. To Jiang Shuo, the barrier was not a mere veil. It was an insurmountable divide. Meanwhile, when Da Qiang watched his daughter from a distance, his heart heavy with concern. Yet, he felt utterly powerless. Jiang Shua was, by all accounts, a figure of divine stature, and though he and his ilk had acquired some measure of power, it paled in comparison. His daughter was yearning for a love that transcended mortal bounds, and no one could aid her. Tai Yin comfortingly patted Da Qiang's arm. He too was aware of the situation, but remained merely a bystander. Over the following 3 days, everyone present at the scene devoted themselves tirelessly to training, resting only when fatigue overcame them, and swiftly recuperating when their energy waned. They all understood the preciousness of this fleeting time. Throughout these 3 days, the echoes of explosions reverberated within the Kyoto Stadium without pause. Had it not been for the re-emergence of the devouring beasts from the spatial rift on the 4th day, they might have continued indefinitely. It was on this day that all those on the battlefield observed their elite members wielding exquisitely crafted cold weapons. Slicing through the throngs of devouring beasts with an ease akin to chopping vegetables, showing no signs of fatigue, it was noteworthy that the number of devouring beasts had increased by a third. Yet their defensive pressure felt lighter than ever before. In that instant, everyone comprehended the purpose of the elite's 3-day absence. The finely designed, razor-sharp weapons in their hands incited envy among all, particularly on the eastern battlefield. Jin Jingchuan, fueled by a frenzied rage, unleashed the accompanying spell of his weapon, unleashing a colossal blade of wind that swept across the battlefield, decimating more than half of the devouring beasts in an instant. In that moment, not only were his teammates stunned, but the devouring beasts also fell into a brief silence. However, Jin Jingchuan, having exhausted his energy with this move, collapsed onto the battlefield. Had it not been for the timely rescue of his teammates, he would have been torn apart by the returning devouring beasts. Nevertheless, this spectacle allowed all the extraordinary beings of Kyoto to witness the formidable power wielded by these individuals. Naturally, this incited a fervent quest for answers. Chapter 257. Within the rift, while the front lines were embroiled in slaughter, Jiang Shua manifested at the spatial rift located on the western battlefield. Previously, upon hearing Tai Yin mention that it was impossible to approach the spatial rift, Jiang Shua had attempted to do so. The rift, when devoid of activity, indeed resembled an alternate dimension, merely a projection upon the Tianqin star, visible yet intangible. Even when Jiang Shua endeavored to sense it with his consciousness, he found it imperceptible. At that time, he surmised that this phenomenon would only truly manifest when the devouring beasts appeared. However, Tai Yin and the others could not hope to breach this area, as it was teeming with devouring beasts. Given their cultivation levels, attempting to access this locale during such a critical time was akin to an insurmountable challenge. Moreover, with the pressure on their defenses so immense, it was even less feasible for them to approach. The reason Jiang Shua found himself here now was that he had first enhanced the combat capabilities of Tai Yin and his comrades. After all, once he entered, there was no telling when he might emerge. If, during his absence, Kyoto were to fall, it would be a tremendous embarrassment. This was not without possibility. In the days following his return, the appearances of devouring beasts had increased exponentially. Currently, it was merely a matter of quantity, but one could not guarantee that the next encounter would not involve a higher quality of foes. Hence, following that conversation, Jiang Shua had entrusted a batch of magical artifacts to Tai Yin and his team, assisting them in swiftly mastering their use over the past few days, all in hopes of ensuring a stable home while he ventured out to explore. Observing the current situation on the battlefield, it was evident that these magical artifacts had exponentially amplified Tai Yin and his comrades' combat prowess on the western battlefield, when Xiaoming and Lu Shuang maneuvered with newfound ease, shouldering over half of the defensive responsibilities while finding the task considerably less taxing than before. Witnessing this development, Jiang Shua hesitated no longer and charged towards the spatial rift. Indeed, as Jiang Shua had anticipated, he could now sense the rift from which the devouring beasts emerged. Observing the continuous influx of these creatures, Jiang Shua fell into contemplation. As this was his first exploration, he could not recklessly plunge into the unknown. He needed to ascertain whether he could traverse the boundary between dimensions. Having not utilized this capability in quite some time, Jiang Shua almost forgot it. Upon recollection, he immediately entered the dimensional space. swiftly transferring himself to the vicinity of the rift. Through the spatial barrier of the dimensional realm, Jiang Shua gazed at the rift before him. The swirling forces of space relentlessly tore open a fissure within the fabric of Tianqin's star, distorting the surrounding air and rendering the light at its edges exceedingly vague. Threads of peculiar light seeped from the rift, only to vanish in an instant. Peering inward revealed an abyss of darkness, concealing unfathomable mysteries. It should be possible to traverse, Jiang Shua mused aloud. He then shifted once more within the dimensional space, advancing toward the rift. In an instant, a circular plaza materialized before him, with a massive crystal levitating at its center, radiating a kaleidoscope of colors, surrounded by dozens of spatial rifts. Above the plaza floated the carcass of a 1,000-meter-long beast, its blood dripping incessantly to the ground, transforming into devouring beasts that scrambled toward the 4 spatial rifts. The spatial rifts in Kyoto must all lead here. But where did all these additional rifts lead? Jiang Shua chose to ignore the immediate surroundings and instead grew curious about the destinations of the numerous spatial rifts. He selected one and ventured outward. To his astonishment, he beheld the city of Tiandu, a major metropolis within the apocalyptic realm of Shudi, boasting a population and number of extraordinary beings comparable to Kyoto. Furthermore, Jiang Shua discovered that this spatial rift had only a single exit position to the east of Tiandu. The disparity in treatment is astonishing, Jiang Shua couldn't help but remark. The defensive pressures in Tiandu appeared remarkably light. The battlefield was predominantly populated by 4th-tier extraordinary beings, with 5th and 6th tiers being scarce, most serving merely as protectors. This suggested that Tiandu was being utilized for military training, accelerating the growth of its extraordinary population. Jiang Shua refrained from intervening and returned to the rift, randomly selecting several other spatial rifts to assess the situation. Each destination revealed cities within Longhua, yet the circumstances varied greatly. Some locales were struggling to withstand the onslaught but were managing to survive, while others had been reduced to ruins, devoid of any human life, with devouring beasts rampaging through the deserted streets. As time had elapsed since the emergence of the rifts, those who could withstand the assault had largely survived. Those who could not had either fled or perished. Thus, Jiang Shua only witnessed these 2 scenarios, and he had not intervened at all. The survivors had managed to endure against great odds, while those who had perished required no assistance from him. What Jiang Shua needed to do now was to find a way to thoroughly resolve the issue of the spatial rift. Upon returning to the plaza within the rift, Jiang Shua noted that the central crystal was gradually dimming, and the surrounding spatial rifts were likewise calming down. He understood that the current assault was about to cease. Jiang Shua did not emerge immediately, knowing that as soon as he made his presence known, the amassed devouring beasts would erupt in chaos, and the consequences of such an event were unpredictable, potentially affecting Tianqin's star as well. Therefore, he planned to wait until the rift closed before revealing himself in the plaza, ensuring that even if a fierce battle ensued, its impact would be minimized. Before long, the crystal fell silent, and the devouring beasts within the plaza ceased their howling, seemingly descending into slumber. Only the carcass suspended above the plaza continued to drip blood, augmenting the number of devouring beasts below. Observing this, Jiang Shua no longer hesitated. He instantly appeared suspended in midair above the plaza. The moment his human presence emerged, all the devouring beasts in the plaza snapped their crimson eyes open, their roars erupting anew, more frenzied than before. However, this scene held no sway over Jiang Shua. He floated above, while the beasts, unable to fly, could only seethe impotently below. Jiang Shua refrained from attacking immediately, primarily wishing to observe whether his appearance would elicit any response from the crystal or the carcass. Yet, after a prolonged wait, apart from the roars of the devouring beasts, there was no sound within the entire space. It seems my concerns were unfounded, Jiang Shua muttered, before commencing his assault, with the fire of the earth's veins materializing in his palm. He guided it to descend, and upon contact with the devouring beasts, it swiftly spread across the plaza in an instant. The cacophony of frenzied roars transformed into anguished wails, which quickly dissipated into silence. The multitude of devouring beasts present could not withstand even a single round of Jiang Shua's onslaught. After dispatching these minions, Jiang Shua turned his gaze toward the carcass floating in the air. Gradually approaching it, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. Chapter 258. The corpse of the starry behemoth, the black mist origin beast, a species of starry behemoth, perished after encountering the breath of a certain mysterious being in its resting place, leaving behind a remnant in the translocation area. The residual aura within its body underwent prolonged evolution, beginning to awaken due to the cataclysmic changes on Tianqin star. The blood of the black mist origin beast is being purified, and its consciousness is being reshaped. This was the second time Jiang Shuo had encountered the term starry behemoth. The first had been in the mysterious memories inherited from the god of the desolate void. However, the once formidable starry behemoth had succumbed to the breath of an existence, raising questions about the natural order of Tianqin star. A breath of vitality has unexpectedly begun to awaken, and to my astonishment, the blood that drips down is nothing but impurities. Is this really necessary? It was merely a normal technological world to begin with. Why has it become increasingly exaggerated? As I gaze upon the black mist source beast, which spans an impressive 2,000 meters, my heart truly does not know how to respond. The magnitude of this Tianqin star is somewhat absurd. At this stage, such a creature should not even exist. Though lifeless, it appears to be undergoing a process of reconstruction. Just as I find myself lost in thought, a powerful surge of energy emanates from the corpse of the black mist source beast. Clearly, my actions have awakened the consciousness that is in the midst of reformation. A blood-red devouring beast, extending 100 meters in length, slowly materializes upon the corpse of the black mist source beast. Its crazed eyes fixated intently upon me, observing the energy fluctuations rising to the level of a 9th-tier Foundation establishment beast. I find myself momentarily stunned. One must commend the celestial behemoths. Even in death, their remains can differentiate into such formidable avatars in such a short span of time. I reflect, considering that, based on the timeline of the spatial rift, this consciousness has only been reconstructing for a few months. Yet it has already managed to manifest a creature equivalent to a 9th-tier Foundation establishment. If it were allowed to develop for a year and a half, it could potentially yield a monster surpassing the nascent soul stage. While I remain composed and contemplative, the blood-red devouring beast shows no signs of hesitance. The moment it takes form, it lunges at me like a released arrow. Witnessing this 100-meter-long creature charge towards me with alarming swiftness, I refuse to evade. The people of the Starry Realm and the celestial behemoths are sworn enemies. As the inheritor of their techniques, I must not show fear. While I may not be able to contend with a true celestial behemoth, confronting a creature on the verge of resurrection should be within my capabilities. With a firm grip on my fists, I unleash a powerful roar, activating the Huangyan star dust body. My entire being transforms. Surrounded by a constellation of shimmering starlight, with a stern expression, I advance rather than retreat, and the air around me shatters underfoot, propelling me forward with tremendous force. Boom! My fist collides with the claw of the devouring beast, pulverizing it into dust. A flicker of confusion crosses the beast's massive eyes. This is not how the script was supposed to unfold. Wasn't it meant to reduce me to mere pulp? Yet before it can seek an answer, I strike again. Twisting my waist, my left leg whips through the air with the speed of a lash, striking the beast's colossal form. Bang! Another resounding explosion erupts as I send the creature staggering back to its original position. Cracks begin to form where I kicked it, and as its body collides with the corpse of the black mist source beast, these fissures spread throughout its being, with glimmers of starlight appearing. Ultimately, a surge of starry brilliance erupts from within, obliterating its form. A resplendent display of starlight fireworks illuminates the sky above this secluded area. The annihilation effect inherent in each punch and kick of the Huangyan star dust body is quite terrifying. Once it succumbs to erosion, it results in a cascade of dazzling explosions. This is my first time engaging in combat while utilizing the Huangyan star dust body. Although I was aware of its formidable effects during training, I never anticipated it would be so ruthlessly devastating. At that moment, the corpse of the black mist source beast pulsates again with energy fluctuations, and another devouring beast begins to take shape. Upon witnessing this, I swiftly teleport to its side, unleashing a colossal punch that obliterates its partially formed body. Subsequently, I reach out to touch the corpse of the black mist source beast, and with a mere thought, The immense 2,000-meter-long carcass vanishes from sight. I, too, disappear from this place of relocation. Within the realm of two worlds, my figure gradually materializes. I gaze at the floating black mist source beast, and with a thought, a writhing black energy entity detaches itself from the beast's head. Observing the tumultuous energy entity, my eyes gleam, and in an instant, it is confined within a cube. It is far more convenient to handle such matters within this realm. I toy with the cube. It is not a spell but rather a manifestation of my dominion over space, isolating this energy entity within this palm-sized cube. To put it more elegantly, I have created a spatial barrier to contain it. I am uncertain what level of mastery would allow such feats, but within this space, it feels as effortless as dining or drinking. Regarding this consciousness energy entity, I do not wish to annihilate it outright, as my intuition suggests it may prove useful in the future. Thus, I have chosen to isolate it for potential future use. After placing the spatial cube within a time-stilled area, I turn my attention to the enormous corpse of the black mist source beast. Now, my blood rice from ferocious beasts need not worry about nutritional deficiencies for quite some time. I murmur to myself, maneuvering the colossal carcass above the blood rice, and then command the black mist source beast's body to begin dripping blood. Without the interference of a conscious entity, the blood from the black mist source beast will no longer transform into a devouring beast upon falling. Instead, it will merge with the ground of the space in an instant. Absorbed by the blood rice from ferocious beasts, observing the flourishing growth of the blood rice, I wear a satisfied expression. The subsequent batch of blood rice, enriched with the blood of a celestial behemoth, should yield significantly stronger results than before. Alas, the blood rice's grade is merely mystic. Otherwise, who knows what level of spiritual rice could be birthed from such a powerful celestial behemoth's remains. Due to the grade limitation of the blood rice from ferocious beasts, I can only nourish them through this dripping method. Next time, I must seize the opportunity to search for new seeds of spiritual rice in the origin continent, as the grade of the blood rice will not sustain my cultivation for long. Gazing at the expansive fields before me, I mutter to myself. Then, I vanish from the realm of two worlds, returning to the place of relocation. At this moment, the relocation area, devoid of the towering corpse of the black mist source beast, has become bright and spacious. The entire scene of the relocation area is now laid bare before the eye, with nothing remaining aside from the central crystal. Chapter 259. Changes in the spatial rift. I did not immediately fly towards the crystal. Instead, I ascended upwards. Half an hour later, I halted my ascent. After such a lengthy flight, my distance from the ground remains unchanged. Gazing at the softly glowing sky above, I discern a profound truth. It is spatial folding. What I perceive as the sky is merely the result of spatial folding. The relocation area undoubtedly exudes the rules of spatial manipulation, yet I cannot ascertain who has crafted this place. The mastery of spatial manipulation here is utterly unfathomable. I reflect momentarily, realizing that while it seems I have learned much, in reality, I am still just a fledgling. I soon arrive at the diamond-shaped crystal at the center of the plaza. Circling around this now dim and unremarkable stone, with my current limited knowledge, I cannot discern its origins. Thank goodness for my brother, the Eye of Insight. Otherwise, so many treasures would have slipped through my fingers. I jest to myself before swiftly activating the Eye of Insight. Stargate Spirit Crystal, a symbiotic entity of the relocation area, capable of opening a stargate to any location. Due to unknown limitations, the range of the stargate is confined to the lands of the Dragon Kingdom. It can be refined. Once refined, the holder can freely open and close stargates within the Dragon Kingdom. Refinement method, Divine Consciousness Fire. The stargate can differentiate into a total of 108 doorways. Entrance and exit through the stargate are limited to extraordinary beings. Upon reading the information revealed by the Eye of Insight, an inexplicable intuition lingers in my heart, yet I cannot quite grasp its meaning. Another 108. Am I destined to be intertwined with this number? I scratch my head in frustration, feeling that this coincidence is too uncanny. However, thus far, I have no leads to prove any connection to the 108 experiences I have undergone. Never mind, I'll cross that bridge when I come to it. The answers will reveal themselves in due time, and what I lack most is time, so I shall take my time. First, let me refine this and gain control of this place. The Dragon Kingdom shall soon welcome a new era of unification. When that time comes, I will have the people of the capital search for treasures across the nation, as I fantasize about the future, where I can casually toss away treasures one after another. I channel my divine consciousness fire to commence the refinement of the Stargate Spirit Crystal. After gauging the progress, which will take approximately a month, I settle down in front of the Stargate Spirit Crystal and begin my meditation. Meanwhile, in the capital, the battlefield swiftly harvested the remaining devouring beasts. Yet, unlike before, the wounded did not tend to their injuries, nor did they clean up. Instead, they gathered around the elites, enviously gazing at the weapons in their hands, subtly probing when they might also obtain such equipment. Unfortunately, they gleaned not a single shred of information. On the western battlefield, when Xiaoming clutches her Bai Shui's sword, lost in thought. What's wrong? Is your Bai Shui's sword not functioning well? Lu Shuang approached playfully, wielding her own snow shadow sword. Moments ago, she had been surrounded by her group of followers eager to see the sword, and it took her quite a while to send them away. When Xiaoming, upon hearing this, sheathed her Bai Shui's sword, exclaiming, "No, I was merely astonished by the formidable power of the Bai Shui sword." Lu Shuang nodded in agreement, acknowledging that her own snow shadow sword significantly enhanced her combat prowess. With this weapon in hand, she could single-handedly take on 3 of her own without snow shadow swords. It was astonishing that such a potent weapon was so freely entrusted to them. How powerful must Jiang Shua be himself? As when Xiaoming continued speaking, she drifted toward Jiang Shua's side, leaving Lu Shuang to shake her head in resignation. We are now considered his subordinates, and I suppose he merely sees his followers as lacking in strength. Seeking to bolster our capabilities, both women were well aware of the transaction between Jiang Shua and Tai Yin, which was a precaution taken by Tai Yin to prevent certain individuals from becoming reckless with their newfound weapons. It could be said that apart from the higher-ups, everyone in possession of this batch of magical artifacts was privy to this situation. Given Jiang Shua's laid-back disposition, he would undoubtedly refrain from exerting any effort on matters that they could manage themselves. When Xiaoming recalled the time spent with Jiang Shua in Kyoto, where it had been primarily her and Lu Shuang tackling every challenge, Jiang Shua had treated them no differently than he would have the men, preferring to waste precious elixirs to hasten their recovery rather than stepping in to resolve issues himself. This latest endeavor mirrored his previous ones. Indeed, he had not even made an appearance today, relying solely on them to handle everything. Both when Xiaoming and Lu Shuang were acutely aware of this. Jiang Shua had not shown himself at all today, and they assumed he was sleeping soundly in his spacious apartment. In reality, only Tai Yin knew that Jiang Shua had gone to address the source of the disturbances. After this day, those in possession of the magical artifacts resumed their training, but Jiang Shua did not appear frequently. It was only after this day that the 4 spatial rifts ceased to produce any so-called devouring beasts, which led to a hint of speculation in some hearts. Nevertheless, for the people of Kyoto, this situation was ultimately a positive development. Life gradually returned to a state of stability during this period. On the 10th day, Tai Yin withdrew most of the personnel from the 4 battlefronts, leaving only a couple of small teams to monitor the spatial rift situation. Observing this, Tai Yin realized that Jiang Shua had likely succeeded, and he could not help but marvel at how fortunate he was to have aligned himself with such a powerful ally. What his group had been unable to resolve despite their considerable manpower, resources, and even sacrifices, Jiang Shua managed to completely rectify within just a few days. It was evident that while everyone had embarked on the path to the extraordinary, that man was clearly on an entirely different level. During Jiang Shua's absence, Tai Yin and his companions continued refining the magical artifacts in their possession. The higher the degree of refinement, the more they could sense the formidable power of their weapons. As time passed into the following month, the teams monitoring the spatial rifts noticed fluctuations beginning to occur again. Before long, Tai Yin and his group split into 4 paths to reach the spatial rift, their expressions grave as they observed the rift's undulations. However, soon after, apart from the personnel stationed at the Western Front, the others were left utterly dumbfounded. The reason was that the spatial rifts on the other 3 fronts began to slowly vanish right before their eyes. While Tai Yin and Wen Xiaoming were observing the Western Front, they received reports from the other 3 fronts that left them momentarily stunned. But then Tai Yin quickly connected the dots and instructed the personnel from the other 3 fronts to converge on the Western Front, where he calmly watched the fluctuations of the spatial rift. Although he harbored a suspicion, he remained cautious. Yet, before the others arrived, the western spatial rift began to shift dramatically. The rift started to tremble violently and suddenly began to widen gradually until it stabilized at a height of 10 meters. Subsequently, to the astonishment of everyone present, a mysterious, ethereal door enveloped the rift, which then began to open slowly, revealing a figure that floated forth. Chapter 260. The Unified beginning the following day, Tai Yin and Wen Daqiang brought Wen Xiaoming and Lu Shuang to Jiang Shua's residence. When Jiang Shua emerged from the spatial rift the previous day, he had left the crowd utterly speechless. Apart from Tai Yin, who had anticipated this, no one else had imagined that a human could emerge from within. It was a widely accepted notion that the spatial rift was untouchable. Regrettably, Jiang Shua did not grant them the opportunity to inquire. Upon his arrival, he simply vanished without a trace. Only Tai Yin received a telepathic message from Jiang Shua, instructing him to come to his house for a discussion the following day. Thus, on the second day, Tai Yin brought Wen Daqiang and the others to Jiang Shua's residence. On one hand, Wen Daqiang and the others were familiar faces, so Jiang Shua would not mind their presence. On the other hand, Tai Yin had a strong intuition that today's conversation would bring about significant changes, so he needed someone to document the discussion to avoid missing any critical information. Upon seeing Wen Xiaoming and Lu Shuang, Jiang Shua was not particularly surprised. Although he had always understood their thoughts, his responses had been sufficiently clear. Whether or not they comprehended that was entirely up to them. Upon their meeting, Jiang Shua merely nodded in acknowledgement and proceeded. Wen Xiaoming and Lu Shuang did not display excessive sentimentality. Though their hearts were stirred, they maintained the image of strong women befitting the occasion. Once everyone was seated, Jiang Shua dropped a bombshell. Prepare yourselves for the restoration of the Longhua system. This single statement left Tai Yin and the others momentarily bewildered. They understood each word, yet the meaning eluded them. Seeing their confused expressions, Jiang Shua elaborated, the realm of transfer, that is, the spatial rift you have seen, is now under my control. These spatial rifts are not exclusive to Kyoto. There are one or two in every existing human settlement. With my mastery over them, the realm of transfer can now serve as a national hub for travel. Through this realm, you can instantly appear in any city with a spatial rift. However, only those with extraordinary abilities can enter the realm of transfer. Ordinary individuals lack the energy to withstand the pressure of the rift. Tai Yin listened attentively to Jiang Shua's explanation. After initially being taken aback, he quickly adjusted his mindset. Indeed, this was monumental news. Certain departments in Kyoto had devised plans for the swift and efficient restoration of Longhua, reuniting it into one entity, but they had not anticipated such a quick arrival. Thus, after hearing Jiang Shua's words, he refrained from responding immediately, opting instead to ponder deeply. Wen Daqiang and the others, after overcoming their confusion, swiftly regained their composure, and joy sparkled in their eyes. Wen Daqiang even took out paper and pen to jot down notes. Lu Shuang was the most exhilarated. She had not seen her family in years. Previously, the distance had made her longings bearable, but now, with the prospect of direct travel, as Jiang Shua suggested, the desire to return home surged within her. Yet, she understood that this was not the moment to voice such sentiments, so she suppressed her yearning and awaited further developments. Jiang Shua did not rush Tai Yin in response to his silence. The matter was indeed sudden. Even he himself had been caught off guard upon encountering the Stargate Spirit Crystal. His prior speculation was that the spatial rift might resemble the products of the falling star secret realm. But while he sought a sesame seed, reality had presented him with a watermelon. Although this watermelon could currently only be utilized within the borders of Longhua, it signified substantial benefits for him now that relationships had been established. After all, he had previously been served by a single city, but now he might be served by an entire nation. Of course, the situation of an entire country would still require time, as it had been in disarray for many years. Some individuals had enjoyed their reign as local tyrants for far too long. Unifying after such calamity would not be a trivial task. While Jiang Shua could dominate with his unparalleled strength, it remained uncertain whether he was willing to engage in such laborious endeavors. Moreover, with so many capable individuals at hand, why should he concern himself? All he needed to do was provide a platform, and the rest could be handled by Tai Yin and the others. He would focus on elevating his own cultivation, occasionally offering resources to support them, and then simply watch their performances unfold. Which cultivator would willingly meddle in the operations of a nation and create unnecessary troubles for themselves? Previously, Jiang Shuhua had no desire for even a single city in Kyoto. Now, he was potentially acquiring an entire nation. How could he not find that absurd? Moreover, this nation ultimately belonged to everyone, not dictated by the will of a select few. Even in this extraordinary era, where individual power was paramount, certain ideologies could never be extinguished. This was also the reason why Jiang Shuhua had departed so abruptly yesterday, clearly signaling his disinterest in becoming entangled in such matters. If even the strongest among the Tianqin Star had no intention of controlling an entire nation, others should best keep their heads down. At this moment, Tai Yin also grasped Jiang Shua's stance. The future of this nation would ultimately be decided by their own actions. Mr. Jiang, I understand your intentions now. All subsequent matters will be discussed and resolved step by step. In fact, prior to this, we had already taken preliminary preventive measures, specifically during your visit to the Luoyang Bay City when you encountered Daqiang. At that time, the overall feedback was rather bleak. Not all base leaders were aligned with Commander Lu Feng. Moreover, due to geographical constraints, these issues became insurmountable. Now, with the establishment of this relocated area, we can recommence our previous plans. We shall directly identify the priorities and tackle them one by one, though I must emphasize that the timeline for the final outcome will be lengthy. And I hope you understand. Tai Yin spoke earnestly, remaining acutely aware that even now, as the restoration of the Dragon Kingdom's governmental system appears possible, he does not harbor any illusions about elevating the situation to a national level. Nor does he intend to exert pressure on Jiang Shuhua. Setting aside the issue of potential defeat, the control over this relocated area remains firmly in Jiang Shua's hands. His attitude towards Jiang Shuhua has remained steadfast throughout. And in his perspective, whether now or in the future, Jiang Shua's status and significance will only continue to rise. Do not concern yourself with my actions. Proceed as you see fit. Jiang Shua waved his hand dismissively. He was fully aware of the considerable time such matters would consume. Yet time is something he possesses in abundance, and he has ample patience to await the outcomes. He then gestured, and an open safe appeared on the coffee table, revealing a miniature Stargate spirit crystal, merely 10 centimeters in length. Inside were 42 pieces of Stargate spirit crystals, utilized for controlling spatial rifts. The number of these crystals corresponds to the currently active Stargates within the relocated area. I have examined them, and they primarily connect to the larger base cities. How to manage the communication is entirely up to you, as Jiang Shua explained. He flicked his fingers, projecting 4 beams of spiritual light into the foreheads of those present. Imparting the method of utilizing the crystals, the reduction to only 42 Stargates is naturally due to Jiang Shua closing the gates of the uninhabited cities. Upon receiving the spiritual light from Jiang Shua, Tai Yin instantly comprehended the usage of the spirit crystals before solemnly nodding and securing them. After discussing further details with Jiang Shua, he departed with the spirit crystals in hand. Chapter 261. Envoys to Kyoto. The individuals dispatched to Kyoto noted that ever since the sudden disappearance of spatial rifts across all battlefields, the extraordinary beings in Kyoto began to mobilize with increasing frequency. The military personnel who had previously been stationed were once again gathering. Those residing in proximity to relevant departments observed that, over the past month, not only had the high-ranking extraordinary beings been frequently entering and exiting governmental strongholds, but former leaders had also re-emerged in public view, all actions indicating that significant events were on the horizon. Of course, this series of activities bore no relation to Jiang Shua, who had been preoccupied with his own affairs at his residence over the past month. He was aware of the changes occurring in Kyoto, yet he did not concern himself with them. The only time he ventured out was to explore the repositories of various research institutions, scavenging for rare materials. However, his findings were meager. On one hand, Tai Yin had previously demonstrated his sincerity by transferring most of the items. On the other hand, what remained at the research institutions were items of lesser significance. Having grown accustomed to superior treasures, Jiang Shua naturally found little appeal in these. During the remainder of his time, Jiang Shua either refined the formidable wand Shou Yanhua and the sealed artifact he possessed or practiced his techniques to enhance his proficiency. For these past years, this period marked the only time he had quietly attended to such matters. After over a month of high-level meetings, Taiyin and his colleagues announced to all of Kyoto that the Extraordinary Affairs Bureau had acquired the capability of teleportation. They would soon dispatch personnel through spatial transmission to convene with major Bay cities nationwide, aiming for the unification of the Dragon Kingdom. Upon this announcement, the populace of Kyoto erupted in fervor. This signified the potential for the Dragon Kingdom to reunify and the possibility of reuniting with long-lost loved ones. Subsequently, the Extraordinary Affairs Bureau declared that in a few days, they would re-establish the spatial gates at the founding square. On the appointed day, the square was inundated with a throng of people, eager to witness this historic moment. Although the square could not accommodate such a multitude, the presence of some individuals capable of flight ensured that both the skies and the ground were teeming with spectators. When they beheld Taiyin leading a contingent of individuals, the crowd was filled with excitement. Aware that this historic moment was imminent, Taiyin refrained from delivering grandiose speeches, instead demonstrating the government's resolve through tangible actions. In this context, actions speak far louder than words. Thus, as Taiyin transformed a diamond-shaped crystal into a spatial gate towering 10 meters high and 5 meters wide, exhilaration swept through the crowd, followed by a chorus of jubilant cheers. They understood that from this day forth, the Dragon Kingdom would once again embark on the path to unification. Although this journey might be lengthy, they were at least on their way. The individuals accompanying Taiyin then entered the spatial gate, forming the vanguard destined for various cities, while carrying the Stargate spirit crystals to reconfigure the placements of the gates. Among them were Wen Xiaoming and Lu Shuang, who were among the emissaries traveling to Luoyang Bay City. Upon traversing the spatial gate, they arrived in the relocated area, which had long since transformed from its previous desolate state. Over the past month, Taiyin and his team had swiftly restructured this place, incorporating elements from the former airport and station. Each spatial rift had now metamorphosed into a spatial gate, with signboards erected in front of each, indicating the destination Bay cities. If there were any deficiencies in this area, it would undoubtedly be the absence of the previously colossal Stargate Spirit Crystal.it had now been refined and absorbed into the two realms by Jiang Shuo, while the spirit crystals in Taiyin's possession were derivatives created by Jiang Shuo. As long as the main entity remained with Jiang Shuo, these derivative crystals could be retracted at any moment. This confidence was precisely why Jiang Shuo had unhesitatingly entrusted them to Taiyin. However, even in the absence of these crystals, Jiang Shuo was far from lacking in confidence. He simply possessed an abundance of resources, and in the realm of cultivation, one must exercise discretion. Yet in Tianqin Star, he encountered no formidable adversaries. Wen Xiaoming and Lu Shuang were not first-time visitors to this place, and thus, they were not overly astonished by the changes. After bidding farewell to their companions, they proceeded directly towards the spatial gate leading to Luoyang Bay City. At this moment, the position of the spatial rift in Luoyang Bay City was guarded by only a small squad. Since no one had yet come to alter the presentation of this rift, it still appeared as a mere fissure. The sudden assault months prior had exacted a considerable toll on Luoyang Bay City. Fortunately, there was only one spatial rift here. Had the circumstances mirrored those of Kyoto, Luoyang Bay City would likely have faced destruction. After all, the extraordinary beings in Kyoto, influenced by Jiang Shuo, possessed a far superior collective strength compared to those in external cities. Moreover, some city rulers, indulging in a life of pleasure, had undermined their own capabilities. The uninhabited cities Jiang Shuo had previously seen were the consequences of such negligence. Following the initial sacrifices, Luoyang Bay City swiftly regrouped, managing to contain the voracious beasts within a defined perimeter. Of course, this cost was significantly more substantial than that borne by Kyoto, as there were not enough healing elixirs available, and the current medical conditions were dire. The number of fatalities from severe injuries was several times greater than that experienced in Kyoto. And had it not been for the presence of a few healing-oriented extraordinary beings, this ratio would have been even higher. In this incident, numerous prominent figures emerged, among whom were Jiang Tian and Chen Xiaoyin, who brought Jiang Shuo to the Luoyang Bay City. Jiang Tian's reputation had long been established in Luoyang Bay City, as a person of remarkable dedication inevitably draws attention in such tumultuous times. During this event, he charged to the forefront, skillfully wielding his peak-level fire abilities in conjunction with military combat techniques to vanquish the voracious beasts with remarkable ease. Chen Xiaoyin, on the other hand, gained notoriety for her exceptional healing abilities. After several years, She had become an independent, extraordinary individual, a rare healer whose powers shone brilliantly during the rescue operations, shouldering 1/5 of the total healing effort, prompting even Lu Feng to personally express his gratitude. Throughout the months of this event, Chen Xiaoying experienced rapid growth, and by the last appearance of the extraordinary beasts, she had successfully ascended to the ranks of a 4th-level extraordinary being. Her exceptional talent garnered the attention of Lu Feng, who had yet to encounter any female extraordinary individual as formidable as her, aside from his own daughter. Consequently, Chen Xiaoying naturally assumed the role of head of the medical team, swiftly rising to a mid-level position within Luoyang Bay City. Although no voracious beasts had appeared in recent months, the exploits of these individuals became the talk of the townsfolk in Luoyang Bay City during their leisure hours. The small teams stationed here often reminisced about the past events. However, their joyful moments were abruptly interrupted by a disturbance in the spatial rift. The squad leader quickly fired a signal flare, his expression grave as he gazed at the undulating spatial tear 100 meters away. Chapter 262. Farewell, Lu Ji. To the small team in Luoyang Bay City, the spatial rift had been fluctuating for quite some time. Yet for Wen Xiaoming and Lu Shuang, their transition from the teleportation point to the surface of Luoyang Bay City occurred in the blink of an eye. Upon landing, the two swiftly surveyed their surroundings, discovering no one in sight. Are the people of Luoyang Bay City so at ease here? Not a single supervisory team in sight. When Xiaoming pondered aloud, perhaps they are not nearby. After all, this location is quite a distance from Luoyang City. Lu Shuang, a long-time resident of the Luoyang region, quickly deduced her position. This spatial rift has indeed opened in a prime location, unlike Kyoto, where one might almost appear directly in the city. Upon hearing Lu Shuang's explanation, when Xiaoming expressed her astonishment, Lu Shuang then produced a diamond-shaped crystal, walking towards the nearby spatial rift while remarking, "What good can come of this? For humanity, it is nothing but disaster. Moreover, considering the strength of Luoyang Bay City, this battle has likely resulted in significant losses." Lu Shuang's words left Wen Xiaoming feeling helpless. The proximity of the spatial rift merely alleviated the situation slightly. Confrontation was still inevitable. As Lu Shuang approached the rift, she held the crystal aloft, gradually channeling energy from within, causing the rift to close from the bottom upwards. In an instant, the space touched by the spirit crystal sealed rapidly, and before long, the conspicuous rift vanished entirely. At that moment, a commotion arose from the direction of Luoyang Bay City, a cloud of dust indicating that a team was hastily making their way towards them. Lu Shuang quickly returned to Wen Xiaoming's side, both of them gripping their respective artifacts, their gazes impassive as they regarded the approaching figures. Though it was highly likely that the newcomers hailed from Luoyang Bay City, caution was still warranted until their identities were confirmed. As for the prospect of confrontation, neither had even considered it, for their current extraordinary 6th-level prowess was more than sufficient to navigate this region with impunity. Before long, several military vehicles halted a few dozen meters in front of them, and dozens of extraordinary individuals swiftly disembarked. The two immediately sensed that their levels were primarily around the 4th level, with the highest among them barely reaching the 5th level. However, it was the next individual to step down who caused Lu Shuang to lose her composure. "To the individuals before me, I am Lu Ji, the captain of Luoyang Bay City's Special Operations Team. We mean no offense, but could you kindly inform us where that spatial rift has led?" Years had passed, and the once frivolous Lu Ji now appeared transformed, clad in the camouflage of a special forces unit, his expression resolute and determined, lacking any trace of his former levity. His demeanor was crisp and efficient, and his evident mastery at the peak of the 4th level hinted that he was on the brink of another promotion. His actions clearly indicated that he was the leader of this group. The reactions of the other team members underscored that Lu Ji had not attained his leadership position solely due to his status. Upon seeing the signal, Lu Ji's team had rushed here without delay, only to find that not only had the extraordinary beasts vanished, but the elusive spatial rift had also disappeared. The scene was occupied by two extraordinary beings clad in black combat attire, their faces obscured save for a glimpse of one eye. Adhering to principles of caution, Lu Ji initiated a dialogue. Yet before he could receive a response, a figure suddenly appeared before him, embracing him tightly, and a voice he had long yearned to hear echoed in his ears. "Little Ji, you've grown up and become quite the man." Lu Ji's mind momentarily short-circuited before rebooting, his lips stammering, "Sister, sister." Lu Ji's team members were taken aback by Lu Shuang's speed. Realizing that their commander had fallen into the hands of the enemy, just as they contemplated intervening, Lu Shuang's voice halted all movements. Previously, Lu Shuang had not been overly prominent in Luoyang Bay City. Her high cultivation, striking beauty, and tall stature had garnered her numerous admirers. Her face and voice had become synonymous with the identity of Luoyang Bay City. Now, upon hearing her voice again and witnessing her embrace Lu Ji, her identity was unmistakable. After the initial shock, Lu Ji quickly became elated. "Sister, you're back. That's wonderful. Dad and I have missed you terribly." Gazing at Lu Ji, who was momentarily lost in nostalgia, Lu Shuang's expression softened significantly. Upon hearing Lu Ji's words, everyone present chanted in unison, "Miss." Lu Shuang voluntarily removed part of her mask, revealing a visage that had remained unchanged, affectionately ruffling Lu Ji's hair. "All right, no more fooling around. Let us return. Once we reach Dad's side, we can discuss everything." Lu Ji nodded obediently, fully compliant with his sister's wishes. That moment, when Xiaoming approached, regarding Lu Ji with surprise. "Little Ji, you've changed quite a bit. You've finally grown up." Upon hearing this familiar voice, Lu Ji's eyes sparkled with recognition. Though she too wore a mask, the sound was unmistakable. "Sister Xiaoming, you've returned as well." "Yes, there are significant matters to discuss upon our return." When Xiaoming replied, choosing not to delve into details at that moment as she moved forward, Lu Shuang followed suit, instructing, "You all can drive back. Xiaoming and I will walk." They had no objections to riding in the vehicles. But given the all-male crew and the military transport, they preferred not to squeeze together. Moreover, the distance to Luoyang Bay City was not far, and with their cultivation levels, those vehicles would struggle to keep pace with them even at full throttle. Seeing the two sisters leading the way, Lu Ji quickly called for the return journey. Regarding the extraordinary beasts and the spatial rift, it was evident that Lu Shuang and Wen Xiaoming were privy to vital information. As Lu Ji sat in the vehicle, he suddenly had a realization. "Old Lin, isn't there something off about the cultivation levels of my sister and Sister Xiaoming? How could they be so much stronger than me?" Old Lin, Lu Ji's aide and the only extraordinary fifth-level individual in the team, replied sarcastically, "My young master, you are just now noticing? The young mistress and Miss Wen have already reached the 6th level of extraordinary cultivation." Old Lin's remark highlighted Lu Ji's intelligence. Otherwise, he would not have earned the respect of his peers. Yet, in the presence of Lu Shuang, he often reverted to a more juvenile demeanor, abandoning his usual vigilance. Unaware of Old Lin's tone, Lu Ji remained in a daze. After years of arduous training to reach his current level, he had hoped to narrow the gap between himself and his sister, only to find it still insurmountably vast. Why Sister and Sister Xiaoming truly possessed terrifying talent. Lu Ji sighed, shaking his head in resignation. It was only after genuinely beginning his cultivation journey that Lu Ji realized how challenging it was, allowing him to appreciate the formidable prowess of Lu Shuang and Wen Xiaoming. "Thank goodness they are my sisters," Lu Ji thought with a sense of relief. Chapter 263. Lu Feng's frustration. Lu Feng felt utterly exhausted. Since the spatial rift ceased to spawn extraordinary beasts, Luoyang Bay City had embarked on the arduous path of post-disaster reconstruction, addressing injuries, resource shortages, and the emotional well-being of the populace. The recent period has been more exasperating than wartime for him, particularly when the morning report from those supervising the coastal situation indicated trouble beyond the sea. Before he could address that issue, another signal arrived from the team monitoring the spatial rifts. Misfortunes seemed to converge. What direction should the Luoyang Bay City take? Lu Feng stood by the window, distressed, contemplating that sometimes he wished he could lower his moral standards a bit, set aside his patriotic sentiments, and live a more comfortable life. After all, under the current circumstances, he was practically a local sovereign in Luoyang. Yet, regrettably, the Lu family had a long lineage of military heritage, an ingrained trait that could not be easily altered. He could play mind games and employ cunning tactics with those in Kyoto, but he could never bring himself to abandon the common people in their time of need, nor could he contribute to their suffering. Even though the world was undergoing profound changes and the Lu family might not endure, he felt it crucial that this spirit should not perish under his watch. Fortunately, his own children had inherited the family values, and they had made remarkable progress in these times. This brought considerable comfort to a father. However, He wondered how his daughter Xiaoshuang was faring in Kyoto. Despite having communicated through a couple of phone calls, it felt lacking without a face-to-face meeting. Lu Feng reminisced about his eldest daughter, the precious child he had nurtured with utmost care since childhood. He lamented how difficult it had become to see her. Just as he was lost in thought, a sudden cheer erupted outside, as if welcoming someone. Before Lu Feng could inquire about the commotion, he was astonished to see his longed-for daughter appear. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, and only when he saw Lu Shuang waving at him did he dare to accept the reality. In an instant, he leaped from the window, eagerly rushing to her side, gazing at his spirited daughter. Even though she was now more powerful than he and bore no visible scars, Lu Feng could not help but exclaim, "Xiaoshuang, you've lost weight." Upon entering her father's office, Lu Shuang immediately noticed her father deep in thought by the window and excitedly waved to him. However, she did not anticipate her father's anxious reaction. Not only did he leap through the window, but he also made an unexpected remark. For a moment, Lu Shuang was at a loss for how to respond. Was she indeed thin? Not at all. She felt heavier than ever. An extraordinary being's appearance might not change significantly, but with the growth of their abilities, their bones and muscles would further evolve, resulting in increased weight. While this did not affect her in a practical sense, a scale would certainly reveal an overwhelming number. Thus, Lu Shuang could only bury herself in her tasks as a response. What could she say? Should she tell her father that her current weight was several times his? When Xiaoming, watching this father-daughter exchange with a playful smile, noticed Lu Feng was bewildered by Lu Shuang's actions and stepped forward to break the ice, saying, "Uncle Lu, it's been a while." Only then did Lu Feng acknowledge when Xiaoming's presence. "Ah, Xiaoming, you're here too. Wait, why have you both returned so suddenly?" Lu Feng finally realized the timing was off. Given the current circumstances, the journey from Kyoto to Luoyang should take at least half a year. "Let us discuss this in your office," when Xiaoming suggested softly. Lu Feng's expression turned serious as he led Wen Xiaoming to his office, instructing his guards not to let anyone disturb them. Inside the office, Lu Feng sat on the sofa, lost in contemplation. Just moments ago, Lu Shuang had informed him about the spatial rifts and the comprehensive plans underway in Kyoto for the unification of Longhua. It was precisely because of Lu Shuang's connection that they could speak so frankly. Otherwise, who would openly discuss the usurpation of one's authority? Lu Feng had not anticipated this day would arrive so abruptly. He had contemplated that the vast land of Longhua would eventually unify, but he expected it to take decades, primarily due to the transportation issues across such expansive territory. If one could not reach a destination swiftly, any unification would merely be superficial. Yet, he was taken aback to learn that the conflicts with the otherworldly beasts had subsided, and the spatial rifts they left behind could connect the entirety of Longhua. This revelation caught Lu Feng off guard, but upon reflection, it seemed an unavoidable outcome. Not to mention, in terms of high-end combat strength, Luoyang Bay City was utterly no match for Kyoto. Moreover, Kyoto enjoyed a natural advantage, and the common populace was quite willing to see Longhua unified. This sentiment was not merely a patriotic feeling but also a means to reorganize the social order, allowing those without extraordinary abilities to regain their rights. While life in Luoyang may seem tolerable for the lower classes, the reality across Longhua was that many lived in conditions worse than that of dogs. However, for those in power like Lu Feng, this situation represented a significant threat. Observing the changing expressions on her father's face, Lu Shuang understood he still harbored some illusions. "Xiaoming, I wish to speak with my father privately," she said, upon hearing this. When Xiaoming understood Lu Shuang's desire to reveal certain matters, and her presence might compromise Lu Feng's dignity. After when Xiaoming exited, Lu Shuang turned seriously to her father and said, "Dad, I know you are not merely worried about your authority being stripped away. You are concerned about the potential backlash from those below." Lu Feng nodded in agreement. Regarding his power, as long as Lu Shuang was present, it made little difference whether he held it or not. His genuine fear was that if others rebelled, Luoyang Bay City would descend into chaos. Given the current external instability, such turmoil would ultimately harm the ordinary people. Lu Feng was not surprised that Lu Shuang could contemplate such matters, considering her dealings with those individuals. Though Kyoto's strength was formidable, consolidating national power all at once would not be an easy feat. If these issues were not addressed decisively, they could unravel the entire situation. "I cannot gamble with the lives of the people of Luoyang Bay City," Lu Feng declared solemnly. Upon hearing this, Lu Shuang did not rush to respond. Instead, she drew her sword and, with a casual swing, severed a decorative vase by the window with a flash of white sword energy, leaving a deep mark on the windowsill. Liu Feng stared in astonishment at the display. His daughter had grown so powerful. She sheathed her sword and gently placed it on the coffee table. Dad, the strength of Kyoto is beyond your imagination. There are at least a dozen individuals with capabilities like mine. There are 3 or 4 dozen with weapons similar to this one. And I alone could take down all the extraordinary beings in Luoyang Bay City. Furthermore, do you know where the relocation sites originate from? Lu Feng had not anticipated such a bombshell from his daughter. He had believed he had assessed Kyoto's strength quite highly, yet here she was revealing that he had been far too conservative. Kyoto not only possessed dozens of individuals capable of single-handedly overcoming Luoyang Bay City, but there was also an unimaginable presence behind them, one that could suppress an entire nation. Such grand claims were hard to dismiss, especially after witnessing Lu Shuang's previous demonstration. Few in Luoyang Bay City could withstand such an attack. Observing his father's stunned silence, Lu Shuang decided to sweeten the conversation. She was not pressuring him. Rather, having witnessed Jiang Shua's strength, she realized there were no alternatives left. Furthermore, this situation did not solely carry negative implications. In the long run, it could present opportunities for Luoyang Bay City and the Lu family alike. Dad, this is irreversible. The sooner we adapt, the better. I won't elaborate on the benefits, but as for this snow shadow sword in my possession, there are about 20 more at the Iron Bureau, along with various elixirs, all prepared. Lu Feng's gaze shot up, filled with shock as he looked at his daughter. They had managed to procure such weapons in bulk. The exaggerated power of Kyoto was one thing, but this level of equipment was astonishing. Lu Feng was at a loss for words. In such circumstances, unless one desires a mutually destructive outcome, there's no point in fighting. Moreover, even if one sought mutual destruction, it would depend on their willingness. The development of Kyoto will accelerate dramatically. Without engaging with them, a year from now, we will witness a chasm in civilizational progress. Lu Shuang exaggeratedly remarked that, in truth, she did not fully comprehend the actual circumstances. Nevertheless, she was aware that as long as Jiang Shua remained, the development of Kyoto was destined to surpass the imagination of ordinary people. On that day, Lu Shuang and her father, Lu Feng, conversed in the office for an entire afternoon. In the following week, numerous high-ranking officials from the Luoyang Bay City were summoned. When Xiaoming chose not to interfere with Lu Shuang's actions, believing that as long as the outcome was correct, it sufficed. During those days, she wandered around Luoyang Bay City, observing the changes it had undergone over the years. After her rounds, she noted that while the common folk could not compare to those in Kyoto, they at least had food to eat. As for whether they were satiated, that remained uncertain, but at the very least, they were alive. After over a week of bustling activity, Lu Shuang finally sought out Wen Xiaoming. Have you managed to sort everything out? When Xiaoming inquired while dressing. It's nearly done. Some superficial gestures are inconsequential, as they cannot affect the overall situation, Lu Shuang replied wearily. These days, engaging in a battle of wits with those seasoned individuals in Luoyang has been more exhausting than actual combat. If it weren't for my father's regard for these connections, I would have swiftly severed ties with them. And what are today's plans? Are we to reactivate the Stargate? When Xiaoming asked, indeed, the location has been selected. Right within the original stadium. This will facilitate management. Then let us proceed. I wonder which number we will be in accomplishing this task. The two conversed while making their way outside. Shortly, they arrived at the stadium of Luoyang Bay City. Previously, some homeless individuals resided here, but they had since been relocated. The area was now under military control, and the task at hand had only circulated among the higher-ups. Though there were some speculations from the outside, no definitive information had emerged. Liu Feng and the others did not wish to immediately disclose this news to the entire city, as most people still harbored doubts about the authenticity of this relocation. Yet, Lu Shuang's displayed strength was so formidable that it deterred further discussion. Liu Shuang was well aware of certain individuals' thoughts, yet matters had to unfold step by step. She believed that soon, no one would harbor doubts any longer, and those who outwardly complied while secretly scheming would inevitably have their misguided notions dispelled. Upon entering the inner arena, they saw Lu Feng waiting with a group of people. Liu Shuang and Wen Xiaoming merely exchanged greetings before proceeding to the center of the stadium. Lu Feng and his companions quickly followed, with minimal communication throughout, as everything that needed to be said had already been discussed. It was now a matter of action. Lu Feng and his team halted at the edge of the court, while Lu Shuang and Wen Xiaoming continued to the center. Once there, Lu Shuang produced the crystal once more and tossed it into the air. The two simultaneously directed pure energy towards the floating crystal, which began to radiate light upon receiving their energy. A colossal stargate emerged, gradually solidifying under the continuous energy infusion from Lu Shuang and Wen Xiaoming. This was precisely why the two had come to Luoyang Base City. On one hand, it was for mutual support, and on the other, they were unable to reopen the stargate alone given their current cultivation levels. Lu Feng and the others watched in awe as the stargate slowly took form. Now, I trust everyone has no more doubts. Consider carefully how to proceed. But let me make this clear. Should anyone decide to engage in underhanded tactics after making a resolution, do not blame me. Lu, for disregarding past affiliations. Lu Feng suddenly spoke in a detached tone, having observed his daughter endure these individuals due to his own ties. Although it concerned the interests of Luoyang's faction, as a father, he felt compelled to take action. Previously, he had aligned with Luoyang, but now that the situation was set, it was time to issue warnings, and he would not hesitate to act decisively if necessary. Upon hearing Lu Feng's tone, a sense of apprehension washed over the others, especially those who had been somewhat audacious in recent days, prompting them to pay close attention. Everyone understood that if any further mischief occurred, Lu Feng would not hesitate to take severe measures. Just then, Lu Shuang and Wen Xiaoming gradually withdrew their energy, solidifying the stargate firmly at the center of the court. Lu Feng and the others swiftly approached, gazing at the ethereal gate before them, and all felt a profound sense of wonder at the marvels of the world. Xiaoming, they will arrange for a few individuals to accompany me to Kyoto to report to Taiju. Lu Shuang stated, you will have to guard this side diligently during this time. I will come find you once I am finished there. She handed the stargate crystal to Wen Xiaoming, who had no doubts regarding the prearranged plan. Soon, Lu Shuang led Lu Feng and the others through the stargate, while Wen Xiaoming utilized the stargate crystal to render the gate intangible. This way, individuals from the other side could pass through, while those on the Luoyang side could not touch the stargate. She then found a seat in the stands to monitor the situation of the stargate. The remaining power holders in Luoyang Base City witnessed Lu Feng and the others disappear into the stargate, prompting their swift return. The situation had now become irrevocably established, and it was time to rein in certain individuals. Chapter 265. A new crisis outside the Tianqin star. A meteor streaked into the atmosphere, plunging rapidly toward the once distant, now even more remote sea. Upon contact with the surface, it unleashed towering waves. Simultaneously, the true nature of the meteor was revealed. A round copper sphere no larger than a fist. The sphere gradually sank to the ocean floor, and upon reaching the seabed, it suddenly trembled. A ripple swiftly spread outward, causing all life in its path to undergo certain transformations. Following this disturbance, the copper sphere fell into silence. A month later, Tai Yin examined the documents in his hands. Thus far, the progress of the first batch of cities cooperating with the return was unexpectedly smooth. The primary reason was that Tai Yin had overestimated the conditions in certain areas and the cultivation levels of those who had claimed dominion. In reality, apart from a few major base cities where there were extraordinary beings at the 6th tier, those in other base cities who possessed a 5th tier cultivation level could already assert dominance. Moreover, these individuals had merely passively absorbed energy to advance, a stark contrast to the levels attained through diligent cultivation by the people in Kyoto. As a result, in most cities, those dispatched from Kyoto had easily gained compliance. Though there were intentions to cause trouble by relying on sheer numbers, those who were able to emerge this time all possessed artifacts provided by Jiang Shuo. While possessing an artifact did not guarantee one could take on 100 foes, it was sufficient for self-preservation. Subsequently, Tai Yin would arrange a mobile unit to extend a cordial greeting, having already established goodwill. Whether or not to deploy force would depend on these individuals' choices. Thus, after a month, approximately 95% of the cities had returned under the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom's government. The remaining few were major base cities, such as Tiandu City. They had verbally agreed to return to governmental control, yet behind the scenes, they were still negotiating their own interests, leading to some tug-of-war situations. These were major base cities after all, and the power holders had not operated in vain over the years. What Kyoto sought was a smooth transition, requiring some concession of interests. Fortunately, despite the complications, the main direction remained consistent. These disputes were confined to the upper echelons. For the common folk, this month had been the most uplifting since the catastrophe, with countless individuals eagerly awaiting official announcements. The return of one city after another signified that the Dragon Kingdom was poised to reclaim its former stable and prosperous environment. Their living conditions would become more secure, particularly for those in cities that had endured great hardship, as this meant they could finally receive food supplies from the more affluent cities, alleviating their struggles of hunger. The communication and exchange between cities not only facilitated the flow of resources but also reignited changes across various sectors, especially in scientific research. Within just this first month, the submissions for new projects from the Science and Technology Bureau had nearly filled Tai Yan's desk. Unfortunately, aside from a few urgent matters, he had not approved any others, not out of disdain, but simply due to a lack of resources. Thus, as he glanced at the reports in hand, Tai Yan felt both joy and anguish. However, there was little to be done. The Dragon Kingdom had only just begun its path to reintegration and did not possess ample resources for consumption. At that moment, a rapid knock on the door interrupted Tai Yan's contemplation. Without waiting for a response, when Da Qiang burst in, "Taiju! Urgent situation. Several coastal cities have simultaneously sent emergency intelligence. The undead from the ocean are now advancing inland." When Da Qiang reported at a breakneck pace, Tai Yan's expression shifted drastically. This was no laughing matter. Over the years, the number of lives lost in the ocean was at least in the hundreds of millions. The situation in the ocean had always posed a significant latent threat. It was crucial to note that all these individuals had mutated into the undead, and the undead represented an alternative form of extraordinary beings, outnumbering the living extraordinary beings by several hundred times. Although a first-tier extraordinary being could easily eliminate them at will, the sheer number of adversaries proved overwhelming. Moreover, one could not afford to perish. Death would result in an automatic transition to the enemy's ranks. Immediate warnings were dispatched to the inland cities, urging them to assemble their extraordinary teams and remain on high alert. The Kyoto contingent was dispatched to reinforce major coastal cities. Equipped with communication devices for constant updates, as Tai Yan instructed Wen Deqiang, he made his way outside, seeking assistance from Jiang Shuo. Naturally, Wen Deqiang was aware of Tai Yan's intentions and swiftly began organizing matters after his departure. At this moment, within the Luoyang Bay city, when Xiaoming and Lu Shuang donned military attire, hastily boarding a military jeep, the vehicle roared to life and soon exited Luoyang City. Heading toward the coastline, "Xiao Ji, how are things progressing over there?" Lu Shuang inquired of Lu Ji, who was at the wheel. "The advance team has established defensive measures. Thus far, relatively few undead have made landfall. However, the reconnaissance unit from the cliffs has reported that countless undead are approaching the shoreline." Lu Ji's gaze remained fixed ahead as he drove swiftly. Hearing this, Lu Shuang's brow furrowed instinctively. If this horde of undead was not contained at the coastline, Luoyang Bay City would be unable to withstand such an onslaught. When Xiaoming wore a grave expression, this world left no room for survival. Just moments ago, the crisis with the spatial rift had been resolved, setting Longhua on a path of restoration. Yet, the greatest potential peril of the Tianqin star had now erupted. Aren't these undead confined to areas submerged in seawater? How could they suddenly venture beyond the aquatic confines? What has changed? When Xiaoming questioned, Lug shook his head in response. "We cannot ascertain the cause. It is as if they can suddenly leave the seawater." The team monitoring the coastline reported no unusual activity in recent days. Everything appeared as usual. Could it be that anomalies have occurred in the deep sea? Given the current technological constraints, deep-sea exploration was impossible. The combat aircraft from Luoyang military base could manage reconnaissance of the previous ocean depths. Yet the vast expanses of the ocean had likely expanded by countless magnitudes since then. "We can't even reach the present offshore regions," Lu Ji stated, not bothering to turn back, having mingled with seasoned veterans over the years. He may not have known every detail of the situation in Luoyang Bay City, but he had a fair understanding. Currently, only he stood a chance of venturing that far, Lu Shuang remarked. "The bureau chief has sought him out, but his residence is shrouded in an impenetrable force," when Xiaoming noted. Shaking her head, Lug listened, perplexed by the mention of this enigmatic figure. Who is this person you speak of? Someone who can access areas that even combat aircraft cannot reach? Is that not an exaggeration? He inquired innocently. Liu Shuang smacked Lu Ji's head lightly. We are referring to Jiang Shua. Show him some respect. Upon hearing that name, Lu Ji involuntarily shivered. There was no way around it. That name was synonymous with brutality. He wished to avoid confronting this individual for the rest of his life. After a relentless 8-hour drive, Lu Ji arrived at the coastline, which had transformed into a military stronghold. Various defensive structures were taking shape, and heavy artillery was positioned at critical points. A brigade of soldiers had been dispatched from Luoyang Base City to this location. Fortunately, this section of the coastline, amidst a landscape of upheaval, was the only gap within a 10,000-meter stretch. The rest had become sheer cliffs. Lug and his companions were not solely intent on annihilating the undead. They were here to assess the situation of these creatures. After all, the coastline was extensive, and these undead were not confined to this area alone. The trio hastily reached the observation point, seizing high-powered binoculars from the reconnaissance soldiers to survey the ocean. Initially, the sight of the undead was merely a dense throng. However, as they peered deeper into the ocean through the binoculars, their expressions soured dramatically. The advancing undead could no longer be described as merely dense. The waves were not composed of water but rather a horde of pallid, vacant-eyed beings. It was fortunate that they did not actively swim. Otherwise, they would have already surged inland. Xiaoji, cease further defensive preparations. With this overwhelming number, no fortifications would suffice. Order the ordinary soldiers to retreat immediately. Their presence here is tantamount to seeking death. Lu Shuang decisively abandoned the current defensive arrangements. The time was too short to erect substantial barriers, and any inadequate fortifications would be futile against these undead. Moreover, without defenses, ordinary soldiers would have minimal advantages in close combat. These undead would not adhere to any notions of fair play. Lug comprehended his sister's intentions and promptly dashed below. Xiao Ming, once they have retreated, we shall test the capabilities of these undead, Lu Shuang stated solemnly. Although the individuals from Jinling had previously provided some intelligence, very few had dared to engage these undead in recent years. Primarily, the undead had remained around the coastal regions. Any action would attract dozens of them. Moreover, the undead wandering the beach were of relatively low grade, dissuading high-tier extraordinary beings while overwhelming lower-tier ones. What was once a thriving area for advancement in Jinling had now become a mere afterthought. Consequently, intelligence regarding the current state of the undead was scarce. Their strength, points of vulnerability, and potential for revival upon leaving the ocean all required re-evaluation. When Xiao Ming did not respond but nodded seriously in understanding. Subsequently, the two observed the ordinary soldiers gathering below, swiftly packing their gear for retreat. Before long, only a handful remained, all of whom were extraordinary beings. Unfortunately, most were of the first or second tier. Yet their heavy artillery was sufficient to handle the situation for a while. Everyone took their positions, Lu Shuang and when Xiao Ming approached the front lines. Without hesitation, they charged forward, swiftly reaching the edge of the beach. Originally bustling with only a few undead, the entire beach was now overrun with them. They stumbled ashore, aimlessly wandering without any discernible purpose. Had it not been for the impending tide of corpses approaching from behind, they would likely have remained undisturbed. Unfortunately, given the current circumstances, they would soon be compelled to advance under pressure, ultimately threatening Luoyang Base City, which lay in close proximity to the coast. Lu Shuang, and when Xiao Ming stepped within 10 meters of the undead, the vacuous heads of the creatures snapped toward them, their pallid eyes gradually focused. And expressions of greed emerged, their bodies sluggishly turning in the duo's direction. Despite their extensive battle experience, the sudden attention from so many lifeless eyes sent chills down their spines. However, they quickly overcame their discomfort. Closing in on the throng of undead as they approached, the sluggish undead seemed to activate some unseen switch, rapidly surging toward Lu Shuang and Wen Xiaoming. Undeterred, the two charged forth like solitary heroes. Braving the masses with an air of defiance, their swords swiftly reaping the heads of the undead in an instant. A dozen of the creatures fell. Yet an even greater number rushed forward, mouths agape and arms flailing. Lu Shuang and Wen Xiaoming continued to wield their swords, which sliced through the undead as effortlessly as cutting through soft tofu. Before long, their surroundings were littered with corpses, yet the throng of undead on the beach showed no signs of abating. From the safety of their defensive position, Lu Ji and the others watched in horror, fully aware that the combat style of these undead resembled that of legendary zombies. Yet, witnessing it firsthand only magnified their internal dread. After more than half an hour of relentless battle, Lu Shuang and Wen Xiaoming finally cleared the beach of undead. However, the ocean continued to churn with more of the undead, struggling to ascend but thwarted by the waves. The two, panting heavily, surveyed the sea of corpses surrounding them. Together, they had dispatched several hundred undead. Thankfully, their swords remained sharp. Otherwise, their method of combat would not have yielded such results. Lug and his group arrived, carrying oil barrels, and promptly doused the fallen undead. Soon, everyone retreated from the beach, and Lu Ji ignited the entire area. As they gazed upon the roaring flames, the acrid stench filled the air. They hoped that the undead had lost their ability to resurrect upon contact with seawater. Lu Shuang articulated her discovery. The reason the two had brutally slain on the beach was to test this possibility. If these undead could indeed be resurrected by the sea, they would have fled long ago. This was undoubtedly crucial intelligence, reducing the threat to humanity by at least half. Lu Ji remarked with a sense of joy. Though that may be the case, their numbers remain exceedingly terrifying. Do not be deceived by how effortlessly Xiaoming and I dispatched them. It is primarily due to the sword we wield. Without this blade, we could not have so calmly beheaded them. Therefore, when you engage in combat in the future, do not emulate our approach. The consequences could be dire. Lu Shuang warned the assembled individuals earnestly, particularly Lu Ji, as she tousled his hair, seemingly intent on imprinting her words into his mind. Lug and the others promptly expressed their commitment to exercise caution in the future. Subsequently, all stood in silent anticipation, observing the unfolding scene. As newly arrived undead rushed into the flames, their expressions frenzied, moving inexorably towards the crowd. The flames engulfing their bodies appeared to elicit no response. Even when charred and disfigured, they continued their relentless advance until their heads were completely consumed. Lug approached, using a wooden stick to shatter the charred skull, from which a round bead rolled out. Chapter 267, Kites, Scatter. A month later, traces of the undead still lingered within 100 miles of Luoyang Bay City. Over the past month, with the continuous arrival of the undead, Lu Shuang and her companions found their front lines retreating repeatedly. Although they had eliminated numerous undead through various means, their efforts were but a drop in the ocean when facing the entire undead horde. The coastal bay cities of the Dragon Kingdom now faced grave survival threats. Luoyang Bay City had ceased to restrict the populace's escape, and recently, Lu Feng and his team initiated plans for the entire city's relocation inland. After all, with vast expanses of land and a sparse population, it would take time for the undead to pose a threat to the entire Dragon Kingdom. Currently, the bay cities near the coast were the most perilous. Cities like Shudi Tiandu City would likely take considerable time to encounter the undead. Were it not for the existing relocation sites, the residents of Tiandu City might remain oblivious to the existence of such creatures. On a hill 100 kilometers east of Luoyang Bay City, Lu Shuang surveyed the densely packed undead horde through binoculars. Behind the hill lay a convoy composed of 2 to 3 dozen vehicles of various makes and models. About 100 people sat in small groups, munching on rations and engaging in conversation. All these individuals possessed extraordinary abilities, each a seasoned veteran of battle. Naturally, such a formidable group could not be found within Luoyang Bay City. They were elite military personnel from various cities, recently dispatched for support. I never imagined such creatures existed in Ho-Hot. Over there, we mostly contend with beasts evolved from wild animals. However, we generally avoid provoking them, and everyone coexists quite amicably. Unlike these, who attack humans on sight. Consider yourself fortunate that they do not resemble the zombies from movies, where a mere bite or scratch turns you into one of them. Otherwise, we would likely be doomed. Speaking of our situation here, what about the other continents? Who knows? But I suspect those living comfortably are few and far between. Their little island was probably buried during the first wave. It's a pity for those teachers. What's the matter? Are our beauties, Lu and Wen, not enough for you to pursue? Are you dreaming? Can you even match them? As the group engaged in conversation, their discourse veered off course, yet the two esteemed ladies remained unperturbed and made no effort to intervene. On one hand, the continuous high-intensity battles necessitated an outlet. On the other hand, everyone understood the limits, knowing that occasional jesting would not cross the line. Their current mission was not merely to slay the undead, but to divert them away from Luoyang Base City towards the newly emerging wilderness. Should this plan succeed, Luoyang Base City would enjoy a significantly safer environment. Even if the plan faltered, it would still afford the city ample time for evacuation. After all, it is better to disperse than to blockade. By scattering the gathered undead across the vast expanse of new land, future confrontations would be considerably easier, sparing them from facing a massive onslaught. Thus far, the implementation of this plan appeared relatively successful. As the numerous undead that had landed were gradually dispersed across the expansive terrain, the throng of undead before Lu Shuang had dwindled by more than half compared to the initial encounter. Moreover, those undead relegated to the desolate lands, according to reports from observing personnel, had lost their sense of humanity, reverting to their previously lethargic state, aimlessly wandering nearby. It was this positive outcome that had sustained Lu Shuang and her companions over the past month. At this rate, they would completely scatter the undead that had come ashore in the eastern uninhabited regions of Luoyang Base City within a month. This would temporarily resolve the current crisis. Afterward, they would merely need to establish some barriers and deploy personnel for patrols to effectively manage the situation. Luoyang Base City could then gradually begin preparations for urban relocation. However, it seemed that fate was reluctant to allow the inhabitants of Tianqin Star to live so comfortably. Lu Shuang suddenly noticed a significant shift in the direction of the undead trailing behind them, as they began to move toward Luoyang Base City. "Everyone, we must depart immediately. The undead are heading toward Luoyang Base City." The communicator issued a Level 1 alert to Luoyang Base City. Lu Shuang swiftly entered her vehicle, flooring the accelerator towards Luoyang Base City. Upon hearing Lu Shuang's command, the others hastily followed suit. Luoyang Base City. Upon receiving the news from the messenger, Lu Feng promptly activated the citywide alarm. Although the ordinary citizens were visibly shaken, they continued to methodically gather their pre-packed belongings and set off. Meanwhile, the military deployed personnel to maintain order. While the remaining soldiers assembled on the eastern front, where defenses had already been constructed, a 10-meter-high wall had been erected at the entrance to the eastern part of the city, constructed from a hodgepodge of materials that appeared chaotic but proved sufficiently sturdy. Behind the wall, a stockpile of firearms and ammunition lay ready, with all soldiers armed and prepared for action. Lu Feng, alongside several others, stood atop the wall, gazing out over the vast, open land. The troops anticipated the undead would arrive within the next day or two. Should the undead horde fail to materialize by the following afternoon, all ordinary soldiers would begin their retreat, taking whoever could with them. Lu Feng's expression was grave as he advised, "We are merely here to prevent unexpected incidents." From the outset, the people of Luoyang Base City have had no intention of directly confronting the undead. The odds are simply too low, and it is not worth the risk. In moments like these, Lu Feng and his companions particularly longed for the formidable weapons of the past. Had they still been operational, there would be no need for such a passive retreat. Alas, the world had drastically changed, and those powerful arms hidden in the deep mountains had vanished without a trace. Even if they were still available, accurate guidance would be impossible. As time ticked away, the following afternoon, the ordinary soldiers began their orderly withdrawal. The only ones remaining were Lu Shuang and her team of extraordinary individuals, whose primary objective was not to engage the large undead horde, but rather to monitor their movements and delay their advance. On the third morning, as the sun slowly rose in the east, a shadow appeared on the horizon, swaying as if intoxicated. Soon after, more similarly staggering figures emerged. The guards immediately recognized the situation and sounded the alarm. In an instant, all the resting extraordinary individuals sprang to life, returning to their defensive positions. In the distance, the sun continued its ascent into the sky, illuminating the vast, advancing army of undead marching steadily toward Luoyang Base City. Chapter 268. The Fall of Luoyang Base City. Lu Shuang stood atop the wall, her expression cold and resolute as she gazed at the advancing horde of undead. "Attention, everyone. We are here to hold the rear. Not for a futile struggle. Our objective is to expend these munitions and eliminate as many undead as possible. Do not become enamored with combat. Maintain discipline and adhere strictly to orders, a messenger. Clutching a loudspeaker, darted back and forth along the defensive line, disseminating directives from the higher-ups of Luoyang. The throngs of fleeing individuals had already journeyed for 2 days, leaving behind a contingent of individuals who were not as urgently tasked with halting the advance of the enemy. The primary mission of these exceptional beings was to expend the weapons and ammunition that could not be carried away, while ensuring their own safety and inflicting as much damage as possible upon the undead legion. As the sun hung high in the sky, a portion of the undead had already encroached within a kilometer of the Luoyang Bay city. This boundary marked the burial site of a significant cache of landmines. The onlookers atop the walls held their breath, fixating on the staggering undead as they stumbled into the minefield. Soon, the Walking Dead began to trigger the concealed explosives, and a cacophony of explosions erupted. Regrettably, the casualties were minimal, and such detonations did little to hinder the undead's relentless advance. Some of the blasted undead, even those missing limbs or entire lower halves, continued to struggle forward. For many witnessing this grim spectacle for the first time, a tightness gripped their hearts. However, the rallying cry of Lu Shuang ignited their spirits once more. In an instant, everyone hurled grenades and similar munitions with all their might. Only the extraordinary could achieve such a feat from nearly a kilometer away. Explosions reverberated through the ranks of the undead. Yet, no matter how harrowing the situation, it was insufficient to deter these aberrations that had returned from death. They pressed on, step by step, with the fallen comrades beneath their feet serving only as stepping stones. Before long, the foremost undead were within 500 meters of the Luoyang Bay city. Among them, some seemed to catch a whiff of human scent wafting through the air. Their eyes gradually lost their vacant expressions, and their movements became more purposeful. A palpable longing emerged within them as they hastened toward the walls. With the first, there soon came a second, and increasingly more undead surged forward. At that moment, the machine guns atop the walls erupted in a hail of gunfire. While a bullet or two might not inflict fatal harm upon the undead, the torrent of bullets from the machine guns instantly reduced the foremost undead to mere rags. Bombs continued to rain down upon the horde without pause, momentarily stalling their advance within the 500-meter range. In this zone, the remnants of the undead accumulated ever more densely as the machine guns began to overheat and cease fire. The undead resumed their push forward. This group of undead had all seemingly awakened, charging frantically toward the walls. But at the 200-meter mark, the leading undead suddenly plummeted downward. Here lay a 5-meter deep trench, stretching the length of the wall, filled with gasoline. Observing the undead fearless as they fell into the trench, Lu Shuang calmly issued commands. In an instant, all fire-wielding exceptional beings hurled fireballs into the trench. In that moment, the trench ignited into a blazing inferno. Yet, the undead within seemed oblivious to pain, relentlessly clawing their way upward, their sights set on the individuals atop the walls. The following undead also charged forward as if blind to the flames engulfing the trench. What appeared to be an abyssal trench was soon filled to capacity. As the trailing undead trod upon the corpses of their comrades to cross the trench, the walls were left devoid of defenders. With only the tantalizing scent of humanity lingering in the AI or in their dazed state, they pressed forward, ultimately colliding with the walls. Howling in anguish, as the undead multiplied, they began to stack upon one another like a grotesque tower, gradually reaching the top of the walls before finally surmounting them and breaching the Luoyang Bay city. At that moment, Luoyang Bay city stood deserted, with the undead who had infiltrated aimlessly wandering about. As time slipped away, the once impregnable walls crumbled under the onslaught of the undead, allowing even more of them to spill into Luoyang Bay city. With the departure of Lu Shuang and her companions, the city's essence, once vibrant with human life, faded, and the newly arrived undead grew increasingly sluggish. 5 hours later, the majority of the undead roamed aimlessly through Luoyang Bay city. Suddenly, an urgent beeping resonated throughout the entire city, followed by a series of explosions that echoed across the landscape, culminating in widespread structural collapse. In the brief span of mere minutes, the vast majority of undead that had entered Luoyang Bay city were buried beneath the rubble. On a small hill 2,000 meters distant from the city, Lu Shuang solemnly lowered her binoculars. The survival base she had helped construct after the apocalypse had been utterly annihilated. Ultimately, the toll of this latest conflict was indisputably significant. Successfully stalling this wave of the undead tide, albeit at the cost of reducing Luoyang base city to ruins. When Lu Shuang initially proposed this plan, many were opposed, for it represented the collective effort of countless individuals. Yet, Lu Feng had lent his full support, reasoning that as long as there were enough people, a new Luoyang base city could be rebuilt anywhere. The relocation of millions from Luoyang base city required time, and the only means to secure that time lay in the defensive measures and the demolition of the city itself. Rather than sacrificing lives to gain time, it was more fitting to relinquish a city destined to succumb to the undead. "Let us go. There is no need to feel too sorrowful," as Uncle Lu said. "As long as humanity endures, Luoyang base city shall exist." When Xiaoming offered consolation from the side, Liu Shuang merely nodded in quiet resignation. Offering no reply, the two then drove westward to catch up with the rear guard. Meanwhile, at the residence of Jiang Shuo in Kyoto, Taiyan attempted to enter once more but was thwarted by an invisible barrier. "Boss, you truly have a knack for choosing the perfect time to meditate," Taiyan couldn't help but remark. Although the crisis of the undead along the coast had temporarily been diverted to the wilderness, the relentless encroachment of the undead from the sea would eventually render this tactic ineffective. Furthermore, Taiyan was already aware of the fall of Luoyang base city. Liu Feng was currently leading millions in search of a new location for survival in the wilderness. Fortunately, there were still relocation sites available for resource support. Otherwise, Luoyang base city would have had no choice but to confront the undead horde head-on. Other coastal bases were not faring much better, also making similar decisions. However, this would inevitably place resource pressure on other cities. We are not in the era of abundance. A few instances of support may suffice, but continuous assistance would lead to the collapse of the entire Dragon Nation system. Currently, the only one capable of addressing this issue was Jiang Shuo. This was why Taiyan made daily visits. Unfortunately, Jiang Shuo remained in seclusion. After a moment of silent frustration, Taiyan turned to leave. But then he heard that voice he had longed for. "What is it?" In Chapter 269, The New Functions of the Boundless Vessel, Taiyan's expression shifted from anxiety to relaxation as he settled comfortably on the sofa. Awaiting Jiang Shuo, he had completely grasped the significance of Jiang Shuo's support. As long as Jiang Shuo could respond, even monumental issues would become trivial. As for matters Jiang Shuo could not resolve, he would simply abandon them. The strategy was to rely on a strong ally for an easier life. Before long, Jiang Shuo appeared on another sofa. "What brings you here every day for the past 2 months?" Jiang Shuo was not unaware of Taiyan's visits. He had merely been engrossed in refining the boundless vessel and had been unable to break his focus. Moreover, with the relocation sites in operation, unless Tianqin Star exploded, the Dragon Nation would not face any significant crisis. The undead in the ocean had inexplicably escaped the confines of the SE8. To date, a substantial number had already reached the shore and were advancing inland. The situation in several coastal bases was perilous, and Luoyang Base City had begun its evacuation over a month ago. Today, the entire city was demolished to temporarily halt the advance of the undead. Taiyan spoke in a calm tone, not because he was no longer anxious, but because he felt a sense of ease in Jiang Shuo's presence. As he had anticipated, Jiang Shuo did not react with undue urgency upon hearing the news. Ultimately, this issue must be resolved by you all, and it may even prove beneficial. This crisis offers an opportunity to deflect some of the tensions surrounding the Dragon Nation. Sometimes, having a common enemy can quickly unify a nation's spirit. I will intervene to keep this crisis within manageable limits. The specific solutions are for you to devise. Taiyan was not surprised by Jiang Shuo's response. Throughout their interactions, Jiang Shuo had consistently maintained a stance of empowering others. The notion of clinging to Jiang Shuo like a parasite was merely a fanciful notion. As long as the crisis could be contained, the nation belonged to everyone. After all, moreover, I have come to realize that the transformations of this era have not yet reached their conclusion. Such experiences of growth will undoubtedly prove advantageous for the Dragon Kingdom when it faces greater crises in the future, as they will possess the requisite experience to respond effectively. Jiang Shuo expressed his satisfaction with Taiyan's remarks. After all, having a clear awareness of the struggle shared by all in this era will facilitate better development for both parties. Ultimately, rather than relying on oneself and waiting to be a savior, a display of cowardice, Jiang Shua hopes that the Dragon Kingdom can eventually break free from his influence and carve out a unique path. Only in this manner can he secure greater assistance and superior resources. I will resolve this matter in the next couple of days. As for what you just mentioned about the Luoyang base city being destroyed, I shall help you with that as well. At IT presents a perfect opportunity to test out the floating city you once envisioned. Jiang Shua nonchalantly recounted two monumental tasks for Tai Yan, both of which seemed insurmountable, particularly regarding the floating city. It had merely been a whimsical conversation between him and Jiang Shua. Yet today, Jiang Shua had informed him that this venture was indeed feasible and could be realized imminently. In an instant, even Tai Yan's typically composed demeanor faltered, his speech becoming stammered as he exclaimed, "Is this really not a dream?" Observing Tai Yan's reaction, Jiang Shua replied with a calm smile, "When have I ever jested with you in such a manner? However, my responsibility is to provide you with a piece of floating land. Everything else you must handle yourselves. Furthermore, this endeavor owes its gratitude to you, as the core components for the floating city were derived from that batch of items you previously uncovered. As long as there is a floating land, you need not trouble yourself further." Upon hearing Jiang Shua's unwavering assurance, Tai Yan promptly responded, internally vowing to ensure that other cities relinquish those peculiar items. Rather than allowing them to collect dust in storage, it would be far more prudent to dedicate them to their benefactor. If the benefactor reveals even a fraction of their potential, it would undoubtedly lead to significant rewards. Given the trajectory of Kyoto's development, without profound exchanges with Jiang Shua, how could there have been such a leap? If Tai Yan stubbornly clung to those seemingly crucial yet ultimately inconsequential items, would Kyoto have achieved its current progress? Moreover, Jiang Shua's words subtly implied that he was not merely offering one floating city. Luoyang Bay City was merely a fortunate coincidence, while the next would undoubtedly be Kyoto's. With such fortuitous opportunities at hand, it would be wise to show even greater reverence towards the benefactor. After all, such treasures could very well accompany one to the grave. Stimulated by such revelations, Tai Yan had no inclination to continue conversing with Jiang Shua. With the pertinent matters discussed, he hurriedly returned to communicate with Lu Feng. As he observed Tai Yan's hasty departure, Jiang Shua wore a knowing smile. His grand gesture was not merely for show. It was to set an example for the present-day Dragon Kingdom. Indeed, those who follow the path of Jiang Dalao will find themselves well fed. It would be prudent for those who remain perplexed to offer their contributions sooner rather than later. Jiang Shua could easily envision Tai Yan engaging in discussions with the other cities upon his return. Once the floating city emerged from Luoyang Bay City, a plethora of resources would be laid before Jiang Shua for selection. First, he must address the crisis posed by the living dead. It was also an opportune moment to test the speed of the boundless vessel. With that thought, Jiang Shua ascended to the rooftop and released the boundless vessel. The reason he had taken the time to refine the boundless vessel over the past 2 months was due to the transformation of the Divine Soul Fire. The last time the soul power had coalesced into a pill, the Divine Soul Fire had refined several calamities, initiating its evolution. Coupled with Jiang Shua's creation of the highest-grade Soul Golden Pill, the synergy of both had significantly enhanced the power of the Divine Soul Fire. Under Jiang Shua's keen perception, it even began to exhibit characteristics akin to primordial spirit fire. Thus, following the completion of the Divine Soul Fire's metamorphosis 2 months ago, Jiang Shua promptly extracted the boundless vessel for further refinement. The preliminary capabilities of this treasure after initial refinement had already filled Jiang Shua with delight. The potential for deeper mastery was undeniably enticing. After 2 months of diligent effort, although Jiang Shua had not fully mastered the boundless vessel, he had nonetheless activated its new functions. Upon review, Jiang Shua could only conclude that the boundless vessel was forever focused on the realm of speed. It had acquired a singular new ability, interdimensional space jumping. Such spatial abilities are inherently complex, yet the effects of this capability were straightforward, a wormhole traversal akin to those found in science fiction. While others could only utilize it within the confines of the universe, the boundless vessel possessed the unique ability to execute such jumps at any time and place. This seemingly commonplace ability had yet to be observed in any flying apparatus within the cultivation world. Aside from teleportation arrays, moreover, this capability operated in both random and fixed-point modes. Fixed-point space jumps required a brief preparation time of 1 to 2 seconds, while random jumps could be executed instantaneously. Indeed, as long as there was sufficient energy, one could arrive anywhere in an instant. Upon returning to Xinyuan sect, as long as he recorded the location information of Xinyuan sect, Jiang Shuo would no longer be confined to safeguarding Pei Xiaoxiao and the others' growth. Initially, he had intended to protect them until they reached the golden core stage, yet it now seemed unnecessary to prolong that period. Everyone would be free to pursue their own endeavors, summoning assistance as required. Chapter 270. Sword Chi Barrier. Gazing at the increasingly darkened boundless vessel and feeling a faint connection to it, Jiang Shuo experienced a profound sense of satisfaction. Although the boundless vessel had yet to demonstrate any semblance of offensive power, its unparalleled speed alone was enough to surpass all treasures. He decided to postpone testing the space jump for now, as he lacked a specific destination. Should it be random, it could lead to complications in chaotic locations. Instead, he aimed to assess whether the conventional flight speed had changed following the recent refinement. As he muttered to himself, Jiang Shuo stepped inside the boundless vessel. Suddenly, the vessel vanished without a trace, leaving not a single ripple in the air. The nearby Nan City had suffered relentless assaults from the living dead army in recent days. Fortunately, the undead that had landed in this area were not as numerous as those in Luoyang Base City. The strategy employed by Nan City was far less aggressive than that of Luoyang. The extraordinary beings of Nan City continuously ventured forth to divert the living dead, alleviating the pressure of direct assaults on the city. Gradually, they managed to hold their ground, albeit at a considerable cost. The first and second tier extraordinary beings sustained a loss of 30%, while casualties among the third tier and above were comparatively lower. After all, the living dead currently appearing found it quite challenging to eliminate a third-tier extraordinary being. Though there is strength in numbers, they were not without a will to retreat, resulting in a higher survival rate. Moreover, the crystals within the brains of these living dead had spurred a new wave of advancements among the first and second-tier extraordinary beings. Overall, one would expect Nan City to be experiencing increasing ease. However, the reality was starkly different. Humans were not like the living dead, entirely oblivious to fatigue and fear, relentlessly launching mindless assaults. The longer the battle persisted, the greater the psychological burden on many individuals, leading to a surge in fatalities among first and second-tier extraordinary beings in recent times. The situation had reached a breaking point, and had it not been for the higher-tier extraordinary beings dispersing the living dead outside, the death toll would have been even higher. Surrounding Nan City lay a dense forest, which provided a natural defensive advantage. They had managed to trap the living dead within the woods, where the abundance of trees hindered the living dead's numerical superiority from being fully realized. Initially, the extraordinary beings of Nan City had harvested wave after wave of living dead within this forest. However, as their numbers grew, this defense became increasingly arduous. Presently, the defense of Nan City had retreated beyond the forest, and the expressions of all present, soldiers and extraordinary beings alike, betrayed their exhaustion. Yet, they had no choice but to muster their spirits, for even a moment's distraction could cost them their lives on the battlefield. The roars of the living dead, the explosions of abilities, and the cries of humans echoed in a cacophony. One noticed the sudden appearance of a dark, diamond-shaped flying vessel in the sky. Shortly thereafter, a figure emerged, gazing down at the chaotic scene below. These living dead indeed differ from those I encountered previously. They appear far more animated. While I had witnessed the people of Jinling hunting them before, they were considerably more sluggish back then. Jiang Shuo refrained from making an immediate move. Instead, he extended his consciousness to observe the changes among the living dead. Soon, he discerned anomalies within the core of the living dead, the crystals residing in their brains. Indeed, they had been influenced by something. Yet, why does this aura feel so familiar? Allow me to investigate the source of this energy. With that thought, Jiang Shuo stretched out his left hand, summoning the crystals from the deceased living dead below to soar towards him. In the blink of an eye, a glimmer flashed in Jiang Shuo's eyes as he beheld the energy. First-tier energy crystal dissolve, influenced by the innate primordial chi, nullifying the ocean's constraints. Living dead. Could it be that a meteor carrying innate primordial chi has fallen into the ocean? The impact of this is rather astounding. Upon seeing this name, Jiang Shuo understood that this was no ordinary item. Moreover, it was evident that this innate primordial chi had significantly affected the entire marine ecosystem. The ocean of the Tianqin star is likely to become increasingly terrifying. With such treasures plummeting into its depths, any creature fortunate enough to acquire them would undergo a monumental transformation. Alas, it is a pity. Jiang Shuo lamented, fully aware of how such treasures could elevate beings, having himself profited from numerous treasures. Were it not for the vastness of the ocean making treasure hunting a daunting task, he would have eagerly sought out the treasures himself. For now, he decided to address the matter at hand. The quest for treasure would be better entrusted to Tai Yin and his companions, who were more fortunate in this regard. Jiang Shuo muttered softly, and then the Qingyun sword manifested before him. With a deft hand, he executed the sword technique, causing the Qingyun sword to instantly proliferate into a myriad of vibrant sword energies. In that fleeting moment, everyone in the vicinity, including those in Nan City, felt an overwhelming pressure of life and death. The extraordinary beings on the battlefield finally noticed the figure hovering above them, and they beheld the multitude of swords beneath his feet. What is happening? Who is this person? Is there truly such an exceptionally powerful being in this world? A sword immortal. The legendary sword immortal from our Dragon Kingdom's ancient tales. Look, this horde of undead has been rendered motionless. It appears they too experience fear. What does this person intend? Such an intimidating presence. Surely, he does not mean to harm us. Observe how those swords are shifting. In an instant, the myriad sword energies beneath Jiang Shuo surged outward, swiftly piercing into the ground at the entrance of the forest. In that moment, the undead outside the forest halted their advance, retreating in a state of panic. Meanwhile, the undead within the forest prostrated themselves completely, not daring to move a muscle. At this juncture, Jiang Shuo spoke. This barrier of sword energy will last for 10 years. Within this span, I guarantee your safety. Upon finishing, Jiang Shuo re-entered the Wujie vessel and steered it onward to the next city. The individuals in the battlefield in Nan City were still somewhat dazed. What does this esteemed figure mean, brother? If you don't slap me, I might think I'm dreaming. If this prominent figure guarantees our safety for 10 years, does that imply the current crisis is nearing its end? Is it true? Can his swords really ensure our safety for a decade? The immobile undead are not enough of an indication? Regardless, we should first eliminate these defenseless creatures. With that, a sudden clarity struck, and everyone began to massacre the helpless undead. As this group dealt with the undead, Jiang Shuo utilized the Wujie vessel to traverse one coastal city after another. Over the course of 3 days, he visited every coastal base city, repeating the same actions and words a dozen times. He also gauged the conventional cruising speed of the Wujie vessel, which had now more than doubled compared to before and, unlike previously, moved with such stealth that it blended seamlessly into the air, avoiding any sonic booms even at high speeds. Chapter 271. The Evolved Aberrations. When Xiaoming and Lu Shuang led a small team of 6, trailing behind the main force, the group occasionally surveyed their surroundings. The earlier demolition of the entire Luoyang base city had indeed halted the advance of this batch of undead, but it had also attracted a peculiar entity that had been following them for several days without revealing its face. Could this creature be the mastermind behind the undead's change in direction? When Xiaoming inquired softly of Lu Shuang, it's highly probable. Otherwise, the undead horde we've been drawing in would not have turned. Lu Shuang nodded in agreement, though her eyes remained vigilant, scanning the area. Meanwhile, in the air, Jiang Shuo observed their cautious demeanor and shifted his gaze to the 5 beings trailing them several hundred meters back. These 5 creatures bore a striking resemblance to the undead yet exhibited an extraordinary agility. Particularly, one diminutive figure possessed a formidable mental strength. If equated to a cultivator's spiritual consciousness, it would be approximately at the 8th level of Qi refinement. This individual led the other robust undead, keeping a safe distance behind when Xiaoming and her team. The undead were finally displaying some unusual characteristics. The moment Jiang Shuo identified them, he employed his eye of insight. The one with powerful mental energy was deemed the wisdom keeper among the undead, while the other burly figures were classified as brutes. Jiang Shuo was unsure why the eye of insight assigned them such names, but observing their evolutionary direction was indeed quite reasonable. He assessed that this group of aberrations possessed an overall strength comparable to a 6th-tier extraordinary being. Facing Lu Shuang and Wen Xiaoming's squad, they would undoubtedly be formidable opponents. However, Jiang Shuo pondered why they remained at a distance. Surely they did not intend to wait for the main force to strike. Jiang Shuo mused with a peculiar expression. It seemed there was no other rationale to consider. Surely they did not wish to reclaim their ancestral roots. Setting aside whether they were still human, the sight of these beings gazing at humanity as though it were mere sustenance extinguished any possibility of peaceful coexistence. Notably, the cores within their foreheads were also resources for human advancement. The two groups were destined for a life-or-death struggle. Regrettably, you are of no use to me. Otherwise, I might have conducted some research. Jiang Shuo held little interest in such creatures, as he was not one to delve deeply into every discovery. Such matters were better left to the existing humanity. After a moment of reflection, he unleashed a flurry of sword energies toward the aberrations, the undead evolvers, who had previously felt assured trailing behind the humans, suddenly sensed a life-threatening aura. Before they could react, Jiang Shuo's sword energies swiftly severed them from existence.